I did take note. You say you don't think he'll wear a dress again. Think so?
Yeah, I don't think he'll do it again.
Did he reach the financial threshold? Is what you're saying, or
Yeah, I think that he's attained enough money to where he's
Oh
not
no,
gonna partake in certain behaviors.
I do.
hey, Buka, could you meet your mic, sir? Oh,
Man, that brother ain't listening, man.
mute. There you go. Try that. Try it again.
Test. Am I on mute?
No, you're not. No,
Am I on mute now?
no, sir. I can hear you.
God damn.
It's problematic.
Yeah, but that
But
you could
though, to
bet your
your
bottom
point
dollar
though,
that brother's a sellout.
I was about to say, to what point should black celebrities take offense certain slights or plights of their people? Like, when do you think that threshold or that line should be like, you know what, this is something that I should be offended for my people?
You know, brother, man, it's an interesting question you asked because when you look at anybody that has been offended for black people or that has stood up for black people, they've been killed or they've been murdered. So also too, like if you even think about like a Martin Luther King that stood up for black people, of course he was murdered, but do you think Martin Luther King would have died for the blacks that we have today? And the answer is probably not, to be honest with you. What matter of fact, what do you think about that? You think Martin Luther King would have died if he could have seen the future and how blacks would be acting today in 2026? Do you think Martin Luther King would have gave his life away?
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, all right. So, as far as my thoughts on that, I'll be honest with you. I can't say. Only reason because during that time it was a different light, and the people back then were a whole different breed. We had a whole generation of men who who were raised up to be who were roused up to be freedom fighters, if that makes sense. Because
Hmm.
in that same generation, you had Martin and Malcolm, and they had both of those, no matter how varying their beliefs were at that time, had a mass following who were willing to support their ideals. But compare that to the day. How
Hmm.
many people are willing to sacrifice certain comfortabilities, for lack of better words? I can't think of another word, but I'm gonna just use that one for now. Well, how many
Hmm.
people are willing to sacrifice certain comfortabilities to stand up for what is right? Which takes
Yeah.
away Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart is
No,
he has been.
man, bro, your phone sounds terrible, my brother.
Can you hear me?
I can, but you got a lot of static or feedback. Sounds like you moving things.
When somebody else has their mic unmuted, it goes like that. Let me put my headphone on.
Okay.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How do I sound now?
Sound good, bro.
All right. So as I was saying was, what part didn't you hear? Let's go with that.
I heard everything you said. There was just a point where I knew I had difficulty. So you can just continue.
All right. Hold on one second. Hey, look. Um, I'll say this once. Decode has been respectful in this room, so I'll treat it as such. Can y'all stop typing in the chat? Y'all distracted me. All right. Thank you very much.
It
All right.
sounded disrespectful.
Say again.
They said I was disrespectful.
Well, if you were, that's for another story. But if you're being respectful on her, then I'll take it as such. I'll just leave it at that. But as
Mhm.
I was saying, Kevin Hart, Kevin Hart is not Malcolm X. He's not Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King did what he had to do for that time to get us to where we are today, if that makes sense. There's a saying that says hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times make weak men, and weak men make hard times. You ever heard that?
Hmm.
Okay. We're at the hard times because we have weak men who were created because of the strong men who went through hard times. You
You
understand?
know,
So
you know what?
go
I
ahead.
don't understand. Let me ask you about what you just said. So you said that weak men have created the hard times that we in today. Like, could you give an
Yes,
example of like what you mean? Like, what's an example of a hard time we're having
Kevin
as a
Hart.
result of weak men?
Kevin Hart. People that are willing to sacrifice their dignity and integrity, like putting on a dress, allowing certain things to go on in their inner circles or even in public to do what? To get money, to get fame, to be in the circles that they want to be in. They'll sacrifice the integrity of their whole race to be in a certain circle, if you will. And we've seen that not just with him. You have Michael Jordan, who makes a ton of money. Nobody's trying to tell him to give his money back to the black community, even though he should. But he's turned his eyes to the plight of black people because he wants to maintain his public image with what makes him money.
Mm-hmm.
These technically in this generation, our youth would consider them strong, but no, spiritually and mentally they are weak. I hope you understand what I mean by that. They are weak because strong
Hmm.
men don't look at only themselves. They look at what benefits their people as a whole.
Hmm.
So what I mean by weak men have created hard times. The people that have chosen to stay silent in this oppressive captivity, you understand, have made it to where other people follow after their same dissimulation. They follow after their same example.
Hmm.
I'm gonna get one scripture so I can keep this thing biblical. Yeah, Exodus chapter 20, 3 and verse 1. I don't know who's the readers, like three readers on stage. So
The book of Exodus, chapter 23, and verse 1.
read verse 2.
Verse 2. Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil,
Go ahead.
neither shalt thou speak in a cause to decline after many to wrest judgment.
To wrestle with judgment. So God says we're not to follow a multitude to do evil. Just because it's socially acceptable for people not to say nothing against the evils that's happening against our people, don't mean the young men have to follow after that. But these are the people that men respect now.
Hmm.
The men of this generation respect those who are wealthy and have no integrity. I'm gonna just keep it a buck. You
Hmm.
understand? So these people are creating harder times. They wasted 60 years since the civil rights movement. Wasted. Nobody willing to fight for nothing no more. And the few people that do are canceled out or told to be quiet and accept what they're going through. We are not our forefathers. You understand? But these are the same people that are put comment in a post when a white dude get disrespectful. These are the same people that are comment in a post talking about we are not our ancestors. Oh hell no, you not. Hell no, you not. But hopefully that answers your question, bro.
Yeah.
These are the weak men that created these hard times, bro.
Okay. And you feel that like, okay, so Kevin Hart selling out, all these dudes selling out. How are they impacting the black community in real time? Like,
You
are
tell me.
people not able to go ahead?
You tell me. You tell me. What?
You know
How do
what?
you? Yeah. You tell me your thoughts on it.
So here's the truth, and this is just the way that I see it. No matter how we feel about things, we have to accept it for what it is. What you said is that people respect people with money and no integrity, but there was a period behind that sentence. People respect people with money and no integrity. And then you have people that's willing to play that game, and it would be a brother like Kevin Hart. But here's the real question. Would Kevin Hart be smarter than a Martin Luther King? Kevin Hart sold out. He's a millionaire. He can take care of his family for generations to come. And Martin Luther King was murdered and left his family behind and didn't have anything to show for it, pretty much, except a tell all book that pretty much castigated him as an adulterer that was actually sleeping with white women. So they actually not only killed him, but also assassinated his character. So even though these are two
Haven't they
different
done
men,
that to all? Haven't they done that to all leaders?
black leaders,
Yeah.
uh,
Haven't
the
they done that to
ones,
damn near all black left? Fred Hampton, Malcolm
yeah,
X. They've
yeah,
done
the
it to all black
ones,
leaders. But I
yeah.
do want to take. I'm gonna let you continue, but I do want to. I want to take note of what you said. You said he left his family behind. You said
hmm
that correct?
hmm
Don't you mean he was taken from his family?
Well, no, because Martin Luther King was already receiving death threats for what he was doing. And also, Martin Luther King was also one that pushed a message that he believed in, but he later found out wasn't true at all.
So
So
why do you
Martin,
think they killed him? Why do you think they
well,
killed him? Was it for
it's
the
but
message he believed in? Because
no,
if
it
it was for the
was.
message,
Hmm
if it was for
Go
the
ahead.
message he believed in, his message he believed in is still being taught to this day. We'll be on the streets preaching, and the first thing a white person to say, and Joseph, Mitch can speak to the same thing. The first thing they say is, don't you agree with Martin Luther King?" And they always
Mhm,
reference his previous message. They don't reference what he changed, what he came to understand. They always
mhm.
reference what he believed in. So
Yeah, that's
what
true.
message do you think he was killed for?
So the message that he was killed for was the message that he later understood, which was that his dream had actually turned into a nightmare. If you can go on YouTube, man, it's very popular. You can just type in Martin Luther King nightmare, and you'll see a
No,
speech that's the
I know the speech.
inverse
I know the
of what he
speech.
said.
That's
So that's why he was killed because his mission was to get black people comfortable with integration. That's the civil rights movement. But he was killed because he changed the message that he was supposed to be propagating, which is everybody come together. So the
nah. Y'all don't have to
question
thump me down.
remains,
He's right. He's right. He was killed
and
because he came to understood he was integrating his people into a burning house, which is
mhm,
integration as a whole. But go ahead.
mhm. So do you think that he was strategic in what he did? Because I'll tell you why I say that. If we're looking at things strictly from a case point of being strategic, Kevin Hart would be way more strategic than Martin Luther King, especially if the
Elaborate.
well, if the rule of this game is not only self-preservation, but also to preserve like and kind, Martin Luther King had a family. He played with his life while he had a family, daughters at that. I think he had like two daughters and a wife. This is my opinion. This is just how I feel. I don't know at what point in time he gave that nightmare speech, but it seemed like he stayed in the forefront even after he saw that whatever he believed was not true.
So you
What
saying
that
he should have fell
tells
back?
me, I think so, sure.
Hmm.
Because think about this, like, what's the use of the breadwinner being taken out? He's a breadwinner. He's the man. That's somebody that should live into old age because look at how wise he was. Look at how captivating his speeches were. Look at how motivating he was. He
Hmm.
was a powerful man, but he got finessed.
All
And
right.
mhm.
I'm gonna give you a scripture. All right. All right. All right. Now, I think it's a long ass stretch, and Yosef or Mish, tell me if I'm off. I think it's a long stretch to compare Kevin Hart to Martin Luther King, at least in any form of
Yes, that's a
fashion.
long
That
stretch.
yeah,
Absolutely.
pretty far. Yeah, sounds
Well,
kind of like
yeah, I was
I just
it
want to make sure I'm in the right frame of mind, and I think it's a long stretch. Reason being is
well,
because even
mhm.
let's say I want to read the scripture first, but go to Second Maccabees 6. Uh, Second Maccabees 6 and verse what do I want to start at? Verse 18. I'll start there. But my point, what I'm about to say is this: what Kevin Hart is doing is not strategic in no form or fashion. From the beginning, he lowered his integrity to get where he had to be at. He said, "I'll wear a dress. I'll bitchify myself to get where I need to be." And then let's say it was strategic. He has the platform to speak for millions of black people that are not able to speak due to his wealth that he obtained from lording integrity. When the hell should he switch over? When should he use this platform? Because right now he's abasing his platform. I don't know if he's supporting in the background to even support your stance right now. Not
Mhm.
saying what you're saying is I'm hearing you out. You understand? I'm not saying you're crazy or not. I just want to hear you out. But
Well,
I don't see this as
mhm.
strategic in no form or fashion. This nigga ain't helping his people at all. Because
Okay, so
but
mhm.
let me read this scripture though. Second might be
The book of
6 and 8.
Second Maccabees. The book of Second Maccabees, chapter 6, verse 18. Eleazar, one of the principal scribes, an aged man, and of a well-favored countenance, was constrained to open his mouth and to eat swine's flesh.
They constrained him and wanted to force him to eat things abominable according to the word of God, which is swine's flesh. Go ahead.
But he, choosing rather to die gloriously than to live stained with such an abomination,
This is your
spit it
Malcolm.
forth.
This is your Malcolm X's. These are your Martin Luther Kings. They understand what a positive image to the rest of your people comes the fear of death. It comes with the fear of death. So sometimes, and I know what they call it, going out with a blaze of fire. Well, in the scriptures, it call it choosing rather to die gloriously. There's glory in a death that doesn't stain your honor. So, yes, people are gonna to sully your name after you're dead. You can't control that, but while you're alive, damn sure you can control that. Read on.
But he, choosing rather to die gloriously than to live stained with such an abomination, spit it forth, and came to of his own accord to the torment.
He said, bring me to the torment. Bring me to where I'm gonna get put to death at. Pluck my fingernails. Shit. What do you call that movie? 007. Strap me to a chair and try to pull my fingers and break my fingers, clip my toenail. Who cares? Whatever torment you have, bring it forth. This is for my people. Go ahead.
As it behooved them to come, that are resolute to stand out against such things.
And this is the problem with most of these weak ass leaders now. They're not, read that part again.
As
As
it
it behold,
behooved them to come, that are resolute to stand out against such things.
come to where the torment. Those who are resolute to stand out against the evils that are done against our people, they understand that you must come to torments. Malcolm X, they said he had a premonition that he was going to die on that day that he died. Martin Luther King, same thing. Every leader had an inkling that this is the day that I'm going to go out. Why? Because this is what those who are strong towards the hardships of the people are resolute to stand against. Kevin Hart does not fit that bill. There's nothing strategic about the shit he doing. Read on.
And are not lawful for love of life to the taste,
Life to be
but
tasted.
they,
Go ahead.
life to be tasted, but they that had the charge of that
I,
wicked
I want you to
feast.
do me a favor. Jump to verse 22.
Verse 22,
hmm
that in so doing he might be delivered from death,
hmm
and for the old friendship with them find favor.
So
But
I'm
he,
trying to skip ahead so we can get back to the dialogue. But the thing is, they told him, look, how about this? In the public view, or in modern terms, on TV, we'll record you looking like you're eating pork. But behind the scenes, you haven't broken no laws according to a religion. Come on. So he said, doing this will get you delivered from death. What is he doing? He's not giving a fuck about his people, bro. That's Kevin Hart. The stance he's taking right now in the interview we're referring to on a Breakfast Club, he's taking a stance of he's playing both sides. There's nothing strategic about it. Sometimes to gain your people, you have to make a firm stance, even at the cost of losing certain things. Malcolm X understood losing your life. He was blackballed. Martin Luther King losing his life. He was blackballed. All of these leaders. It came at the cost of losing their life. Nat Turner, Gabriel Prochet, all of these uprisings, it came at a cost of losing your life or even your image. You don't think when Nat Turner got put to death, they put out an image? He was a rebellious Negro who did not like the favor of his master when his master was well pleasing towards him. You don't think they put out a propaganda like that? Whoops, you know what now? We don't want to be like Nat Turner. Nat Turner got boiled and flayed for disobeying his master. We need to be goods Negroes now. That's what the hell happened to them too. You don't think it's gonna happen to the leaders of today? That's why I call Kevin Hart weak. I called him weak just for that fact. He's not willing to make a firm, resolute stance against the atrocities that's happening to his people, and damn sure letting the other nations make mockery of him, of his death. But go ahead,
Gabriel,
read on. Yes,
Gabriel,
yes.
But
Who's this?
he
Go ahead, King.
he he don't think black people worth it to do that.
Right, right. Yep. He don't. He said, you know what? Are the plights of my people worth me you losing millions of endorsements or future movie projects? Are they worth it? He put it on a balance and says, no, these niggas ain't worth it, like King said, bro. Y'all not worth losing millions for. Go ahead.
verse 23, but he began to consider discreetly, and as became his age, and the excellency of his ancient years,
Kevin
and the
Hart
honor.
got gray hairs on his head, man. He got gray hairs on his head. That he's a man of age. I'm not saying he's ancient, like 75 or 50 something, but he's a man of age. You don't think he should have considered before he got on that platform uh um the excellency of his ancient years or the honor that came with his gray head? Go ahead.
and the honor of his gray head, whereunto he was come, and his most honest education from a child, or rather the holy law, made and given by God. Therefore he answered accordingly,
This is what
and
Kevin
willed
Hart didn't do. He didn't answer accordingly. Well, he answered according to his sponsors and endorsements. He did. He considered them heavily. Go ahead.
them straightways to send him to the grave.
Now Kevin Hart willed them straight ways to send him back to his check. Y'all not about to f up my money. The hell you talking about? That's why I said weak men create hard times. Now the next generation of rappers, the more celebrities we get, which the Esau Amalek they're going to create more rappers, more Julio Fulios and such. And these people are going to pursue riches at the cost and detriment of their own people, bro. I'm telling you. I want to jump ahead. I'm, who is this? Uh, I'm gonna let you
That
hop
was
in, Deco.
Kevin.
Go to jump down real quick to verse 24.
Verse 24, for it becometh not our age, said
Hmm.
he, in any wise to dissemble,
That means to be
whereby
fake. That means to be fake. Go ahead.
whereby many young persons might think that Eleazar, being fourscore years old and 10, were now gone to a strange religion.
That's the ancient age. He was 80 years. He was 90 years old. Four score meaning 80, and then plus 10. That's 90 years old. He said, I don't want in any wise for people to think that I've dissembled or was fake and was had on a false appearance and went to a strange religion. And that's the image that our people now. They need people that are resolute and firm. Malcolm X was resolute and firm. Yes, he left Islam, the Nation of Islam. Martin Luther King. Yes, he left the idea that we need to integrate. But when they make that change, they were firm and resolute in that stance. Read verse.
Verse 25.
Yes.
And so they, through mine hypocrisy
Uh-huh.
and desire to live a little time and a moment longer, should be deceived by me, and I get a stain to my old age and make it abomination.
It's a lot more to read,
Come
but I'll close out this chapter specifically with this. Sometimes it is, and I say sometimes. I want to say that I'll use that for now. It is better to live a shorter time with those riches than to live a longer time with those riches and give a terrible ass example to your people. Sometimes it's worth risk. Sometimes, and I say that strongly because I know decode devil's advocate. You can create all type of stipulations, hypothetical situations where that money could be used for the people, and I agree with you. However, sometimes you shouldn't do that at the cost of your people, bro. But go ahead. I know you want to respond.
That
Yeah,
was me. I got something
yes.
to say,
Oh,
real
that was
quick.
Eli.
Yes, sir. So,
Oh,
so,
go ahead.
hey, and to that point, man, it's come a point in time where we got to realize we have to stop looking at celebrities and the famous men of this world to be our leaders. Because even when you try to bring the example of Dr. King even he stood for his people. He actually had a mindset that he was going to raise up for his people. So these leaders today, they don't have that mindset. Get Psalms chapter 10. We got to realize there's a reason why Amalek set certain people up and give them riches and a microphone in this world, because they know that they can control them through the gifts and the stuff, the benefits they receive. Psalm chapter 10, starting verse 2.
The book of Psalms, chapter 10, verse 2. The wicked in his pride doth persecute the poor.
Mm-hmm.
Let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined.
It said, let them be taken in the devices that they have imagined. Read on. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Read verse 3. Ibuka, you there?
Where was he at again, sir? I'll pick it up.
Psalm chapter 10.
The book of Psalms, chapter 10, and verse 3.
Mm-hmm.
For the wicked boasted of his heart's desire, and blessed the covetous.
See that? It says he blesses the covetous. All right. Even though all these rappers always like to give honor to God and all this stuff, these comedians, the God that they are getting these blessings from is not the God of the Bible, because the devil blesses the covetous. Those people that they have a love for money, they know that they can control these people not to say anything against the oppression that they are causing to the people, to the mass, to the poor who they are afflicting. So when you have somebody like Kevin Hart stand up and he was adamant about he's not responsible for what that man says, and he didn't try to defend it at all, is because he has that covetous mindset. He didn't want to stop the money. These celebrities, only a very few of them for a small time will rise up for the injustice of their people. And what they do, you got people like Ye. When they told him they had to do all these different things, he ended up apologizing. What did they do with a Kyrie Irving? They made him go on this tour and apologize, and they dehumanized that man to the point now he doesn't want to say anything about the injustice. And all he did was share a link. So these people who are setting up, who are running these industries, they know exactly who they're putting in place, and they've seen the extents that these people will go for money, for fame, and they know they're not going to speak out against the injustice. So it shouldn't be a surprise when these type of things happen, and they're not standing up for their people. The devil knows who he's blessing. I'm mute on that.
Decode. You can go ahead and respond, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
That was a good point. That was a good point, man. Esau know how to make your behind shut up. But that's the Lord testing you. See where your priorities lay. When you tied to the bread, it's off with your head.
Facts.
Hey,
Oh man.
Gabriel. Gabriel,
Yeah, go
that
ahead. What's
that
up,
was a
Ash?
yo, what's up? What's up? Shalom, shalom. Hey, that was an excellent point that you made with the precept with Eleazar. And I was gonna say to the brother D that the statements that he made concerning MLK, that is absolutely very far fetched. I mean, that was crazy. That was crazy. Comparing MLK to doggone Kevin Hart, or at least using that as an example. And I was also thinking, Gabriel, as you were going into that. Remember in Second Maccabees, not Second Maccabees, First Maccabees chapter 11 and verse 20, reader. Can you bring that out? It was the same instance back then. It's always been people that despise their own flesh, that despise their own nation, and was always selling out their own. Even when the people was just looking out for the welfare of themselves, for the welfare of their own people. We're already in turmoil. We already suffer as a people. We already got a battle one with another. Why make it worse by selling your whole nation out just for a fragment of time of joy and peace? Just for a fragment of time of riches and glory. Look at that First Maccabees 1, First Maccabees 11 and verse 20, I mean.
Test, test. You hear me?
Yeah.
The book of First Maccabees, chapter 11 and verse 20. At the same time, Jonathan gathered together them that were in Judea to take the tower that was in Jerusalem.
So
And
here
he
you got
made,
Jonathan, a man of war, a man of counsel. His whole initiative was, look, we're going to take back Jerusalem. The Grecians defiled the temple. They've been doing all this wicked stuff. I'm going to gather loyal men, holy men, and we're going to take back this temple. We're going to fight for the laws of our fathers. We're going to fight for our families. We're going to do what we got to do in order to rebuild what we got going on right now. And then look what happened. Go ahead.
and he made many engines of war against it.
So he had
Then,
planned it out. Look, there's engines of war. We got the men right here. We're gonna do this at this set time. The Grecians got this thing set up, so we're gonna do A, B, and C. They was planning out what they was gonna do. Plans was set up. Ideas was thought of, and they was about to initiate an attack. And then look what happens with the sellout Negroes. Come on.
then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people
It's
went
always
unto the
been
king.
people that hated their own flesh, that hated their own people. So here you go. You got the men of God are going to take back the temple in which we honored, in which we needed to atone for our sins. And then here you got a group of ungodly men and women that's about to sell out the men that's going to regain to retain to retain the temple in order for us to atone for our sins, for us to worship the Lord as he commanded us in Deuteronomy chapter 16. It says, then came ungodly persons who hated their own people. Go ahead.
Went unto the king and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower.
So he went and told the other nations, he went and told the enemy, hey, look, man, this is what's going on, man. You know, Jonathan doing this, that. That's some sellout BS right there. And it's no different with what's going on right now. Yeah, we don't do the war no more. Yeah, we ain't going out with swords and weapons of war and so forth. But it's a spiritual battle that's going on. And at the same time, there's a particular image and a particular stigma that we're trying to diminish. So while Kevin Hart is listening to this other comedian talk shit about one of his own, and you just laughing, ha ha, it was just a joke, that's some sellout stuff. That means that you despise your own people by your actions and your lack of defense for your nation. Because look, the worst that could have happened was like, all right, you're gonna lose a couple million, we ain't gonna put you on a couple shows. And you know what? Maybe it wouldn't even have been that. It probably would have been like, hey man, I can't believe you said that, whatever. And maybe their relationship would have diminished, whatever. And then he would have got some sort, at least from some people, he would have got some sort of recognition like, yo, Kevin, man, that was a respectful thing that you did. But rather he said, nah, let me laugh and let me justify what this man said. Yeah, like, I wouldn't have said it, but you know, it was funny, right? Like, no, that's BS. And that's because there's a spirit in our people that causes them to disregard everything that has happened to our people and the stigma and the reputation that's on our people and say, you know what? Well, that's not me. That's him. Well, I ain't rolling like that, brother. So shoot, man. God bless him because we deal in selfishness. And that's the issue with our people. One more. Give me that one in Sirach about the bowels. He giveth up his bowels. It's in Sirach somewhere.
Yeah, bro. He played a real neutral ground. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's for the sponsors and for the millions, but at
Yeah,
the cost
bro.
of his people, bro.
Bullshit.
Yeah, we got E on stage. Shalom E.
Hey, Shalom. E.
Shalom, shalom,
Hey,
Emo.
shalom,
Hey,
What's
shalom,
good?
shalom,
shalom,
shalom.
Craig,
Hold
brother.
on. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it was a roast. I watched it. and um, there may have made mention that when they roasted Tom Brady, that he had when what's the name Ross, one of the roasters, tried to get on his coach. He was like, "Don't ever say that shit again," in his ear, real loud, but everybody could hear it. And he said, "Okay," and he switched up the joke and talked about something else. So Kevin Hart was within his rights to easily say, "Yo, bro, chill with that, bro." He chose not to. And when you watch the very end of the special, because I like comedy, I like to laugh. But when you watch the end of the special, he starts going about how he's a real nigga. He got all this money. He goes on an arrogant rant about his money and he owns this and his endorsements and his endorsements or whatever and this company, his movie coming out and this production. I had to thank this and that. So he this guy is very arrogant and he's acquired the world. He's acquired the world and all you can really do is give me that real quick. Was that Luke 16? Matter of fact, I don't want to cut Asher. Asher's talking. I'll just fall back and let Asher what you were saying. But I got some points to bring up as well regarding the situation. But again, I'm not surprised. Kevin Hart started off very, very funny. And his funny turned into corny after a few specials, and I stopped really caring for him. But again, when you open enough doors or you open the door to your ass, no Diddy. Well, I'm sorry, it does involve Diddy. I can't even say no Diddy
We
because it
appreciate
involves
you.
Diddy.
Yo,
We appreciate
what
you.
the
Oh,
hell, bro?
yo.
Yeah, well, I was trying to say no Diddy, but it would still involve him. So I can't even say no Diddy because it involved Diddy. Um, so I'll just be quiet, mute my mic. Y'all get and talk, and I'm just forget what I just said
Hey,
about
go.
opening
I
your
want
ass.
to go in, E. Go in, man. Go
No, I don't
in.
want to go in. No, saying go in after what I just said sounds
Oh,
very bad.
Yeah,
Whoa,
that's
oh,
So I'm gonna
crazy.
just
whoa,
King,
whoa,
I'm
King.
just gonna
whoa.
mute my
Your
I'm just
trucker
gonna mute my
showing, bro.
mic. I'm gonna mute my mic right now. Let you guys go ahead, and I'll come right back. Babylon has ruined my mind, man. It's ruined my mind.
hey,
I can't say anything anymore.
you can't say nothing no more. Listen, y'all. I was born in '79. D- Leave me alone. Y'all leave me alone. The chat always with the this,
You don't know the many times I gotta say pause or no diddy. I mean,
bruh.
it's a prerequisite of everything that is said.
Hey,
Hey
look,
E,
go ahead, bro.
I was just I know you about to go in. I was just gonna bring out the one in Sirach, but that's all you. I was gonna bring out the one
Oh,
about the bows and all that.
Oh, you just
Now do
going?
your
Okay,
thing.
go ahead, bring it out. Bring it out. Just go what I just said. Go ahead, bring it.
All right, yes, sir.
The book of Ecclesiasticus, chapter 10 and verse 9. Why is earth and ashes proud?
Right.
There
So
is
this
not
is
a
going
more
into man. This is going into mankind. This is going into proud men. He said, why is earth and ashes proud? Why is man proud? Why is man so carnal? Why do they exalt themselves, especially rich men? This goes back to when you read Timothy's, or not Timothy's, when you read in the gospel, it says, hardly will a rich man enter into the kingdom of God. Because based off the benefits that they gain and based off the things that they're exposed to and the things that are recorded, for example, the things that can be mentioned that will destroy their name and reputation, they hold on to white supremacy. They hold on to the lies and to all the things that push America, all the things that destroy their people and push the doctrine and the ideologies of America. Because I'm pretty damn sure, I'm about 98% sure that there's a video somewhere of Kevin Hart getting his I don't even want to say it because I know King's gonna say something crazy and
Nah, I'm
it's gonna
good,
be
bro.
wild.
I'm good.
Okay. No, I'm good too. I'm good too. Let me just continue on. Go ahead.
Why is earth and ashes proud? There is
Mhm.
not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
There is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man. So when a man is covetous and he desires the riches of the world, he desires the things of the next man. He desires more, whether it be power, whether it be reputation, whether it be riches, women. This man will do anything in order to attain those things. As far as what? As far as what? Let's keep going.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sell.
And that's the problem. He will set his own soul to sale. Even when you watch a lot of these old videos, right, of certain celebrities and so forth, You could see in the videos that there's things going on behind the scenes. You could read in the speeches, right? When you and the underlining speech when they're talking and so forth, you could recognize it in the certain parties that they've gone to. You could recognize it in the certain jokes that they make because some of those jokes obviously have underlying truth to them. So you can see that a lot of these celebrities, they've dealt with certain things that they don't want out in the public. Kevin Hart has been turned. I'm pretty damn sure he has. And I'm sure his family probably knows it. And obviously his peers do, and obviously the elites do. So anytime that something comes out that is detrimental to his people or that is offensive to his people, his first thought is, well, shit, if I bring this out, they're gonna bring out that video when old man Jenkins was in my ass. Or the time that I did this, that, and the third. Because they've set their own soul to sale. Before they even became celebrities, before they even became famous, there were certain prerequisites that they had to do. That's the point of what we're reading. They set their own soul to sale, meaning they've already decided, all right, bet. I'm gonna give up this part of my life. I'm going to expose myself to these certain things so that I could receive these things because the elite knows, the ones that gave him that power knows, once Kevin Hart gets a name, once this individual gets a name, they have a level of power. So if they start talking about some truth or they start talking about things that we don't want him talking about, that's going to be a problem for us. Finish it off.
For such a one setteth his own soul to sell, because while he liveth, he casteth away his bowels.
While he liveth, he casteth away his bowels. So he's done. He gave up his whole body. He gave up everything, his mind, his soul, his body, in order to receive those things. And there's some that have come out. There's some that say, you know what? Regardless of those circumstances, I'm going to speak the truth. I'm going to say this. And we've seen the outcome of that. We've seen Kanye West express about the 12 tribes of Israel, and we've seen what happened with him. And then we see him relapse. We've seen him go back and apologize and so forth. You don't think Kevin Hart sees that? They know all those things. They know all those things.
He don't like I said earlier, he don't give a damn about his people or care enough to even stand up to he when he was on when he was talking to the Breakfast Club, the way he was speaking about black folks, like I don't owe them nothing, and it was like he was a white man speaking. That's how I seen him. Like he ain't one of us. He said, I don't give a damn. I was like, sheesh.
Okay, that's why I said earlier, bro, comparing him to Martin Luther King is so far of a reach. I've never heard that form of comparison before.
That was
Like,
retarded.
Somebody compared
wow.
to MLK?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Just a minute
Who?
ago. The D Code, he was just saying like he brought up Martin Luther King, and I'm like, they shouldn't even be in the same breath as
Mm.
far as their care for their communities.
Yeah, we got somebody on stage, Sarah.
Yeah, I know. I don't even want. I was just she crazy. But
Oh,
go ahead.
word?
You can talk to her.
Nah.
I think he was going to bring out something in Luke.
She just come up here to tell us she's recording us and we going to hell. But all right,
All right, well, she ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna send her back in the audience.
no, I want you to hear. I want you to hear her speak, sir.
Sarah, are you gonna say anything?
Sarah.
Is she really blind?
I don't know.
Yeah, it says on her thing that she's blind.
I ain't even look at her profile. Yeah, she was in here this morning talking crap.
Damn.
Yeah, she said what we talk about in this room is evil. We're evil. And she's recording us. I don't know what she's gonna do with the recording because I don't know.
I mean, the call. I mean, it's already recorded. What you mean? You can go back on YouTube and listen to everything we talk about. Oh my God, people crazy. But yo, I'm gonna repub the room. Is Kevin Hart a sell out? Hey, you know, I was thinking about. You remember that record executive? What's his name? Leon. What's his name, y'all?
Cohen.
Cohen,
Leroy
right? You
Cohen.
remember he was on the Breakfast Club and they were pressing him. And what did he say? He said, "Bro, my family got to eat too." Because Charlamagne was asking about, what about the music that you're putting out that's, destroying black families, the black community? Well, I got to eat too. That's the same. That's the same thing Kevin Hart was on. Hey, I got to eat too. I got to eat, man. You ain't messing up my money, but we got charity on stage. This is
Hey,
charity.
he said what I was supposed to do. Um, he just was saying he was just saying how um he had every right to tell them to chill out. You know, don't you can't say this. You can't. Cause I what I heard was they get the jokes before they even say it. They know what they're gonna say.
Yeah, everything's transcripted. So they know the whole outline of the show before they even present it. So he knew the joke was going to come out before it even came out. He just said, "To hell with it. We're gonna see how the people receive it." Go ahead. I mean,
Yeah, I just you can't do that to Jewish people, bro. And I'm gonna keep on saying it, bro. It's just, they
Yeah,
won't.
get Luke 16:15. No, you can't do that to them. You can't do that to them. They'll destroy you. And they control him. And the media and everything else. His publicist. I think somebody posted a picture of like his publicists, his writers, his directors. It's all Edom. All Edom. You that?
The book of Luke, chapter 16 and verse 15. And he said unto them, Ye are they which justify yourselves before men, but God knoweth your hearts. For that which is highly esteemed among men is blasphemy in the sight of God.
So it's a blasphemy or abomination.
For that which is highly esteemed among men is abomination in the sight of God.
Yep. So that's the point, man. But you watch the end of the special, he goes on a whole rant about himself. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You know, it is what it is, man. You can't really. He's a comedian. These guys, they're court jesters. They're pretty much clowns. In the circus. So you can't really expect much of a man to really have integrity because all he wants to do make him do. Matter of fact, give me what's the other one I want to get? Psalms. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Psalms, real quick. Psalms, 1 second. 137, verse 1. Verse 1.
The book of Psalms, chapter 137 and verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
Right, so that's what we are now. We're in Babylon. There, there we sat down. You gotta meet your mic, sis. We were at the toilet flushing and just a lot going on back there. All right. Read again.
Psalms 137, verse 1. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down. Yea, we wept when we remembered Zion.
Right, Babylon. Read on.
We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For
Okay.
there they that carried us away captive required of us a song.
The choir, so that's it right there. Those that cut us captive required of us a song, to sing, to be performers, to be entertainers. Read on, watch.
They that wasted us required of us mirth.
Make us
Say,
laugh. Make us go on, make us laugh. Mirth is laughter. Make us laugh, nigga. You smart, you real good with words, Make us laugh. Sing, make us laugh. That's what it really boils down to, man. It's entertainment. Malcolm X said it best. He said, yo, black people are the only people on earth that have it where comedians and sax players and court jesters can speak on behalf of black people. We're the only ones. We're the only ones. So I don't really expect much of Kevin Hart. He's a comedian. That's his realm. I mean, other comedians, to my understanding, have a bit more integrity. Dave Chappelle will be one. He tends to be a bit more realistic. Corey Holcomb is another one. You got a few that has some level of I guess not I won't say integrity, but level of realness. Certain things they won't do, But Kevin Hart, man, he's an entertainer, and that's all I expect him to be is entertain. He doesn't have to be politically correct. He's not going to say things that black people, I don't really expect much of him other than to attempt to be funny, which I think he's fell short from when he first started. But that's just again, comedy is subjective. But he's not an activist. He's not, it is what it is. He's getting older. He has a family. He has a wife and children, and he's gonna do whatever he feels he needs to do to feed himself and feed his family. So I don't really understand what the uproar is all about because he's exactly what he's paid to do: make niggas laugh, be a funny nigga, be a friendly and funny nigga, and be quiet. And if you speak out of turn, if I'm not mistaken, when he spoke, I think he talked about if his son was homosexual, he hit him with a house, with a dollhouse, or something like that. And that was like 10 years ago. And they went back and pulled that shit up and made it where he couldn't host the Oscars or something, or Emmy, something like that, over a post, you
Yep.
know. And they want. I think that was a test to see how he would respond. And of course, he fell in line. I'm sorry, and that was years ago. And if I offended anyone, they were like, "Yeah, we got this nigga, man. We got him." Because I'll be damned, I'm gonna sit there and apologize to some old ass post. I'm not apologizing for shit. But if you want that money, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta apologize to the right man, and entertain. You want to make niggas, you want to make people laugh, nigga. You better apologize for that 10-year-old post. You want to make niggas cry and laugh, and make that money and get these endorsements. You better make sure you apologize to them sodomites, from 10 years ago. You apologize, nigga. Yes, sir, boss. I was gonna apologize right away, sir. I didn't mean to offend some old homos and sodomites. So it is what it is, man. It is what. Oh no, it is what it is, man. It is what it
Hey,
is, man.
E, he had a recent interview where a woman asked him that same question. And he said,
Ask
well,
them
okay,
what.
asked him, hey, what if your son was a transsexual or homosexual? He said, so that's
Yeah,
my
that
son.
that was yeah, that was after that. He said
Yeah,
and again, that was a test. They put that inside of her line of question to see if his ass was in line. He
yep,
said what if she said choose between would you want a homosexual son or a thought daughter? That's what
yeah,
she
or a
said.
thought daughter. Yeah,
And he said I don't either one. I have two healthy children. I'm like,
yep,
healthy children. You got a son with his ass getting blown out and a daughter with a suit with a freaking a freaking what do you call that shit a freaking train tunnel for a vagina, and that's healthy to you. So okay, brother, whatever you say, man. But that was to see if his ass is gonna fall in line. Remember he got put on punishment for that for that gay comment he made a post 10 years ago. So they wanted to make sure his ass fell in line. Yeah, you
yep.
rather have a daughter with you rather have a daughter. You rather have a daughter with a manhole or have a son with a manhole. He's like, oh, they're both healthy. So shit, this nigga's finished. So you can't expect anything less from these dudes, man. You know. And Cat Williams on there was like, yeah, man, you went to a Diddy party, whatever. He was like, he said, there's something wrong with going to a Diddy party. I'm not saying he did anything. He said, I'm just saying that whenever I bring it up and he gets uncomfortably quiet, he said, that's when I think that he's guilty of doing something. So, I think the most entertaining part of that whole roast was Cat Williams.
Yeah,
And I think her name was Cheryl Underwood. Even her husband had killed himself, like, I think about 10 years ago. I think they don't specify how he did it, but the guy was on there saying, yeah, man, I mean, it was messed up. He was like, he was like, black don't crack, but he said something about, but they will kill themselves. The roast was very, very highly disrespectful. But I understand comedy comedy is subjective, and people, there's things that people say that's so such a low blow, that you can laugh at it because it's like, wow, that's crazy, and laugh. But there's some things that can be left unsaid. The George Floyd thing could have been left unsaid, and a few other things. But like I said, it's comedy. These Negroes that's on that stage all answer to a white man up to some level, a woman to some level, and they're only pretty much paid to do what they have to do. I don't expect anything less from entertainers. Like I said before, Malcolm X said it best. You cannot expect these people to be, leaders. Give me First Samuel 2 and verse 3. But again, what blew me away was that whole arrogant rant of Kevin Hart at the end. They were like, "Oh, what's this guy talking about? Yeah, I'm the real nigga. Yeah, shout outs to my production company and shout outs to this." And I'm like, "What's all this for? It's a roast. Like, what's the purpose of all of this?" But it goes back to the arrogance. Read that, First Samuel 2.
The book of First Samuel, chapter 2, and verse 3. Talk no more so exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed.
Right. Don't let arrogancy proceed out of your mouth. That's the problem with a lot of these dudes. Don't let arrogancy proceed out of your mouth, and that's what proceed out of his mouth toward the end for about a good 35 minutes of the special. Get Proverbs 18:11. I know me. I'm an 80s. I'm an 80s baby, early 80s. I come from an era where well, I'll be quiet. That's trying to hurt people's feelings. But anyway, Proverbs 18 verse 11. But before I go there, I grew up watching like Eddie Murphy, Living Color, Mad TV. I watched these shows, and it was funny. They would do skits, or whatever, and and they'll be like crazy. It'll be
What you
crazy
guys
stuff. They would say
talking
crazy stuff. Who is this? Why'd you keep unmuting your mic and saying weird stuff in the background, taking a shit? What's happening?
I removed it. You can keep going, email. We
Jesus
apologize.
Christ, man. This girl, she's flushing and wiping her ass in the fucking mic. What's going on, man? Hey, Proverbs 18, verse 11. Read that, please. What the hell is this?
The book of Proverbs, chapter 18, and verse 11. The rich man's wealth is his strong city, and as an high wall in his own conceit.
The riches of a man are, it says, are like a high wall. It's the strong, his rich, I'm sorry, rich man's wealth is his strong city and a high wall in his own conceit. In his own conceit. Read on.
Before destruction, the heart of men is haughty, and before honor is humility.
That right there. That's the end result of the man written before, of the verse written before that. Before a fall, you're prideful. That's what I got out of that whole thing. It's pretty much a whole, blow smoke up my behind. Pretty much, look at me. Everyone talk about me, love me. It was like a roast slash almost damn near freaking warship. It was weird, man. Just weird, man. I don't know. Like I said, like I said, I love comedy. I grew up on Living Color. I grew up watching Mad TV. I grew up watching Saturday Night Live. When it was funny when they had black folks in there. Other comedy specials. I used to watch whatever that were Uptown Comedy Club. What's it? With Martin was the thing. Def Comedy Jam.
Comic
And
view.
then that comic view, right? Travis Smiley, whatever. Comic view. That's the era I grew up. I was watching all that stuff. Old specials of Eddie Murphy, Chris Tucker. So I grew up hearing all kinds of comedians, who are still around today, who are called the legends and the greats, and they would say crazy shit all the time. I get it, but there's just some things you just have to be like, you know what? Yeah, let me just, let me chill. But Kevin Hart has such a cool, has such a, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm not even gonna say coon because a lot of these comedians, they're very passive, man. Their job is to just entertain. That's all they're really for. At the end of the day, we can't really expect much of him because that's just what he sent. That's what he's paid to do. Paid to be funny. Like I said, I think I saw a video of a brother, Captain. He mentioned he was like a lot of these. When you watch these specials, these movies, whatever, black people are primarily pretty much set up to just either be like entertainer, like in a movie, where either comic relief, overly sexualized, or overly violent, overly gangster, overly comical, or depressed, single father, like deadbeats, or violent, or stupid as hell. Like we don't really, we can't really catch a break. And then we finally do get movies that's like real good, like like Black Panther. White folks was like, hell no, no more of that shit. Make sure he okay. The actor died that played him, let him stay dead, which is ridiculous because Superman died and they recast him. Batman done died, they recast him, but a nigga, nah, let him stay dead. Let's honor his memory, let him stay dead because that movie made that movie
Damn.
motivated us. And you got movies like, for example, Matrix. Now you'll say, well, what about Matrix? That was Keanu Reeves. The Matrix came out, part one was amazing, and then part two came out and it was like, eh. Then three came out and it was like, oh god, what the hell is this whack shit? Then what happened? They had Blade. Blade came out and saved the Marvel. And all of us, I loved it. I was a kid. I was like, yo, Blade, oh shit, a black vampire killing white
Yes.
folks and shit. And then they did Blade 1, it was amazing. They did Blade 2, and Blade 2 was amazing as part 1, if not almost better than part 1. And then when they realized how much steam it was getting, how much momentum he got, it's okay, enough of this nigga. Let's put this freaking white dude, Ryan Reynolds, as the main, as the sidekick of Blade, and give him most of all the screen time. And then they made Blade
Wow.
3, he's getting his ass beat by Dracula. Dracula's corny.
Yep.
He's getting his
Yep.
ass beat and almost died. It was fucking stupid. But the reason why is because Blade was doing better than Matrix was. Because Matrix is good, but Blade 2 was better. And so whenever black folks get like a movie or something that's really good, it's like, let's downplay it. Like, for example, on Modern Time, you had the movie Sinners. So Michael B. Jordan, the dude played two characters at one time. Movie was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty good movie. They thought he deserved an award, and he didn't get no award. They gave him a hard time. They running around in circles, and they finally gave him an Oscar or whatever, which is good for him. But again, when you watch the movie Sinners, what were they? You had an adulterer. You had he was a mob boss. He was a mobster. They worked for an Italian boss that they had robbed. One guy was an alcoholic. One chick was a voodoo priestess. One dude worked in a cotton field. He was a sharecropper. One, you know what I'm saying? We can't catch a break, man. We can't catch a break
Hancock
in these
too.
movies, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hancock, he was an alcoholic. Loved the white woman. He almost died because of her. He wouldn't leave her alone. She's married with a stepchild. He won't leave her alone. He almost got shot. He got beat up by a man with one hand. She was fucking stupid. So, but again, we can't catch a break. This is not our world, man. This is not our world. We gotta be very mindful of these things. We can't get too emotionally invested in these. Give me Timothy. Not entangled. We can't be too emotionally invested in these things because, like I said, it's of the world, and we can't really catch a break. When you really pay attention to these things, we can't catch a break. Was it First Timothy 2 and 3?
Oh man, that
The book of
war.
Second
Yeah.
Timothy, the book of Second Timothy, chapter 2 and verse 3.
Thank you.
Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Jesus Christ.
So when you following
No,
Christ, when you following Christ, you ought to be a soldier. A soldier is a man that doesn't really concern himself too much with other things aside from the mission at hand. When that mission is to go about and gather God's chosen people who are scattered all over the world, find them, teach them, so that the number can be sealed, and we can all go home and get up out of here because this world is not ours. We are a world within a world. And we have to. And those of us who are enlightened and have the understanding that the Lord gave us, we kind of see, and that seed of understanding is planted in a lot of us, but it hasn't been watered yet. But our job, our mission as soldiers of the Lord, is to go out here and enlighten our people and bring them to understanding of who they are, what they must do to serve their King, the Messiah, and keep His commandments in the faith of His Son. In the faith of His Son, to honor the Father, the faith of His Son. Excuse me, and just get up out of here, man. We don't really have time to sit around and cry over spilt milk. These guys are gonna do what they do. It is what it is. But read on.
no man that warreth entangleth himself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier.
So the Bible says we can't entangle ourselves with the affairs of this life, man. That's an affair of this life. The comedy stuff, we can't entangle ourselves in that stuff, man. I mean, we can listen to it, you know. We can speak on it, you know, like we're doing now. We're using this as an opportunity, you know, to edify our people because I know our people are offended and you know they're mad because he's a black man. He should have a bit more sense than that. He should have a care for his people. But when that white man dangles that money over your head, bro, like a carrot, like a carrot over a rabbit's head, bro, you can't expect nothing more than for him to just say, "Man, the hell with y'all, man." If y'all have a chance, those of y'all who are listening, there's a scene on YouTube. It's a movie called Trick Baby, and when you watch it, Trick Baby, just type in Trick Baby dinner table scene. When you watch that scene, it's a bunch of white folks sitting at the table, and they're talking about it's a one side of the table is white people who are liberals, and the other are conservatives, and they're having a conversation about black people. And he says, "Yeah, but you allow them in your circles, you educate them, you teach them." And he goes, "Yeah, but that's not really a problem. You see, what we do is we seek out the wise among them, the smart among them, who pose a threat to be leaders. And what we do is we grant them access to to us and give them creature comforts." And I'm paraphrasing, I'm butchering it real bad, but you watch it on your own. It's a lot more impactful than how I'm saying it. So when you watch it, it's the liberals. It's like, oh, the conservatives, like, oh, but you allow them in your circles. And the liberals are saying, yeah, but we do that because you want to take away any of the smart or wise of them who have the potential to be a leader, or who has, or any of them who happen to have racial anger. We take them away from their own, and eventually over time they become one of us, and pretty much they become hated by their own kind because they become one of us. I'm butchering it, I cut it short, but it's a very, very impactful and educational scene to watch. Once again, I'll tell you the clip. It's called Trick Baby dinner table scene. It's like an old looking clip, and when you
Yeah, that was
watch it,
heavy.
and here's the irony of that clip. That's not even the heavy part. The heavy part of the clip, and whoever put that thing together is the damn devil, man. They were smart. When they're all sitting down at the dinner table, it's liberals and it's conservatives. You know who the maids and servants are giving them their food while they're having a
You muted E.
Hey, E, I think you talking. You muted.
Probably
It was
somebody.
all black people though. To answer this question, for those who ain't watched the movie, it was all black people, man. All the
Yeah,
servants.
that scene was crazy.
Rose gonna need to come back to the mic. Yeah, y'all gotta watch that. The Trick Baby.
When is that from? What year was that movie?
1974.
Mm.
I don't know about y'all. He's still on the stage. Somebody said he got kicked out. He's still on the stage.
You
Yeah, the
might have just
stage
muted
has
him,
been
see.
acting up. I had trouble getting on. Like the stage kept showing empty and then full and then empty.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think somebody stepped in. He was just. We just wait till you come back. That's it.
hey, but to his point though, his earlier point, Kevin Hart straight up said though, he said, "We comedians, bro. We comedians. Let him stand up for his own joke. That's his joke." But like he said earlier, he had all full power and authority to step in and say, "Hey, bro, that was kind of distasteful. All right, it's gonna bring a backlash. So I think you need to refrain from that." All right, I ain't gonna say a joke like that no more. But nah, he ain't gonna do nothing like that because at the end of the day, uh, he wanted to show that he's neutral in the whole battle. But honestly speaking, you want to know who the most neutral person there? Regina Hall, man. Regina Hall.
Hey,
You
you know
go ahead.
what? You know what? I'm gonna play the video. I'm gonna play it. Give me a
I'm
second.
sorry.
Hey,
Wisdom of
Hey, what's
Solomon
up with
4 and
Regina
12.
Hall?
You liberals
Okay,
who,
yeah, he back, he back, he back.
you conservatives make a
What I
mistake.
start? I'm sorry, my mic was off. What I say last?
You was talking about the clip the from Trick Baby.
Hello?
Yeah, we
Can
can
you
hear
hear
you.
it?
Hear you.
We can
We
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Hello,
Hello.
hello.
Hey, E. You might have to leave the room and come back.
Hey, Gabriel, don't forget that. I want to know about that Regina Hall you was talking about after he's done.
There you go.
Yes,
There you
sir.
go,
Yes,
E.
I'm
sir.
sorry. I'm sorry. I
You
went out. You
back?
hear me now?
Yes,
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
sir.
yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was saying, give me wisdom of Solomon 4 and 12 because I was mentioning what I cut off at.
No, you
Trick
was
baby.
mentioning Trick Baby.
Oh, okay, yeah, I mentioned that, and I also mentioned that laughter is also another part in that clip that was left out, in my opinion, because laughter is a desensitizer or desensifier, whatever the word is, desensitizes you pretty much, desensitizer pretty much, and allows you to embrace. Oh, this girl keeps coming on here making noise. It's like a.
It's that sister. Hey, E. Also, you were saying that how many people
Everybody
was in
around the
the room?
table.
The most people was in the room. You said, and
Oh,
then you.
that's how far back. Damn. Okay. So what I said was, if I cut off, what I was cut off was that the irony of that whole scene was they had black people serving them at the table the entire time. They had a black maids and they had black male servants serving them at the table while they were openly speaking about how to keep black folks divided and down and destroyed and taking in the smartest of them and using them against themselves and turning them against each other. And these are liberals and conservatives having a conversation about black people and how to pretty much how to conspire against them. That was the irony of that whole scene. Trick Baby, dinner table scene. You know, it's on YouTube. It's very, very good. If I were y'all, I would watch it and download it because they might take that shit down eventually.
I
I'm
can
gonna
play
download.
it right now if you
I have it
want
on
me
my
to.
phone. Now, yeah,
It's
you
on.
can do that. I have it on my. I think I have it on my phone already, just in case. I have it saved. But yeah, that scene is definitely. You said what'd you say, King?
I said I could play it. So I got a minute. I got a minute
If you
of
could
it.
play it, go ahead and play it. If you can hear it, go ahead and play it. It's good seeing. I'll mute my mic.
It's you liberals who have lifted them up, Howard. Oh, you conservatives make a mistake. You can't afford to strangle hope in people. Without hope, people become dangerous. No, Howard, you liberals have let them invade our society. You give them jobs, political jobs. Oh, you missed the point. It's only the smart ones we move up. That makes it even worse. No, we have to move them up. If we leave a smart one in the ghetto, he might develop into a leader against us. But if we raise him up into white society, we neutralize him. He feels compelled to try to act like us. He loses his identity and his racial anger, if he has any. He becomes alien to his brothers. They realize he sold them out and they grow to hate him. He becomes worthless to them and safe for us. No, thank you. In fact, in his love for the creature comforts, except for his color, he's become one of us.
That's it. That's the scene.
Damn.
Man, that scene is bad, bro. And he
Hey, that's
goes,
on
"You
Flick
liberals give
Store.
them jobs." He goes, "Oh no, you must give them jobs because if you don't do something for the niggas, then they'll eventually they'll start doing for self." Remember when white folks kept us out of jobs, they kept us out of unions. We did for ourselves and did better than them. So they can't allow that to go on a second time. When they kept niggas some getting jobs and so forth and moving in the neighborhoods, we formed our own neighborhoods and we got out and started our own jobs and our own companies. And they burned that shit to the ground. So they said, no more of that shit. What we'll do is we're gonna do this called an ostensible purpose. Ostensible means we're gonna give you niggas rights, let you feel like that we white folks love you, and changed our minds. And then you'll be so focused on integrating in our schools and in our system, you won't care much anymore about being among yourselves and each other because now you become one of us. That's it. But going back to the topic at hand, comedy is another method of division that they use as well, divisiveness. Because when you laugh, laughter is also a form of weapon as well. Comedy can be used to heal in terms of making you laugh and make you feel better, but can also be used as a tool to manipulate and a tool to help you embrace and accept certain things that you normally wouldn't embrace if you weren't laughing. Like you have like Medea, Big Mama's House, Shanae, Wanda, Wild Wild West of Will Smith, Tu Wong Fu with Wesley Snipes, just like a damn woman for some freaking reason, and many other. Even Kevin Hart did this shit. It's a ritual. Cat Williams spoke about that. He was right. The ritual of having niggas in a dress. The Rock did it recently. Then he had the audacity to say, "Yeah, my culture, yeah, the most masculine men. Not myself though. I'm not a masculine man, but the most masculine men in my culture wear skirts." So I'm like, "Oh God, him too? Shit." So, but again, Ving Rhames, Holiday Hart, right? Them too. So, comedy is also often used as a portal or a vessel or a ploy to to make us accept things that we normally wouldn't accept. What was it, Psalm 4 and 12? I'm trying to block the system, man. I'm trying to be nice.
The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 12. For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest, and the wandering of concupiscence
I
doth
could
undermine the
see
simple
if I
mind.
play smoke.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on a second. So, I'm sorry, read the verse again. I'm sorry. I got distracted with stupidity.
The Book of Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 4 and verse 12. For the bewitching of naughtiness doth obscure things that are honest, and the wandering of concupiscence doth undermine the simple mind.
Right, the bewitching of naughtiness, it says bewitching. Bewitching means deception. Deception, because comedy is a bewitching. Comedy, to some extent, can and is in fact a bewitching of naughtiness. It is because some things will be made as a comedy, and you'll laugh at it, but it'll be real evil shit. It'll be evil as hell, and you're laughing. You're like, it's just funny. But when you think on it, you're like, yo, this is wicked as hell, though. But because you laugh at it, you kind of dismiss it. You kind of dismiss the evil, and it makes it somewhat. It kind of makes you accept it in a way because you're laughing at it so much. You're not really opposed to it because you're laughing at it, and the laughter of it makes it is a form of acceptance. So comedy can also be a vessel used to corrupt and destroy and undermine the mind of a person as well. So what I gained from that comedy roast as well, going back to the topic, is that a lot of the jokes that were made on the show were racist jokes. They were very racist and disrespectful to black folks and so on and so forth or whatever, you know. But it's to give someone said it was to give white folks a chance to kind of like call you a nigga without saying it, on the show, to make black folks feel like, yeah, see, let us call you a nigga, what's wrong with that? Well, let us disrespect you, so let our guard down. So that's what comedy does. Some comedy is used pretty much as a tool to pretty much weaken, the integrity that black folks try to maintain, which you don't really have without this Bible, but weaken the integrity that black folks try to have. So, it is what it is. So I'm gonna land right there.
Hey, you know what's heavy about that too? The fact that, like I said, it was all the jokes was transcripted, and so Kevin Hart knew exactly what was going to be said before it was said. That shows you what they thought about him. The fact that they wrote those jokes and still performed it, knowing he wasn't going to say anything to stop it. So that tells you what they thought about him in the first place.
It's
I
not
remember.
about the thing of him. It's about what he is. It's about what he is. And many others like him. He's not the only one. There are many others like him. There's even a skit, I think, Damon Wayans, he was very funny as well. He did a comedy special about when black people get a certain amount of money, white folks come along and ask you questions about, and they'll go, "Excuse me, Damon Wayans." It goes, "Excuse me, Damon. You're rich.
Damn, he went out again.
Nobody can hear you, sir. Nobody can hear you.
Hey, that skit he's talking about, I played it on Fix Your Face. Matter of fact, I got it. Hold on. I know exactly what he's talking about too. Hold on, let me get it. What are y'all doing?
You heard what them kids said, man. We chasing a cat outside, man. Hey, E, I don't know if you're talking. Nobody can hear you, by the way, sir. Uh,
You can hear
Mike,
us.
Yeah,
Mike
man.
is
I don't know what's going on
unmuted.
with this mic. My mic keeps getting cut on. I don't know what's going on with this thing. What did I say last, man? It's keep pissing me off.
You was
Now I
talking
gotta
about
watch the
that
mic now. What did I
skit.
say last?
You was talking about that skit that Damon Wayne was saying about if you funny when the white people ask him give you $10 million. And he went
What
out
the hell's going
again.
on with this thing, man? Hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
we can
This
hear
thing
you
Yes,
be
sir.
now.
cut me. This thing be cut me off mid sentence. What did I say last?
You was talking about Damon Wayans about that joke he made about
Oh, he was
being
like, yeah, it was like, yeah, you making millions of dollars. Is there racism in America? He was like, oh, I don't know. There be racism. I ain't seen none. He put on a coon voice because when black folks make a certain amount of money, they test you to see if you're gonna be loyal to your money or loyal to your people. And so Michael and Kevin Hart, he failed, bro. He failed. Eric Spears also said recently about the whole thing. He said, "Man, you niggas is just is freaking emotional, man." He goes, "You niggas are mad about this. And 5 or 6 days from now, you'll forget about all this shit and be mad about something else." And I couldn't get mad. I couldn't. I found it funny because he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. It's true. So we'll see how far this goes before our people get mad about this and forget about it and be mad about something else. All right, y'all. I'm done. Now I'll land now. All right.
They even said that earlier, man. They talking about Kevin Hart now, but what? They gonna be celebrating
Hey,
Christmas? Oh, go ahead. The King. Go ahead.
yeah, I want to play that. I want to play it with he was talking about. I want to play it. Hold on one second.
Oh, you got it? Go ahead and play. Go ahead and
Yeah.
play. Go ahead.
Yes, anytime white people want to smooth some shit over, they go get that rich nigga and put you on TV to represent the people. You have you asking you questions like, Damon, now that you made this $13 million, and we're not counting, now that you made all this money, let me ask you this. Let me just throw this out at you. You respond any way you want. Is there racism in America? You be sitting there thinking about that paycheck talking about, no, sir. If there is, I ain't seen none. Hey, Lil Wayne
There
did
you
that shit.
go. There you go. And that's Kevin Hart. I wasn't. I didn't say it. The white guy said it. It wasn't me. It was a white dude that said it. I don't have no control. I ain't got no control of my own show. I was just here, sitting in my chair, having me some mint julep, rocking in my rocking chair with some moonshine, and just playing the banjo. That's all I was going to do. Be nice and friendly. Come, let me quiet my voice down. I'm talking too loud. I might get Massa upset. All I'm saying is, it wasn't me. I didn't say it. It wasn't me. It's just part of the show. I just got to make people laugh, and that's it. Y'all niggas need to relax. You're gonna get Massa all flustered now. You calm down, so you hear? You calms down. All right, anyway.
What happened where black people are super sensitive about race? Crazy nowadays. They used to not be this sensitive.
What? What'd you say?
Like, 10 years ago, TV was wilder. Like, you could make those jokes and people wouldn't even, like, notice.
No,
So I'm
sir.
Who
wondering what happened.
who would notice? You didn't
Like,
notice?
comedy was way more raunchy back then. You could say crazy shit.
Like what? What could they say?
Like, you
Give an
could do the Kevin
example.
Hart roast, even worse, and
Like give an
nobody would even
example.
be talking about it.
Like give an example.
I don't need to give you an example. Every comedy show.
We don't know what you're talking about.
South Park. Look, somebody said in the comments. South Park in the 2000s.
Yeah, South Park didn't talk about black people getting killed in the street.
They'll say like that. They'll say crazy shit.
Like what?
Nobody knows what I'm talking about. Like I'm talking about
No,
everything.
I'm
The
asking
whole
you.
society.
That's why I'm asking. I'm
I've
asking you.
watched South Park. I watched South Park when I was a kid, and they never ever made fun of a black person being killed in the street. They made fun of black people, yes. Isaac Hayes was chef, and you had they made fun of Michael Jackson. That's true. I've seen his nose fall off. I've seen that. We've seen the calamity where they'll make fun of him like chasing after the children, being a pedophile, things like that. But no one ever made fun of his death or made fun of a black person's brutal, violent death in any comedy special I've seen, whether Mad TV or what. Well, I'll say South Park for one. But and again, the sensitivity comes in. Let me give you an example. Like for example, if we there have been situations where like in this particular time and age where you can get on certain people. I'll give you an example, like Michael Jackson's time. He did a song called "All I Gotta Say Is That They Didn't Really Care About Us." That was a song he sang a long time ago. And he goes, "Sue me, Jew me." And he goes, "Like me, kike me." They told him, take that kite out the song. Don't put that in the song. So even back then, during that time, you were not allowed to speak about certain demographics of people that were empowered to tell you not to say it. You can say nigga all day. Nigga, 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 kill a nigga, shoot a nigga all day. But when Michael Jackson did that song, they don't really care about us. He said kike me, which is a slur for Israelis. He said, nigga, take that out the song. So, I mean, even back then, that there were certain limits in terms of who you talk about or who you speak of in certain ways. So even back then, before South Park, before Mad TV, going back to Michael or whatever, you couldn't talk about certain types of people. So again, if Kevin Hart got on that stage and start talking about, yeah, them gas chambers over there in Germany, yeah, smoking chimneys, where's Santa Claus? They would lose their mind. Oh God, Kevin Hart's being anti-Semitic. He would have got hung on the spot. So yeah, we gotta be, I do understand the outrage. As I've seen the outrage of Israelis. So if Israelis can be up and have an outrage about what's said about them, then we can do the same about us. It is what it is. But and again, I understand comedy. Comedy is very raunchy, as you mentioned before. I get it. I understand that. I do get it. But certain lines are drawn. Certain races of people don't allow certain lines to be crossed. So when we don't want certain lines to be crossed, they don't either. So we're just as much in a position to say no as they are to say no. Even what's the name of Tom Brady with his roast. I think the guy something Ross, the guy's first name Ross. He's like one of the roast kings. He was on there. He said something about Tom Brady's coach, and Tom Brady said, "God said, don't say shit about him." He said, "Yes, sir." And he changed the whole topic. So even a white dude, Tom Brady, the whitest of all white, even he was like, "Yo, fuck, yo, calm down with that shit." He got checked on the spot. So the same integrity that Tom Brady showed for his coach should have been the same integrity that Kevin Hart should show for his brother that got killed like that in the street. It's the same. It's the same level, same exact thing. That's the whole premise of this whole topic in the outrage. Because the same way Tom Brady had balls, Kevin Hart should have had some too. But apparently, a paycheck got him neutered. So it is what it is. I'll land right there.
Yeah, why you folks don't sympathize like that?
Yeah, thanks for the answer, E. Appreciate it. I understood the last point you made, the hardest one, because that makes sense. But the thing is like, when the King, you just said white folks don't sympathize. I feel like that. I don't. I feel like that's just whack. That's not true. That's just that's kind of like whatever you want to call it, reverse racism.
Are you white?
Mm, I'm mixed.
Your daddy white?
No.
Oh, you black?
Yeah.
Okay. You're
But if
black.
there's any,
Then
if
you
there's
already
any
know. Then
field,
then you already know.
if there's any field to joke, is comedy to be a little edgy, and it's like, what is the outrage? Is just like if that was on news, okay, but it's comedy. Like
No,
that's
no,
what
it's,
it's.
it's not. It's not comedy. They know what to say and what not to say. Just like you said, nobody would make a Holocaust joke. They know how far to go
But they
and they
should be
know
able
when to
to.
stop, but they don't do it. They don't do it.
So
It's not.
why you think they don't do it though?
They don't do it because they don't. They know who they can mess with and who they cannot. They know who gonna turn and who gonna bend and who not gonna bend. They know black people
Right.
at a point they ain't gonna say nothing. They'll wait till the white man holiday show up, Mother's Day, Father's Day, Christmas, Thanksgiving. They know it'll blow over, or they know they can pay them off. They know that we don't have much respect for ourselves as a nation as we should do. That's why we try to attack one another. You know, even on like a platform like this, it's mostly black people instead of coming to try and get an understanding or try to move in one direction, coming here to try and argue and shed division. On
I'm
this
really
page
thinking
right
that's what I'm
here,
doing. I feel
you
like I'm
know,
doing the first thing.
you're doing
I'm
what?
asking questions. I'm trying to listen, like hear your perspective. I'm not really trying to argue anything. I'm
Well,
like wondering what you think about my stance.
I wasn't talking about you. I don't know why you took offense to that.
I'll give an example. I'll give an example. Like for example, you have like they have Pride Month, right? Like black folks, they had Juneteenth. Black folks had Juneteenth about black folks being emancipated. Or they found out they were emancipated. I think toward a year later, something like that. I don't want to butcher it, but Juneteenth was a month that they designated for black folks. Recently, I'd say that I'm right about recently. And then when black folks got a month designated to them, because first is Black History Month is February, the shortest month of the year, which is offensive in itself because I history goes way beyond what's just beyond the short month of the year. Then they gave us June. So okay, cool, we got June, whatever, right? Which I don't care about, but let's just to say for sake of argument, they gave us June. They gave us June, right? Then when they gave us June, they said, okay, you got June, but let's tack on gay pride on top of that same month. Let's just throw it in there. Why? Now, if they had a Holocaust month or like a Auschwitz week, they're not going to sit there and go, oh, let's put gay pride on there too. That's not happening. So going back to Judge's point, the reason why they're not going to do that is because the people that say you can't do that, they tell Kevin Hart what to do, and they control Netflix, and they control the media, and they control CNN, and they control Fox, and they control NBC and ABC. All these families that Ye talked about, Ye mentioned a year or so ago before he got freaking slammed. He made it clear these guys run the media. And they said, oh, he said it's a cabal of them, that they're all connected, they're all families and so forth, and they have all these keys, all these doors, and he wants in. And they said, oh, he's crazy. Kevin, Ye is crazy. He's crazy. And then when he got slammed, they started messing with his money. Like, yo, wait a minute. He's right, apparently. And then he pulled up the freaking receipts and showed all the people, managers and directors and CEOs and CCOs and all these print and all these owners and so forth. There's all got these Steinberg names, and they run all these different media companies and outlets, and even the porn industry and the cop and the record labels. So he ended up not being so crazy. So going back to
Hey,
the point that Joe was making, that's why they can't talk about them because they'll change Kevin Hart's life the same way they change Yeezy's life. Easy, tomorrow, within the next moment. Fast. The Cannon. They almost destroyed that dude. They almost destroyed him fast. So that's why they won't do it. Yeah, Judd. That was you?
remember Charlemagne the God? He said he ain't gonna say nothing about them. He
And
openly
50
said
Cent.
it.
And 50
Yeah.
Cent said the same thing. He
So
said
it's
that
not.
that, that dude said he'll get rich or die trying. He a gangster. He said, I ain't messing with them people.
Yeah.
I ain't messing with them people.
So it's not a new thing. They know, they've been knowing, you know, who to mess with and who not to mess with.
Chappelle just made a
Charlemagne
joke
to talk
saying,
about
yo, he
anybody.
was like, I'm sorry, Joe. I'm sorry.
No, I said Charlemagne to talk about anybody. He made they made little mama cry. They made a young black sister cry on the Breakfast Club. You know, messing with her, but they won't have that smoke for so called Jewish men.
Had a so-called Jewish guy, Leo Cohen, come on the show, and he said, "Isn't it hypocritical that you got that you say about it's bad about black violence, and then you give these rappers record deals and so forth?" And he goes, "Yes, I answered the question. You know, I have mouths to feed. I have mouths to feed. That's what he said. I have mouths to feed. In other words, F you, nigga. I got these young boys right about killing each other, but I got mouths to feed. You know, that's not a nigga problem. I ain't got time for that. And you know what they said in response to that? Nothing, because they can do nothing. They can say nothing because his people run that whole radio show. 105.1, 98.7, they run all of that. So they can't say nothing. They'll get destroyed. So, or shut down or whatever. So it is what it is. Or they'll get replaced. It is what it is. So, there's gonna be some boundaries when it comes to a certain demographic of people that have a certain that have access and power over certain things, you know. So they
Hey,
could be outraged. We can't.
hey, just if there is where you see a more of a sensitivity happening right now, a lot of that has to do with us. It's got to do with the Israelites. That all this information getting put out there in the forefront, that's opening people's eyes to, hey, something is wrong. The way stuff is happening is wrong. This ain't right. This ain't supposed to be like this. Why is these things all connected? Because Ye going off and saying what he's saying. He's saying it because the Israelites pushing that point. A lot of these points that's being taught by some of these leaders or people that seem revolutionary is points that the Israelites have been pushing for a long time. So now the information is getting put out there. It's getting more people are seeing it, and it's causing people to open their eyes and say, "Hey, this stuff is messed up. We are messed up. We do give white people the benefit of the doubt before we give our people the benefit of the doubt, and we need to do something about it." And that's what the people seeing. They starting to see a little bit of hope. They seeing their teachers and their leaders in the streets bringing out the truth, and it's starting to put a battery in their back. So that's what's causing more people to speak out about some things that we usually would may give a pass because we are comfortable being in captivity. But all that's starting to change. What happened to the guy?
Looks like he left.
Yeah, he a troll. All right, I had him blocked already. That's why he took offense to what I said, because that is what he was coming to do.
But yeah, let's see. Send a few invites out. Looks like the stage still acting up. Is it acting up for anybody else? I'm still seeing it flash on and off.
The last person that I got on was Lover.
All right, so we'll go to love of y'all.
Uh-huh. I just wanted to add something to the topic because I've been talking about it a lot since it's gone viral on TikTok and YouTube and everything. But a point that I would like to add is that in the comedy roast, there was no Holocaust, no Nazi jokes, nothing like that. And I feel like they're telling us that we shouldn't take it to heart, but there wasn't any jokes made about them either. So that's something I noticed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you.
that go. I go ahead,
Oh,
big.
yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, you tend not to see jokes pointed at the I want to do at the protected class, because anytime you even like float in the realm of you're about to joke on this situation that happened in history, it's like, oh my God, all these foundations and money we got to raise to help this poor unprotected people, and this is the most protected class of people on the planet, and they do so in terms of their image and whether or not you're allowed to joke about it as well too. And that's something that we got to see as a people, that in order to protect our image, we have to consider how it's portrayed, and if we're allowing people to play on our name. And, as a group, I saw somebody commented earlier in this chat. The app itself will allow you to type the word nigga, Nigga. It does not get edited. Try to type a slur about those people.
That's deep. Hmm.
That's a prime example. You can just type nigga, say nigga, rap nigga, be nigga. Nobody cares.
Dang, but you can't type spick. Let me see if you can do. Let me see. Huh? I know quite a
Try
few.
try try spick, try spick.
You can't do it.
Oh,
Oh, and they
You
already try
can't.
to
All
fit
right.
us.
You can't do kike.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Let me see. You can't do fag. Let's see if you can do dyke. You can do dyke.
hey, reader, look at Ezekiel 35 and verse 12 real quick concerning America, Babylon, Esau, Edom, because he was making a great point about when it comes to them and their particular history and the things that they don't want us speaking about. They're definitely going to speak out against it. They're definitely going to blackball you. They're going to take your resources. They're going to take your benefits. They're going to take your money. They're going to take your reputation. They're going to do all these different things. But of course, whenever it's about us, there's no protection. There's no defense, right? Our people are just waiting for the next holiday, like he said. That was excellently said. I think that was he that said that, waiting for the next holiday, waiting for the next big thing so that their minds can be diluted to forget what just transpired. Now, ain't nobody thinking about Iran and America no more. That's done. Why? Because once something else pops up, the next Super Bowl or whatever else that comes up that distracts our people, the next album, the next J. Cole album, whatever, everybody forgets. But look what the Lord said about Babylon. Give me that in Ezekiel 35:12.
Ezekiel chapter 35 and verse 12.
Matter of fact, look
And
at verse 11.
verse 11. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will even do according to thine anger and according to thine envy which thou hast used out of thy hatred against them.
You see that?
And I
So when you look at this particular nation, Edom particularly, they have a envy, they have a hatred towards the true people of God. That's why he was bringing out that movie where they had the table talk and they was talking about how they can assimilate the so-called black man so that they don't rise up as a leader in the ghetto, rise up as a leader amongst their people, because there's plans and plots set against us, because they have a certain envy, they have a hatred against us. So they have to use psychological warfare to keep us diluted and downtrodden. So he says, listen, I'm going to do according to thine anger in accordance to thine envy, which thou hast used out of thy hatred against them, meaning the Israelites. Go ahead.
and I will make myself known among them
Mm,
when I have judged thee.
right. So he says he's going to make himself known amongst us. That goes back to that Psalms 50. I'm going to set them in order before thine eyes. That's why anytime we bring out some sort of media, anytime that we teach, it's always blackballed. It's diluted as far as the viewership, as far as the outreach, because they know that what we saying, they know that what we preaching is bringing light to the people, is changing the people. And they see it clearly. When they see us in purple and gold, for example, they see us in big crowds, they see us marching, unity, order. They know, oh shit, my time is coming. My time is coming. Read that last part again.
And I will make myself known among them when I have judged thee.
And then ultimately, when that ultimate judgment comes, when it becomes a physical warfare rather than a spiritual warfare, he says he's going to make himself known amongst us. That's going back to that Zechariah 9, where he says Ephraim and Judah will be like a weapon. One will be like an arrow, the other will be like a bow. And then he says in the latter verses that you're gonna see his chariot above them. He's gonna make himself known amongst stuff. But look at verse 12. Here's the point.
And thou shalt know that I am the Lord, and that I have heard all thy blasphemies which thou hast spoken against the mountains of Israel.
Going back to what E said. So they say all this stuff against us. They talk about us. They use different examples of our people being destroyed, or the certain stigmas that was placed upon our people, the certain debts, like the most recent one, or the recent ones, and the joke that was made recently with that particular comedian, and then Kevin Hart, justifying his particular joke. They say all these different things, all these blasphemies against us, and ultimately them saying that they are the Jews being the ultimate blasphemy. They say that they are the people of God being that ultimate blasphemy. The Lord has heard all these things and all the stuff that they said against the mountains of Israel, against the children of Israel. Go ahead.
Saying, they are laid desolate.
Mm,
They are given us to consume.
right. When you read in I think it's Micah, or it might be I believe it's Micah. When you read in the book of Micah, they know and understand that we are downtrodden, and they say, let our eye look upon Zion and let her be defiled. In other words, let's keep an eye on them, and let's make sure that the stigma, the reputation that they have, which is completely negative, which is completely contrary to scripture, let's make sure that we remain that. I'm sorry, that we retain that. So let's keep flooding drugs. Let's keep pushing rap music that pushes idolatry and pushes adultery and all these and covetousness. Let's make sure our eye is upon Zion, and let's make sure that they continue to be defiled. So when you keep on going into the prophecy, is going into how they speak these different blasphemies. They speak all these different things, but there was a judgment that is coming for them. Look at verse 13 now.
Thus with your mouth ye have boasted against me, and have multiplied your words against me. I have heard them. Thus saith the Lord
Heard
God.
them. I have heard them. So this is all the stuff, once again, that they push in their media, all the lies that they push in their media, and all the jokes that they push as well. Behind those jokes is that racism. Behind those jokes is the deception to continue to keep our people asleep, right? Like he was saying, and now that I'm pondering about it even more, he was making reference to how a joke or a comedy could be used to enlighten people, to give people joy, but it's also used to rock people to sleep, And I'm thinking about how America utilizes the media in order to deceive our people. One more, give me Jeremiah 51, and let's look at verse 55. 55.
Jeremiah chapter 51 and verse 55.
Yeah.
Because the Lord hath spoiled Babylon.
Right. So this is going into that prophecy concerning America and how America will be spoiled, will be robbed of the resources, will be destroyed. Go ahead.
And destroyed out of her the great voice.
That's the part that we wanted right there. The great voice is their media. Their great voice is their propaganda. Their great voice is the social media outlets in which they push white supremacy, in which they push all the deceptions to keep our people asleep and continue to give the accolades and the superiority to the white race. Let's keep the niggas sleep. Let's keep the Latinos or the Spics and the niggas. Let's keep them divided. Let's make sure that they believe that they are separate. Hey, I'm glad these black Hebrew Israelites is pushing that it's only the blacks that can be saved. Wow, they're doing a great job, Jimmy. They sure are. Yeah, let's make sure we leave them alone. But these guys right here, the purple and gold, they talking about some unity, and they talking about they talking Bible, and they're using that book to unify the people. Oh yeah, we got to keep our eye upon them. All right, let's make sure that we diminish any sort of outreach when they bring out good stuff, when they bring out the Bible. Let's make sure we diminish that. Let's make sure that we use our GPT and our particular science and technology to make sure that's blackballed, keep that in the dark. But what these Hebrew Israelites is talking about, and what these Christians is talking about, and Jehovah Witnesses, yo, yeah, let's push that on the media. That's why we have to work that much harder in order for us to push good things. Day in and day out, we got to keep pushing. Because if we don't, how much more are they going to blacken the light that we're trying to bring forth into the people. So the Lord says, I'm going to destroy out of her the great voice. Go ahead.
When her waves do roar like great waters,
Hmm.
a noise out of their voice is uttered.
Right. So as you keep reading on, you read about the destruction of Babylon. But once again, just back to the topic at hand, going into that media, going into the things that they push out and the things that they say against us, this is what they do. This is one of their blessings as far as the art of war is concerned. It's not only physical, it's a psychological thing. It's the things that they say, it's the laws that they push and the nuances and intricacies in the laws that cause them to be able to do certain things. I could see Trump as president for the next 5, 6, possibly 10 years because he can manipulate the law and how it was written in order to fulfill his particular goal, or let me not say his, their particular goal. Because in the intricacies of the law and in the nuances of the words, they can manipulate that and say, "Hold on, based off this document, based off this declaration, we could do A, B, and C." That's the gift that they have. They have that art of war, and media and their voice is weaponized against us, and they're able to do those things. That's that Isaiah chapter 10. You know, for real though.
Rude. Hey, hey, Ash, to add to what you were saying, reader, can we get read Exodus 1? I think it's verse 10 or 11, where it says they set taskmasters over them. This is the greatest example of my black friend. Like, you got that white, from school or at work, and oh, they know one black person that says it. So what's wrong with them saying it? The largest example of my quote unquote black friend is when they take a celebrity who is appointed as our leader. Like when the people appoint leaders, those men like your Malcolm X's, your Marcus Garvey, so on and so forth, they point things out. Like you would think somebody on the inside would be a whistleblower and they'd be like, hey, I found out about this plot, that plot, this is what's happening. But who they give to us as leaders, comedians, tricksters, athletes, they'll see and know stuff and say nothing, and then they get trotted out to calm the people down. Read that in Exodus 1.
Exodus chapter 1 and verse 11. Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters.
This is a part of dealing wisely with us. They say, hold on, send up, listen, a part of why we pay you so much money, the we being the system, like Ash was going into, their voice, their power, a part of paying all that money, you not getting paid $10 million to be in that movie because you so funny or you such a great actor or actress. We need you to use your voice on our behalf. You will be the mouthpiece for us, but you will look like them. Read that.
To afflict them with their burdens.
To make them comfortable in being afflicted. Tell them, don't get offended. It's a joke. People joke about stuff all the time. Why are you offended? Meanwhile, you go online on your platform and make a joke about Charlie Brown. See what happened to you. These things don't get treated like jokes to other groups of people. But when we are the target, we're told to treat it like a joke, brush it off, don't think twice about it, continue being at the bottom of society, continue being the butt of all the jokes, continue being what other people use to mock and make themselves feel better. Read that again.
Therefore, they did set over them taskmasters
hmm
to afflict them with their burdens.
These people be in all the rooms to hear, us on the outside. And this has been for years, really. We've had what is called like conspiracy theories, where you got that brother that your cousin, or maybe it was you growing up, and you connecting dots on a board. Well, this means this and that mean that, and then here comes YouTube, and you see more conspiracy videos here and there. It was always like people coming up with stuff, and you were looking crazy. But now the news is coming forth. We're seeing more and more that a lot of what we consider conspiracies was true. Like kids being kidnapped, there's secret islands where people are being molested, and you got to do this and do that to get into the industry. These aren't conspiracies anymore. And the people who are already on the inside, it's like, well, hold on, wait a minute. You've been in Hollywood for 25 years, so you didn't know anything about this? Oh, nah, I, I, I didn't go to those parties. I went to, I went to the normal Diddy party. I didn't go to the crazy Diddy party. Nah, homie. Nah. You knew about this stuff, but you were one of the gatekeepers. You were one of the ones to keep us who would hear this nonsense and get alarmed by it. And we would raise the alarm and try to figure out how to detach ourselves from it. You would come out and say, no, it's okay. Let's do this. Let's do that. It's okay. Don't worry about it. And to the point with Kevin Hart, now he's on the Breakfast Club, which I firmly believe they trot out the stupidest lies to our people through avenues like the Breakfast Club. So you go on there and you talk about, oh, it's a roast and it's not such a it's not such a big deal. But then you say, yeah, I reached out to Steven Jackson to kind of, hey, is it okay if I did this or did that? Okay, so you showing some amount of understanding that, hey, that was too far out of bounds. Really, I should have checked it when it happened, but I didn't. And here's my lame excuse for why I didn't check it when it happened. Nah, we can't keep accepting these things anymore. You getting paid all this money. Who are you for? Is it the person signing your check, or did you forget where you come from? I used to hear that when you grow up a lot. Don't forget where you come from. Our people that get raised up and set as taskmasters over us, they have forgotten where they come from, or they don't care. They do not care about the state of the people. We got Sonya on stage, Sonya Jones. Anything you want to add to the topic? Is Kevin Hart a sellout? Well, let's see. Sending out some invites in the chat. You get an invite, go ahead and come on up to the stage.
Hey, M's been up here before, right?
Yeah, that's one of the readers.
M?
Sir, I'm the reader, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I thought you looked like this other guy that was on. Okay.
Yeah, but our people that be in the so-called industry, they don't speak on the things they see, and that should be a part of us as a race of people. Why we put our trust in them to kind of speak for us as a whole. Like they're supposed to be men and women who can be trusted to be. They're there to help look out for the rest of us for things that we are unaware of or don't know about. Like they see the hazards coming. I remember Nate Parker. That's the brother's name, Nate Parker. When he was trying to get the funding for the movie Birth of a Nation, and he said he had a hard time getting funding, even going to people like a Tyler Perry or Oprah, and being told why it was so hard for him to get funding for the movie was because he didn't have enough good white people in the script. I'm sorry, the movie is about a slave rebellion. Did do you think good white people were a part of that? But th- even then, you have to lie and placate to somebody to some level to even get the green light to make these projects or to get some sort of assistance, or you got to be able to do it all off your own back. All right, someone said, didn't Kevin Hart almost get blackballed for joking about the alphabet people? That happens a lot. They they stay on top of Dave Chappelle's head for the jokes he makes about the LGBTQ element of P Transformers. They stay on his head.
But yeah, that did happen. He had to step. Remember, he had to step down as the host of the Oscars because of that joke he made. So, and even thinking about that in hindsight, if you know he that they had that type of pull to make him step down on that, what do you think his mindset was when it comes to this situation? If he would have spoke out against them, knowing, seeing the type of power they had in that situation, so they knew exactly what they was doing.
Yep. And when Kevin Hart tried to shoot that lie, talking about he didn't tell the joke, somebody else told it. It's like, bro, you're one of the executive producers of this show. Oh, it's live, it's live. That doesn't mean you didn't discuss these things beforehand, or you didn't have to give the green light to what was going to happen that night. So you want me to believe that you had what's the you had Cat Williams on, who you and him and you have had some like whatever public issue between each other that we all seem to know about, and you didn't have some hand or some discussion didn't happen but behind stage on, okay, here's what's fair, here's what's going to be considered foul, and then afterwards we're going to put on a good show, like we're shaking hands and squashing the beef. Like this whole thing was an orchestrated event. uh I remember someone telling me one time, and this was the Jake I was talking to in the world, and he was saying when you watch a show or an event, something to do with sports or whatever it might be, and there's a lot of cash flowing behind the scenes. After a certain point, too much cash is exchanging hands for anything to be unscripted. You don't leave stuff like that to chance when there's tons of money exchanging hands because you can't afford to. There's too much money changing hands. You're making deals with TV stations and online streaming networks, and here's the revenue package, and here's what we want to get paid to allow you to broadcast our product. There's too much money changing hands to say, oh, we're just gonna go live, just 100% live, and we don't know what's going to happen until it happens. Nah, that's not how this happens. There's too much money exchanging hands. So things were already discussed beforehand. People have already received their deals. People were already told how far they could go, what they could talk about, what they couldn't talk about. And if in the rare occasion somebody did step out of line, like what happened with the Tom Brady roast, that person would have been checked immediately.
Right. Remember they even talk about certain celebrities and so forth, musicians and stuff. They speak out about certain things. Some of them speak out about certain things, but based off the responses that are given, they paint them as crazy, right? But obviously, a lot of the things that they say are true. So they talk about how they'll take them to certain parties as well as show them different things. And that's kind of like your way in, meaning you've got to perform these particular duties, you got to do these certain things before you get to this next level of fame, right? Because that's kind of like their buffer when it comes to you now having high recognition amongst the people, especially amongst our people, and you saying something that is against what they're bringing out. So now they have some sort of buffer to say, all right, you can say that, but we're gonna pull this out that you did in 2016, or we're gonna pull out this video that we recorded while you did said activity, right? So that's gonna stop most people, right? Especially if it's on some homosexual stuff, if they're known for being whatever reputation that they may have, that video is going to go against it. That picture is going to go against it. That rumor, whatever, is going to go against their particular persona. So they already have that buffer set up, like you talking about, Big. It's all set up, man. It's all Satan. Everybody has a price. Everybody got a price.
Right, right, right. Like they when they raided the island, and they were asking questions like, why were there cameras in every room? And the same thing with P Diddy, Papa Diddy. They say this guy had cameras in every room. Why, including the bathrooms? Because there's nowhere you can go where something's being collected on you. Like Kanye, when he was going through his issue, and he said he came out and brought forth the idea that, hey, if if a clip of me and a goat, listen, he just kind of threw his hands up. And they have these things that they collected for a reason. They paid a price to get you get that in what's Sirach 10 and 9. They paid a price to be there, and they receive their assignment. Listen, you you leave your heritage and follow the king's commandment. You'll be the king's friend. You'll be rich. You'll be in commercials. You'll be in an Allstate commercial. You hear that, little Negro Timmy? We're gonna put you in an Allstate commercial. But guess what? You can never use your power and privilege to successfully help your people. You cannot do it. Hold on, let me find that real quick. They give up their vowels.
That should be it. Sirach 10 and 9, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Wait, you here with us?
Sir, I got you. Sirach, chapter 10 and verse 9.
Yes, sir.
Why is earth and ashes proud?
Because man is
There is
made from the ground. Why are you proud against the Lord? Read.
there is not a more wicked thing than a covetous man.
A covetous man, nothing is sacred when it comes to a covetous man. Read.
For such an one setteth his own soul to sale,
Mm-hmm.
because while he liveth he casteth away his bowels.
Setting his soul to sell, no morals. There's no, it's what's the price? And Esau understands when he's playing that game, he just needs to figure out what your price is. Your price might be opportunity, it might be career advancement, it might be a contractual agreement, it might be other opportunities. Like maybe you go, oh, I'm in the music world, but I really want to go into fashion. Okay, hey, Esau say, listen, I can get you into fashion. I got the contacts, but what you willing to do for me? Quid pro quo. I scratch your back, you scratch mine. So now everything's up for sale. Like they have a phrase called what is it? Gay for pay, pay for gay. I might be saying it wrong. Listen, things is up for sale. To the right buyers, the right items can be sold. They can be had. And that's when you're dealing with a covetous man. Nothing is off limits. So even if his own people, the reputation of his people, and the memory of his people has to be destroyed, that man has no problem with it. Get that in Exodus 11 and 7, which this should have been his mindset. Listen, you don't get to put your lips on us as a people, our situation and what we got going on. Even even for our people that are destroyed and may not have known the truth, that's for us to deal with. We'll clean up our nation and we'll get our people together. You can sit in the corner and shut your damn mouth.
Exodus chapter 11 and verse 7.
Mhm.
But against any of the children of Israel shall not a dog move his tongue.
None of the nations should feel comfortable enough to speak against any of the children of Israel, whether they knew the truth or not, that we are sent back on the earth to help clean our nation up. We're still God's chosen. They shouldn't be feel so comfortable to fix their lips about any of us in any regard. But because we don't stand up for one another, our people who have the ability to so-called move the population against the company or against the platform, against the idea, they won't do it on principle. They'll do it when their pockets might be involved. Like, oh, I'm not getting as good of a deal on my comedy special for Netflix, so now I want all the black people to block Netflix. I'm not boycotting Netflix because your check wasn't good enough. That's not a reason for me to. What? What are we talking about right now? So we're going to completely overlook the shadow banning of black programming or positive role models in media, and these would be reasons to say, listen, let's band together against these platforms. We don't need them. Let's go do our own platform where we control our image. That's not what you asking me for. You asking me to boycott so your check can be bigger. Okay, are you going to use your funds to help the people? Like it says in First Timothy, charge those that are rich to distribute to the poor. Or are you just going to stack your money up and continue being you and um um I'm not black, I'm OJ. Okay, well then what you want us to help you for? You on your own then. It be that way for a lot of our celebrities. Somebody said earlier about Lil Wayne, and they asked him, racism. And he's like, listen, my fans, the ones that buy the albums and buy the tickets and come to the concerts, like I don't know, I don't know what racism is anymore. Of course he doesn't, because if he actually still knew what it was, he's not going to be Lil Wayne. He's not going to be a hot one. It, they won't allow him to glide to that success anymore. He'd have to come right back down here with us and live among us. And he said, I don't want to do that. Like a Snoop Dogg. He said, listen, me and I'll cook with Martha Stewart. I'll do it. As long as I can live in this big old house and the gated community. Okay, Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart. And essentially, they dragging him around on a leash behind this old white woman because it's cute and it looked cute and funny. And he's like, yep, I'll do it. Yep. No problem.
Hey, you know what's crazy about that with certain celebrities and all these people that are sellouts is the fact that they know that they're sellouts. So, regardless of what benefits they're given, where they're living, how much money they have, and all the different resources that they have, they know that they're sellouts. And that's the thing. Look at Ezekiel real quick. Not Ezekiel, I'm sorry. Psalms 39, and look at verse 6.
It's the book of Psalms, chapter 39 and verse 6. Surely every man walketh in a vain shoe. Surely they are disquieted in vain.
You see that? So it
He
says, every man walketh in a vain show, meaning you might see Snoop Dogg, you might see Lil Wayne, you might see all these different celebrities living it up. You see them at the parties and they look happy, they look like they're enjoying their riches, which is why people want to gain that sort of lifestyle, right? You see the music videos, whatever the case may be. But every man walketh in a vain show, meaning that this is all just a persona because they still have issues. They still got problems. They still got everyday life issues, just like me and just like you. They just have more money to deal with it in different ways. But at the same time, you can't pay no amount of money for you to be psychologically sound because peace is nothing that you could buy. Peace comes from the Lord. Peace comes from knowing that you're doing the right thing. And if you're selling out your people and you're doing all these different things to continue to degenerate our name, right? To destroy our name, tarnish our name, there's a psychological mindset that they have where they're disquieted in vain. You understand? They're disquieted in vain. He says, surely they are disquieted in vain. So it ain't like just, oh, maybe. No, surely they are disquieted in vain. They know what they did. Kevin Hart, I bet you right now, in this very moment, Kevin Hart is thinking about that situation. Or he has at least thought about it today. At one point in time, like, damn, I should have said this, I should have said that. Damn, is it worth it for me to have these riches? Like, man, people probably looking at me like this, man. I let all my my peers down because you don't think that he has friends of his race that is thinking like, "Yo, Kevin, bro, that was crazy, bro. I can't believe you let that slide." You don't think he has friends that are thinking that? You don't think maybe even his parents or something like that, family members, whatever, aren't thinking like, "Yo, you really just did that, bro." He's thinking about all that. He's like, "Damn, was the money worth it? Was retaining um my rep and benefits worth it?" Because now I got these people thinking about me in this particular light. So every man walketh in a vain show, and they are disquieted in vain. He heapeth up riches and knoweth not who shall gather them. At the end of the day, they gather all this money, this fame, everything. But at the end of the day, once they start getting sick, once they see that their life is coming to an end, they start to consider and say, damn, all this stuff that I gathered, then what? Well, I can't take this to the grave. I can't take this to the afterlife. They gonna think about it. I'm telling you, man. They are disquieted in vain. It's all a show, regardless. It's all a show, bro.
Yeah, some of them might just be counting the money together though. Like it's a funny thing what happens to the morals of people when they're offended. before they receive an anonymous donation or before they get a blank check slid across the desk or, oh, well, mom, I just paid off your mortgage for you, right? Then the offense goes away. Then they say, well, son, you got to do what you do. Not everybody gonna understand because they're not in your position. They don't see it. They don't got your viewpoint.
Hey, who's B Max? Has he been up here before? B Max?
Yeah, he's a habitual troll.
Oh,
Yeah,
all right. I figured. I figured. All right.
Can I speak
yeah,
on the topic?
yeah. What you got? See,
Shalom, Most High in Christ bless you, brothers. I actually want to speak on the Netflix part of it because everything you were saying, Big, is true. As far as like, there's a lot of black creators that start their own platforms because the format of entertainment TV has changed. Everything is going towards podcasts now. So we are starting our own platforms via these podcasts, and these big companies are taking notice because they're changing their whole format as well. So Netflix, as you know, bought Breakfast Club, and Breakfast Club lost a lot of their viewership because, of course, you could watch their content for free on YouTube. So they lost a lot of their audience once Netflix bought them because Netflix was pretty much forcing everybody to go onto the Netflix platform to watch them. And as you know, now they're going to be kind of hushed as far as like what they can talk about and what they can comment on. And then even above that, they paid Charlemagne the God $200 million. He got a 5-year, $200 million deal, and they made him basically the front runner to find these most popular black podcasts and get them on the platform. So of course, with these black creators, they're gonna look at it. Oh my God, this is a huge deal opportunity. I got discovered by Netflix. We're now on Netflix. We can have our show on Netflix, not knowing that the trick bag is, well, you're going to lose part of your audience, and then it's going to be watered down, it's going to be diluted because they're going to control what you can and what you can't say. So they're starting to take away that power, starting to take away that voice off of these platforms by saying, hey, we got, use our huge platform to use your podcast. We can distribute out to the millions, not knowing that it's really just going to be poison in the background. So that's what's happening right now. And iHeart is doing the same thing. All these other big companies are starting to do the same thing, where it's just like they're going after these black creators. And we already know majority of them are going to take that dollar because they're just looking at the benefits of, oh, this is going to make us rich. This is going to give us opportunity to do more. But it's just like, nope, they're actually going to strip you from your power. They're actually going to silence your voice.
right, right. So while you were bringing that up, see, I was thinking about like Truth Social. Like there are people that legit use Truth Social. So they say, nah, we need to go get our own thing so we can say we really think. We truly think the white man is the oppressed one and being replaced, and we need a spot so we can speak freely. And they'll go off and do it a damn Truth Social and really be supporting that thing. Like people really go to Truth Social, downloaded it, they use it. Not us. We go right into the jaws of the corporate traps to where you're walking into the lion's den of censorship. Like this is the pinnacle of everything you say will be carefully scrutinized, or you will lose access to these funds and these views, and you'll have to go back among your people, and you'll have to go back to being a factory worker, a forklift driver, in the service industry, which is where a lot of these people come from. That be their backgrounds. And they don't want to go back to that. They don't want to live among their people anymore or suffer like their people suffer. They don't want to do that.
Yep. And Charlemagne the God is set because he got $200 million. So, he sold out also. And they made him, they paraded him out front and made him the ringleader to go find these black creators, these big platforms, and bring them onto the platform to
Yeah,
destroy them.
I would say it's even more, as you mentioned, see, to keep him silent, just in case one day he needs to wake up and start speaking some truth, start speaking some positive things, because Charlemagne, I mean, he's never really spoken anything of note per se. He's had different people on his platform. He has certain questions, whatever, but he does have a big name. You know, most people know who Charlemagne the God is. So even though he ain't speaking nothing now, I think, as you're saying, see, the thought process for them is just in case one day he does realize something and he uses that platform and and the amount of people that watch his platform, we got to make sure we shut him up. We got to make sure that we set up, you know, different parameters to make sure he don't go across this boundary, you know. But he won't really ever talking about shit, in my opinion. But I see your point for sure.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree. It's a tricky thing to be in because you definitely see they do a lot of sitting on the fence when it comes to topics concerning their people, or they take a strong stance for the system approved this the system approved position that is to be had for our people. Because Charlemagne will be a big component for vote, 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 vote. So when he does have a strong opinion, it's always the opinion of his overlord. Yeah, they want us tied up in politics and voting and go be a Democrat this, go be an so when he does take a strong opinion, it's always the pre-approved or pre-selected opinion that he's supposed to have.
And I think it's really it is big with Charlemagne the God because I actually interviewed him in 2017. That's right when the Nick Cannon thing was happening when America's Got Talent and they was about to take away his show and all that kind of stuff. Because that was one of the questions I asked him. I was just like, Charlemagne, you know, you're known for controversy and saying things that are controversial. I was like, I tend to look past the controversy and look at the overall message. I was like, because you do seem to be pro-black and all that kind of stuff. I was like, what is your idea on Nick Cannon and the whole thing that's going on with that? They're trying to label him as crazy and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, he spoke real big about that. Like, he defended Nick and it was just like, yeah, what's happening to him is wrong. It's just like, you know, we're about our blackness. We need to be about our blackness. We need our own. He, you know, he went to the history of Tulsa and all that kind of stuff. So it's just like he really is big on black politics and up in the black community and things like that. So I think, you know, Esau's always playing the chess game, the long game and everything. So I think they really did see him as a threat. And that's why they threw this $200 million at him. It was just like, okay, he could possibly be a threat in the future. So just to eliminate that, let's go ahead and just make him our front runner for this and make it about, oh, getting more black platforms on here and everything. But like I said, the trick bag and all that kind of stuff. So they're just playing the long game. They're playing chess. The Breakfast Club had the potential, of course, of, you know, educating because it is about the culture and everything. So it had the potential also to wake our people up because a lot of us tuned into the Breakfast Club. So they got ahead of that, and that's why Netflix bought them out. So it's always a gameplay. And of course, people that are paying attention know exactly what it is, but those that don't just, oh, this opportunity, Breakfast Club is now on Netflix and everything. So it's like, nah, we see what it is. That's why I said majority of their audience left as soon as that deal went down.
Yeah,
But that's all I have.
yeah. Nah, that's some good stuff. And that goes back to that John 11. John 11 and verse 40. Look at verse 47.
My brother, that's where I was going with it.
45,
My brother.
45. Oh, word? Oh, damn.
All praise. Hit it, hit it, hit it.
Praises.
John, John chapter 11 and verse 45. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Jesus did believed on him.
Hmm.
But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done.
Right? Watch this.
Then gathered the Yes, sir. Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles.
Right. So there was a
If
fame
we
about
let him thus
Christ. There
alone,
was a certain fame about Christ in which the people understood. He's done many miracles. This guy surely is the Son of God. Look at the things that he's doing. He's teaching the people. He's doing things that we've never seen before, right, Dad?
if we let him thus alone, all men will believe on him.
Hmm.
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
So they understand that the position that they're in, being a Pharisee, being a lawyer, being a scribe, there was benefits that they had that Rome had given unto them. but there was certain boundaries that they couldn't cross. So if they let it alone and said, "All right, let's let Jesus do his thing. Let him preach to people. Let him talk to the people. Let him build up the people." If they would have just done that, they understood Rome, in which was the kingdom that was governing over them and that had given them their position, their benefits, that would have been taken away. So they say, you know what? Let's make sure that this Jesus guy is stopped. Let's make sure that we figure out different ways on how we can stop this guy from continuing to preach. So it's no different today. It's a lot of our people, like you mentioned, C, you say you talked to him and he said some pro-black things or whatever. And I believe it. I'm sure he does think highly of our people. Like I'm sure you got to be crazy if you don't see the destruction of your people. You don't see that day in and day out things that happen to our people, and I have some sort of feeling, some sort of doggone conviction. Like, damn, you got to be crazy, right? So I believe that Charlemagne has some kind of thought process in regards to the love of the people, or at least a certain amount of it. But he understands that if he allows his platform to be a platform to speak truth, to say things that expose the ones that govern this world, he's going to lose his place in America because Rome and America are synonymous, right? So we're really reading about the same thing here. So they knew, look, if we let this, if we let this guy continue on and his preaching, we're gonna lose all the benefits that we have. Ain't no more sitting in the high seats. Ain't no more using the people for money. Ain't no more reputation. Ain't no more fame. I'm gonna be like Christ. I'm gonna be hated and despised of all because Christ wasn't only despised of all the nations round about, as well as the nation that was governing over him, which was Rome. He was also hated of his own people. And the Pharisees knew that. The scribes knew that. The Jews knew that. They said, damn, this guy right here, man, all the stuff that he's saying, that's some stuff that's gonna bring a lot of hate. So they knew if I follow after him, I'm going to suffer the same things. And I'm pretty comfy sitting in my seat right now. I'm pretty comfy, eating the finest lamb and the greatest herbs or whatever the hell. And I'm comfortable with my nice phylacteries and nice robes and so forth. Like, damn, if I let Christ alone, if we let Christ alone, we're gonna lose all that. Huh? What should we do? Boom. They say, you know what? Let's kill this motherfucker. Let's kill
So,
him. Let's do all these evil things. We're going to be all right. Not knowing that eventually the same people in whom they trusted to retain their position was going to end up destroying them in 70 AD. Because, mind you, the stuff that he was prophesying, because remember, Christ was prophesying about 70 AD. This didn't happen till later. So they were still in Jerusalem for a long time. They were still in Jerusalem. They didn't believe what was going to happen in 70 AD. So the same people that put their trust in Rome, those Pharisees, those scribes, those lawyers, those Jews, they didn't recognize that those same people in which gave them position, reputation, money, benefits, were going to betray them later on anyways, was going to kill them when 70 AD came to pass. And it's the same thing that's going to happen with all these musicians and artists and all that. They put their trust in these people. They receive the certain benefits to calm them down, to keep them diluted, to keep them downtrodden. And then at the very end, they gonna see that when things get worse, everybody's gonna turn back to their own people. The hell with your fame, the hell with your fortune, the hell with all that. Cooked, cooked. You know.
if we can, let's hit that in Hebrews 11. Hebrews 11 and 24. Because like Ash was bringing out, all praises in that John 11, it's the same type of mindset. If our supposed leaders, because these men get put before us as if they speak for us, if they are more concerned with their position in society than they are with the estate of their people, we cannot give them the ability to speak for us. Their words shouldn't hold any weight for us as a community. We should see, okay, here's where their real allegiance is at. Like you see that with who was talking about that? Who was I watching? Umar. Dr. Umar was making a video talking about, How we fix the problem in politics is we got to make sure that we put our ourselves behind somebody that's going to be for us, and then if they're not for us, we pull our support. If they're going into politics, they can never be for us. The idea has some truth in it. We got to put our support behind the people that will be for us, but they're going to be for us if they identify with us. They got to come back to God's law, statutes, and commandments, and that with the nation of Israel. Read Hebrews 11, please.
Hebrews chapter 11 and verse 24.
Mhm.
By faith, Moses, when he was come to years, refused to be called the son of Pharaoh's daughter.
At some point in our people's grown adult life, they're gonna have to make a decision. They're gonna have to wake up and look in the mirror and decide: is it the world or their people? Read.
Choosing rather to suffer affliction with the people of God.
And they're gonna understand what that decision entails. It's gonna entail having to choose to suffer affliction with your people down here in the trenches with your people. Read.
Than to enjoy the pleasures of sin for a season.
Then to enjoy your little time in the spotlight. Because even while you are the mouthpiece or the puppet for these people, your career is only a blip. It's not even a guarantee. Okay, so they'll give you a movie, but your movie will still bomb. Okay, they'll give you an opportunity. They'll give you a show, a comedy special. People will still hate it, not like it. Your name isn't guaranteed to go down in history as, oh, I was the greatest actor, the greatest comedian, the greatest athlete. And even if it does, all this stuff is going to burn up. Peter talks about that. What manner of person should you be knowing that all this stuff is going to burn up anyway? Read.
Esteeming the reproach of Christ greater riches than the treasures in Egypt.
But the understanding to be willing to let this stuff go and come among your people is you know you're giving up temporary for forever. You know you're giving up what's just now for what's never gonna end in the kingdom. You know that's what you're going through it for. But when they lack the faith, when they don't believe, and you talk to a lot of them, they don't believe in this, or they've come across the prophet's teaching, and we told them about not doing holidays or doing birthdays or doing this or doing that, and they want to hold on to that stuff. They don't want to let it go. There's a lack of faith. There's a lack of understanding. There's a lack of belief. Even if they have engaged with us behind closed doors and they're looking for reasons to hold on to their little time in the spotlight, to the little pleasure, to the pleasure of sin for a season. But like when you look at what happened to Moses, he was second in Egypt. How you get higher than that? And he said, nah, I gotta be for my people. That's what we need from our leaders. Our leaders have to be that. And we have to use the Bible to evaluate the men that are said to speak for us against what the scriptures say. And then we as a people co-sign on them. A lot of our people will still co-sign on somebody like a Kevin Hart. They'll still co-sign on somebody like a Jamal Bryant in the Christian church. They'll still co-sign on somebody like a TD Jakes or his daughter or this pastor or that one, or they'll still co-sign on these people and hang on every word they say, as opposed to comparing their words to the scriptures. And it's the scriptures we're holding on to. So if our people speak in accordance with the scriptures, yes, they're justified in those sayings, those statements. But when they're speaking contrary to the scriptures, it's like, listen, what you said was contrary to the scripture. You got to get it right. And Moses didn't play none of that. He saw an Egyptian talking to dealing with his brother. Moses
Hey,
didn't go talk to the people and say, "Well, you got to understand, we in slavery."
hey,
Moses said it was time to put a boot down.
right. Yo, big. That's why when you consider all those things that you mentioned, right? That's why the Lord chose the base things of the world. That's why he chose the despised things, because he knows that most of our people, these different benefits, riches, glory, whatever, most of them would not have repented. Most of them would have remained in the world. Most of them would have remained. Oh, hold on, real quick. Give me a second. accidentally
Yes, sir.
invited
Yes,
that dude
sir.
up. My bad. But
Yeah,
anyways,
get him out of here.
most of the people would have continued on in their debauchery. So the Lord says, "Look, I'm going to choose the weak things of the world, the base things, the brothers from the hoods, from the ghettos, the slums. I'm gonna choose them." And look, they can't glory and say, "I learned this in seminary school." They can't say, "I had some huge revelation," because we came from the dump. So we give all glory to God, saying, "You know what? The only reason that I know what I know, the only reason that I could teach the Bible the way that I teach the Bible is because God had favor upon me. He saved me from the hood. He saved me from the ghetto. I was once a sinner. I did all this evil stuff." That's glory. That's power right there. You understand? So, you know, Moses was he was a what do you call that? An anomaly. He was an anomaly.
Right, right, right. Yes, sir.
Brother.
And that's even how the Lord described him. He said, "This is the most meek man on the earth." Don't speak against him. You speaking against me and my selection. When you were talking to Ash, you made me think about a scene from the Friday movies. Uncle Elroy. He said, "You know what? I always said I love the hood. I'm never gonna leave the hood. As soon as I got my check, I was gone." That's how some of our people would be. They say, "You know what? I identify with the struggle. I identify with the fight. We got to fight for our right." And then as soon as Esau hand selects them to get a check or further their career or give them their dream job, they will be gone. It would be quarter roller
Hey,
pants and green smoothie lattes.
speaking of shows, Deacon Yasha was talking about this show called See, like SEE. What's up with that show, man? Talk to me so I can be more, you know, convinced. Y'all know about that show? It's on Apple TV.
I don't know. I'd have to look it up myself. I don't be watching too many shows like I used to way back.
All right. Yeah, I just finished Severance. And then I was watching Tuberous. And I was like, man, I gotta have another show to watch while I eat my food. You know how when you eat your food, bro, you just gotta have something to eat while you watching. That's me. Like I don't like to eat food and then I'm just like just sitting in the quiet, which I don't, but you get my point. You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta have something on, bro. Like, you gotta have man, sometimes I'll just put on anything, just boop. You know what I'm saying? I eat my food or whatever. But anyways, I'm just, I'm trying to think of the next show, what I'm gonna watch. You talking about shows and all that, so it just made me think about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's better than just turning on the TV and got some crazy stuff in the background. I know somebody be eating their meals and watching some crazy Tubi movies. Probably, I'll be
Oh,
watching you
Tubi movies
Tubi.
is crazy.
Hey, I'll be watching you Tubi subscribers with my eyebrows raised.
Yo, this Max guy is crazy, bro.
Yeah, and then wonder
Bro, he
why
telling
he.
he telling C to eat a dick and all this crazy shit.
Yeah, and then wonder why he won't be allowed on stage because you're not genuine, bro. You would. He's a Kevin Hart sellout without the Kevin Hart money. As soon as he
Damn.
had the, as soon as he gets the Kevin Hart money, he would do exactly what a Kevin Hart just did. "It's okay, guys. It's a joke. I didn't say it. Calm down, guys. It's a joke. It's comedians. Comedians joke. We joke about
Terrible.
everything and everybody." No, you don't.
Terrible. Terrible.
Herb.
Eh, Yo, so we got the topic at hand, man. Is Kevin Hart a sellout? All right. Y'all raise your hands if y'all got any commentaries regarding this, or just if you have any biblical questions, come up. Let's have a conversation. I ain't talking to B Max. I ain't talking to him.
Right,
I'm just
right,
bugs out. But
right.
anybody
I just
else,
send the invite to everybody but B Max.
man, for real, for real. If y'all got any questions, anything on the topic, y'all come up, y'all ask your questions, and let's have a conversation.
Whatever you want to say, B Max, you
Foundation.
can
Oh,
type it in the chat.
I'm sorry. I got Zahaba Foundation. Okay, I'm gonna see what's up with that one. Thank you.
Hey, what? Let me read that comment. Abigail, remember that guy who was like, for $100 million, you can have my soul. I remember Shannon Sharp. They asked him one time. He said for $50 million, he'll go to hell. And the Edomite looked at him on the camera like, "Did you just say that out loud?" Yeah. Listen, these people not are leaders. They have price points. And Esau prints the money. It's all fake and imaginary at the end of the day. Esau just prints it off. He say, "Yeah, that's all you need. All you need is 50. Gotcha. Here's your contract." Right. They have price points because they're for sale. They're for sale.
Someone said that he just want to know how is Mexicans Israelites. Well, first of all, I'm not Mexican. I'm so-called Colombian. But this is a topic, or not a topic. This is a statement that's made like all the time. And every time that I hear the ideology that they have, like regarding so-called Latinos and Native Americans being Israelites, it's always some dumbass ideology such as, well, you got to have Afro descent, or you got to be black. All the Israelites was black. So then the thought comes, all right, so let's say, for example, you have a child, and it could be that you with a black woman, she's dark, you dark, whatever. A dark man and a dark woman can produce a lighter child. That's absolute. You seen that with Jacob and Esau, right? So if it be the case that you end up having a child with your wife or with anybody else, and you believe that you're an Israelite, and we go off the ideology, if we go off the doctrine that it's based off skin tone, then your child is condemned to hell. Does that make any logical sense? So now you got to blast your son until he turned 18 and he get up out of there and tell him how much he's not an Israelite because of his skin tone and his phenotypes and his countenance and so forth. Bro,
Hey, hey, hey.
it is the most idiotic doctrine that I ever heard. Anytime anybody comes up, I destroy them because it's foolish. It's just
Right,
crazy.
right. Hey,
Anyways,
hey, hey. Right. Hey, I'm gonna back you up, Ash. 'Cause that's my brother. That's my
back
brother.
me up, man. Back me up, man.
It, it's always in my experience. Every time I see a person in, anytime I see a person in real life who tries to use skin tone to determine if somebody's Israelite, it's always a light skinned Jake. It's like, bro, you disqualify yourself. You light skinned as hell. Why would you even create an argument like that? Anytime I've talked to somebody in person, they always light skinned. How you gonna bring the paper bag test into if you're an Israelite and then you fail the damn test yourself? Y'all be crazy. Y'all be crazy. Y'all be the first ones talking about, I got this paper bag. And it's like, bro, the paper bag darker than you. Why would you believe that's how you prove you're Israel? My father-in-law was born and raised in Guyana. He spent most of his life in Guyana, moved to the States towards the end of his life. When I met this man, I kid you not, he is one of the darkest skinned men I've ever seen in person. One of the darkest men I've ever seen in person. And so for somebody like that clown in the comments to act like an area of the earth has a predominant skin tone attached to it, he just shows how untraveled and unlearned he is.
Right. Absolutely. Listen, my grandfather is blacker than Eli. And if y'all seen Eli in person, my brother black.
Righteously black, brother.
Right.
I love Eli. We go way back. Hey, we got one on stage. We got one Lady E on stage.
Shalom, brothers. Do y'all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes. I wanted to ask, since we're talking about Kevin Hart and stuff, and yeah, I was talking about also like men and stuff, and I wanted to ask, like, I have a son, and I wanted to know like, when do you know when they hit puberty? Like,
When do you know when they hit puberty?
yeah.
Well, it's oh, go ahead, babe. You was gonna go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say so. In the scriptures, you got the difference between children and men. Manhood is established after the age of 20, so 20 and up. Under 20, they're still considered a child. Esau's term for puberty, that's just describing a particular age range of that child on their way to adulthood. Like it's not really a like, oh, somebody's the age of puberty. They're a child until they're 20, and then 20 and up, they're a man.
That's a good point. That's a good point. And just to back you up on that, big. Once again, the term puberty is evidently not biblical, but it is a process, or there is a process when a child, whether a boy or a girl, start to develop, biologically, right? Their body starts to change, their voice starts to change, even their mind and how they receive things or whatever starts to change. So we can't take that away. That's evident. That obviously
Right.
happens. So, Sister One, kind of a weird name, but Sister One, you've got to discern that just based off the different things that you see in your son, right? So if you see that your son is speaking different, if you see that your son is asking questions more, or maybe the lack thereof, sometimes it's the opposite. Sometimes the son was a vocal man or a vocal boy, and then he hits puberty, quote unquote, and he becomes more silent. It could be that it's the opposite. Maybe he's more vocal, right? Is he growing in height much more? Is he interested in different things? Has his appetite changed? So it's a lot of different things that you could discern from the boy to decipher if they're hitting quote unquote puberty, right? There's obviously an age,
Um,
or there's obviously a time frame in which the child starts to develop that much the more. That's why the scriptures teaches us in Deuteronomy chapter 6 that we have to teach them while they're young in the ways, while you sit in your house and all that. And the book of Proverbs as well, where it says, teach a child in the way that he should go, and he will not depart. Because during that time frame, when they're still a child per se, they receive the things that are being said by the individual, right? They're more prone to listen. They're more prone to adapt to what you bringing forth. And they're obviously looking at different examples and how you move in, how this person's moving, whatever. They pick all those things up. So that's the best time that you want to develop a child. That's the best time to whoop the child, as far as like making sure that they stay in line in the things that you're saying. Because once they get older, quote unquote puberty, that becomes less receivable, right? So the whoopings ain't as prevalent no more. The correction has to change, right? So that's why the scriptures teach us that we have to train them up as they're young, so that way when they start to develop quote unquote puberty, as you mentioned, they have a better mindset. But puberty, like I said, says that's different for everybody. It's not a particular age. Like, oh, they're 13 puberty. No, it's different ages that come about with different individuals in which they hit puberty. And mind you, depending on their environment, depending on what they're exposed to, some people grow up faster than others, right? As far as biologically, that's just based off your genes and however you develop. But I'm talking about mentally, depending on your circumstances, depending on your environment, that's going to defer.
Hey sis, why you asked that question?
because I had like a little situation. Like I went to wake him up for school, and he had like
Oh, hey, real quick, before you say something wild, is are you in the body?
kind of. I haven't congregated
Okay, you
yet.
haven't congregated as of yet. Okay, you don't have no his father not around.
No.
Okay, okay. Now if this got something to do with your son's what's the nice word for me to say this?
Uh,
Sexual
Bodily fluids.
habits. What you say, Eli?
Bodily fluids.
Yeah, bodily fluids or whatever the case may be. You know, that's why we recommend, like we know this, it's a public forum, so like it's hundreds of people listening, and I'm not saying you can't ask the question, but you come into the body, uh you can deal with certain stuff with a little bit more discretion if it's something more personal dealing with your son. um that's, I mean,
It's
that's
it's something you men get regularly.
Say that one
mostly
more time.
morning. It's something you men get on a regular, like, and when
Right, right.
you're
I know
around.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Now that's why I'm telling you. I'm like, that's your son. He growing up like the other moderators were saying. Puberty is natural. It's a point where everybody grows up biologically, mentally, and whatnot. So, if it's something medical, go to your doctor. Ask that. We're not physicians. And if it's something that you worried about your son, like, getting into things that he probably shouldn't be getting into. Now, if that's what you're saying, we understand biblically, scripture say foolishness is bound in the heart of a child, and you don't want your son
What's the
developing
issue?
bad. I'm sorry, say
What's
that
the
again,
issue?
King. Ain't no issue. I was just answering her question.
What's the issue?
She was asking about her son and puberty. She's talking about he waking up and his body changing and stuff. So I was just telling her,
Oh,
be careful. Just that's you can deal with. She
Use
don't
discretion.
concentrate. Yeah, use discretion. Use discretion. You ain't got to tell everybody about you. You ain't got to tell everybody your son's business. If he growing up, he growing up. That's not like if it ain't no sin in it. But if it is, that's why I'm telling you to come to the body. You can deal with that with some more discretion and get your questions answered, and
No,
also go to the
he's
doctor.
a great kid. He's a very good kid. He behaves very well. It's just, feature wise, body wise, he's developing.
Okay, so what's the issue? That's normal.
The issue is, um,
You wanted to tell us that, or like, why are you asking if you understand it's a natural
because
process?
like, that's my only son. I don't really,
You just wanted to share that with us.
no, I don't really know how to go about, certain things with him. That's it.
Right, right. That's why I'm telling you. Look, he becoming a young man. You need to come to the congregation. Not, we can't teach you how to raise your son over no app. That's what I'm telling you. Come to the congregation. We got programs. We got elder man. We got young men that have recently experienced what your son going through is natural. So that's what I'm telling you. Come to the congregation. That's the best advice we could give you. Come counsel. Best counsel we can give you. Come to the congregation. Are you near a school?
Yes.
hey, real quick, real quick. This sister, I've dealt with the sister multiple times. I mean, you still haven't congregated. I mean, I don't know. You just gotta apply the scriptures. You just gotta apply the scriptures. And this is for a lot of people who in the chat. Y'all come in here, um, day in and day out, and I'm telling you, y'all gonna end up in situations where we ain't gonna be able to help you, and you gonna come too late, and it's gonna be like, what would you want us to do with that? And it happens all the time. It happens all the time. And I think you've been in here almost over a year, right? One?
About 6 months.
Oh, okay. Seemed like a year.
The time goes by fast.
I mean, what's keeping you from just going congregate to get that, the help you need? What's stopping you?
Oh, I had some medical issues I was dealing with, and I'm just now getting over my medical issues, so
Oh,
I'll be able to soon.
okay. All right. So you in contact with somebody then?
No, I just sent out the email and I haven't gotten a response.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, in the meantime, you ain't got to tell us about your son going through puberty and the changes in his body. You can keep that to yourself. We don't, everybody don't need to know that.
I just didn't know how to
Your
react. It's
puberty
my first
testimony,
time going through this with him, so I didn't know how to react.
your son's puberty testimony should be conviction for you to go and congregate so that you could receive the help that you need as far as his development. And nobody gonna help you on this app to the extent that you need it.
I wouldn't even. I whatever.
What he's gonna say?
I was saying no because I've I repeated this. I've said this to her before. That's why this is the thing. This is the thing. Um, and I've said this. I've said this a bunch of times. This platform is we fishermen. This is all this is. Uh, uh, Another avenue the fish, the brothers and sisters to wake them up. That's it. The the growing and the teaching happen at the school. They don't happen on this app. I mean, I know we go through scriptures and we deal with people on this app, and I know sometimes we go deep sometimes. I know we do, sometimes, but it's still surface, like it's still surface level. You're not getting like on this app, nobody can give you 100% what you need because y'all lie. Y'all be lying. Y'all be lying, man. Y'all be lying. Y'all be lying. And it's hard to give people advice when you don't know them. It's hard to give people advice, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous. You know, that's why I don't like talking to people who marry and they ask for marriage counsel. I ain't about to give you no counsel with no app. I don't. My husband did this, and he be doing this, and you be lying about your husband too. What you done? Nobody never come up and said what they done. It's always one way.
Well, hey, King, a brother asked one time to add to your point. A brother tried to ask one time, what should he do if his he was told by his little his sister, uh, she got attacked by her boyfriend. What should I do? She told me her boy her boyfriend hit her. I said, stop. I said, how do you know she's telling the truth? And he stopped and looked at me. I said, you never considered that she was lying to you? It's like that has to be considered. People don't think about that. It's like, wait, before you go off and choose to do something that might change your life, did you consider if the information you received was even true?
Absolutely, absolutely. People come up here and they talk about health issues and they'll talk about things that's dealing with their health. And when you start diving into diving into what they asking, find out they overeaters. You know, they eat junk all day. But if you wouldn't acquire that, they'll just have you down this rabbit hole. If you listen, if you don't pay attention, rabbit hole of lies. Mm, you hurt yourself because when you meet people and you're around them, you get to know like, okay, that's why you go through what you go through, brother. You're an alcoholic. That's why, brother. You drank too much. You know what I'm saying, sister? You need to learn how to be quiet. You talk too much. Stuff like that. When you're around a person, you get to know them. This app is you can't get 100% what you need on this app, like the brothers were saying. So
Yeah, man. Don't nobody want to sit up here and talk about teenagers in Morningwood, bro. That's wild.
Hey man.
Well, well, that's what you was talking about. I didn't know that.
That's what she was asking.
Yeah.
Well, that's the see. That's another thing. This is, I mean, bro. So whatever. Sisters, like men don't do that. Men don't do that to their children. You know, and I know sisters probably don't understand that, but you don't hear men like do that. I don't,
I was just wondering because I hear y'all speak about circumcision a lot, so I was just wondering.
okay.
You probably could have led with that, you know. If that's what you truly was worried about, you probably should have led with that.
Is he? So so that's your son, right?
Yes.
You didn't get him circumcised?
Oh yeah, he is. I just want to know, like, how would you know? Like, it's how could you know if a man is like without, knowing?
Oh Lord.
What the hell?
Hey, Gabriel came at the right time. Gabriel, you got the you got this for you, bro, sir. I'm
Nah, this is for Gene, bro.
I'm not answering.
nah. He already jumped off that ship, bro.
I told this sister to go to the school, bro. We not talking about that, bro. That's crazy work.
Hey,
The
we in
more
one. Hey,
circumcised,
we.
what we talking about? He's circumcised. So what the hell we talking about? I'm sorry. Let me stop. I'm about
She could be talking about a future husband or something. Shoot, who knows?
you wouldn't know to that day. We can't tell you. What the hell? Yeah, sis, this how you know. Drop his drawers. Like what we can't. Hey
Gay.
yo, I'm muting my mic, bro.
Fire.
Ew, ew.
God, I'm done, man. But nah, in all seriousness, though, just to answer your question briefly, hey, ask that person. Ask your husband when you see him. Maybe he can tell you. If you marry. I don't know if you married or not,
Hey,
sis.
hey, but
I'm
Gabriel,
separated, but I just wanted to know without knowing, but without even asking, like, is it like a character thing?
but
This is
but you
like one of
started
those
off
situations.
asking about your son. So how? Like I'm confused. Like you was asking about puberty, then you asked about your son and how he waking up and stuff, and but you
Huh?
really was talking about circumcision. Like, come on, what's your truth? Like you being deceitful? Like what's going on? Like what? You need to come to the school. Like we're not gonna go down no rabbit hole and whack a mole games. Like that's crazy. Like if that's
Oh
what your true
Lord.
intentions was, then just ask whatever you want to ask. But like, don't keep like I don't know. These questions are weird, for lack of like it was weird.
Hey Gene, I didn't know y'all. See, I told you, King, that Gene should have answered it. I didn't know y'all was talking about all that. I
I
just
just,
got off a phone
I
call.
just came in before you. I just came in before you. Uh,
Nah. Oh, you ain't congregating, sis?
Not at the moment.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Come to the school. Come to the school.
Okay.
Come to the school. Lord's willing. Chris, how you doing, sis?
Hey, friends.
Hmm. Hey, how's it going? How you doing, old chap?
Hey, friends. Hey, old chat. I'm doing well. I don't know what y'all were talking about, so I'm just gonna hush up and let y'all talk.
Oh, we were talking about Kevin Hart. Don't worry about the previous conversation.
Okay, well, happy to join in. God, I love y'all. Haven't been in here in 2 years, so hope everyone's doing good. So excited to chat and see what everybody's up to.
Why haven't you been back in 2 years?
I've just literally been off Clubhouse for 2 years.
what you got to
Oh,
say about
bro.
Kevin Hart?
Wait, what do I what?
What do you have to say about Kevin Hart?
Or I don't. So that's why I said let me just sit back in the background and just hush up.
You don't know what happened. That's why you don't. I mean, you know what's going on.
Evidently I do not. So I definitely don't need to have any kind of say. Let me just back myself out.
Do anybody want to help her out? Uh, Gabriel, you want to help her?
I'll hit Google, brother. I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, hell yeah. Let's go to Google, sister.
Yeah. Let's go to Google. Let's go to Google and tell me what you once you figure it out, because it's everywhere.
Sorry. I just kind of been living in my own world and just came back into Clubhouse. So thanks for having me back in. I'll go educate myself and then I'll come back in when I'm worthy of having a conversation.
All righty then. Yeah, all you gotta do is look up Kevin Hart roast. And then yeah, she'll pop right up. Kevin Hart roast. It's a controversy joke that was made by a white guy.
You know, white people so racist.
This might be a good example of how important of a topic this is, and to which people is an important topic.
No, Ash, 100%, 100%. I mean, even white people say white people racist.
Yeah, I mean, think about all the times we had conversations and one of them comes up, niggas, and they just start interrupting the conversation that we're having. I mean, it's nothing against white people per se, as far as like any type of hatred. It's just a fact. Like when I go out to work and white people see me in these very expensive hotels that I work at and different buildings that I go to, they look at me with this particular face, like, yeah, you know, Asians do it too, you know, Arabs every now and then, but it's always white people, like just like, damn, can I get a break? Can I not walk into this bathroom and you not looking at me all crazy and shit?
Uh,
I'm just speaking facts, man. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, hey, Ash, let me back you up. Why this white lady follow me? I drive a lawnmower at work. Why she follow me around the corner to see what I was doing? I turned around on the lawnmower. I'm looking at her like, the hell is this?
Cause your nigga ass ain't supposed to be in her neighborhood. What's wrong with you?
She followed
Yeah.
me, bro. I was stuck for a minute. Like, is she literally following me?
And listen, I'm honestly, I'm not mad at white folks for real. So I might make some of y'all mad, but I'm not mad. Like if I was white folks, I'll be kicking y'all in y'all butts too, cause y'all lit me.
Right. And if you
Yeah, if I was
understand,
white, I wouldn't like niggas either.
listen, if you just put in your mind to understand how white people function, then you're not mad anymore. You just kind of expect it, and then it just is what it is. So look, that's what it is. You just expect it, you perceive it as it is. Like, okay, this is what it is. This is how white people typically are. You know, because a lot of them lie to you anyways. A lot of them give you a certain character anyways. You see later on, you know, their true self. You know, once they start getting comfortable, right? Like you go to let's say at work, right? You got your boss. He's over you. He treats you a certain type of way. Then next thing you know, you might end up like at one of the you know, company cookouts or whatever. I'm not like let's say you go to the shop. Let's say if you in one of these type of industries, you go to the shop and they all drinking. That's when they start keeping it real, right? That's when they start showing their true self, right? They start making little subtle jokes, Like if you Mexican or whatever, like, hey, Jose, man, he the hardest worker here. They all laughing and shit. One is cracking up a Corona. Like, hey, man, hey, did y'all invent this? Y'all invent this beer? How y'all work so long hours after drinking a Corona midday? Right? They just start saying a whole bunch of stuff. So once you expect it, once you know what's gonna go down, it's all good. It's all good. You just gotta expect it, you know. But like I said, ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing that I got against white people per se. It's just a certain type of character that they have that I've already accustomed myself to. So every time I'm around white people, I expect it, and I don't feel any type of disdain. It just is what it is.
Hey, they was put on this earth to do a job, and they're doing it very well.
That's true. I agree. I agree. Now listen, my boss, I like my boss. He's cool, man. Every time I ask for time off, I'll ask for like a week off, 2 weeks off sometimes. He gives it to me. So listen, I ain't got nothing against white folks, but I know now, when he's chilling with his nice in his nice ranch home and all that, he goes on his nice vacations. I know every now and then, especially after they drink their Jameson, oh, they talking stuff. But that's cool. You know, you do that at your own time. But when we at work, keep your fake persona, please, because mine is too. You know, yeah, that's what it is.
I like Jameson. It's pretty good.
Jameson.
This charity, did you speak on the topic?
Shalom, most high in Christ bless. No, I didn't speak on the topic yet, sir.
Well, we was waiting on you to speak early, did we? Okay,
Oh,
okay.
I didn't hear anybody call me. I apologize.
Give us 1 second. Let us hit High St. Jack's real quick.
Yeah, did you? Well, going about how white people watching you. What I put in the chat was I hate when you're in white spaces and you know it's like white people like watching you or being disrespectful, like bumping into you, and you're with somebody, and you get upset and they tell you you're overreacting. That's what really pissed me off. Because I'm like, well, why do you care what they're doing? No, because all this space and you're bumping into me. You're too close to my bumper, even in the grocery store. Now, to the topic, my sister took me to the Kia Forum for the roast. Soon as Tony Hinchcliffe came out, what you all didn't see, the first part of the stage, because it was Mother's Day, the first part of the stage was like other celebrities, other comedians, whatever, had tickets. But the back part was number white and Latinos. And when they was making little racist jokes, they was the motherfuckers laughing their asses off. And I'm sitting there like, I didn't find it funny. It was a lot of jokes that wasn't funny. A lot. So I'm sitting there and people looking at me because it was like, what was it? Critics. People that was invited. My sister's a critic. So we're sitting with other critics and they just laughing and kikiing and stomping and slapping. I'm like, nigga, that shit wasn't funny. And then my sister looked at me, are you not having a good time? Like, yeah, I'm cool. You know, it's good, but it wasn't that funny at all. Third thing, if you listen to Kevin's Breakfast Club interview, you notice that he's changed from a comedian into a businessman. He cares more about his brand and his business does about comedy. Comedy just helps him with his brand. Comedy helps him with his business. But he's done a complete 180 to who he was like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, we was talking about that earlier, Kai, how there's a many sellouts. Even when you read in the scriptures, it's always been a theme where you had people that were of your own race that always sold you out to the enemy, that always spoke against you, that always destroyed any plot for the welfare of your people. You could read that in the Maccabees history with the Greeks, right? You could read that in Nehemiah when they was trying to rebuild the temple. It's always people of our own nation
that's gonna sell each other out. Can you read that again in Maccabees, First Maccabees 11 and verse 21? Because he wasn't here earlier for that one.
Yes, sir. The book of First Maccabees, chapter 11 and verse 21. Then certain ungodly persons who hated their own people.
Right. So it's nothing new. There was always in her they have there has always been ungodly people who hated their own nation. So as Jonathan was trying to take the temple, protect Jerusalem, gather the people together so that they could worship in righteousness, battle against the Grecians, and which was taken over and was conquering the various lands as well as Judah. You had ungodly men, ungodly women that hated their own nation, and this is what they did. Go ahead.
Went unto the king and told him that Jonathan besieged the tower.
Right. So then you got these sellouts here as the people are trying to assemble, as the people are trying to do good for their nation, knowing how much degenerate we are, how much of a stigma we are, what bad reputation that we have. And during those times, obviously, them trying to take the temple and defiling the temple, you got the people trying to work. You got the people trying to do all these good things so that our people can unite under God's command. And then, boom, you got ungodly men and women who've always hated their own people who betray those that are trying to do good. Kevin Hart's no different. Um, these different comedians and musicians, Rihanna and Jay-Z, they're no different. They're just doing it in a different matter. Rather than help their people with the platform that they have, as well as with the benefits that they've been given, such as the salary that they have, rather than do those things, they use that money for evil. They use their reputation to spread wickedness, to spread evil. And anytime that something happens to their own race, they don't speak up about it because they understand if they speak about those things, Rome is going to take their place and their nation, so to speak. So it's always been like that in the scriptures, Kai. It's always been like that. It's been an ongoing theme, and it has not changed at all, at all.
Did not know that. But yo, good for. Thank you for the lesson, though. Thank you for the lesson, because that whole that whole Breakfast Club thing was. I'm listening to it because I heard it was like all the chatter. He made it worse. I'm like, well, let me hear what he has to say. And I'm like, yeah, I see what you, because he kept pointing out that he went to George Floyd's funeral. But does that really absolve you? Because one, he knew what Tony Hinchcliffe was going to do. He knew what he was going to do because that's the whole thing. Hinchcliffe did that for likes and for sound bites and for what do you get? For ratings, which is what he got. Which everybody's talking about Tony Hinchcliffe, but see the thing is, I want to go on Hinchcliffe's page and blast him, not Kev. But two birds of the same feather. You see what I'm saying? So the whole it was cringe, man. It was hella cringe. Even waiting for the Uber, we're like sitting there and I'm leaning up against the gate and somebody bump against my pocket. I don't like being in a crowded place like that. And I turned around. My sister's like, "What's wrong with you?" I was like, "Yo, all this space. Why they had to brush up against me?" And they act like I wasn't even there. "Oh, you're overreacting." Like, no, I'm not overreacting. As soon as I say something, then your name gets brought into it. So I had to keep my mouth shut. I'm sorry, I'm talking too long.
No, you good, Kai. Watch this though. Get Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 7. You know, I saw that interview the other day. Well, I saw the clip when it first came out before he did the Breakfast Club interview and all the internet was talking about it. And no, actually, the first thing I saw was Cat Williams, and Cat Williams was going in on Kevin Hart about being a sellout, and that's why everybody thought it was so funny because it was true. Then after that, they come to find out that that white comedian said that unfunny joke about George Floyd, and Kevin Hart just sat there and laughed and didn't say nothing. And then when it came time for him to come back and make up for what he said or for his actions, he didn't repent. He didn't show no remorse. He was, that's just the way it is. That's how, that's how that's what a roast is. You just everything is okay. It's like, no, everything is not okay. But anyways, read this verse real quick.
The book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3 and verse 7. A time to rend and a time to sow, a time to keep silence and a time to speak.
Right. So the Bible says it's a time. When you read verse 1, it says it's a season for everything. And the point we want to get out of this verse is it said it's a time to speak. It's a time to stand up and say when something wrong, bro. You a grown man. If you don't understand how the comments that white comedian said was evil, they was diabolical, and you gonna sit there and you complicit with it, then you're just as guilty. You just as guilty, and you didn't use that time for you to speak up. You kept your mouth closed and you was complicit with it. You just laughed it off. That's what people do when they uncomfortable. They laugh and giggle and look around like like that's what the man did. So Kevin Hart most definitely was a sellout for that. And when he had his opportunity to, I'm not saying he can't repent. Lord, will the brother repent? I'm quite sure he aware of the issues that go on. But that money talk, boy, that money kept him silent when it was time for him
Right.
to speak.
And that's what he said. And that's exactly what he said. He
Hey,
was like, it was
Gene.
a live production. He said, what did y'all want me to do? Stop it and do this and do that. See, he's changed. He's more about money now.
He
Somebody
always
controls
been
him.
no, he ain't
He been
changed. He
about money.
always been about money. My bad. Go ahead, Gabriel.
No, I was agreeing with you. That man been about money, man. Ever since he put on that dress, it's him, The Rock, Ludacris, who else? Lil Wayne, all of them. And when they put on them skirts, them humiliation rituals, man, to check the check their level. Because some people ain't, you know what? Like I remember this one white dude. He said, man, they keep on wanting me to be the to do roles where they want me to kiss other women. I'm not doing that. So I only get roles where I get to play the devil. This is Edomite that said that. I'm like, this white dude that said, I'm like, damn, okay. Denzel Washington, he said, I don't want a movie where I have a love interest that's a white person. Y'all know what I'm talking about? He like, I'm not about to. I got a
Yeah, I
black
know what
wife.
you're talking about. But didn't
Yeah,
he have a white woman in that movie
Oh,
Flight?
well, he
I'm
had one
sorry, that
in
was a sidetrack.
Bone Collector.
Bone
Angelina
Collector. That's way
Jolie
back.
in Bone Collector.
But my point is that,
But he is sell
huh?
out too, though.
Yeah, he is. I heard he went gay in that Gladiator 2. I'm like, y'all bugging. But my point is, people say certain stuff like that to set like a stance or a point to say, you know what, this is what I'm not willing to do because it's gonna betray the image that I want to portray. And Kevin Hart, that man been lost the morals. That man been about the money. That's why most of his crowds, like E had said earlier, he used to be funny, but now like he like a gentrified comedian, man. He like mayo and bean salad or something like that. I don't know what the hell it tastes like, bro. But that's what he like, bro. I'm telling you. So go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah. Hey, how do y'all feel about The Rock?
Sellout.
I couldn't have
Exactly.
said it no better.
Yeah, because he's invited to the fucking White House shit. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, what?
Oh, that's what I meant to say. Kevin Hart, the shit he did made every black person in that room uh uh should have made them uncomfortable. He know what the hell he was doing. He know what he allowed in that show. So I looked at people like Cat Williams, Regina Hall, and a few other black celebrities. You made all of them have to pretty much pick a side. Because I'm telling you, you think it stops at Kevin Hart? That's why they had pictures of Regina Hall like not smiling at all. Not saying that was the point she wasn't smiling at. My point is people can portray whatever they want to the media now. So black people are like, oh, she wasn't feeling it. But Kevin Hart was laughing during that. So Rock, same thing with him. All of them, man, they all have a image that they want to keep to keep their bread, they sponsors, they millions, and it's all at the detriment of the black race, bro. We a mockery to the nations, bro. Our deaths is just funny to the nations. Go ahead, Ash.
Hey, I was gonna say that's a good point that you made because they don't want to lose the image as well that they have with the black community. So some of them might not laugh right then and there, but it doesn't mean that they're complicit with the things that they're doing. They still got to retain that image with the black community as much as they can. So it's all bullshit.
Hey, another thing too. I think y'all said I wasn't on earlier, but I think y'all said E mentioned it. Like when Kevin Hart first came out, people thought he was funny because he talked about, stuff that black people can relate to. So that's what that's why people liked him. We could relate to some of his jokes, the growing up into poverty, your daddy not being there, and he made light of the trauma, the traumatic stuff that we all gotta experience. So now he making movies and TV shows. He just saw what they call it mainstream, and he didn't fully didn't forgot his people. But it was another point because Gabe, you had mentioned when he had the dress thing, and y'all remember that movie he had with Anthony Mack? Isn't his name Anthony Mackie? The fat dude, the
Mhm.
fat dude from Blackish. Y'all know what
Anthony
I'm talking about?
Anderson.
Anthony
Yeah, I
Anderson.
Anderson.
was like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, he was in a movie with him, and it was I think it was Scary Movie 3, and they was trying to do like a parody to the scene was supposed to be a
The
parody like
the
Brokeback
Brokeback
Mountain.
Mountain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was like, yo,
yeah.
that scene always was weird to me. But my point is, when they start putting the dresses on, when they start doing this borderline homo stuff and just start blurring the lines about what's right and wrong to make money, that's a bridge that every last one of us got to cross in our lifetime. Some of us would be on a bigger stage, but you can't be that way. This is the scripture I wanted to get Sirach chapter 4 verse 28 to go with it. Everybody got to make that decision, bro, whether you gonna be a sellout. You all, because when it's the time for you to speak and stand up, we all got to go experience it. I know in school they try to make light of it, or not light of it, but they don't put it in the context of us standing up for our race. They put it in the context of us like speak up when you see bullying. Don't go along with the followers with everybody else. The scriptures talk about that, say don't follow a multitude to do evil. But also get this scripture. Read this real quick.
The book of Sirach, chapter 4 and verse 28. Strive for the truth unto death.
You see that? That's something that we all got to be striving for, to make sure that we standing on the scriptures, standing on righteousness. We ain't gonna sit back and not say nothing when we see something wrong. And everybody gotta learn that and grow. But if you chasing money and that's all only thing that your eye on, then you not striving for the truth. You gonna do what make people feel comfortable. You never gonna stand up for for your people. You just gonna go along with the crowd, and that's what Kevin Hart did. He want to be politically correct all the time because he know that money would get cut off. Remember when they canceled him for because them
When they
tweets
cast
came
him for
out?
the Oscars, he went on
Yeah,
an apology tour.
yeah.
He
He had to
apologized to
go. Yeah,
everybody.
he
Yeah.
had to, because he said not this was wild, but it's kind of funny when he said he found out his son was gay. He had smack him upside the head with a dollhouse or something crazy like that. Now that's crazy. You're not telling nobody to do that. But that just show you how culture just changed as well. Like I remember, like I'm not old, I'm young, but when I was in school, like in high school, I remember like people, we use certain words like that you couldn't like, and nobody said nothing about it. But like maybe within like the next couple years after me leaving school, like it was more socially acceptable for you to say nigga in a room of mixed races than it is to say something about like homos or like homophobic slurs or anything like that. Like the culture just has completely changed, and if you don't see it, you'll get swept up right with it, and you'll be following along with them same movements. And well, I guess they people, and they should want to live the way they want to live. Now Kevin Hart wants, next thing you know, he gonna come out and say something crazy like that. Meanwhile, he don't see nothing wrong with it, with somebody making fun of George Floyd, talking about he being in hell and what. Now that was crazy, but that was it. That's my point.
You know they said that about Charlie Kirk, man. I ain't gonna
Eh,
lie,
Char, I'm sorry. Let me not
that
say
shit
it. I'm
was
sorry.
hilarious. I
I
mean,
don't
the
care.
hell with him too, but this shit was hilarious, bro.
It
That
is,
shit
but
was
it's
hilarious.
not the same though. Like we don't care about we don't care about uh Charlie Kirk because he's not our brother. You know what I'm saying? We don't care about him in the same level as we would George Floyd. I'm not saying
Hey,
we want him to die.
and he was killed by his own people. That's what
Exactly.
yeah, that dude Charlie Kirk was dropped by his own people. That shit is hilarious. While speaking against niggas. Excuse my
Right.
language. It is what it is. His last comment was about black people, and God said, you know what, Charlie, take them out and sit them straight down. Sit them straight down into the gulag. And now he can't make another political point about no black people.
Right.
It is what it is. Nothing against him. It is what it is. No hatred. But you know, back to your point, we was talking about that earlier. Eddie Murphy, Bernie Mac, all of them used to make jokes. Man, Eddie Griffin, man, they made some jokes that'll take your ass out, bro. And now
Bro, I missed
they're
Eddie
trying
Griffin.
to. Yeah, Eddie Griffin, yeah, bro. Cancel culture would have killed them, obliterated them. But now, I'm talking about now. But back then, it was socially acceptable to make certain jokes. Shoot, Dave Chappelle still be trimming the way, he still be
He be treading that line.
yeah, yeah, there you go, treading that line. He be like, hey, transvestites be trying to jump me. I'm like, damn, he still got views. But the thing about it is, one thing about him is like, I could be off. He said he built his own empire. They wanted to buy his own. They buy all his stuff, and it's the same thing with Cat Williams. They wanted to buy all his stuff and make him have his jokes a certain way. He like, once I do that, it ain't no turning back. So I'd rather keep my own stuff, make my own deals, and I still get to do what I get to do. And that's what Cat Williams, he stand on that. That's why he can do what the hell he do and not really feel repercussions about it. But Kevin Hart, man, to hell with him. It's the same thing we was talking about earlier. The brother brought him up on the same level as Martin Luther King. Man,
That's
don't got
crazy.
Kevin Hart don't got no damn morals. He don't give a damn about black people. The last time you seen him in a social circle with black people was probably Soul Plane. Was it Soul Plane? That's the name of the movie.
Yeah, yeah.
That nigga don't care about black people. All his comedy is centered towards the people that's paying him money now. That roasting session, and just like what E said at the end of it, I want to thank all my sponsors. I want to thank my publicists, all this other garbage. He's trying to make sure his bread is good. Now, am I saying you shouldn't have your family in your mind when you're doing certain things? I'm not saying that. But matter of fact, you know what? Let me get that. Let me get that. Get that in Maccabees. It's about Simon. It's about Simon. About Jonathan. Y'all know what I'm talking about? See.
What did
You
it
talk
say?
about what? Oh, go ahead.
Not when he
What did it
had to
say?
make the hard decision.
Right, about his
Uh
brother.
yeah, yeah.
Oh no, not his brother. Was it his brother
No,
or his nephew?
Jonathan was his brother.
It was brother. You right? Yeah, yeah. His brother. Cause
Yeah,
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
yeah. I'm looking for that. Give me that real quick. I'm driving, so you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna just park. It is what it is. It is what it is, bro. I don't know if the reader can hear me.
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I'm looking for it too.
All right. 'Cause sometimes you're gonna have to make that hard decision, but at the end of the day, it's for the people. Uh, maybe it's right here.
Hey, why you looking for that? Just to that point, um, because everybody, like I said earlier, everybody got to make those decisions on different levels throughout our life, our daily lives. But the decision that Kevin Hart made, his moment, his opportunity, like let's not sit here and act like that's like a. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, Gabriel, at all. Like the scripture you brought up, that's excellent. But the crazy part is, like his choice ain't on the same level of difficulty as what
happened in the Maccabees, that ain't like we talking about, bro, just saying that probably wasn't funny. Like you ain't even have to do nothing. Like, bro, like just you could have, I would have preferred you not laugh than you sat there and laughed. And then when they came back to you to maybe clean up your, hey, when I look back on it, it probably wasn't that funny. Like how much backlash would he have really gotten if he would have said that? Like, but the fact that he's so whipped by the oppressor, and he just loved the money so much, that just show you like where his mind is, because that's not no hard. That wasn't no super hard decision to make for him.
Uh,
First
you're right. You're
Maccabees
right. No, my point
13.
is. Oh, what up, Second Death? What you about to say? Second Death.
Was First Maccabees 13, 16.
Yeah. Yep. First Maccabees 13 and 16.
Yes,
So my
sir.
now what I seek to do is to humanize the Bible. At the end of the day, we understand people are humans. They ain't gonna make the most rational decision that appeases everybody. And just like Bishop, they think always say you gotta have people that support in the background. However, that's not gonna ease the BS that he in right now, for lack of a better word. He a comedian, so I don't expect much from him. But it's not gonna ease the BS from him. But our forefathers had real tough decisions to make, and they always weighed in what'll benefit the people. That's what I'm trying to bring out now. Read that.
First Maccabees chapter 13 and verse 16. Wherefore now send 100 talents of silver, and 2 of his sons for hostages, that when he is at liberty, he may not revolt from us, and we will let him go.
So just to catch everybody up to speed, they had Jonathan locked up. They held him hostage. So they said, send us bread, send us money. I'm gonna use some modern language. Send us money and give his 2 sons as hostages, and then we'll let him go. Because if you do that, we know he's not gonna come against us. That was common back then. For those who don't know, taking people's sons as hostages was common back then. Rome did it. They said, look, we know his sons ain't gonna revolt if we take his sons as hostages and he pay us what do you call it, custom and tribute. Read on.
Hereupon Simon, albeit he perceived that they spake deceitfully unto him,
He picked up on a yes, he said they lying. Watch this.
yet sent he the money and the children, lest peradventure he should procure to himself great hatred of the people.
Read that again.
Yet sent he the money and the children, lest
Uh-huh.
peradventure,
Go ahead.
he should procure to himself great hatred of the people.
But Simon also understood that if he didn't send the sons and the money, the people would hate the hell out of him. So let's say he didn't send them. He's like, oh, these people lying. Well, let's say y'all he get killed because y'all didn't send him. He'll get the people hatred anyway. So he decided to send the sons and the money just for the same fact of why he wouldn't have sent them. Because the people would have hated him. And it's the same thing with people that are in places of authority or people that are rich among us. Sometimes them being outspoken may not benefit us at that time, but their secret support would have worked. Who knows? But irregardless, you're gonna garner the hate of the people. That's the type of people we battle with and deal with. You're gonna get their hatred anyway. Imagine the same people you go out there and preach and teach and tell them that they are the greatest people on this earth, are the same people that condemn you for teaching that everybody can't be saved. We hear it all the damn time. Go ahead.
Verse 18. Who might have said, because I sent him not the money and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead. So he sent him the children and the 100 talents. Howbeit, Tryphon dissembled, neither would he let Jonathan go. And after,
Go
and
ahead. Go back up. I had to walk in the office real quick. Read the last verse before that.
yes, sir, verse 18.
Yes,
Who might
sir.
have said, because I sent him not the money and the children, therefore is Jonathan dead.
That's the reason Jonathan was put to death, because this dude decided not to send the money and the children. He would have got the hate of the people irregardless. So let's bring it back to common era. Let's bring it back to now. Now the joke would have been in taste, bad taste irregardless. Let's say my man didn't laugh. Somebody would have said, "Hey, look, why you didn't check his ass right there and then? I would have pulled him down. Ain't that your show?" Let's say he laughed like he did. He still, irregardless, people can't be pleased. But my point is, uh, Kevin Hart should be doing something to support his people, irregardless. He would have got the hate of us, black people, period. But he should still do something to support his people. I'll land it there. For real.
Hey, that's an excellent point. But as you were saying that, you know, when he did have take the get up and stop the show, when Cat Williams was calling him a sellout, that's when he let's be brothers. Let's be brothers. When Cat Williams called him a sellout, that's when he wanted to grab the mic and say something. But you know, I'm not to yeah, not to it's just to that, you know. He spoke up when he wanted to speak up. There's no, he knew better.
I know that you can't please niggas, man.
That's
I know
true.
that. I know
That's
that from
definitely
personal
true.
experience. You can't please black people, but they ain't gonna change the fact you still got to do right by your people, bro. You know, Kevin Hart, he's not doing right by his people. Now, and the comments he made in that Breakfast Club interview, solidifies he don't give a damn about his people. That's the biggest issue. Let's say you didn't laugh or you did laugh. You know, it's like, you know, I got to show the white people that I'm on their side, and but I secretly support. Man, that man, he has not shown anything that shows that he give a damn about the plight and oppression of black people. Because when you read Ecclesiastes 7:7, read that real quick.
Ecclesiastes chapter 7 and verse 7. Surely oppression maketh a wise man mad.
When you're oppressed, it's supposed to piss you off. The stipulation is only wise people get pissed off in their oppression. And wisdom comes from the commandments of God. Get that in Sirach 19, verse 20, real quick.
Sirach chapter 19 and verse 20. The fear of the Lord is all wisdom, and in all wisdom is the performance of the law.
The only thing that's gonna make Kevin Hart wise enough to understand that he's been oppressed alongside his people is the performing of the God's laws. So he not performing a damn thing. He ain't gonna understand what black people going through. And that's it's what he had brought out in Trick Baby. Give him just enough to where the people won't understand him. They'll ostracize him. He'll be amongst us, and he'll feel like he ain't gonna have no place amongst his own people. So the only people he's gonna have left is us, but we don't even truly like him. That's where Kevin Hart is at. White people will make a mockery of him in front of his face, but he's so damn rich that he feels alienated from his own people, and he ain't gonna help. So at the end of the day, bro, he in a trick box. The only person that's gonna get him out of that is God and His commandments. But that man ain't leaving that no time soon. He trying to get he trying to stop generational curses with his children, bro.
Yo, Gabriel, and mind you, anytime that he gets around his white friends, so-called white friends, all his corporate managers, whatever the case may be, you don't think that when they in a level of comfortability, which they obviously are, they not talking shit about his race, and he's sitting there listening to it all, and you can't say that he don't get convicted about those things. You can't say that he not thinking like, damn. You can't say that he not thinking like, fuck, did he really just say that shit? But he gotta laugh it off. He gotta play the fool. But he knows damn well in his mind that all those things that are being said about him is convicting him. And he's gonna look back and say, damn, I should have said something. Cause it's gonna come a time, even that much the more, as it is now with Trump, basically motivating Esau to be more outspoken as far as how they feel, where
you know, he gonna listen to all this stuff and he's gonna think back like, man, I should have said something. Man, I should have been about my people. And it's gonna be too late because your reputation is gonna be mud as it is now.
Hey, bro, you know what's crazy about that? You know, white people do that. Caucasians do that to everybody. They do it to everybody. Everybody that's listening to the sound of Clubhouse right now has experienced a situation like that. You want to know what sets the difference? How you react right there and then. If you do not react, they will continue to do it day in and day out. I'll be like, Bob, that was so crazy. And yo, his ass would be going straight to human resources. I would take him straight to human resources. I remember dude said Gabriel he don't like white people. In fact, he hates white people. I said, where the hell did he get that from? He said, you watch some of his videos, that's what they teach about. If it was, you know who stood up for me? Because black people, they was the ones egging it on. Yeah, man, he got some crazy videos. White people was the only ones that stood up and said, well, at the front of all of their videos, it says they are not a hate group. I'm telling you. And I told him, I said, one more comment like that, I'm taking you out of human resources, bro. Man, I don't play that. I do not play that. I'm using your system against you, big fella.
Hey, reader, get Isaiah chapter 51 and read verse. Hold on, let me look at it. I ain't read this in a minute. It's Isaiah. It's at the end of the chapter. It said they laid their bodies down so that the nations could walk over them.
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 23. But I will put it into the hand of them that afflict thee, which have said to thy soul, bow down.
Right, that's the black man today, and this go with Genesis chapter 49, y'all, because when they say Judah crouched down like an old lion, right? So he crouched down like an old lion. They tell us to bow down to them, right? That they may do what? Read.
That we may go over.
It said that they may walk all over us. Read.
And thou hast laid thy body as the ground,
Mm-hmm.
and as the street to them that went over.
Now this some man like this every black man, black woman, Hispanic man, Hispanic woman, Native American man, Native American woman has experienced this when they deal with the other nations. They it's a air about the other nations, how a air of superiority that they have above you, that you can feel it in the room when you come into the room with them, and that's the type of spirit they try to put out. That's the type of a feeling and energy they put out to you, that we supposed to bow down to them. They can walk all over us, and the hard part about it is a lot of us, we know it's wrong. We know it's not right for that for us to be being treated like that. But at the same time, this the same man that we got to go get our water from, our food, our clothes. This is the same man, people that we got to work for, people we got to deal with on a daily basis. So when you it's like two contradictive things. It's like, man, I can't be. I'm getting disrespected. These people walking all over me. But if I say something, I'm at risk of losing my livelihood. And then that's why a lot of times you see a lot of revolutionaries. They be young, and sometimes they may not have very much family. They may have a wife or a couple kids, but a lot of revolutionaries be young, and then they start dying out when life start hitting them. What I mean by dying out, like they're not as rebellious. They start to get their act right. Niggas acting crazy when they young, but and more rebellious and more willing to say something. They got less to lose, right? But when you got more to lose, you more willing to bow down. You more willing to bow down. You like, man, I gotta feed my son. I got 4 kids. I got a wife at home. But that's the decision that we all gotta make. And you got, and that's why it's so important for us to gather together and deal with one another, so we don't have to be so afraid when to stand up for righteousness and not letting people disrespect you. I remember, and I ain't telling nobody to do this, but I remember my father, he told me this story Well, he used to work at this job. This was years ago. He said he worked at this job, and there was this white man there. He kept forgetting my father's name. So my father was like, he kept calling them other black dudes on the job name, and he like, yo, he said, I think he told him twice. He said, look, my name is XYZ. Look, if you don't know my name, you can either call me Mister or you can call me Sir. And the white man didn't like that. He like, I'm not calling this nigga Sir. I'm not calling this man Mister. So he said the white dude did it again. My dad said, he beat the dude up. He got fired for it. But I mean, I'm not telling nobody to do that, and that's a decision every man got to make on his own. What you willing to deal with, but that's the decision that we all got to make, and it's a real decision. It's a real decision if you gonna let people just disrespect you just so you can eat, or you gonna stand up and say something, But that's why, like I said, a good solution to that is us learning how to deal with one another and not having to rely on the nation so much. But that scripture real. It say that they may walk over us, and that's how we be feeling.
Yeah, man. Hey, and the only thing, because like you mentioned, how it's like two contradictory things as far as like you talk about the white man, but then on the flip side, you're thinking about how you got to go to him for all your resources and so forth. So you start to think twice. The only thing that keeps us sane or that can keep you sane is understanding that the Lord is in control of all things, right? So, like in Matthew 6 and 33, can you bring that out, reader, please? Matthew 6 and 33. This gives the proof that with the Lord, we're still able to have a high self-esteem about ourselves and not have to worry about the necessary things in life because we understand at the end of the day the Lord governs and controls all things. But when it comes to the average black man, Latino man in the world, like you said, Gene, back to your point, they thinking twice about these things because they don't have a particular hope. They don't have an understanding that regardless of how you conduct yourself, or not how you conduct yourself, but regardless of how you respond to the racism and the criticism, whatever that comes from these people, the Lord gonna help you out. They not thinking about that. They don't understand that. Read that, Matthew 6.
Matthew chapter 6 and verse 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
Right. So when you follow the Lord, when you understand the Lord, his power, his grace, this is when you can understand and know, all right, look, I ain't gonna let this white man talk about me like that. I'm gonna stand up for myself, whether it's reaching out to HR, like Gabriel mentioned, or it's, responding in whatever way, as long as it's in righteousness. And the Lord's gonna take care of you regardless, right? As a matter of fact, knowing the truth, knowing and understanding who you are, knowing your ethnicity, knowing the Lord and his power actually gives you a certain confidence about yourself, because when I learned the truth, my confidence only went higher because I understood, okay, this is who I am. So anytime a white man, anytime anybody talks some stuff, I have a certain confidence about myself where I make it known that the way you just spoke to me now ain't going to be the way you speak to me tomorrow. Because I'm going to either say something about it or I'm going to conduct myself in a way that makes you feel inferior. I'm going to make it to where you feel uncomfortable being around me. So you may talk your jokes and say whatever, whatever, but the way that I'm going to conduct myself is going to defer you from doing that further because I'm going to make you feel very uncomfortable, right? I ain't talking about nothing physical. I'm talking about the way that I'm moving, the way that I'm rolling with these people, right? So going back to what you said, Gene, when you understand this truth, when you understand that you are an Israelite according to the Bible, that you are the greatest people, it puts a certain spirit on you. If Kevin Hart understood that, he wouldn't have rolled that way. He'll be like, look, I gotta deal wisely. Yeah, I got to make sure I don't ruin my reputation as well as these benefits because I need to use these things for good. But he wouldn't have went out the way he went out. He would have at least, cleaned that up. He would have at least dealt wisely because there's some of our people out there who are famous. They got a lot of money, but they deal wisely with their money. They deal wisely with their fame, and they're helping out in secret. I think it was Gabriel was mentioning it. Kevin Hart ain't never done nothing for us. You don't read about nothing that he's ever done for us. Shit, at least Andrew Tate has done certain things. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, these celebrities don't give a damn, But if you understand these things concerning the scriptures about yourself, your identity, That's what puts a different spirit on you, man. That's what makes you walk tall, you know?
Yeah, no, that's big facts. You can't just be letting people disrespect you like that. You or your people, you know what you do to the. Remember, that's what Christ said. What you do unto the least of them, you done unto me. So we got to stand up for one another. You don't just let people just openly disrespect you, and like that's your manhood. Like hey, but get Sirach 11 real quick about them riches. Sirach 11. And we gotta get some people on the stage, man. We gotta get some. I know we got some. I know people got a lot of things they want to say about this topic. Is this no? Is this Sirach 11 or is it Sirach
Yes, sir.
5? About
Sirach 11 and 14.
let me see. No, yeah, that's the right chapter. I just want to see where I want to start at though. Get start at verse. You can start at verse 18. Start at verse 18.
Yes, sir. Sirach chapter 11 and verse 18. There is that waxeth rich by his warriness and pinching, and this is the portion of his reward.
Keep reading.
Whereas he saith, I have found rest, and now will eat continually of my goods.
Now this is the mind of the rich man. He got rich because all he worried about was riches. And if you follow Kevin Hart even a little bit, or if you heard people talk about him, anytime people talk about him, they always talking about, man, this dude work. He work. That's all he do is work, man. This dude is a workaholic, bro. He's about his money, about his business. That's what this man known for. That's when the Bible talking about the rich man. He get rich because he pension. That's all he like his wariness. That's all he care about. It's all he care about is money, and he got rich, and that was his reward. But he think he got rest in all the money and abundance that he got. Like dang, like when is enough? Enough. You got 400, 200, $300 million. But what are you doing with all this money? Keep reading though.
And yet he knoweth not what time shall come upon him.
Right, he got all this money, but you don't know when your day gonna be. You don't know. You over here laughing, not saying nothing about people making fun of George Floyd, and that man passed away. You don't know when your day gonna be. People gonna be laughing, making jokes about you and to your family, and see how they feel about it when you gone. Right? If you die tragically, Lord forbid. But keep reading.
And that he must leave those things to others and die.
Right, you're gonna have to leave all that money and all that stuff that you care so much about to other people, to your wife and your kids who may not be no damn good. Your wife may not be no damn good. I don't know his conditions, but then you gonna die. You gonna die. So what good is this? All that gonna do you? I'm not telling people not to do well for themselves, but you got like Asher was saying. Excuse me, Asher was saying. Uh, you gotta put stuff in its proper priorities. You gotta put stuff in priorities, right? Read the next verse.
Verse 20.
Hmm.
Be steadfast in thy covenant, and be conversant therein.
Right. Be steadfast in the covenant of the Lord and be conversant therein. Read.
And wax old in thy work.
Right. That's what you're supposed to wax over. And come on.
Marvel not at the works of sinners,
Now this the lesson for us, because most of us ain't got the riches that Kevin Hart got. Right. Most of us we broke, or we not on that type of level. We might be stable. Right. You a couple. You 3 months away from being homeless or whatever, if you just stop getting income. Read it again. Say marvel not what?
marvel not at the works of sinners,
Mm-hmm.
but trust in the Lord,
Read.
and abide in thy labor.
Right. Abide in the works that you put in for the Lord. Read.
For it is an easy thing in the sight of the Lord on the sudden to make a poor man rich.
Right. You see that? So why we care about the money so much? It's a lack of faith. it just show how much our people didn't fallen. You know, and it's a mindset that we. I'm not trying to say that I don't deal with that, but it's a mindset that can easily hop up on us. You look at these people, you be like, dang, they got this, they got that. And then once you finally get it, you don't know how to act. And that's what happens to us a lot of times. That's why Solomon said, don't give me too much that I've sinned against the Lord. Don't give me too little that I rob and steal. You know, we just gotta like the scripture just said, be steadfast and conversing in the covenant of our Lord, so that we don't find ourselves making the wrong decisions when our time come up. Now people talking crazy. You at the job, you in the break room with the white people, and they talking bad about one of your fellow black coworkers. Like, you should ask yourself, why these niggas? I mean, why these people feel comfortable talking like that around me? Why would you feel comfortable speaking about other people in my presence? You know, that's something that we deal with on our daily basis. You know, so that's stuff that we got to ask ourselves, not to just point at Kevin Hart, but apply it to your own self. But it look like we got somebody new on stage. Oh, is they with us? Oh, I think they with us. Zeph Dessaint.
Shalom, most high Christ bless. How good can you hear me? Cause I got some headphones and I don't know if they sound bad or good
You
or
sound
bad.
pretty clear to me.
All right. I was just making sure. I haven't wore these headphones in a while. I was just making sure. How y'all prophets doing this night?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
Good.
All praises. Um, Let me see. Is Kevin Hart a sellout? I had watched the Kevin Hart roast like a couple nights ago. I can't remember 100% remember it, but I know some parts about it being white men were being racist as hell on that. So I'm like, yeah, they were being racist, and I'm feeling like, why isn't Kevin Hart saying nothing? And y'all was talking about Sabrina. I think that what her name was. Yeah, she was looking like she wasn't comfortable the whole time. I'm just peeping that out the whole time. I'm like, she don't look like she won't be there. She don't look like she won't be there. So my take on it is Kevin Hart should have said something about when those the host and I guess the other white, no, I think it's just the host. The host was just, I think the host was being racist for sure. I think they had a couple other white dudes on the side. I can't remember names, so um, yeah, they was talking crazy though. Like, the George Floyd one, I almost turned it off. I almost turned the TV off when it was on that one.
Hey,
I'm
you
like,
kept you kept watching. You kept watching. He said I should turn this off, but I'm gonna keep watching this.
yeah, I almost turned it off. Cause I'm like, I'm like, let me sit through and see what else they about to be talking about. Cause I felt like Cat Williams was gonna show up. Cause I saw a video. That's why I wanted to watch it. Cause I'm like, Cat Williams gonna pop up in a second, so I want to see Cat Williams get on his ass right quick. And then they wind up so called squashing beef, and I'm like, yeah, so that's a fake. I knew the whole thing wasn't um like freestyle. Wasn't what do you call it?
Or like
What
genuine.
Yeah, what they said was live. It was, I know it wasn't like 100% live, like they were just coming off the head with they roast and stuff like that. And that shit not live. Y'all wrote
Hey,
that shit beforehand.
but Cat Williams said, I got paid to be here.
Yes, indeed. The only reason why he was there. The only reason
Damn.
why he was there.
Hey, reader, real quick, get that in First Timothy 6 and verse 9. Going back to Gene's point and what you just brought out.
Timothy chapter 6 and verse 9. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare.
Right. So those that seek riches, those are the ones that fall into temptations and snares. And mind you, it goes further than just like anything minimal as far as temptations is concerned. This is going into a high degree, right? Because when it comes to fame and fortune, especially in Babylon the Great, we talking about the darkest of the dark when it comes to evil. We talking about darkness as darkness itself, according to Job. This is the place where matter of fact, I'm sorry, get that real quick. Job 10 and 22 or 21. It's one of those. Because we talking about how these things are temptations and snares when it comes to you seeking out riches. Or in other words, a covetous man in regards to money, fortune, fame.
Job 10.
Job chapter 10 and verse 21. Before I go whence I shall not return, even to the land of darkness and the shadow of death.
So now look at what Job is about to expound upon. So he talked about a land of darkness. What did he say? A land of darkness and what?
And in the shadow of death.
And the shadow of death. So he's speaking about a particular place and a particular condition, which is going into darkness, going into captivity, going into a place where evil is recognized, where evil is exemplified, right? Watch what he says about this particular place so that we can better pinpoint what place is he really making reference to. Go ahead.
A land of darkness.
So
As
this place that he's talking about is a land of darkness. Go ahead.
as darkness itself.
So it's not only a land of darkness, because darkness, as we perceive it, is all right, it's dark in here, right? But even as your eyes adjust, you can start to see certain things even in the darkness, right? Certain forms of light or whatever. But this place here is compared to a land of darkness as darkness itself. This is a deep darkness. Christ calls it a gross darkness. So this ain't even on a regular scale. This has passed the threshold of darkness. So we talking about a place that's comparable to gross darkness, that's comparable to deep darkness. Go ahead, which is an allegory for wickedness. Go ahead.
And of the shadow of death.
And this is the place where you find captivity. This is the place where slaves were sold. Where people right now, like when you read in Revelations 18, how it talks about the different things that were sold that the merchants was buying. Towards the end, it says and slaves and souls of men. So it's deeper than just slaves. Here you got souls of men that have been taken captive. This is the land that we talking about. This is America that we talking about. Go ahead.
Without any order.
This place has no order. This is how we know we talking about Babylon. This place here has no order. Things are upside down. Good is evil, evil is good. The man is the female is the man. Roles have been reversed. You got transgenderism, right? Everything has been completely turned upside down. Go ahead.
And where the light is as darkness.
Right, where the light is as darkness, meaning the things that are good are perceived as evil, whereas the things that are evil are perceived as good. So going back to my point, let's go back to that First Timothy chapter 6 and verse
Hey,
9.
I ain't trying
Well,
to interrupt y'all.
hold on real quick.
I'm
Hold
gonna
on
mute
real quick. Hold on real quick. Read that First Timothy 6 and let's finish it.
First
Verse 9.
Timothy chapter 6 and verse 9. But they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare.
So I went to Job chapter 10 so that I can expound on when it's going into that temptation and the snare. It ain't just talking about some little stuff. It's talking about on a grander scale. So the temptations and lusts that Kevin Hart, as well as these different individuals, artists, whatever is getting into, is a lot more severe. We talking some nasty stuff. We talking murder. These are different things that I'm sure some of these people have been exposed to, especially the ones that went to the Epstein's Island and shit. A lot of these people have seen things that, if it's put out in the open, is going to deteriorate their name and reputation and even put them in jail. We seen Diddy go to jail. We seen what's his name, the one that wanted to have his own TV show. We seen how the media, how the white man, how the system uh started to put a name on him as far as like him being a rapist or whatever, or dealing with small children, whatever it was. I forgot what that whole situation was. But we seen Marcus Allen. Was that what his name? Whatever. He tried to own a TV station, and they turned that down. So we see how there's different things that are set up to keep our people asleep. That's why it says those that be rich, they fall into a temptation and a snare. There's things that they've been exposed to that if it's put out in the forefront is going to ruin them. That's the
Hey,
snare.
can
That's
you
the
help me out
trap.
real quick?
That's the trap. Well, hold on, bro. I'm having a conversation right now. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Went into many foolish and hurtful lusts.
And that's what we've been talking about all night. Foolish and hurtful lust. Go ahead. which drown men in destruction and perdition.
which drown men in destruction and perdition. That's the love of money. That's what covetousness done. That's what Gene was bringing out in that Ecclesiasticus, right? Read the last verse, verse 10.
For the love of money is the root of all evil.
For the love of money, meaning you adore the money, meaning you put the money above everything else. This goes back to covetousness. Remember what we read in Sirach a long time ago? We read how covetousness is it said covetousness is damn, it says something about covetousness. But basically, covetousness is one of those sins that puts you in a state where you willing to give everything up. Covetousness is a very evil thing. That's why even Paul makes reference to it in Romans chapter 7, right? He mentions covetousness, and he also mentions in another one of his letters how covetousness is idolatry, right? So it says, for the love of money, that covetousness is the root of all evil because it'll make you do all these different things and say all these different things. Finish it off.
Which while some coveted after, they have erred from the faith and pierced themselves through with many sorrows.
Right. So this is what ends up being the outcome. These guys that sell out their people, they're not happy. See, the guy left. That dude was full of shit, man. So the people that end up selling their people out, they not just living their best life. They thinking about all the times that they sold their people out. They looking at all the stuff that they see all these other nations as well as their own people doing to their own people that we not privy to, and they have to live with that. They have to live with the fact that they've seen these things, that they've experienced these things, and some of them have even dabbled in these evil things. They probably seen rape right in front of them. They've seen exploitation right in front of them, and they got to live with all that, knowing that all that is in their mind. They ain't listen. They ain't enjoying their life to the fullest. Best believe that there's still some form of conviction that they feel straight up. That's what the Bible says. Sorrows. Sorrows, 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 man. Yeah, I don't know what that dude was talking about, but he came up interrupting. That's how you know they about to bring out some BS.
Yeah, the scriptures say hurtful lust. Hurtful. Hurtful lust, boy.
Oh, damn, bruh.
That was crazy.
You see, I can't even read the scripture without a brother thinking something crazy, bro.
What you have on that, Zeph? You had I know you was saying something. I think what's his name? Who is this that just put the
What,
fire out?
what was talking about? Last thing we was talking about was the Kevin roast. Last thing I was talking about was Cat Williams. I just both of them. They both. Cat Williams a little bit on the better side, but he still sold his whole. He still do what they tell him. That's why he in that industry. Everybody in that industry sold what they sold. So he's just a little bit better than Kevin, but they all evil.
Yeah, I just invited somebody to the stage. Their name is their name is if I'm not mistaken, it was I love me, I hate niggas. Hey boy, it be some crazy stuff on Clubhouse, man. I didn't probably experience some of the most wildest behaviors and names and stuff on Clubhouse. Abel, come on stage, Abel Jim. I think I just sent you an invite. You said hello in the chat. Go ahead, come up on stage. I just sent you an invite. James, Mark sent you an invite. John Boy, go ahead, come up on stage.
Hey Gene, I got one thing before you get to those
Yeah, go
those
ahead.
brothers. I got a question. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna get my ass tore up in these comments when I say this. But um how would y'all like what would y'all do if y'all at a gas station and
you see one of your brothers, like, man, he not in the body, nothing like that. He in the world for sure. He go up to the counter and buy a pack of, well, I don't know what the hell them things called no more. I guess cigarillos, I guess, woods, backwoods or something like that. You know what he about to use it for. You don't say nothing. I'm feeling convicted because that's basically, I'm just basically told on myself, but that's basically was me.
Where
Old
did you go
job.
to school? Did you go to
Oh,
school?
Tommy, hold on, wait. Let Kenny brother finish.
What
Goddamn.
the hell was that, bruh?
Let that man finish.
Damn.
He's in
Man,
the
you
middle of
where he go to
talking.
school. He's talking gibberish. Where does he go to school at?
Tommy, chill, bro. Chill. Let that man finish. Go ahead, Jeff.
Am I talking gibberish? I'm thinking I'm
You get don't
talking.
worry about it. Just finish
All
what you were
right,
saying, but don't worry about him.
all right. Basically, like I said, I felt like I should have told him something like, "Do you not know who you are? You bind this, you about to kill yourself. Like you basically about to torture your body."
You knew this brother? Like you
No,
know
I didn't
him?
know him at all. He was in the weird. I don't know him. I don't know him from nothing.
Oh, okay, okay. I
So
mean, if you
I'm just
want to say
watching
something,
somebody do it. I'm like,
if
goddamn.
yeah, if you feel convicted enough to say
He
something, you
stopped
can say
with
it.
the gibberish. This nigga's
Tommy,
talking gibberish.
I'm gonna kick you off the stage if you do that one more time, bro. That's your last warning.
Oh
Yeah,
fuck it.
that's your last warning, Tommy. Uh, get that in uh man, you just made me lose my train of thought. This retarded dude. What you say? Oh yeah, the brother said he's
See,
buying
he was talking
backwoods.
gibberish. He
He was
was
buying
talking
the
gibberish.
backwoods. Get that in Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter, what was it, chapter 3? Yeah, you should say something. Say something, use wisdom though. It's a
Facts.
time and place to do it, but if you feel like you got enough, wherewithal and understanding, and the Lord gave you, the gift to be able to speak to people without, getting beat up, you can say something.
That's
Get
the
that.
thing. That's the
Oh,
only
verse
thing. I
17, sir.
don't have. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. Read the scripture. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, read it real quick.
Ezekiel chapter 3 and verse 17. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me.
Right. So if you want to get a brother warning, like, hey, bro, you probably shouldn't be smoking this, man. You know that stuff kill you, bro. You got to use wisdom. Don't just be like, nigga, you gonna die. You can, no, don't
Right.
do that. That's crazy.
Right.
But if
Right.
you still learning, I'll say this: you probably want to learn first, so you know how to properly approach people, because so that you don't
Come off the wrong way.
turn something that they don't into something that don't need to be. That makes
Right.
sense.
Yes, sir.
But you shouldn't feel bad about trying to tell the brother something right.
Yeah, let me add this too, Gene. Even with that, as he mentioned with the discretion, there's a time and a place for all things. Because if your mind is always to want to say something, whenever you see, like a brother that you don't know smoking some weed or whatever, you're gonna be caught up in doing that continuously over and over again. And you might run into a situation like Gene said, where you might have some dude like, nigga, what the fuck you talking about? Smoking weed, like who the fuck are you? And you might end up in a situation where you get beat up, shot, whatever. So you gotta be mindful. There's certain times to do certain things such as teach, right? Remember it says in season and out of season. But the out of season doesn't mean that it's all the time. You wouldn't do that at work, or at least you
Right.
shouldn't. You got to
Right.
use discretion. That's the point that's being made. But at the same time, like Gene said, hey, look, if it's in your spirit and you're gonna deal with that, with discretion and wisdom, that may just bring the brother in. But don't feel bad because you didn't say nothing to him. I see brothers smoking weed all the time. My neighbors always smoking weed and shit. But I know they full of shit. I ain't gonna say nothing. Let them do what they do. But if I see them on the streets, it's fire.
Facts.
Time and
Facts.
place, bro. That's all.
Facts.
What do you
All
mean when you say
praises.
it's fire? What does that mean?
I'm gonna show you. Give me that in Jeremiah 5 and verse 14. Because this is a biblical room. So we bring out the scriptures. So certain things that we say,
Okay, Jeremiah 5 verse 14. Who got it?
well, we got a reader. So be
Bro,
respectful. I
yeah,
know this guy's wild, bro, but it's all right.
yeah.
Let's bring out the scripture for the brother.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah chapter 5 and verse 14. Wherefore thus saith the Lord God of hosts, because ye speak this word,
Behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire.
That's what I mean. So if we out in the streets, we in a platform where we teaching, that's what we bring forth. We bring out fire because what does fire do? Fire consumes, fire destroys. And our initiative, our goal is to burn down the lies, burn down the sin, and then build up, meaning restore the estate of our people. So that's what we're talking about. Tommy, Tommy
And
boy.
that's actually good. I respect that. That's actually a good point. I respect that.
Well, Tommy, you obviously got something you want to say, so go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm just soaking up the knowledge that the brothers are
Nah,
bringing.
nah,
Nah,
you
he made a good point with
you
the
was doing a
Jeremiah
lot of
5 thing.
talking. You was doing a lot of talking when Zeph was talking, so I know it's something you wanted to say.
No, I don't have any. Listen. I'm not a contrarian at all. I just want to see where the brothers are coming from. And he just said when he steps on the block and the fire comes from his mouth, and he related that to Jeremiah 5. I have to agree with that. That's a good point.
Well, what about the comment you made about the brother and did he go to school, man? That was rude.
It would, well, there was a certain. Well, let me apologize to that brother. He was sounding a little. He was sounding a little bit like he didn't know what he was saying. So I apologize to the brother. I'm listening.
Nah,
No,
apology
that,
accepted. I ain't gonna lie.
no,
I'm
that's
tired. I'm about
respectful,
to go
man.
sleep. I
That's
got work
respectful.
tomorrow.
That's respectful. All praises, man. All right. So you got any questions, Tommy? What you got on the topic, man? You got anything on the topic?
The topic is Kevin Hart a sellout. Is that the topic, or is it something? Because we get in the Bible scriptures. Are we talking about Bible scriptures, or are we talking about Kevin Hart? Let
Yeah,
me just.
yeah. No, everything's biblical. Everything's biblical. So the topic is Kevin Hart a sellout? But I mean, if you got a question, if you got anything in
All
regard
right,
to
all
the
right.
scriptures you want to ask,
Well, can all right. Well, I do have a question.
talk to
So
me.
so Kevin Hart tried to explain it. He tried to say that the white comedians who hit him with racist jokes. He said that I guess he said that it's a roast, and that's what the people do in roast. I'm not saying that he's right. I don't know if he's right. There was some intense jokes, and there was some. The George Floyd joke was kind of crazy, but is his roast. So if somebody roasted one of y'all, like, okay, so you guys are from the Hebrew Israelites. So if I said something, if you guys say the Hebrew Israelites got a roast, and I come and say something negative about the Hebrew Israelites, it's a roast. Would you take it? Would you take it as a joke, or would you be offended by it?
Well, you got to consider, right, the way that the Lord has instructed us to be and how we should conduct ourselves. The Lord taught us to be men. And when it comes to being a man, according to the scriptures, there's a certain countenance, there's a certain there's certain core values that we must hold. So anytime one of our brothers is being ostracized, anytime one of our brothers is being insulted or whatever, we are quick to defend them because the Lord taught us to be severe. Oh, not severe, excuse me. He told us to be he told us to have gravity, to be grave, to be serious, right, in certain matters, right? So I'm gonna give you an example, right? Give me that in Sirach 22 and read verse 25. Let me show you what Kevin Hart should have done, which he did not.
Sirach, chapter 22, in verse 25. I will not be ashamed to defend a friend, neither will I hide myself from him.
Right. So we as a community, we shouldn't be afraid or ashamed to defend a friend or hide ourselves from him. So I don't care about your reputation. I don't care about how much money you have. None of that. If you truly have love for your people and for your race, you're going to disregard all those different things with wisdom, of course, discretion, and speak up for your people. Gene was going into this earlier. You gotta stand up for yourself, man. You can't let these people walk all over you, like it says in Isaiah 51. You can't let these people talk about you, and even amongst your own. You know, you got certain people, even amongst your own race, they might say certain things. You got to stand up and be like, "Yo, you said this to my man's, like, yo, chill out, bro. Like,
What's wrong with you? Why would you put this brother down, say these different things, knowing he's trying to develop himself just like you trying to develop yourself? You got to put people in check. That's how the Lord taught us to be. That's why whenever you was talking about what's his name, saying that does he know how to read or whatever, Gene was quick with it. Cause we gotta defend each other, bruh. And that's all in right. That's love, bro. That's love. We gotta be able to defend each other regardless of what we may think the other individual's gonna perceive about us. The hell with that. We gotta apply these things, man. You feel me?
Can I respond to that, or does somebody want to say something?
Go ahead. Unless Gene got something.
Well,
Nah, you
the
straight.
way I the way I would respond to that, I understand what you're saying, but I think that you're saying it as somebody that's like dissing the Israelites. But in the roast, he invited the people that was going to roast him. It's like, so if I said something negative about you for being an Israelite, or you said something negative about me for not being an Israelite, I can understand that argument. But he invited the people that was going to roast him. It was his production. So I
Right,
think it's a
right.
little bit.
That's the point. Well, that's the point of the topic. Is Kevin Hart a sellout? It's not really a question if it, it's a rhetorical question because it's evident that he is. Just like you said, he invited the people. He knew what was coming. He knew the jokes that was going to come out. It's evident that he's a sellout. So that's what we're talking about. Absolutely, that's
You know
evident.
what? I have to agree with you, and on him being a sellout. I will agree with you on that one. I didn't think that was a, but the thing is about it's a roast. But I do agree with you.
Let me let
He
me let me
kind of did sell
let
out.
me
He
let
did
me
sell
let me
out.
let me show
I
you
agree with
something.
you, bro.
Let me show you something about roasting and words in general. Watch this. Get Sirach 27 and look at verse 4. Because mind you, right, regardless of the circumstance, whether it's roasting, whether it's comedic, whatever, you got to be able to decipher exactly the message that's being put out. And even if it's not his intentions, right? Because some people, they may not have bad intentions per se. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. In other words, you may have good intentions or you may not have bad intentions, but you still did or you still said whatever which hurt different people. So regardless of your intentions, it don't matter. You still harm people. You still cause harm. Look at this real quick. Sirach 27 and 4.
Sirach chapter 27 and verse 4. As when one sifted with a sieve, the refuse remaineth.
The refuse remaineth, right? So this is going into agriculture. A sieve is a tool that you use to grind like flour or cornmeal, right? So he's using that allegory, that analogy. When one sifted with a sieve, so you sift the cornmeal with a tool called the sieve, and what it does is it extracts the goodness of it, right? Like the flour, whatever. And then there's a little portion that's left on the tool called the sieve. It's called the refuse. So he says, as, meaning this is a similitude, when one sifted with a sieve, the refuse remaineth. Watch this, go ahead.
So the filth of a man in his talk.
It's the same with a man in his talk. So when you discern the things that are being said by said individual, though they may appear to be good, though they may appear to not have meant it the way that they said it, though it was comedic, though it was a roast or whatever, the bulk of that person is filthy. The bulk of that conversation and that man in general is still filthy. No matter how the hell you bring it out, whether it's a roast or a joke. How many times, bro? Think about this, Tommy. How many times, bro, have you been maybe with some friends, whatever, hanging out, and jokes are said, but then one joke that comes out or a couple jokes that come out, it's like, yo, chill out, bro. Because behind every joke, maybe not every joke, but behind most jokes, there's a level of truth. That's why the joke hits more when it's about you or when it's about a race or whatever. That's why we laugh harder when it's like Asian jokes, white jokes. We laugh hard as hell because we know that there's truth behind those things, you know? So that's going back to what we bringing out.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond?
Can
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
respond to that?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I got to agree with you. You made a good point, and the Sirach scripture that you made, I have to agree with you. I can't argue what you're saying. You are saying what's right. I have to agree with you on that one.
That's the scriptures. The scriptures they speak truth. The scriptures cannot lie, right? So that's why in this platform, Biblical Smoke, we bring out the scriptures, but we speak about topics that are prevalent today, right? So we know that this happened recently with Kevin Hart and all that, but we show the people that all these things connect biblically. All these things are biblical. Our people being sellouts is nothing new. This has been going on for a long time. Long time, Tommy. What's your nationality, Tommy?
I'm a black man. I was born in New Jersey.
Oh, all right. Got you, got you. Have you ever heard that you're an Israelite?
Well, I have friends that are Israelites. Um,
So do you believe that
but,
you're an Israelite?
well, I never, I never claim to be Israelite and anything like that. But I have friends that are Israelites. Yes, sir.
Okay, so for example, has it ever been expounded to you? Because it's not really a claim per se. This is something that you're born in or born of. An Israelite can't just claim I'm Israel and that's what it is, right? They're always Israelites. You're born an Israelite.
Well,
There's
it's
blood
some.
in you that. Go
Well,
ahead. What was that?
when you well, okay, I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're saying. So okay, well, let me explain it this way. Sometimes, brothers, uh, you might be friends with a guy, right? And then that guy might be all right. So I know one guy, and once upon a time he was doing the Dr. York, the Nawabian thing, and then the guy went to jail for sex trafficking or whatever he went to jail for.
Damn.
And then that same guy, that's a friend of mine, he turned in. He said, "Yo, I'm an Israelite now." And he went to the country Jordan. He went to the country of Jordan. I guess I don't know what happened, and I guess he was trying to spread the Israelite um, message in Jordan, and the Jordanian Muslims start spitting on him.
Well, mind you, right? Just based off some context that you gave me, it could be that the doctrine that he learned, as far as being an Israelite is concerned, is based off white ideology because as far as being an Israelite is concerned, it's based off the scriptures, the different curses that was placed upon us, as well as if our spirit beareth witness to the things that are written therein, right? So you got you got a lot of white people, a lot of Caucasians, Amalek, as they're called in the Bible, but Jewish by name, that go out and try to evangelize different so-called Africans, not even just African Americans, but Africans, meaning those of our people that are scattered throughout Africa, into Judaism. But Judaism, as far as what we know it today, is not what the Lord has instructed us to teach, even though Judaism, according to the scriptures, is the Jewish religion, which is the commandments, which is the Bible. But what people are pushing today, the Caucasians is pushing today, is a form of it's a doctrine that is a form of the scriptures, but intermingle with lies and deception. So mind you, right? Mind you, the things that your brother or that your friend might have learned, once again, is based off white ideology. What we teach is according to the scripture. So if you are a so-called black man, we will go into the book of Deuteronomy, for example. We'll read certain curses and we'll say, hey, does this apply to you? Does this happen to your people? We'll go to different various scriptures to see if that resonates with your spirit. And then that's how we going to determine, or that's how you determine within yourself if you're going to believe or not, whether you are an Israelite or not. And then, obviously
I,
at the end,
well,
the
I
Lord
never.
deciphers that. So you got to ask yourself,
Well,
have you really, you got to ask
okay.
yourself, have you really dug into the scriptures and seen if you fit the description of who the Israelites are, rather than just hear it out from your friend. You understand what I'm saying, Tommy?
Well, the thing about the scriptures, you call them scriptures. That's cool. The thing about me and the Bible is I went to college. I have a degree in religious studies, but I do have a friend that says once upon a time he was a follower of Dr. York, and then he said he was an Israelite. Now I don't I don't know if he's a real Israelite or what, or a fake Israelite, or what you consider Israelite, or his connection to the scriptures or nothing like that. I don't know what he did. All I know is one day I got a call, and he called me. He was in the country Jordan, and he said the Jordanian Muslims were spitting on him, and he needed a ticket to get out of Jordan to get back to America. And I bought him a ticket, and he left there. So I don't know the differences between the Israelites and anything like that. I know
Watch
the
this.
Israelites
Watch
when
this,
I was
Tommy.
hold on. Let me just say something.
Go ahead.
When
Finish
I was
up.
a kid, hold on, let me just say something.
Yeah, go ahead. Go
When I
ahead.
was a kid, when I was a kid in Harlem, I used to go to 125th Street, 129th Street, and there was guys that wore white robes, and there was guys that wore costumes that looked like, and they were saying, "Yo, the black man is the Israelites," and they had these charts and they had these things that said, "Well, if you're from North America, you're the Edomites, and you're all these different things." I don't know if he's a real Israelite or not. All I'm saying is he called me and said he had to get out the country, Jordan. I brought him back to America, and that's the last I heard from him. So
Got you.
if you're an Israelite, I don't have no problem with the Israelites. I don't have no issue with them. But I'm not an Israelite, so I'm not going to claim I know. I know the scriptures because I went to school. I have a degree in
Well, check
biblical
So,
this out.
studies.
Check this
hey,
out. Check this out.
hey,
Let
real
me
quick.
go ahead, Gene.
Hey, real quick. So Tommy, do you believe in the Bible?
I think the Bible. I mean, when you say believe in the Bible, what do you mean? Like because
Do you think the Bible is true? Is it real?
well, I mean, what part of the Bible are you talking
The
about?
whole
Because
thing. Do you agree with the Bible? Do you follow the
well,
Bible? Do you
no,
believe it?
well, the Bible is a Christian book. I'm not a Christian.
Okay, I didn't ask that. Why are you making this harder than I just asked? Do you
Okay,
believe in the
no,
Bible?
no. So the answer
Okay,
is no, no,
thank you. You don't believe in the Bible. All right. So
Oh,
no.
you
that
know,
explains it.
this is a biblical based room, and you've been in here before, or no?
I don't think I've been here before, but I'm
Okay,
just trying to
so
tell.
it's a biblical based room. So
Okay,
we so
I don't mean no
so hold
disrespect. I
on.
don't mean any
No, I'm not.
disrespect. I
Listen,
don't mean any disrespect.
I'm not saying you disrespect, but you disrespecting when you keep interrupting me. But the point is, it's a biblical based room, so we deal with topics and we filter it through the Bible. What does the Bible have to say about certain things? So if you don't believe in the Bible, then there's really not much that we could do to talk to you. Like,
Well,
but if you do believe the Bible, then that's a different case.
here's the thing. The thing that what I would say is, I would say that there's a when you say Bible, it kind of throws me off because when you really get into deep is you get Christians and then you get people from Israel. And then when you go to Israel, if anybody has been to Israel, because I went to Israel, they don't have a Bible in Israel. They have the Tanakh. It's the Tanakh. But
Tommy, he just
Bib-
asked if you
in
believe in the
America, they
Bible,
call it
bro. It's not
in
really
America.
that.
In America, hold on,
It's not that deep
and
when it
hold on,
comes
hold
to
on,
the
hold
different
on.
things.
Let me just explain what I want to say. In America, they say it's the Bible. They call it the Old Testament. But in Israel, they don't call it the Old Testament. They call it the Tanakh. The Torah, the Nevi'im, and the Ketuvim. You see what I'm saying? And then you have the New Testament. The New Testament is what the Christians have. So when you go to Israel, the country of Israel, they don't have the New Testament in their scripture. They have a book called the Tanakh. And the difference is the way that the books are structured. So the Torah is the same from Genesis to Deuteronomy, but then the letters and the writings are different. They have them in a different order. So when you look at your Bible, you know what I mean? Your Bible ends with Malachi. But if you go to Israel, the Tanakh ends with Chronicles. It's a different way that the people in Israel read the Tanakh versus the way that Americans read the Bible. So if you're
Okay,
gonna
so what
call
does it
yourself,
have to do with the original question? I'm lost.
well,
Cause
I'm
that's
but
what I
I'm
was
I'm
asking.
telling you what it has to
I'm
do with it.
lost.
Because you're saying we're Bible, and you're saying that you're an Israelite.
All I asked,
Some,
no, well, hold on. Nobody
Is
said. My bad.
happening,
Go
bro?
ahead, second death.
no, no. What I'm saying, if you claim to be an Israelite, what I'm saying, if you go to
Nobody said
Israel,
that.
they
Nobody
don't
said
read.
that. Nobody said that.
Well,
We asked
somebody
you, do you
said
believe that? No,
somebody
no,
somebody
no.
in
We
this.
asked.
Hold on.
No, you misheard.
Somebody in
We
this
asked
room
you.
said that they weren't an Israelite.
No. We
He
didn't
just
say that
asked
on
if
the
you
Somebody
believe
stage.
in the
asked me,
Bible.
"Do you know that you're an Israelite?"
Yeah, that
Somebody
don't
asked
mean
me that question.
right.
Somebody
We
said, "Do
didn't
you
say
know that
we
you're an
was.
Israelite?"
Tommy,
Hold
are you
on.
okay?
Somebody
Are you
said,
okay?
"Hold on."
Are you okay?
Somebody said, "Do you?"
Tommy, Tommy, are you good? What is wrong with this dude, bro?
Somebody said,
That
"Do you
man
know
is
that you're an
ruthless.
Israelite?"
Bro,
So
what's
when I'm
wrong with
saying,
you? Are you
if we go to
crazy?
Israel, they don't have a Bible. They have the
Bro,
Tanakh.
what the hell that got to do
Yo,
with
this
you
guy's
believing in the
wilding,
Bible?
bro.
Hey, watch
Oh,
this.
because somebody asked
Hey,
me, "Do I know I'm an
all right,
Israelite?"
Tommy, mute your mic, bro. You annoying. Read,
Yes, sir.
get Ecclesiastes chapter, excuse me, Proverbs at the 29 verse
Ecclesiastes.
11.
Okay. Okay.
Proverbs 29:11. Now this ain't for this for you, Tommy,
Oh,
but this for the audience. There's people listening to us.
This
So
is
okay.
crazy, bro.
yeah, you wild, bro. Watch this. You know, you ask somebody a question. This is what happened when black people get educated. I went to college too. I graduated from school. I went to school for
No, no.
slavery.
I'm just saying. Have you
Bro,
been to Israel?
how old are you? You a grown
Have you
man, but
been
you
to
don't know
Israel?
how to be
No, I'm
quiet.
asking.
Bro,
Have you been to
if
Israel?
somebody's speaking, you don't interrupt them. You at least say,
Have
excuse me,
you
let
been
me
to
say something.
Israel?
Right? No, be quiet. Shut your mouth. Damn. Say
See,
the verse. This
see.
dude
This
crazy.
is what happins.
Yo,
This
bro, if
is
you keep
what
Proverbs.
happens.
interrupting, bro, we gonna
Oh
get you out the
Lord.
room, bro. Be
Yeah, you about to
respectful. Let
get
Gene
kicked.
talk, man. He's bringing out a point.
This dude is crazy. I asked this man, did he believe in the Bible? This man started talking about his trip to Israel. What the hell?
Yo, what the hell is
Read the
going
Bible.
on?
Read the
Talking
Bible,
about the
King.
Tanakh.
Read the Bible.
Proverbs
I'm
chapter
talking about the
29
Tanakh.
and verse 11. A fool uttereth all his
You
mind.
see that? That's what this dude. I said, do you believe in the Bible? Well, brother, when you say Bible, well, you really don't understand. I went to school. I went to school for studying the Bible, but I don't really believe, but I kind of think. And
I'm
then I went
talking
to
about the
Israel.
Tanakh.
And bro, that's you. You don't know how to answer. You wanted to tell. You just wanted to tell
I just
everybody what
answered
you
your
knew.
question.
You
Bro, this
wanted
dude
to
gave us
answer.
his
You
whole
wanted to tell
this bro
everybody
gave us a
what you
whole
knew.
story about his
Yes,
friend going to
bro. We
Jordan
don't
and
care.
shit.
We don't care
See,
where you went. We don't care what stamps you got in your passport. Don't answer
I'm
the
not saying
question.
you should care. I'm just saying what the book
Oh
is.
Lord. Something wrong with you, bro. Your spirit
There's
is
not
off.
nothing wrong with the book.
How old are you?
Have you read the book?
Hey, how old are you?
Have you read the book?
I'm 29. How old are you?
Have you read the book?
I have read the book.
I
How old
read
are
it.
you? How old are
No,
you?
I read it.
How old are you, brother?
I have a degree in it.
That's nice. How old are you?
So let's talk.
How old are I'm trying to talk to you. How
Let's
old
talk
are you?
about the Tanakh.
I
All right.
need to
So
know how
what you
old you
want
are
to
because
take me to Deuteronomy?
I'm
Go,
trying to
go
figure
ahead
out
and
how old
Deuteronomy.
you
Go
are.
ahead.
How
Kick what
old
you
are
want to
you?
kick, bro.
How old are you?
See,
How old are
you
you?
see how this happens.
How
You
old
don't
are
want to
you?
talk no more about your Bible. You see, you
Uh-oh.
see how this
Why
happens
he
to you.
randomly bring up Deuteronomy? Did you even bring that up,
He a
King? What the
You just
hell?
fraud.
said Deuteronomy, didn't you? You see how this happens.
What
Hey,
happened?
Shalom,
What
A1.
happened? We don't show us
Do
how it
y'all
happened.
see it? Do y'all see how this happens
No, show it to us.
when you
Stop
don't
fucking
read the
repeating
book?
yourself.
Well,
Stop
wait.
repeating
When you don't
yourself
have
like a fucking
education in the book,
bitch.
we
Stop
can see
repeating
it.
yourself. Stop repeating
We
yourself.
can
What
see
happened?
it.
What happened? What happened?
We can
Show us how
see
it
when you
happened.
don't have education
What?
in
What
this
we don't?
book.
What you show? We don't have no education. What happened?
You're
Stop
yelling.
repeat.
You're yelling.
All you do is fucking repeat yourself like a bitch. That's all you
You're
do.
cursing.
You ain't showing us
You're
nothing.
yelling.
That's
You're yelling and you're
no, no.
cursing
Listen,
because you
listen.
thought you knew something
This is
that you don't
cursing.
really know.
This is cursing. Fuck you. That's cursing.
I
That's
thought
cursing.
so.
Okay?
Go
See what
ahead.
happened? You see what happened? You see how it looks
Yes.
now?
You see what
Yes, you don't
happened?
know nothing.
I'm
You
the
don't know
fucking bully.
anything.
I'm
So
the bully,
you don't
not
know
you.
anything.
So why you
I just
talking
showed
shit?
that you don't know
Why you
anything.
talking
You
shit?
didn't read the
No, I
book
know
that
how
you're
to tell
quoting
you.
from.
Fuck you. You don't matter. What happened now? What
You
happened?
don't
That's
know the
right.
book that
Lie,
you're
nigga.
quoting from. You
Lie.
never read the book. And you
Lie.
never been to Israel.
Okay? I don't need to go to Israel.
You never been to
Who's the joke
Israel
now? Who's
and you
the
don't know
joke?
the book that you're quoting.
Who's the
So go
joke?
ahead, give me some more quotes.
Shut the fuck up. If you ain't got nothing smart to say, leave the room.
Let's listen to your
Now
quotes because
what?
you never been to Israel and you ain't never read
Who
the
gives a
book.
shit? I don't need to go there.
So go ahead. Deuteronomy what?
You go
What'd you say?
ahead. All you doing is repeating the same shit over and over like a bitch.
You see?
You see?
Audience,
You
listen to
see?
him.
You
He's the
see?
one that's going to give y'all knowledge. You see,
You see?
when I break him down,
You
audience,
ain't broke
he
nobody
can't
down.
handle it.
You ain't broke nobody
He's
down.
cursing.
Nobody don't give a shit what you got to say. Cause you an asshole. That's why. Everybody could talk
He
tough
never
on
been
the
to
app.
Israel and
All
he
you could do
doesn't
is
know the
talk
book.
tough on the app. That's all
You
you could
see?
do. Talk shit on the app.
You see?
And then get
You see
kicked.
how
You
he's
see what? You ain't
crashing.
showing us
Audience,
nothing. You ain't showing us
audience,
nothing.
he's
You ain't about
crashing
that
out.
life.
If he doesn't know the book, he
Run
never
your
been to
mouth. That's
Israel.
all he's gonna do. If you don't got
He ain't
nothing to
never
say,
been to Israel and he doesn't know the book.
and fuck
You
this
don't
guy.
know the book and you never.
Shut the fuck up. Who's next?
Jesus. I think we had Israel. I think Israel. Or was it Saint? Or was Saint the reader?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's your thoughts on the topic, bro?
I think Kevin Hart gave his life for black folks.
I'm sorry. Say that one more time.
I think he gave his life for black folks.
Something else you want to expound upon that? Obviously.
No, because I'm just looking at, is Kevin Hart a sellout? No, I think he gave his life for black folks. And I think that black people ain't looking at this correctly. I think that they not seeing that he is publicly being ridiculed. He giving his life. He can't do nothing. Now, I don't know if they got his son or daughter at gunpoint. I don't know. I think he's a murderer. What do you call it? A murderer. Is that the
A
word?
martyr.
Yeah, help me out.
Did any of the
Yeah.
moderators want to speak on that?
What did he do to deserve that title, man?
What did he do?
Yes.
Well, he reached the level that I didn't reach, and I think that if his image is being persecuted, it's no different than Jesus.
No, he's
And
being
he might
persecuted.
no, hold
He's
on,
being persecuted
hold on.
for
Can
letting
I
white
finish?
people. He's
I
being
I
persecuted
I
for letting
was
white people disrespect the black community. That's not a martyr.
okay.
That's
Well,
a
can I
coon.
finish the? Okay, you
He's a
can
court
finish your
jester.
thought. Okay, we can disagree to
Okay, he
agree
don't
or
get no
whatever.
title as a martyr.
Can
Martin
I?
Luther King
Can
was a
I? I
martyr.
don't get to talk,
Malcolm X
right?
was a martyr. He's a
We,
court
we,
jester.
we what I thought the room is about Kevin Hart and being a sellout and me just having a
That's
free.
right. He ain't no martyr. We ain't giving him that title in this room.
All I'm gonna do is finish my thought. We can debate this because at the end of the day, that might not even be how I feel. So
You don't even
if
know.
I
You
can
don't even know
finish,
what he did.
I don't know
You don't
and I
know
don't
what he
care.
did. You
But
don't
what
know
I
what he
am
did
gonna
for you to
say
call him a
is
martyr.
this. What I am gonna say is this: is that he on TV and he needs my support in the best way that I can give it to him to order for him to even feel that somebody gives a damn. Because last time I checked, Michael Beasley's on television and he crying. So somebody got to be able to connect with the elites and tell them it's okay to cry. It's okay to feel bad about the situation that they're in. So all I'm saying is
Who's
that
Michael Beasley?
I'm gonna leave a little leeway for Kevin because I wasn't there.
Who is he for us to care about his feelings?
I wasn't there,
We saw
sir.
it with our own eyes. Millions of people saw it with our own eyes. He
What
allowed
did
them
they
white
see?
people, he allowed them white people to give
So it could have been a
racial
green screen,
insults,
and the point
to,
being what?
to, gi- to give racial insults about a man that the world, the city was torn up.
They control everything.
Listen,
And you gonna tell me
listen,
this is what we
this
gonna
is
talk
this is
about?
why white people walk all over us. Because people like you let white people
Say
do
what?
shit and give them a
I
pass.
hey at the
Okay?
hey. I'm
People
not gonna
like
give him a
you,
pass. I
people
ain't
like
give him
you,
a
yes you did.
pass.
Yes you
No,
did.
I didn't. I say he
You
a
gave him a
murderer
pass.
in this fashion, that his image is being destroyed.
And that's
The
good.
same way that
That's good.
Israel United in Christ's image is being destroyed.
Well, our image ain't being
So,
destroyed.
with that being
That's y'all
said,
can't do that. Y'all can't
isn't
do that.
all of the images
Now,
of the
now,
black people being
now we
destroyed?
now we see what the real issue is. You hate God.
So, no, I
You
don't
hate
hate
God.
God, sir.
You
No,
hate
sir.
God,
No,
and you
sir.
love a
No,
comedian.
sir.
You love jokes.
I don't
You
love
love
jokes.
jokesters. Now we know
Did I
what the
tell
problem
one?
is.
Did I
Now we know
tell
what the
one?
problem is. You hate
Did
God.
I tell one? Because at the end of the day, this ain't about me. And this is not about you. This is about unity, my brother.
Your ass to the audience. We don't need no old people siding with this. That nigga's a court jester. And like I said before, we don't expect him to interrupt them midway while they doing the roast. Let's say he didn't know. Let's say he's there and they just talking and they saying the joke. Your response afterwards, because like he said on the Breakfast Club with Charlemagne, he said, "Yo, you should have led with that." The explanation that he was given on the Breakfast Club is what he should have said afterwards, and he still disrespects Charlemagne. Okay, I'm not gonna defend that man. I don't care how funny he is. I don't care uh, what the producers of the show say. Okay, this is the problem. Black people want so bad to be in a position of power and to be accepted that they will shit on their own people and allow white people to do it. And that's what God is showing us. Okay, so now you got her talking about he a martyr. He a martyr for what? He don't care about your ass. All he care about is how he looked and getting booked for his next show, for his next special. And to hell with people like that. Real martyrs, they stand up for injustice. And all he's doing is defending that white man and saying, you need to talk to him. No, you should have spoke to him. Oh yeah, if his voice is louder than anybody else's voice speaking to him. And tell him, bro, you went too far. You went too far. So, nobody has been through what we've been through as a people. And we're still suffering today as a people. But when you got them black people, it's just like what's that little boy that looked like a roach? Little Wayne. When they asked him about racism, he said, I don't see it. He said, all I see is white people at my concerts. I didn't see it. Same thing. He makes some money. Now he disconnect from black people. And the response that he's getting is warranted. He deserves the response he's getting. He deserves the backlash that he's getting. Because all you have to tell them people was, yo, that was messed up. Okay? And you white people, you shouldn't, you don't have no compassion for us. You've been shitting on us for years. Even when we try to make peace with you, and you take advantage of us, you don't care about our plight. You don't care about our contributions to America. You don't care about what we've been through. Even at a time when the court just stripped us of more voting rights. Okay, but now y'all coming up and making fun of law enforcement and police brutality that still goes on today with us, and y'all making jokes about it, and y'all expect us to laugh. Nobody's not gonna respect you. And that's the problem. Nobody don't respect us. And if you got a voice and you got a chance, you could at least you could at least spoke so that they know, look, let's be careful next time. But all praises, there's a God that's going to judge them, and they're going to pay for not watching what they say. I mean, my mic.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got some crazies coming up on the stage tonight. A man called Kevin Hart a martyr. Or no, what's the word he used? I don't know what he was trying to say, but anyways, I think we had um
She
Hadassah
said
is
Kevin Hart was like Jesus.
yeah, he definitely
Bruh.
said that. That was crazy. Yeah, he was drunk. Something was wrong with him. He was an old fool. He's definitely an old fool. A lot of times black people don't have a voice. You know, we don't have a voice in this country. So when we get rooms or we get platforms like Clubhouse to speak, people want to speak, but the problem is, you know, a lot of us or a lot of people don't have the opportunity or don't have they didn't have the chance to build up a room like Biblical Smoke where they could well like we have the opportunity, the moderators got the opportunity to speak because you know we earned that opportunity, but our people get that opportunity to speak on stage and they just you know make a fool of themselves, just want to come up here and say whatever the hell pop up in their head and just sound like full-blown idiots. But I think Hadassah was next. Oh, go ahead, Second Death. You had something?
Yeah, because I've been tracking, seeing how you'll see how Esau will throw little things out there little by little. You remember not a few weeks back after the Drewski skit, that dude Jake Paul just did blackface, and Waka Flocka checked him on it, and now some weeks later you have the Kevin Hart roast, where they checking the temperature, seeing how much they could get away with things, and then stripping us of our voting rights. Brothers and sisters ain't paying attention. They checking to see how much they could get off of us right now. And if we let things slide, they just gonna put more pressure. So I'm just seeing how it's playing, and it's getting worse and worse.
That's all that's happening. It's just getting worse and worse. And I'm glad you brought up Drewski. Yeah, there's people saying that his father's an Edomite. Y'all ever heard that? Okay, they pulled all the pictures because he had pictures with his family, but they're saying his father's Esau. Any of y'all ever heard that?
Yes, sir. I've heard him say that. I heard him say
Yeah,
like
I ain't
his
heard that.
grandmama.
Yep. Like saying that he's because uh we keep bringing him up, and um I forgot the show that I was watching, and it was like what you expect from him. He's white, and I was like, what? So I was checking, and I did find one picture, but I couldn't confirm that that guy, the last name, was his father. I'm hearing he's a devil.
Yeah.
Hey, Shalom, one. Did you see on that same point about Drewski? He did this skit about black people from England or the UK basically taking all the roles from black people in America, trying to cause like a wedge or division between us. If anybody has seen that.
Now I don't really watch him ever since he tried to play us, but I just want confirmation that because somebody put in the chat that his grandfather's a Edomite, but now that I look at him good, he always looked funny to me. But he looked like one of them biracial kids with a white father. He just looked like it. Shalom, A1. Look at my PTR.
Yes, that's the picture I saw, but I was looking for his dad. I just found it odd that I kept seeing that old white man. I did see that one when I did the search.
That's his grandpa.
Yeah, I did see that one there. But even if it is his grandfather, he's still a white man.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, a lot of those chocolate covered Edomites, those be the ones that they always put in the media, like in movies and stuff like that.
Yes, I'm sorry. It was D.L. Hughley that was saying that.
You saying D.L. Hughley was the one that was saying that about Drewski?
Yes, that uh, he's a biracial child. So I looked it up. He didn't say on which side, but when I searched, I found the same image that the sister just put on her PTR. So I didn't know. I wanted to see what his dad looked like.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that because I never heard that, but it would make sense. Those would be the ones that they be promoting a lot, like a lot of those light skinned kids and stuff that was on like old TV shows like Fresh Prince of Bel Air, the sister, what's the girl name, the younger one, I can't remember her.
It was Hillary.
No, not Hillary, the younger one. She like Ishmael. The little one was Ishmael.
Yep,
Tatiana Ali.
yep. She ain't Jake. She Ishmael. Her dad is Ishmaelite.
Yeah, some of these people it's hard to decipher where they from, like you just mentioned. I wouldn't be surprised, man. This is the first time I'm hearing it too about Drewski. Though I would not be surprised if his father's the Edomite. Y'all let me know if you find out though. I'm curious.
Hey, Shalom, most on
He
Christ
brought it
bless
out in
family.
PSR that he's German descent.
I was just looking and I just saw a video of his father, and he actually looks like X, but more of Jake descent, but his father's white. I'm gonna see if I can post a video inside the chat.
Say that one more time. You said his father looked what?
He's like mixed, but he because he has a little bit of color on it. He's like light skinned, but he's like on the
Oh,
dark
you
side.
said his father looked mixed, and you saying his because his grandfather was an Edomite. Is that what you saying?
Yeah, just because for his father to be because his father's being an Edomite, he's a little bit brighter, but he's still dark, so you still can't see it. But if you know that his father's white, then he's
Right.
white too.
Got you. Yeah. That
I'm
go.
gonna
That
send it to you.
reminded me of Lenny Kravitz. Lenny Kravitz. No, was that Lenny Kravitz or was it the? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lenny Kravitz, the one that yeah had the baby with Lisa Bonet.
Yeah, Lenny Kravitz, Amalek.
Idiot from Blackish, the mama. What's her name? Terrace.
Tracy Ellis
Tracy.
Ross.
Yeah, yeah. She Edomite too. And they get a lot of leeway to speak about black issues and you know they got a voice amongst black people, but they not black or they not they not our people.
Link inside the chat. That's how his dad looks.
Oh, okay, I'm looking at it. What this dude over doing karate? Uh, I don't know. He could be. I don't know. He definitely could be mixed. I don't ain't no telling. You have to.
You know, ain't no telling. But who else we have? We had Robert.
Yeah, how y'all doing? Shalom.
What's going on, Robert?
Man, nothing much, man. Yeah, this is a good conversation. Very interesting. I probably have to say, yeah, he probably is Esau, you know, cause you know he do got blonde hair in one of his pictures and stuff on the same note.
I think he died as her blind. But yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's what I'm saying though. So he had no problem doing that. I mean, who like what about Cisco? I don't. I think he might be a half breed too. But and back to the subject though. Yeah, what's his name? Kevin Hart. Yeah, I think he'll sell out for sure. And just like one of the moderators was saying, yeah, he should have checked. He shouldn't have interrupted him during the roast, but he damn sure should have checked him after the roast. You know what I'm saying? You know, and put it out there like that. You know what I'm saying? Let him know that no, that wasn't cool at all. That no, because that's highly disrespectful. Now he could disrespect Kevin Hart all he want to, but but he disrespected a black man that died at another man's hand. That's ridiculous. That's damn redundant. I mean, what type of brother are you? You know what I'm saying? I can't, like I said. I mean, the whole city got burnt down because of that incident, and that's wild. You know what I'm saying? That was it. Then it turned into like the L.A. riots back in Rodney King type shit. You know, so
Hey,
that's
hey,
crazy.
to that point, the last the or not the well the second to last crazy brother that was on the stage, Tommy. He before he bugged the hell out and really just went off the deep end. He was crazy from the jump as soon as he got on the stage. But he said, you know, that was his roast. He picked those people out, and you know you can't be mad because you know he wanted them to say the things say the things that they said about Kevin Hart. But what the reason why everybody was so upset and what the issue was is that they wasn't talking about Kevin. The joke was the bad, distasteful joke that was told was about George Floyd. That ain't got nothing to
Exactly.
do with Kevin Hart. So some people might have that mindset. Well, you know, he signed up for it. It's okay. I mean, if that's what he want to do, you know, then he could do that because that's what he signed up for. Like, nah, that's weak mentality. Black people got to stop doing it. Though. That's what he doing over there, and we gon' you know if they okay with it and I'm okay with it, like that's an evil mindset. And it showed as the brother kept speaking. It showed that he was crazy and he didn't have no form of difference between right and wrong. Like he didn't even uh he couldn't even no, he didn't even have the understanding to know when and when not to speak. So but to
Right.
that point though, what you were saying about the joke.
Yeah, that was crazy because and then he's talking about he didn't like and like you said he was looking up from down, you know, looking up at us, and that's even more crazier. You know, he didn't say he was looking down on us. He said he was looking up, like like he was in the pits. You know what I'm saying? But but I just wanted to put that my 2 cents out there on that one, and then since y'all talking about how they take these rights away to vote, don't you know it's about time for them to vote on that amendment again? To see if we even still should have that right to vote, because you know it expires like every what 30 years or something like that, or every 40 years.
Yeah, I have heard about that. I haven't done too much research myself, but uh, I'm aware of that, and it's something that should wake Black people the hell up. Not that we should be caring about our rights and voting and stuff like that, but it should
Right.
show you where we stand here, where we stand at here in America.
Just like they give it to you, they'll take it right back from you too. Give it back. You see how they do the celebrities when they get out of pocket, right? What make they don't want to say give it back? You don't want to do how you don't want to treat it right. Give it back. Maybe we gave y'all too much power, but hell, we still ain't got no power. So you know. So like I said, like you said, like the Bible said, we don't need to be voting because they ain't our king, and you know what I'm saying, and we ain't got to vote for our king. We already got one, and that's all there is to it. But that's all I wanted to say tonight, cause
All praise. Appreciate you, Robert. If you got some more questions, come back on stage.
bet it up.
Hey, Gene, you got some pink tickets at the bottom.
Okay, I'm gonna send out some invites. Let me see. If I sent a couple of people invites already. They just didn't want to come up. Let me see.
You know what's crazy? Why Kevin Hart even doing a roast anyway? Don't you save the roast to where your career at the end? How he went from making, $1 million movies with The Rock to now he basically doing a humiliation ritual in front of white folks and letting Tony Hinchcliffe come up there and say all type of racial epithets.
Man, what was that word you just said?
Ignore it. Ignore it.
My brother said F attacks. Well, you can't just that ain't no everyday Negro word, bro. What that mean?
I went to public school. But but it's crazy when you think about it, even to the point of the one brother talking about at Shalom Energy Wolf.
Shalom, shalom, mighty man, Muslim Christ, bless.
Most High Christ bless.
But even to the one brother talking about Kevin Hart a martyr. That's the problem with black people. We look up to black celebrities and comedians to be our leader. And this same brother who was at George Floyd's funeral with his mama and his daddy, now letting the white man come in front of millions of people and talk crazy about their son. What type of leader is that?
I thought that one dude that came up talking crazy about that, man. I thought it was an old lady at first, so that just tell you he's soft anyway. 'Cause I thought it was an old lady, not an old dude. Boy, 'cause that was redundant. That was ignorant.
Yeah, no, that that whole just Kevin Hart just been he's not as funny. He's not even as funny as he used to be. I'm gonna be honest. Like, and maybe I don't know if it's just the fact that I'm getting older, and
It
or he
is.
just suck. I don't
Nah.
know.
Nah, you
Maybe a combination of both.
you grew up and your palate matured.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. He's not as funny no more. And he just doing stuff to keep himself relevant, and it's obvious. It's like you push the go out when you on top, bro. But anyways, um, did YB? Did you speak? YBI?
Bless, no, not yet.
Go ahead, bro. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Honestly, I didn't watch it. I saw some clips, um, but I couldn't bring myself to watch that shit. Um, it reminded me of the minstrel shows back from the 20s and 30s, and it's too much of the. I have to just say it like it is. It's too much of the demasculization of black men in general, um, in television, media, and everything in between. And anybody that did not see that for what it is bringing the scriptures to life, where literally people are just fucking idiots. I'm sorry to say it that way. I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but at this point, I'm wondering every day, where did the common sense go? Um, but no, that brother sat there and let a known white supremacist, actually two of them, technically three if you want to count that lady, um, that Jewish lady that has slept with almost every single black actor that is out there. Uh, it's just like I don't know. I'm tired of being a stereotype. I hate to say it that way, but I'm tired of our particular individual race or the men being a stereotype. There's multiple. It's kind of coincidental. For every video that IUIC drops, I'm just gonna be completely honest. There's now a doubled effort from the Christian church to uh, debunk, um, different messages, and it's like there's a campaign even with them to keep the demasculization of the black man, which in technicality started in the Christian church, which is wrapped up in white supremacy. So at the end of the day, shit, these jokes write themselves when it comes to, you know, I mean, this shit's crazy. But yeah, he's a sellout, and a lot of them are. That's what they do. I mean, money is their god, but they're gonna have a rude awakening um, when that time comes. But I was gonna ask a question. Um, do y'all think that do you really think that things could progress backwards so much that we could get to the point where we literally physically see the vestiges of what our ancestors saw during like the civil rights period? Do you seriously think it could go back that far?
You talking about it in terms of the persecution?
Yeah. I mean, with the way they're repealing these laws and rewriting things, I mean, they're not even hiding this shit. It's targeted against minorities, yes, but it specifically focuses in the little writing, right, on blacks, Hispanics. It does. And it's like they know black people don't read shit. So when they pass these laws and they pass these bills and things, they actually put the information out on the internet. It's on your local us.gov website, but they know the average American is not going to read it, let alone us. So yeah, I'm really wondering if if things will go back to like my mom used to say, there were two water fountains. One was colored and the other one was, you know, white. Since segregation is legal now. I mean, I'm not saying that it was a good thing. I mean, it was a bad thing to begin with, but their game plan is definitely evil as hell. Um, so you have to wonder how far are they actually gonna go. I mean, this guy is actually seriously. I don't believe there's gonna be another election. I don't. Not with the shit he's pulling and nobody's paying attention. Everything that he literally does, Congress tries to, or now they're trying to wake up, but it's too late. So it's like, how far are we going to go? I mean, I know the message about Jacob's trouble. I get that, but seriously, how far is this thing going to go? That's basically my question.
Hey, remember Isaiah chapter 10. Read that real quick. Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 1.
Yes, sir. Isaiah chapter 10 and verse 1. Woe unto them that decree unrighteous decrees, and that write grievousness which they have prescribed.
Right. So remember the authority as well as the understanding that Esau has in regards to certain things that have been written before, such as the Declaration of Independence and different laws and codes that have been written and prescribed long ago. So Isaiah, even during his time, prophesied and spoke concerning these particular people and the decrees that they put forth and how they use them unrighteously, right? So, like you mentioned, Donald Trump, how there may not be another election, and that could be true just based off how Esau functions in regards to the law. Remember, the scriptures talk about. Give me that in Habakkuk. We'll come back here. Give me the one in Habakkuk about the law. It's slacked. Habakkuk 1, or is it? maybe chapter 2. I'm going to show you how Esau conducts and how they use the law to their advantage. Remember Esau? They've been given the gift of the art of war. And it's not only physical war, they have an understanding of psychological warfare as well, right? And they understand different intricacies in the law and in wording to be able to do the evil things that they do according to them lawfully, right? Get that in Habakkuk, please.
Habakkuk chapter 1 and verse 4. Therefore the law is slacked.
You see that? The law is slacked, meaning what should be put forth into judgment, it is retracted. It is slack because they are the ones that govern judgment. They are the ones that govern the law. I'm talking about on earth, right? Go ahead.
And judgment doth never go forth.
Righteous judgment doth never go forth. So they have a say so in the law that they govern here on earth, especially in America. How are they able to go to these different countries and do these evil things, but then get away with it? How is doggone Netanyahu, who has done all these evil things that according to law, according to doggone world law, he should be incarcerated for? Because he's broken several of these decrees slash laws. So how is he getting away with these things? Because they are the ones that run and govern these particular things. You understand? Go back to that. Did we finish that? Finish that off? If it's not done.
For the wicked doth compass about the righteous. Therefore wrong judgment proceedeth.
Right. So the wicked, they read that part again. I'm sorry. I don't got my Bible. I'm not on the Bible app right now. Read that
Yes,
last part
sir.
again.
For the wicked doth compass about the
So
righteous.
the wicked compasses the righteous, using the law, using these decrees unrighteously. Go ahead.
Therefore, wrong judgment proceedeth.
Therefore, wrong judgment proceedeth. Right? We was going over earlier how in America this is the land of darkness as darkness itself, where there is no order, where light is as darkness, where darkness is as light. So Esau, Edom, the Caucasian race, particularly, they use these different laws and they manipulate them in order for them to get their way. That's why in Psalms 55 and 21, reader, can you get that please? Psalms 55 and 21, David makes reference to this right here.
Psalms chapter 55 and verse 21. The words of his mouth were smoother than butter.
Right. So there's different laws that were written and they may be perceived one way or they may have been presented a particular way as far as this is what's going to bring forth peace, this is what we're going to do, and it seems like there's good intention behind it, but look at what the scriptures say. Go ahead.
But war was in his heart.
They know that in that law, in that decree, there's ways to manipulate it in order for them to get their way whenever need be, because a lot of the decrees that they set forth a long time ago have been thought of. This man ain't just thinking for tomorrow, he ain't just thinking about next year, he's been thinking long steps ahead. He understood that the things that was written before, the laws, decrees, whatever that was written before, he was able to manipulate later on in the future. That's why you have lawyers, and that's why in regards to that industry, right, as far as the law is concerned, there's different lawyers for different sections of the law. Why would that be the case? And why do you need a lawyer? Because there's certain things written in the law, different words that you can manipulate, that you can utilize to get away with different things. You see that in movies, you see that in judgment now, right? I'm talking about real judgment that you see maybe live, or you look up certain cases. You see how Esau can manipulate the law in order to get what they want. And as far as even twisting the word of the twisting the laws that they set forth, they also have the power, the violence, and the destructive warfare to get away with whatever they want to get away with regardless. So yes, 100%. 100%. And Ash, even to your point, we look at it on a small level as far as them like taking away quote unquote voting rights, or them we not able to sit at the same lunch counter as them or drink out the same water fountain as them. When you look at this man, this the same man from Rome to Greece. In those times they were killing us for applying our law, for going by our culture. So if you look at it in the same way Christ was killed, the same way his disciples was killed, is the same way we gonna be killed by this same white man. Nothing has changed. We've just gotten comfortable here in America. We've gotten comfortable with the things that America has given to us, such as quote unquote voting rights, the illusion of having the ability to pick your slave master. But you still got your slave master. And at the end of the day, for even knowing that you God's children, for knowing that you're an Israelite, death is coming. That's what this white man has in place.
Hey, you just reminded me of Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2.
You
Get
in the
that?
spirit. You in the
Get that
spirit.
real quick? Yes, sir. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 2 and look at verse 10.
Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 10. Let us oppress the poor righteous man.
Right, because the poor righteous man has no say so. The poor righteous man does not have a voice. The poor righteous man is working day in and day out just to feed his family. So when it comes to things like the law, who the hell are you? What are you gonna say? What you gonna do? That's the thought process. That's how they think. Go ahead.
Let us not spare the widow, nor reverence the ancient gray hairs of the aged.
Right, the disrespect that comes from these people, the lack of reverence for the aged men, for the men of wisdom, right? Men of renown. Go ahead.
Let our strength be the law of justice.
Let our strength be the law of justice. So it's not so much as the law being justice in a good connotation, but in a negative connotation, because they use the word of God, as well as the law that they have decreed, that they have set up, and they manipulate it. They use it dishonestly. They use it deceitfully. That's Second Corinthians chapter 4. They handle the word of, so even the word of God all that in itself, which is a book of laws and commandments, the word of God, the Bible, they use that deceitfully. They misconstrue and manipulate the things that are written in the scriptures and feed us those things in order to bring forth destruction unto us. So it ain't even just the law that they bring forth. It ain't even just Declaration of Independence bullshit. We talk about they use the scriptures as well in order to destroy our people. You understand? So it says, let us let our strength be the law of justice. Go ahead.
For that which is feeble is found to be nothing worth.
Right, because the feeble is making reference to our people. When you read First Corinthians chapter 1, he makes reference to the feeble, how he's chosen the weak, right? The feeble. He's chosen those that are considered nothing. So in their mind, they say, look, let us oppress them, let us destroy them, let us manipulate them, let us deceive them by utilizing the law, by utilizing the scriptures in order to destroy these people, to govern these people. That's why the book of Eli was heavy, because that particular white man in that movie, the book of Eli, he wanted the Bible knowing the strength of the Bible. He knew that he could use the law of justice for his benefit or for his race's benefit, you know?
Yeah, I do. I was gonna say one last thing. It was something I mentioned earlier about the it's like y'all say all the time about warfare, that every time you do something, the enemy comes and does two or three other
That's
things.
right.
I was rolling through Instagram and I think I saw I think his name is Captain Hosekiel. I think he's over at the IUIC camp in Memphis. He released a book. It says Paul's letters decoded for dummies, and like right at the top, literally on Amazon, some Christian church had come right behind him and did an exact copy, word for word, but
from a Christian uh perspective, and right on the cover was a white man. So I was like, damn, this is nuts. But I gotta get to sleep. The last thing I was gonna say is, you guys, I was watching a class. I think it was Deacon Malafire, and he was talking about the chariots. And I live in LA, so sometimes we're privy to Hollywood movies before they come out. We get passes and stuff. And there's this movie that's coming out called Disclosure Day. Um, and inside of that film, like, we got the chance to see some extended trailers, but it's two big things inside of that movie that I'm not sure if they're going to keep or not. But one of the things was, number one, the so-called entity or the alien was black. And the second thing was that in the film, the premise is that the government is trying to create an event where they're going to disclose um, aliens, so to speak, in their own way, in their own kind of like plan. But
What you say the name of this movie was?
it's literally called Disclosure Day. It is literally
Disclosure.
one of the most anticipated films of 2026 by Steven Spielberg.
Hey, you know what's funny about
Okay, do
that?
you know that Steven Spielberg
YBI.
is a PDF
Hold,
file?
hold on, Lady Deanna. Hold on. We're still talking to YB. We're still talking to
Yeah, bro.
YB. Yo,
Certified lover
I
boy.
just lost my point. Yo, I got it back. All right. What's crazy about that, YB? Now I want to watch this movie, but Trump recently, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago, something like that, had released. You can go on the government website or whatever of certain chariots and so forth. It's not a secret no more. It's not an unidentified spacecraft. They are now identified. It's been like that for a while, actually. They can't hide the fact no more that these things are real, that chariots are real, that UFOs or IFOs are real. So it ain't coincidence or whatever. The angels is black. These things are known now, and they can't hide it. And of course, all people sleep, so they gonna watch it and be like, oh, whatever, but we understand and know these things. And as far as what you were saying about the book that was remade with Esau in front of it, remember what the scriptures say in Sirach. Get Sirach 33 and read verse 14 before you go to sleep, just so you can have this to meditate on.
Yes, sir. Sirach, chapter 33 and verse 14. Good is set against evil, and life against death.
Right. So good has always been set against evil, and life against death. Those are synonymous. Good is life, evil is death. So those things have always been one against another. There's always going to be an opposition. There's always going to be somebody that's contrary to you and your morals and values, right? That's why Satan was created. You have an adversary. As far as in this life, this is what it is. This is all life. This is the battle thereof. Until the Lord comes and brings forth, right, that righteousness and all. Long story, but basically the Lord's going to bring forth righteousness. But for now, good is set against evil, evil against good, life against death. So anytime righteousness comes forth, the devil is evidently going to come forth with more and more evil, because his whole initiative and destiny and plan is to keep the children of God in a state of sleep. That's his role. That's his plan. And the children that he has, which is primarily Edom, right? Those are his main children, the wicked, he utilizes them to do his bidding. He utilizes them to do his work. And don't get fooled, because the Bible also mentions that he uses the children of disobedience. So it ain't just the white man, it ain't just Edom that he's utilizing, it's our own people. And really, a lot of times it be our own people that is that much the worse. It's our own people that do that much the more evil. So I hope you recognize that as well. It be your own people, man. That's
I
why we
mean,
talk.
I,
That's
I
why
mean,
the topic is Kevin Hart.
if you were forced into something that you didn't want to do, or else like do something that you really didn't want to do, I mean, sometimes
do what you don't want to do because there's so much other things out there, right? I don't know if you really understand that. I don't think we can point the finger at anybody that has been under this slave encounter, right? Like we have been made into slaves for their control of our resources, right? Like our mind control, our heart control. If you're like, if you're still alive at this moment, God bless you, like honestly. But if you have been witnessing what's going on, China, okay, the government of China changed the map back to Palestine and erased Israel off the map. Okay. So the only legitimate war, like I think in my mind, if we're gonna like prosecute these people that have come and been sodomites against people and doing pedophile events and things like that and orchestrating events so that they can like get away with this stuff. Um, we need to stop watching Hollywood, okay, and start recording the events as they occur. Okay? Like you know that you want to beat some motherfucker up if they come against children. So start cuz there's no judges and court systems that are not connected to these US corporate people, right?
So, real quick, sis, do you believe in the Bible?
What does the Bible say? Stay there and let them hit you? That's
Well,
that
No,
what the
no,
Bible
no,
says?
no.
just
I'm
answer
just
the
asking.
question. He just asked if he
I
believes
was
in the
just asking
Bible.
you if you believe in the Bible.
Belief kills and belief cures, right? I don't have to believe in the Bible. I know the Bible is real.
You believe in God?
God is already here.
Okay. So the instructions we follow here are the instructions in the Bible pertaining to God. That's what we follow. That's why he asked you, do you believe in what's written in the Bible? Because what God said is Zephaniah chapter 3, verse 8. This is what we believe and this is what we're doing, reader.
Zephaniah chapter 3 and verse 8. Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey.
The Bible has in prophecy that everybody that's doing wickedness, they will become prey by God. All empires that did evil on this earth, God destroyed them. America's the last one to be destroyed. So we don't tell people in this room who believe in God to make any moves against a system that could crush them, because God says
I
that
didn't say
vengeance is
that.
mine.
You're
That's what
not
you said.
listening. I
Is
said
that
the
what you said?
only
You said,
court
what did the Bible
system.
say to do? Just sit
You're
there and
not.
wait?
Did I say
That's what she
that?
Is
said.
that what she
No.
said?
Oh my God. You're
Oh,
not
y'all heard her?
listening. You're not
Yes,
listening.
sir.
You're not
Okay.
listening. You're not
Okay.
listening. I said that the only court system, right, that will go against these people is the one that they don't own. That's how we forget ourselves because we put them through the courts and they end up, on the other side of whatever this thing is, right? And then we can't see them. We think they don't. They're gone. No, they ended up where you can't see them. What I'm saying is that the idea of uprising means to, like, I mean, you're waiting for God to like come against them. Okay, great. Now, the court systems have basically, I mean, if you're not a country and you're not like on the map, then do you exist? No, right? So they have to break down their court systems. They have to, like, because who's going to pay them, right? So all the things are happening that need to happen, right? But like I need you guys to focus and be clear. Are you gonna like now say, oh, they need prosecutors and they need judge? Like, no, that's not what they need. They need an outside, like, I don't know, like basically like an outside field of knowledge where they can't run from these things anymore. There's no hiding
The
place
only
for
So,
place
them.
they can't run from is God. Okay, you're not setting up no system to go against theirs. America goes into other countries with billions of dollars and take the leader down, bomb and displace people. And you saying us here with no military, no finances, no government, no economy to go and attack this system?
No, no.
That's a
I'm
dream in
saying
your head.
you're
That's
not
something that you're
listening, and it's
dreaming
just
about.
so
We
weird.
are
I'm like,
listening, and the
ugh.
stuff that you're saying is foolish. You're not
You're
making no
foolish, but you're
sense.
not understanding. And it's just
I don't
so then,
understand you because you're saying foolish things that could get
right?
people
I'm
hurt.
saying don't be operative in their
Okay?
system.
That's what
It's
you're
like
saying. You're not saying anything
don't
productive.
continue the
The stuff
lie.
that you're saying is foolish and it'll get people hurt.
Don't continue the lie.
When
If they
when
say
when
if
America declared to go to Venezuela and rip a leader with billions of dollars, with a military, with army, nobody could stop him. Now you telling poor black people in America what to do
no
about
no
the
no,
government?
I'm not telling you what to
Yes,
do
you
about
are.
the
Now you're
government.
backtracking.
You're
Now that
not
logic, now that's the
listening.
sound of logic. No, we're not
You
listening to
want
you.
to be
We're not
right and
listening
you're
to you.
not
We're
listening,
not,
okay?
no, because you're saying things that are stupid.
I'm
Everything
saying
you're
that the
saying is
court
stupid.
system is invalid
You're
if you
not
don't get
changing the
paid.
court system.
I did
You're
already.
not saying the court system.
I did say
How?
the
Tell
court
us how.
system.
Tell. We're
It's
gonna be quiet.
invalid
Tell us how you change the court system. Go ahead.
by making sure that these people are always going to be aware of their crimes. Like you can't hide nowhere, okay? They are trying to hide in different
Listen,
countries,
listen,
and
listen,
I'm
listen,
not going to
listen.
allow that.
I watch white women come with shirts on to Department of Justice, the highest court, saying we were raped. We were on Epstein Island. They took us there as little kids. They raped us. We have proof. They went to the FBI, and you know what happened? Nothing. So if a precious white woman can get justice from this court system, what make you think you could do it?
Damn.
Because I'm a precious black woman, okay?
No, all they're gonna
Yeah,
do,
yeah,
all
that's
they,
why. Because
all
I'm
they're
a
gonna
precious
do,
black woman
all
that
they're gonna
knows
do.
that a
Nah,
white
yeah,
woman
listen,
that
listen.
knows that a white woman
If a precious white
has
woman
no
with white
value in the
America
law
backing them
because
can
her
get
law is
justice,
black
what
and
make
she
you
does
think?
this huge.
You think you're gonna go there with your big mouth and talk down the court system, and they're gonna go, "Oh my God, Keisha, you were right." Come on, man, go sit someplace with that.
Call me Keisha again.
Okay, Moesha, you think that you're gonna get them to listen to you
They already listened to me.
in what? In
You are
what?
delusional.
Yeah, okay. I'm
Oh
delusional,
God.
but the map has changed. I'm delusional. If you guys give legitimacy to Israel ever again, like that's what's gonna come and attack you. The same thing you give legitimacy to, you speak the word of the things that is satanic or don't understand the realization of it. You can't bring crimes against people, right? Because you don't understand the ley lines of the law. White is black and black is white. And so
Lady, did you
black
say you
people,
believed in the Bible? Did you say that you did?
I said I don't need to believe, I know it's real.
Okay,
Belief kills and cures. Like
all right. So now A1 brought out a scripture. I don't even think he finished it because he was interrupting. So can the reader read that again for A1? Because he brought out an excellent point. The scriptures are very excellent as far as what's gonna go down and what we need to wait for. If you believe in the Bible, then you should let that govern your thoughts and let that filter everything that you're thinking. Because earlier, I'm not sure if you was on, we was reading about how the law is slacked, and we was also reading about how the system, primarily the white man, utilizes the law in order to get what they want and in order to manipulate the people. So the same stuff that you fighting for, talk about some laws and land and names and this and that, is the same people that you trusting in, hoping that there's gonna
I
be some
don't
kind of
trust
change.
them. You're not
Hold on, lady. I'm
understanding
having
me.
I'm talking. Be respectful, please. So the same people in which the same law in which you trust in is you putting your confidence in man, hoping that they just gonna do the right thing by following whatever the hell you got on your profile, the treaty of 19 or 1785. No, A1 just made an excellent
Can
point. The
you read
white
what I
woman,
got on my
hold
profile
on,
instead of
lady.
just
I'm not
glancing
done.
through
I'm
it?
not done. You're being
Whatever you got on your
disrespectful. You're
profile.
being disrespectful. You're being disrespectful. Once again, A1 made a good point. You got a white woman, white women who have proof, who brought out different documents, whatever. They went to the court system. They said, look, this is what happened in Justine's Island. Here's my proof. Here's this, here's that. Do you know what happened? Absolutely nothing. How much more for a poor black man, a poor Latino man, a poor Native American man in some random plot of land in America, in some random hood and ghetto in America? How much more? Come on, sis. Come on. Read that
You
Zephaniah
do
3
you
that we
believe
was
in
that
God or you
A1
just
was
like
bringing up.
think God
The book of
exists? Like
Zephaniah, chapter 3 and verse 8. Therefore, wait ye upon me,
saith the Lord.
Everyone, did you want to bring this up?
No, you can do it.
Go ahead, read it again. Verse 3. Verse 8, I mean.
Therefore, wait ye upon me, saith the Lord.
So you gotta re-examine if you truly believe in God or whatever statement you have made, belief, whatever word you want to use. I know it's kind of weird in your answer with that, but you gotta re-examine because the Lord says here, "Wait ye upon me," saith the Lord. You don't think the Lord understood that in the latter days and even back then that the law was going to be slack, that there was going to be certain things that was set up to keep us in a state of turmoil? You didn't think He knew that the enemy's power and might was going to be so extreme, was going to be so powerful that we poor black people in America wasn't going to be able to fight against it? You don't think he knew that? He knew that absolutely. That's why he said, "Wait upon me," saith the Lord. Go ahead.
Unto the day that I rise up to the prey.
Until the day that I rise up to the prey. When our people was in Egypt, we had nothing. There was nothing that we could do against the Egyptians, against Pharaoh. There had to be a divine intervention in order for us to be saved out of there. How much more in this particular captivity in America, in which they have more power than the Egyptians, they have more knowledge than the Egyptians, they have more understanding of different things than the Egyptians. How much more do we need divine intervention? And the divine intervention is happening now because even though the Lord has not come as of yet physically, there's the divine intervention that has happened, that is occurring now, that is changing the lives of our people. We are using a book that people don't believe in, that a lot of our people don't believe in, and we are changing lives with the words that are written therein. That's true change. Not the Treaty of 1785, not this land was not this name was taken out the map, whatever. We using the word of God, words in a book, a spiritual book that is changing people's lives. I'm talking about people that once killed, people that once was committing adultery, people that was born in the hoods and the ghettos that you never thought was gonna change. Like, yo, bro, you was in the streets, bro, for 25 years. How come
No,
you
I'm
reading this
no,
book, reading this Bible,
I'm
doing all
not
these different
denying
things?
your work is
The word
good.
of God is able to change that. Let's
I'm
finish
not.
it off. Hold
I'm
on, lady.
For,
I'm almost done with the scripture. Go ahead.
for my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to
Right.
pour
So his
upon.
determination, this is God's whole plan. He's determined to gather the nations. He's determined to assemble all the nations together in war. That's why right now there's many rumors of wars, as well as there's actual wars that are going on now, because the Lord is mustering these things up. The Lord is setting these things up. Now you made mention to Israel, and you have to examine the matter. We don't connect ourselves with the people that are in the land of Israel today. So I don't know what ideology or thoughts you have concerning that. We believe to be the true biblical Israelites of the scriptures. We don't connect, or we don't what's the word I'm looking for? We don't connect.
aligned.
We don't we
Aligned.
don't we don't connect with the people in that side of the world. We understand that we are the true biblical Israelites. So the Lord said he's going to assemble the nations, gather the nations. This is going into the valley of Jehoshaphat, right? Where the nations are going to gather in the east. Go ahead.
To pour upon them mine indignation.
That's what we got to wait upon for the Lord to pour out his indignation because the poor little black man, Tyrone in the hood, he ain't going to be able to do nothing. And I don't care if you able to listen, it could be one state full of strong black and Latinos with arms
You know what
and
though?
pistols. Hold on, I'm saying something. Pistols, guns, machines, and grenades. As soon as they run out of ammunition, what they going to do then? What they gonna do then?
God
All
didn't
the
say
white
you
man
need
gotta do is bring
ammunition,
forth his drone, drop a
dude.
bomb, and you cooked.
God said you need to come together, right? You need to come together, right? So that's what it is, right? So,
Hey sis,
uh,
it's gonna be hard for us to come together when we can't even keep order and decorum and respect. You got men on stage who have been teaching the Bible, gathering their people together, helping change lives for decades.
I know that.
But we have a situation where you come in and you cutting brothers off while they're trying to speak. You
I do
talk
know
about
that
going
too.
like right now. You
Yeah.
talk about you talk about going into the white man's court. You don't never
I
go
said that
before
you
no.
shouldn't go into the white man's court. Actually,
You just spoke earlier about how
I
you
said
change laws.
his court. Yeah. Oh my God. Like, I feel like you guys are interested in what you're interested in, and maybe my voice is just not really what you're interested in,
No,
and that's
sis,
okay.
we hear you, but everything got to be filtered through the Bible. So when you hear the moderators come out the Bible and bring solutions out the Bible, that's why we ask, do you believe in the Bible? You coming with, I know this, I know. Okay, if you know the Bible, you got to understand the order of the black. What's your nationality, by the way?
Um, my nationality is oh my gosh. I can't tell you because it's like it's not part of the 13 tribes, so it's
Well,
like
earlier you said you was
it's a
black.
part of
You said you was black, right?
yeah, but it's not part of the 13 tribes according to you guys.
Just tell
So,
me what you identify as. What's your nationality? What do you
oh,
identify as?
I can't really talk about it. It's just too much to handle right now. I just
You
when I'm
tell
trying
when
to
you go to a job interview. Oh, I'm sorry, A1.
If you
when I
can't
go to
talk
a
about
job
it,
interview, I make sure that native.
if you can't talk about it,
No,
then
no,
we
native.
we
When I go
we,
to a job
we
interview, I check
respectfully
native.
decline to speak to you.
No, no, I it's not that I can't talk about it. It's like there's a lot of things that exist, right? And that are real. There are 13 tribes. There are the history exists.
There's 12 tribes, not 13.
Okay, I mean, First Nation people have other respectfully,
Are you
like they
are you
have.
a Native American?
My lineage does go through Native American genes,
So
yes.
so you're a part of the Indians that were here?
Um, I wouldn't call my lineage Indian, but
What you call yourself?
Maroons.
Okay. Y'all go ahead, man.
All right, Maroons. So Maroon. When you look in the history of the Maroons, you there's a lot of the Maroons was found in the West Indies, right? So you could be from the tribe of Benjamin, you could be from the tribe of Zebulon. There's a lot of history that comes with that. So my sister, you got to understand your history is in the Bible, and you have to
When you
filter.
say that you could be in these tribes, I know that I'm not in those tribes, so that
Well,
I walked through
all
that.
right then.
How
So
do you
you're
know
not. So you're
that?
not then. All right.
How do you know that?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can we make this
Hold
one
on,
Because
on
I did
one?
Hold
my
on,
Can we
Ninka.
lineage.
not
I did
pressure
my
the girl?
lineage, and
Can
it's
we not
Ninka,
birth.
hold
pressure
your
the girl?
peace, brother. Hold your
My
peace.
bad, brother, but can we not pressure the girl one at a
Ninka,
time?
hold your peace. We'll get
She's
right
answering
with
the
you.
question without
If
that
you
much
hold your
pressure.
peace, we'll get
Yes,
right with you. Why
brother.
you being
I
so
will, I will.
disrespectful?
Don't worry, I will.
So
Okay, hold your
the
peace. Get
lineage
right
is
with you.
actually through family lines and not and it's not genealogical. So the DNA data and all that. The 13 tribes did exist, and they came out of
So like A1 said, it's not 13 tribes, it's the 12 tribes of Israel. And we don't go off of DNA because how we gonna say the white man is all this and all that, he's done this, he's broken all these treaties, but then we trust him to take our DNA and
No,
tell
I
us where
agree.
we
I
come
agree.
from
I'm
after
not
he
saying
done
that.
enslaved us and colonized us.
I'm
This
not
is how
saying
we
that.
know.
When I'm saying 13 tribes, I know that it's 13 tribes because I did my research on it. So the history of it is that there's 13 tribes, not 12, right? So if you want to say 12,
Get
fine. You
Revelations
go ahead.
21 and 12. Get
Go
Revelation
ahead. I
21 and
mean,
12. Yeah, we're gonna
Hey,
read it.
your
Oh yeah.
research is according to the Bible?
yes.
So show us where in the Bible it said that there's 13 tribes.
Um
Maybe we don't know. Maybe we're stupid. Show it to us.
if you could just I mean, there's this is the thing about the Bible, right? So you guys have the Bible according to the King James version, but when
Yes.
you're reading it, when you're reading the King James version, the first volume, the first one printed is different than the volume that exists now. That's like maybe fifth edition.
So there's another Bible that you have that could give us more information that we missed.
Um, yeah, I have one that actually kind of when you read it, it shows the true value. It highlights itself. Have you heard about
And what is
this?
called? What is called?
It's called the King James Bible unabridged.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
Okay, but I have the first volume.
Okay, so The second volume is wrong and the first volume is right.
It's just different words, so maybe
It
there
doesn't change. It doesn't change the meaning, ma'am.
there's this changing words means, I mean,
It
changing.
doesn't change the meaning of what's written
When
in the
you say
Bible.
that when do you say there's 13 tribes, and then you say that there's
Could you
12
show
tribes?
us what you found in your Bible that indicates this 13 tribe and not 12? Could you show us? Give us book, chapter, and verse.
Um, like, no, I can't do that right now. I could do it in front of you, but yeah. So, yeah, I could bring my Bible to a like, um, you know,
You
a
eat
reading
cereal?
or
You eat
whatever. I'm so
cereal?
serious.
Do you eat cereal?
No, I do not.
You never ate Cocoa Puffs
I
cereal when you...
I do not. No.
Okay. Let's move on, moderators, bro.
Wait, what was that question?
He's saying that I'm crazy, but okay, that's fine. I've
I,
been
Oh
called
shit!
worse.
Yo, that
So
was funny. That
Hey,
was
was this the
funny.
sister that said the PDF files?
yeah,
yes.
absolutely.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
was you? Okay.
Why? Am I supposed to hide that? Am I supposed to?
I had jumped off for a second, so I
Okay,
was
so
trying to
I'm
make sure
saying,
I was trying to make sure I wasn't mixing you up with somebody else.
Hey,
okay, so
we
yeah.
got Ninka. We got Ninka as well.
Yeah, Ninka couldn't wait to come off the mic. What was
Oh,
you?
I couldn't wait.
First off, what do you have on the topic, Ninka?
Nah, I'll be honest. I was learning from you lot. I'm Muslim, and I wanted to learn from you lot. I want to see you lot's
So you
opinions.
don't have anything on the topic?
Nah, not on this topic specifically. I wanted to learn. I wanted to understand. The part I didn't like is when you and AY were ganging up on the girl instead of letting her
Ain't
speak the
nobody
truth.
gang up on nobody. We
But
having
I
a
don't.
conversation, bro.
When
We
men
having a
pressure
conversation.
women, it becomes more. You know what I'm saying? Like one's in charge, one's in control, and the other one's not in charge, not in control.
Yeah, there's
If
a
you
there's a
instead of
room
letting her speak her piece
there's a room
without
for
any
simps
pressure.
on Clubhouse. It's not this one. You
Pardon?
could go to another room and be a simp, not in
No,
this
I'm not
one.
being a sin. I'm not being.
Yes,
I
you are.
generally came here to learn.
Yes, you are. Nobody was ganging up on her. She said something that was not
And
that
then
could
you
not
lot
be
pressure it. That's
substantiated,
wrong.
and
That's
we
all I'm
questioned her
saying.
on it. Okay,
Yeah, I
so you
fully
could go
agree.
to... Listen, you're a Muslim. You shouldn't even be in here. This is a Bible
Whoa,
discussion here.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Muslims are allowed to learn everything they want.
No, the Muslims. The fact that you're calling yourself a Muslim, we can't teach you nothing.
What do you mean?
Because the writings that you believe in the Quran came 600 years after the Bible.
I fully agree.
Okay,
But
so there's nothing in there that can help us or help this discussion. So
well, it's
thank you
not.
very
But
much, sir.
you're crazy. May God help you.
Yes, may God help you. Your name is Nina. May God help you. You have a girl's name, which shows why you respond the way you responded.
Shoot, I was finna ask him if Muhammad ganged up on Aisha.
Does it make it right according to God's law? No answer. Okay.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I mean, you heard. Does it make it right? Well, I mean, if you're Muhammad gangs up on Aisha, so does it make it right according to God's law?
Muhammad was a PDF file, just like those same white men you hate.
Okay, so does it make it right according to God's law?
No,
Okay, so
grown men
thank you.
shouldn't have sex with little children. That's wrong.
And so when I say that the person that I'm calling out as a PDF file, should I be quiet about that?
No, nobody said that, sis. Again,
Okay.
this is a biblical room. Again, we gonna move on. Gene, we got any more pink tickets?
I didn't see any. Let me scroll down. Hold on. Yeah, we got a couple. Let me send out some invites. I can go ahead, do your thing. Hold on one second. I sent out a couple invites. See if we can get some people on the stage.
I just want to point out, I knew that that sister was Gad because that's how Gad acts. When you go to
Yeah, I could
Canada
tell
or
by
you go to the
her accent.
res, that's how they act. Gad is hard headed as hell. At
Very
least with Judah,
emotional.
yeah, very emotional. At least with Judah, at some point they'll humble down to the Bible. Gad just, they don't quit. You can't tell them shit.
Yeah, you know there's a
I don't
lot of
want to
Gad out here in
disclose.
AZ as well.
Yeah, they all methed out or drunk. But that's it's I'll be real with you. It's sad because in her mind she really thinks she right. She don't even see the levels of destruction. Like at a certain point she understands, yes, she destroyed. But to even be like, I'm not an Israelite. Well, how you know? Why you can't even tell us how you know you're not an Israelite? We trying to show you the greatest people on the earth. You won't even let us get to it.
Well, the saddest thing, in my opinion, would be that being Native American and understanding your history and how there was various treaties that was broken, that should put a thought in your head to say, even until now, there should be no treaties, no decrees, and no laws that I should put my trust in, knowing the estate and knowing the innate character of the Caucasian race. Because it's evident in history that they've broken various treaties. So, how much more now? So, for you to put so much hope and confidence in the law and in this treaty, whatever, I don't know if y'all saw her little picture, is crazy based off the history that you came from or that you know about, you know?
And really, that's all of us. Because the same way we worried about so-called African Americans are worried about voting rights. Why would we ever think that this slave master would give us anything? The same way they came and took all of Gad's land. Why would we think that they would want to give it back? How could we trust the people? And they stealing and raping little kids. That's the same thing they doing on the res. Where you think all them missing indigenous women are going? Where you think all them missing black women is going?
Hey, the saddest thing as well is I was doing some research, and when it comes to indigenous women, Native American women, those are the ones that go missing a lot, but it's undocumented. Because, like I said, in AZ, there's a lot of Native Americans, and I work in certain buildings where I see certain things, and there's a lot of there's a lack of documentation when it comes to these women being kidnapped. We don't know what's going on with them. It's a sad thing when you consider it, man, because knowing and understanding that this land, America, South America, Central, was given to the children of Israel, primarily North America given to the Native Americans, particularly this plot of land. You see the things that's going on with them and the evil that is being done unto them. And because it's not documented, people aren't seeing this and people have a lack of care about what's going on. And the only people that care about them and their conditions is those that understand that they are the children of Israel, those that understand that those people are of heritage, they're of royalty. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, there's so many, there's so much turmoil that's happening to the Gadites, to the Native Americans. I'm just speaking about them since, she was Gad, right? Obviously. But like I said, you could see the documentation when it comes to, so-called African Americans, Latinos. But look it up. Look it up. When it comes to Native Americans, there's a lack of documentation when it comes to them. So think about how much evil is going on in these reservations, bro. Rape, murder. Bro, it's so much evil going
Bro,
on,
we've
bro.
bro, we've seen it. When you go up to Pine Ridge or the
Remember,
Crow,
remember, I was with you to the on the first trip to was it where they had the Sand Creek massacre or whatever? Is
you went
that
to
it?
you went to Pine Ridge?
Yeah, North Dakota. Is it South Dakota?
South
North Dakota?
Dakota. Bro, I do
Yeah,
not remember you being on that trip. For real?
yeah. You might not have been on the first one. That's when they came up. The lady was mad, and then you had the dudes with the guns and all
Yeah,
that.
they was trying to kill us. No, I was there. Damn, you
Oh,
was
all
there?
right. I don't
That's
remember.
crazy.
You
And my man said, "For reals." That was crazy.
Hey, bro, I did not. I ain't remember, man.
You definitely said, "For reals."
Hey,
Yeah, has is interesting.
hey, let me get Isaiah for 42:22 real quick, since ain't nobody coming up. Because what you're saying is real. When you look on the reservation, And just this is like all throughout America, and even in the cities, a lot of Native Americans that be homeless, they'll be strung out on drugs and this and that and the third. But who really talk about the evil that's happened to Native Americans? Go ahead, read that.
Yes, sir. You said Isaiah 42:23, right?
22.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 42, verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled.
Talking about blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We are the Israelites. We are robbed and spoiled, meaning we've gone bad, even in our mind, the way we think. To think that the same people that colonized us, enslaved us, and raped us will be the same people to give us any type of benefits, that means your mind has gone bad. You've been spoiled. Go ahead.
They are all of them snared in holes,
That's a trap, meaning the reservation is a trap, the hood is a trap, a barrio is a trap. That's where you see our people stuck in places we can't get out of. Go ahead.
and they are hid in prison houses.
And when you look in the jail system, it is predominantly blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Go ahead.
They are for a prey, and none delivereth.
Donald Trump ain't talking about saving and black people out the hood. Donald Trump ain't talking about giving Native Americans back their land or even giving them water on their land. There's no clean water on these reservations. Go ahead.
For a spoil,
A
and none
spoiled meaning
saith.
they rob. They take everything from us. They take our resources. When you look at that same reservation in South Dakota, they got the Dakota Access Pipeline, which goes through South Dakota and North Dakota. That's big oil for America. That should belong to. I mean, everything should belong to the native people of this land. But all the white man does is take, take, take. Even to take the women and the children to steal them and sell them. We talk about all the white kids that Jeffrey Epstein done touched on. Who talks about the Hispanics and the blacks and the Native Americans that were in these same sex trafficking rings? Go ahead.
For a spoil, and none saith, restore.
Nobody outside of the Israelites is talking about the injustices that have happened to the black and indigenous people. Nobody's talking about that. Only the Israelites, only God's prophets.
Yeah, that's good stuff though, for real. I have yet to be on an Indian reservation. But Lord's will soon I get opportunity to.
Bro, we about to get it popping. I ain't finna say too much. We about to get it popping, bro. I'm gonna hit you up.
Bro, there's more than the projects, Gene. There's more
Hold
out
on.
there
Like
to
I said,
see,
that, don't,
bro.
let's not act. We ain't gonna act like I'm a domesticated prophet. We ain't gonna do that.
Are you international?
National.
Talk to him. Flex on him.
Yeah, don't do. I know you be on the move, Ash. I know, bro.
Puerto Rico doesn't count, Gene.
And he said Puerto Rico. That's crazy. You know what? Hey, the Lord know where I've been, bro. The Lord know where I've been.
Why Puerto Rico don't count?
Man, Puerto Rico, man, is I hate visiting Puerto Rico. They're just Americanized Spanish speaking Negroes.
That's Ephraim. I thought in that's Ephraim is just Spanish speaking Negroes. I thought that's
Yes.
okay. I was like, ain't it the same in Ecuador?
Nah, man, because at least in Ecuador, there's a level of reception that is way above those of Puerto Rico. I'm talking about in the island of Puerto Rico. Like in the island of these people are hard headed. It's America, bro. That's all it is. When it comes to Puerto Rico, I would say if we go into like the villages, maybe if we go into like the deep indigenous Puerto Ricans, right, so called, maybe then. But I'm talking about like in the basic, like in the city, right, or even around there. Man, nobody give a damn, man. Same thing in DR.
Bro, it was like that in Grenada too. I ain't
Not to
gonna
say they
lie.
don't listen. Let me not say they don't listen. There's always obviously some that do, but as a majority, yeah, I don't give a damn.
It was like that in Grenada too. They were very docile. They really wasn't trying to hear what was going on. But you had a small. It's crazy how you could go to an all black island and still have to remind them like, yo, Jesus is black. Like that's how deeply ingrained Christianity and white supremacy is in the mind of our people. Like this is an all black. I rarely saw any Edomites, but we had one, and that kid's bad as hell. All the kids in Grenada need their ass whooped. That's just what it is. But we had one little girl that was bringing it out like Jesus is not no white man. Jesus don't have no stringy dog hair. It was a demon in this girl. It was an old black lady in this woman or this little girl talking about don't call Jesus a dog. Talking about Caesar Borgia. It's ignorant the how deeply ingrained white supremacy is in our people's minds.
Hey, you know how bad it is. When I was in Honduras, we was we drove
Flex
like
on them. Flex
we
on them. Where
drove
where you
like
was?
we drove like 2 hours to some remote location where they had to charge their phones on the edge of the roads, and the poverty it was probably, I think that's one of the poorest places I ever seen. But my point in saying it
Ruatan.
is, say that again.
That was I think it's called Ruatan, Honduras.
Yes, yep, you're right. And but my point in bringing that up, to all jokes aside, was we when we was there, we was super far away from where we originally got dropped off at or whatever, and I seen pictures of white Jesus everywhere. I was like, dang, when white Jesus is at every nook and cranny on this planet. No matter where you go, white Jesus is there. If our people there, white Jesus is gonna be there. And they didn't have, these people ain't got running water. Like people was hanging out in buildings with two walls, no ceiling, no roof. It's just two walls. No, they missing.
Jesus white. Duh.
Yeah,
I,
what'd you
I,
say?
won-
Oh,
I
Damn
wonder.
you like
And I'm just playing. Hey,
hold
don't
on a
don't.
second,
I
Jared.
don't
Hold on a
all that
second,
smoke.
Jared.
I
yeah,
don't
mute
all
your
that
mic,
smoke.
Hold on
Jared.
one
Mute your
second,
mic real
Jared.
quick. We're gonna
Yeah,
let you
yeah.
speak. Hold on.
But yeah, my point is, just to add on to your point, Haas, that our people, we love that thing, and we defend it. They didn't have running water. It was so depressed. I remember I got a picture of it in my phone. One of the little stray dogs, he just sat in the middle of the road, like, and just was like, yeah, he gave up. The dog ain't have no hope. It was bad there, but they had white Jesus.
Hey, send me those. Send me those. Send me those. Because I don't know if you was on the same. It might have been different trips as far as like on the vans. Because I remember we went out like 2 hours. 2 hours out as well. I just wonder if we went to the same one. I just remember this bathroom was like we had to use the bathroom because we was in that small village or whatever, and it was just like you just mentioned. It was just like just poor, man. It was just poverty, you know. And you know what's crazy? I don't think we've gone back ever since because that was one of those ship missions, So we haven't actually went back to actually plant a seed for days in and day out. So Lord's willing, um, the Lord gives us that utterance because I think there's some good hope down there, you know.
Hey, even to y'all's point, just doubling back on, Gad. Just like you said in Honduras, it was like that. It's like that on the reservation too. Where you drive on the reservation, they ain't got no stores, they ain't got no food, but they got dispensaries and they got white Jesus plastered all on the billboards. Catholic church every 3 miles. It's crazy that, and that's again going back to Isaiah 42:22. That's them holes, them snares that they done put us in. Uh, Looks like we got Jameson on the stage. Jameson, what you got on the topic? Is Kevin Hart a sellout?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How are you guys doing? I don't think Kevin Hart is a sellout. I'll elaborate on that if you
Please do.
allow me.
Yeah, please do. You said afternoon. Where you is?
Well, I just flew into Boston from Dominican Republic.
Okay, you're Dominican.
No, I am not, but my children are.
Okay. Are you Haitian?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why don't you think Kevin Hart is a sellout?
I think he did what he did. He worked his butt off and he's in a situation where, he gets all the glory and the accolades for who he had become in the past that he had chosen, which is, being a humorist, a comedian.
So at what point is it
Hey,
okay?
real
Oh,
quick,
yes, sir.
do you know what's going on with him in the news now?
No, I do not. I haven't watched the news. I haven't been in country in a while.
Okay, the reason why we're asking is he a sellout? Because there was a special where comedians were telling jokes against him and they made fun of George Floyd's death. Do you know who George Floyd is?
Yes, sir.
Remember the controversy, so the cop kneeled on his neck and killed him. So
Hmm.
when they were telling jokes, they brought up George Floyd, and people are upset because Kevin Hart didn't say anything and he didn't object or he didn't see anything wrong with them bringing up the death of George Floyd and using it in a comedic light. So that's why we're asking, is he a sellout? For him to be on a stage where white people are making fun of the death of George Floyd and he says nothing against it and he says it's okay because they're comedians. So that's what the topic is.
Thank you for bringing some light into it. And even with that new information, I don't believe that he's a sellout. Because comedians have dark humor. That's why they say, after the show, they go and drink and tell jokes to one another and laugh. Their humor are very dark. So if it's a roast about him,
So if someone made fun of your child, of the police kneeling on your child's neck, you'll just say, oh, it's dark humor. So there's nothing wrong with it?
my child's neck.
Yes. If a police officer kneeled on your child's neck and
Hmm.
the whole world watched your child die, and then a comedian makes a
Hmm.
joke out of it, is that going to be your response? Well, he's just a comedian. It's dark humor.
Depend on how soon after the death.
It was 10 years
And yes,
later. 10 years later, white comedians are making
yeah,
fun of your son, a police kneeling on your child's neck, and they're making
it's
jokes out
dark
of it.
humor, man. That's their job.
So
Dark
because it's
humor.
their job, they can make fun of your dead
Hmm.
son that suffered a horrific death, that the whole world was racially divided. There were riots because the world was affected by police brutality to your son. 10 years later, because it's their job and it's dark humor, it won't bother you?
It won't bother me.
Okay.
That's pretty wild, Jameson. Your beloved son got
Hmm.
put to death, and somebody makes an evil, dark joke about your son that you love, that you nourished,
No,
that you brought up.
let's not put evil and dark and joke in the same sentence. Just a dark joke.
So is darkness good? Is it good? Murder's a good thing?
A lot of things come from the
Is
darkness.
murder a good thing?
No, it isn't.
Okay, so you got this man, Kevin Hart, who was at this brother's funeral with his mama and his daddy, and then turn around and let a white supremacist disrespect that same son that he was supposed to be showing respect for and solidarity. Is that a good thing?
White supremacists?
Yeah, that was a white supremacist move. He's a white supremacist.
Oh boy. Now it's getting more and more complicated.
I don't believe you know what happened in this situation. Did you see the roast by chance?
I saw the roast, yeah.
Did you see that joke that Tony Hinchcliffe made?
No, I did not. I haven't finished the roast yet.
You just said you seen it.
Yeah, I mean halfway, and I paused it.
Okay. So at what point is it okay to allow people to disrespect your people?
Your people, meaning who?
Black
My
people.
family members?
No, your race of people, your nation. Like when is it okay for people to
Hey,
disrespect
let's phrase it like this: if comedians, white comedians in America, is making fun of the poor in Haiti that have no shoes, have no water, and they're killing them, and they start doing jokes, is it okay? Because that's their job, and it's dark humor.
Yes.
Okay.
This guy's insane, bro. Yo,
hey
yo, man. Yo, let's bro, come on, man. Let's move on. This guy's insane. This guy,
that's
this
that
this this guy just told everybody on the stage that he hates and despises his own people. And if the case be that he did have a son and they did pass away, that he wouldn't even honor and respect his own flesh and blood to defend him if it came to pass that those things happened that A1 made as an example.
you know
That's
that
not,
what
that's
Wild work,
not what
man.
I said. That's not what I
Yeah,
said.
whatever, man.
that comes from a lack of racial self-esteem. When we don't understand where we come from and who we are, and we simply think of ourselves as black or Haitian, names that were given to us by the English white man and the French white man, it's easy for us to allow a white man to disrespect our dead children or our dead brother. That's an easy thing when you don't know who you are and you don't care who you are.
He doesn't care. Hey, what's going on, Art?
Why
What's
do
up
you
with the
got so much
brothers?
hate in your heart?
What's up with everybody?
What you got on the topic, Art? Is Kevin Hart a sellout?
Saying, he's a machine. So I guess so that goes without saying, So in my mind, it's like saying is Disney a sellout? Yes. Now with that being said, saying I do, I guess like salute him for the little like tokens that he do put out there for our people. I guess like the little films he try to make black films. He try to employ black actors, etc., etc. So I commend him for that. But I know, at his level, the business he's doing, the people he in the office with, you know, it's all white faces. So
So this is something I've noticed because I think
Hey,
it
let me
was.
ask him. Let me
Oh
ask
yes,
him.
sir.
Are you aware of what happened with Kevin Hart when he was at a comedic special and they were telling jokes about George Floyd?
yeah, of course,
And
yeah, that was
so you
that
feel
was.
that's fine
I
for
think
that
like
he's
even before the act, even before that guy, that comedian even did them jokes, because those weren't jokes, of course. That's like, but even before it, like just putting them guys up there is like a sellout move, because that's what that guy is like. I don't know, I don't, that that's what he do.
right?
He be
We understand.
racist.
We understand that's what they do. But
Yeah,
if it
like
was your
he's a white racist person. You put a white racist person on the platform, he should be like my dad would say, if it quacked like a duck, got feathers like a duck, this is it's safe to
we,
assume is a
we
duck.
we know he's racist. Everybody understands that. But we're talking about the response of Kevin Hart. He's
All right.
defending it. He's saying that
That's
he
super
tells
coonish.
jokes.
That's super coonish.
Right. That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, well, yeah, that goes without saying.
Okay.
That goes without saying. I'm not even trying to. I'm trying to. I try my best to look everything objectively without emotion, especially in today. It's too many things to be emotional about. But yeah, him defending it is repulsive. Closed statement. It's very repulsive. And I guess like with that being said, prior to that, like I said, I could commend him for some of the things he done did as far as like employing black actors. But it's very repulsive. And he could have said nothing and let the people do what the people was gonna do through the internet. You know, but to defend it, yeah, it's you know,
Hey, if I may, you look at because Tom Brady went through the same company, went through Netflix to do his roast, right? When Tom Brady was up for his roast, he had one rule for those comedians. It was that they were not allowed to speak about Robert Kraft, who was the owner of the New England Patriots, because he was going through some type of sexual scandal or whatever.
yeah, yeah,
When one of them comedians got up there and made a joke about Robert Kraft, Tom Brady stopped everything and said, "Hey, don't do that again, because I'll shut all this down."
yeah. I guess you saying that it's kind of showing like I guess real little move of Kevin Hart. You know, that's that's a real little move. Because to
Little.
come out and defend it is you pandering to the Klansmen. You feel me? Like I'm not saying you can't sit down at a table and have conversation. We live in a country with these people been here. You feel me? Um, Even in war, you talk to the people you're going to war with, but like you know, to pander to them for money, because I know that's what it is. If it wasn't business, he wouldn't have no incentive to do this. So, crazy work.
So
But
even
but
with that said,
I would say what he should have stepped. I don't know. Oh, he could have said something, but I would say this: will there be reparation? I mean, like not reparation. That's not the right word, but will there be consequences to him making these statements, like him defending, you know, and I'm in Houston, where George Floyd is from. You feel me? He ain't die here, but this is where he's from. So, what is the consequences?
any of the moderators want to touch on that?
What was that in regards the consequences in regards to what he regards to what the Kevin Hart did or didn't do? Is that what you mean? Or
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah.
well, look at look at Luke chapter no, not Luke, I'm sorry. Look at Matthew chapter 10 about the soul, regarding the soul.
Yes, sir. I got you. The book of Matthew, chapter 10 and verse 28. And fear not them which kill the body, but are not able to kill the soul, but rather fear him which is able to destroy both soul and body in hell.
What's the next verse say?
Are not two sparrows sold for a farthing?
I want the one where it says, "And what will a man give in exchange for his soul?" That one right there.
Yes, sir. One second.
I thought it was Matthew 10, but I want to give you the biblical perspective. Now, Kevin Hart is an Israelite. He could repent from the things that he's done, just like anybody else of our race, of all people, can repent. But if he continues on in the same line of thought and action, this is his judgment. This is what God said. And the reason that I'm bringing this out particularly is because a lot of these actors and celebrities and musicians and these famous people have given up their soul. They've given up their life. They've given up their mind to these people, to Satan, in order to receive the things that they have now. All right. Read that real quick, Matthew, or whatever precept that was.
Yes, sir. The book of Mark, chapter 8 and verse 36. For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world
So,
and
what
lose?
is the profit of you gaining certain benefits in this world, whether it be riches or glory or women or vehicles or cars or homes and mansions? What is the glory of gaining all these different things at a particular price? That is, go ahead.
And lose his own soul.
So, his judgment is that he will lose his soul if he doesn't repent. Now, that particular action, as far as not responding the way he should have, meaning he should have defended his people, he should have defended George Floyd, he should have said something concerning that particular matter. The law is going to judge accordingly. But the ultimate judgment, if he doesn't change, if he doesn't repent, is going to be that he's going to lose his soul. He's going to lose his soul. Go ahead.
Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?
Right. What will a man give in exchange for his soul? So that's something that he's got to be mindful of, and that's something that we got to be mindful of because everybody has a price. Everybody has a price. You understand that, Art?
You know, without no questions, I do. But you know,
What was that?
I said without any question, I do. And
All that's good
with
stuff. Good stuff.
you know, with it, with you had me thinking like, so do you understand the concept of the boule within our community?
Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm
Go
saying
ahead.
like, I'm just saying, you know, the aversion is everywhere. You know, the,
What is everywhere?
I'm saying the boule, the Kevin Hart, like I'm saying like these people,
The bougie
like
people.
like like
Yeah,
I'm saying like
the black elite.
well, it you black elite, but I'm saying even when you use that terminology, that's like classism. So that's a class. You feel me? So
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah,
there's
saying in a
always
way,
there's always been those people when you read in the scriptures as far as the quote unquote bougie or the boule, right? I'll give you an example. Give me that in can you mute your mic has there's like a echo. Um Get Matthew 23 real quick. I'm gonna show you an example of some of the boule in the scriptures. Matthew 23, and let's look at verse. Let me see here.
and I guess my overall question is, how do you look at them? Like, do you look at them different than Kevin Hart?
Well, he would be a part of the boule. He would be amongst those that have certain benefits and riches and access and reputation. So the boule, it's not so much how we look at them; it's what are they going to do with the benefits and the status that they have for the betterment of their people. You understand what I'm saying? I wanted to get this scripture for you real quick. I thought it was in Matthew 23. I wanted to get into how the scribes and Pharisees they had certain benefits and riches. But forget that. Get Second Ezra's 9. I thought. Oh, hold on. Is this it? Damn, no, that's not it. Maybe A1 knows. He's real good with the gospel. He knows the whole. Hey, do you know what I'm talking about?
What you looking for?
I thought it was in the gospel somewhere where it talks about the bourgeois, right? The rich of all people.
How did it was it phrased? What was he saying?
Like he's talking about the black bourgeois, right? The rich of our people, the ones that have
Right.
received benefit. I thought it was a scripture regarding the Pharisees, how they had like riches or something.
Well, it speaks about
Still might
how
talk about
they
that,
love
brother.
greetings in the marketplace. They sit at the uppermost seats.
There you go.
What
Yes,
Christ was speaking about them, I think you want Matthew 23. And what Christ says, don't be like them, because they were reaping the benefits of being in a position of stature. And that's when Christ says, don't be like them. And don't, because they wanted to be called rabbi based on them being in their position. That's Matthew chapter 23, and he starts with uh, verse 3. I'm going to read it. All therefore whatsoever they bid you, observe, that observe and do. But do not ye after their works. This is why. For they bind heavy burdens and grievous to be borne, and lay them on men's shoulders. But they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. But all their works they do for to be seen of men. They make broad their phylacteries, and enlarge the borders of their garments, and love the uppermost rooms at the feasts, and at the chief seats in the synagogues, and greetings in the marketplace, and to be called of men Rabbi, Rabbi. But be not ye called Rabbi, for one is your master, even Christ, and all ye are brethren. Is that what you wanted?
that's it. That's it. A1. Thank you. So I'm
How
showing this as an example, Art, to show you that the bourgeois have always been around. Now the bourgeois, once again, they could be used for good or they could be used for evil, because you also have John of Arimathea, right? This is a different brother who was given different benefits. He had good wealth, different things like that. So he would be considered today black bougie. But with what he had, he used for good. You understand?
And
So
also use John 11:45. Break that down for him to show that they were working with Rome against the people.
yes, sir.
So, and that's good thing that you said that, because like I tend to correlate, like I don't even correlate like the boule with just like a wealthy black person, like, but like a wealthy black person that's not of the people, even if they portraying and as if they are part of the people, like, so.
I,
And I
I
would say
understand
that,
what you're saying.
yeah, it's like, and in a way, like they put themselves in position to be like false prophets, because I would say with the scriptures that y'all just read, very powerful scriptures, um how deep do you think that the scripture go when you say like don't be like them specifically, like, um and when the scripture is speaking of the marketplace, like today, like the industry, like when you working, we all, I guess, like have to bend in a certain type of way, like whether that's like wear a certain type of haircut, learn to speak a certain type, in a certain type of pattern, a certain type of diction, whatever it is, XYZ. You feel me? But like that's why I'm asking to understand, like, how deep do you think that go?
I'm going to show you in that scripture that A made reference to. Get that in Luke 11, or was it John 11?
John, yes,
John
sir.
11:45.
The book of John, chapter 11 and verse 45.
This is how deep it goes, Art.
Then many of the Jews which came to Mary and had seen the things which Jesus did believed on him. But some of them went their ways to the Pharisees and told them what things Jesus had done.
So, mind you, Jesus Christ at this time, he's performing miracles. He's preaching the word of God powerfully to where the people were astonished at his doctrine, the way that he was bringing it out. So, Jesus Christ made a name amongst the people, amongst the community, amongst the Israelites. And some of the Jews went into the Pharisees. Now, remember what we read in Matthew 23, Brother Art. We read that the Pharisees were men of stature as far as their reputation is concerned, their wealth, the way that they presented themselves. So these are, quote unquote, the black bourgeois of that time. They had certain benefits. Let me show you how deep it goes, though, like you just asked. Go ahead.
Then gathered the chief priests and the Pharisees a council, and said, what do we? For this man doeth many miracles.
So mind you, they considering and saying, what are we gonna do about this guy? Because this guy is doing all these different things, these miracles, he's helping the people, people are following after him. And the chief priests, when you look at history and you look at the law, the chief priests, those were the men of renown. Everybody went to the priests in order to gain knowledge and understanding because the oracles of God was given unto them. It was their job, meaning the Levitical priesthood, the priesthood's job, to give the law unto the people. So they had a certain renown about them. They had a certain name about them. And they've also received benefits, based off the work that they did, especially if they exploited the people to gain even more, which the Pharisees did, which is why one was making the point or was reading about don't follow after their works because they say and do not. So look at what they're thinking in their mind and their counseling. He says, look, yo, Jesus Christ is doing all these things. Go ahead.
If we let him thus alone,
If we leave him alone, if we continue to let him go out and teach and do all these different things, go ahead.
all men will believe on him.
Everybody's going to follow after him. All the people that are following us now are going to look towards his direction. They're going to start to see that the things that we're doing is unlawful. They're going to start to see that the things that Christ is bringing out is biblical. And it's not even just based off his word, it's based off his deeds. If we don't do something about it, they're going to follow after him. Go ahead.
And the Romans shall
And the who,
come
and the who, and the who?
And the Romans.
because the Romans was the ruling power during this time, just like America's the ruling power during this time. And the Romans are the ones that govern the money, the currency. They're the ones that govern the law. They're the ones that position people in positions of power, of reputation, of fame. So the Pharisees, the scribes, or the chief priest, the high priest, they understood that the only reason that they have the liberty and benefits that they have during that time was because Rome, who was the ruling power, gave that to him or gave that to them. Because even above the chief priest, you had certain rulers such as Herod, right? Which was king of the Jews. But then even above Herod, you had the Caesar, who was the main chief of that kingdom. So they understood we have to go according to what Rome wants for us, because if we don't, the things that was given unto us by them will be taken away. Finish it off.
And the Romans shall come and take away both our place and nation.
You see that? They go if we don't do according to what they want and we allow Christ to go out and teach and do all these different things, if we don't stop what he's doing, Rome is going to take our place and our nation, our benefits, our wealth, our reputation, us sitting in the high seats, the beautiful garments that we wear, the amount of food that we eat. All those things will be taken away. That's how deep it gets. With the Black Bouger is no different. All these famous men, these famous women, these musicians and so forth, if you don't go according to what East or what the white man wants for them, what the system wants for them to push out, whether it be evil music, these movies that portray homosexuality, transgenderism, if you don't go according to what they want, they're going to take away their place and nation, so to speak. So that's how deep it gets, Art.
So this is confirmation. So look, I was blessed enough to grow up in New Orleans, Louisiana. You hear me? And I grew up around people that was teaching me this, but not using scripture. And hearing scripture, back what I guess during the time I would categorize as like black thought. You feel me? Or black consciousness. It's a beautiful thing how God has got it. Has always been there for our people and still there. Um but with that being said though, me growing up in that environment and time continuing on, I guess like you get to a point where it's like you don't want to be like too the white man, the white man. You feel me? America. You feel me?
We don't care about the white man. The reason that we mention the white man,
No, I'm not saying that. I didn't say that to say I'm speaking on my. I'm not saying that to say that's what you are doing.
got you,
I'm
got
saying
you, got you.
because of my upbringing being saturated with the black consciousness, and being taught what you just taught me through scripture, what you was just telling me, but being taught this from um who I would consider, scholars. But of course, they was some of these guys were educated, but some of these guys were self educated, had libraries in their houses, XYZ. But I guess like living a life so saturated with this, I guess some people call it um I idea. I don't know how to pronounce the word right now, but with these ideas, I say that um and then hearing it, I got to a point where it's like I didn't want to be like it's the white man, it's white man, because you get to a point where at least I got to a point where I began to try to focus my thinking on self accountability. That's what I can control. You feel me? Um, I've studied the culture of hearsay. Of the enemy. I guess you can say. You feel me? And like, but it's not. And I got to a point where it's like, all right. let me see. What does me looking at my
Yeah.
culture?
Yeah, and Art, that's a good point. I'm gonna let you rock, Has. I just want to make this quick point because I do agree with that. There's a lot of blame on the white man, but we did this to ourselves. When you look at Hosea 13 and verse 9, reader, can you bring that out? Hosea 13 and verse 9. The Lord lets us know here.
The book of Hosea, chapter 13 and verse 9. O Israel, thou hast destroyed thyself, but in me is thine help.
So you see that the Lord made it clear. We destroyed ourselves. We did this to us. The white man is just a rod. No diddy. The white man is just a rod that is used to punish us for the things that we've done. You understand? The white man is used as a tool, as a whipping belt to yeah, man, people crazy.
Hey,
The
yo.
white man was used is used as a tool to punish us. You understand? So it's not about the white man. The reason that we make reference to the white man so much is because how prevalent he is to the destruction of our people today. As well as, prophecy, it goes into how, we got to manifest the wicked, and he's the wicked, and that's what it is. But no, you absolutely correct. We got to focus on us. We got to focus on the inner man. We got to focus on fixing us, our people, because at the end of the day, as much as you can curse out and blame everybody else, the Lord is going to judge you. You going to be that guy that he's going to be judging. But yeah, I can't even say Rod no more without saying no Diddy because of the culture that we're in now. So I can't even use biblical words without adding no Diddy as a prerequisite to make sure that you all don't look at me with the eye emojis and all that. So no Diddy on the Rod portion.
You just gotta edify your speech, Ash. Edify your speech.
No, hey, that don't even matter, bro. That don't even matter. You could bring it
You
out.
got to
You
speak
can bring it out
Hebrew.
in any form, and you got to say no
We gonna
Diddy,
have to
bro.
learn Hebrew.
Hey, so Art, you do you know your identity? Do you what? How do you identify yourself?
I guess like I identify myself as like a child of the Most High. I'm a follower of the Most High. And I believe in. I guess like I would say Israelite, but like I would want to know the tribe, and because I don't know, I don't speak. Because I try not to speak where I'm ignorant at. So which
No,
one?
that's perfect. That's perfect. Where are your people from? Like, are you African American or are you Native American?
For sure. Louisiana, my people, Louisiana, the South of America. Like I know I done seen with my own eyes in like a small town, Epps, Louisiana, that my grandfather brought me to. Tombstones during the 1800s, going back to the 1800s. So I know, I know for a fact my great grandmother, my grandfather's mother, was a living native, or I would say indigenous, like a living active living. I don't even want to use the wrong words, but I've heard Kashada. My grandfather passed a couple years ago, so it's like questions that I'll be asking him today. But luckily he brought me to where he grew up at, where it's mounds, Native American mounds, bigger than houses, of course. But they stretch throughout the whole South, through Louisiana, Arkansas. I'm sure through Texas, but
Okay.
with like I said, I don't. I'm learning still. So
So this is what I would tell you. Give me Job chapter 8 and verse 8. Because at least you know you an Israelite, and that's beautiful. That's perfect, especially going with accountability, because you can't be accountable to the things in this Bible if you don't know who you are in this Bible. So if
yeah,
you don't know that the laws, statutes, and commandments were given to you, you can't repent and come back to them. Now, as far as what tribe you are, go ahead, read that for me.
This is the book of Job, chapter 8 and verse 8. For inquire, I pray thee, of the former age.
So we have to go back and do that research on our father and our father's father to see who they are. You know, for the most part, you know, if you black, you from the tribe of Judah, but you could be Native American, and that would make you of the tribe of Gad. Go ahead.
And prepare thyself to the search of their fathers.
So learning who you are, you know, do some research into where your people
And
from and what
I'm
tribe they
saying,
might be.
speak on what you just said. Like I know my grandfather's mother. I don't know my grandfather's father.
And
Don't
that
know.
and that's
So
fine, because it honestly, you Judah. Just hold on to it. But
yeah.
either way, with that being said, do you congregate? Or do you even know what that you know? Do you say you in Louisiana? Is that what you saying right now?
No, that's what I grew up in New Orleans, but I live in Houston though.
Okay,
As
you live in
remember, he
Houston.
doesn't, he just knows that he's a child of God, but he doesn't know what his tribe is. He doesn't know any of that. You gotta show
Do
him
you
those things.
know? Okay. Give me Deuteronomy 28. Since we're talking about accountability, let's just go there. Deuteronomy 28:15.
Yes, sir. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God,
So this is going into that accountability. God has given us rules that we need to live by, and if we don't live by those rules, go ahead.
to observe to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
Now, when we look at the Black, Hispanic, Native American community, we are a cursed people. So, because of our disobedience to God and not following the laws and the statutes that He put in this Bible, these are the things that would happen to us. Give me verse 68.
Verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships.
Now, all right, you read the Bible, right?
To say I read the Bible, to say I read it from beginning to end, no. But
Okay,
I read enough of it. So but nah, I don't feel confident to say I read the Bible.
that's all right. That's all right. So, the Bible's written in code, it's written in hip talk, so only that those who are meant to understand it will understand it. So,
Well,
when he
I
says,
guess from that point, yeah, I've gotten to the point where I can feel the Bible without any question when I
okay,
read it.
well, hold on one sec. I want to show you something. I want to show you something real quick. So read that again.
Yes, sir. Verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with
Egypt.
ships.
Egypt. Egypt is a code word. Go to Exodus chapter 20 and verse 2. So right now, Moses is letting them know that they're going to go back to Egypt. We got to understand what Egypt is.
The land of bondage.
Oh, see, come on now. We're going to read it, though, for those who might not know. Go ahead.
Exodus chapter 20 and verse 2. I am the Lord thy God, which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
The land of Egypt, which is what?
out of the house of
So
bondage.
just like you said, Art, Egypt is a code word for bondage. What's another word for bondage?
Slavery.
Slavery, right. So when we go back to Deuteronomy 28:68, go ahead and read that for me, Admiral.
Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with
Slavery again. Go ahead.
ships.
With ships. Who that happened to, Art?
That's where we at right now.
Right. That happened to black people. Happened to Hispanics and Native Americans. Go ahead.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
And we don't know where our homeland is. We don't know where we come from. That's why we ask it like, you know, who my people is, where I've come from. We don't know because it was stripped from us in slavery. Go ahead.
And there ye
And
shall be
there, when you get off those slave ships, what would happen?
he shall be sold unto your enemies.
Who are we sold to, Art?
To the white man.
To the white man. What does God call them? Our enemies, right? So it's not us harping on the white man, but we like Ash said, we got to point out who the wicked is. We got to point out who did this. We got to tell the truth, the God's honest truth. These are our enemies because a friend would not sell you into slavery. A friend wouldn't rip you from your mama. A friend wouldn't beat your back in till he ripped the flesh off of it. Go ahead.
And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen
Slave
and
men,
bondwomen,
slave women. So If that happened to you and your ancestors, that would make you a what, Art?
The Israelite.
An Israelite. So when somebody asks you what you identify as, what should you tell them?
Yeah, Israelite for sure.
Okay.
Hey, y'all had this conversation with everybody.
We have it with those who are willing to listen and to receive the word of God. Right now, this is God brought you up on this stage, on this app for a reason so you could learn how special you truly are.
Nah, for sure. I'm just saying the truth is the truth. You know, the clarity. You know, cut clear. And you know when you hear it's so much confusion. You know, obviously, you know this is the time of revelation. You know, time of the false prophets, et cetera, et cetera. You know, but that can cut through a room. You know, because it's direct from scripture. You know, and I think like even I think like to, do you so I guess like do you see I do look at my our ancestors dealing with our enemy with so much grace. Do you believe like that's that like I guess like what do you think of that? Like during the 50s, the 40s, like the 50s, the 60s, you know? Um like I guess like what is that period? You feel me?
Right. So we ain't never gonna talk down on our forefathers who came before us. Like you got Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, um, give me some other brothers, Ash. Those brothers in the civil rights movement, because they paved the way for us to be able to do what we can do. Like I know a lot of brothers ain't going outside and get whooped on by no police, get bit by no dogs, getting no hoses put on them.
And I'm saying they did it even through the like they was militant at the same time, peaceful, at the same time had families. You feel me? So I'm saying like what I look at that and I kind of look at our people like striving to be um like who do you say Yeshua?
Jesus, Joshua,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Go
yeah.
ahead.
For so like I guess like but I'm saying we still fell from I guess but I guess I know the story. We still fell for the curses at the end of the day.
Yeah, ultimately, because again, the thing that we did not have, although we was coming back to our nationality. Give me that Ezekiel 37. Ezekiel 37 and 10. Start at verse 5. Start at verse 4. Uh, what we didn't have as a people was the laws of God, right? But that was the beginning of us rising so that we could come to this point to understand who we are. You got that?
Yes, sir.
My
Ezekiel.
bad. Start at verse 3.
Ezekiel chapter 37, verse 3. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
Those bones is us. That's us. As a people, we are in a dead state, and we've been in a dead state since we went into slavery. Go ahead.
And I answered, O Lord God, thou knowest.
I can't even tell you. That's how bad we've been beat down as a people till we've been unrecognizable. Go ahead.
Again he said unto me, Prophesy unto these bones, and say unto them, O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God, unto these bones, behold, I will cause breath to enter into you, and
That
ye shall
breath,
live.
that breath is wisdom. That's Christ. Go ahead.
And I will lay sinews upon you, and will bring up excuse me,
Sinews is muscles. That's muscles. That's the action working to get to the point. Go ahead.
and will bring up flesh upon you, and cover you with skin.
That's going into us fighting for an identity when you look at the civil rights movement, because that civil rights movement led to the Black Panthers, which then led to the Brown Berets, which led to the American Indian movement, the Young Lords, the us having a sense of racial pride. Go
And
ahead.
and led
And
to us
put
being
breath in you, and ye shall live.
That breath is going into the word of God. Because you look, 1969, that's when the teachings of us being Israel started to really move right after the civil rights movement. Jump down to verse 10.
Verse 10. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them,
And so
and they
now
lived.
that's what we're seeing now as the prophets travel the world and teach that we're not black, we're not Haitian, we're not Dominican, we're not Mexican, we're not Native American, but that we're God's chosen people and we got to keep God's commandments. Come on.
And stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army.
That's what you see now. You see a spiritual army. It's a spiritual army, a spiritual movement, because that's the only way we're going to get out of bondage. Just like we spoke earlier about us taking accountability. The accountability is understanding one, we the Israelites, we God's chosen people, and two, we sinned against our God. We broke his commandments. We went against everything he told us to do, and that's why the white man is allowed to put his knee on our neck, his foot in our back. That's why the white man's able to go throughout Africa and South America and pillage the resources because we not doing what we're supposed to do as his children, as the Israelites. That makes sense, Art?
Nah, for sure. Even with these contracts to these nations, like we born. I know, like we assimilated. Have an identity of being American, and that that's right there. That's like I'm, correct me if I'm going, if I'm wrong, but like having a that's like a covenant. Like you having these contracts, like we born into these contracts, we having these social security numbers and stuff, and like only man, that's like part of the curse.
That is the curse. Because
Hey,
oh, go
that's
ahead.
that. I was just gonna say based on what he said. That's Psalms 44. Look at Psalms 44 and start in verse 12.
Psalms chapter 44, verse 12. Thy thou sellest thy people for naught,
You
and
see
dost
that?
not increase thy wealth by their price.
So this is the Lord speaking about us. He says, "Thou sellest thy people for naught." So Isaiah said, "You sold the children of Israel for the price of nothing." He didn't gain nothing out of giving us unto the hands of our oppressors. He didn't gain no price. There was no increase or wealth that he gained by doing these things. This goes back to what Haz was bringing out in Deuteronomy chapter 28. The reason that we were put in these particular conditions was based off the sins that we committed. So the
The
Lord
sins
did
we
all.
committed,
What was that?
brother, that don't make any sense. God is
Hey,
most
corporate,
high,
Oh,
merciful.
oh,
corporate.
I thought it was Art speaking. It
No,
was just
corporate.
some
Hey,
random dude.
yeah, mute your
That
mic
don't
real
make
quick.
any
We get
sense.
right with you. Corporate, we gonna get
Hey,
right with
listen,
you. Oh, yes, sir.
corporate. You saying that mankind never committed sin against God? That's not what I'm saying, but I wasn't allowed to speak, so go ahead and finish and I'll get in there. I Because you answered the said, question. when he said the sins we committed, you said it like you were shocked. Absolutely not. What I'm saying is God is so merciful. Why would he punish us for something that we didn't do currently that was done thousands of years ago? And why would you say he let the white man put his foot on our neck when he's the most hateful and can't stand God? He breaks all the commandments every single day. But he mean tell me he puts them in charge over us so we can pay back the debt we owe to God? That's bullshit. Thou shalt not kill means thou shalt not kill. Explain Epstein. Explain all the wars that we dressed up and start killing people. We gonna tell God we did it for the
well,
white man. Let me
Satan is
tell you,
Satan.
that's stupid. See, I didn't overtalk you. I let you talk. Now
No, brother,
give
you
me a
asked me
chance
a
to talk.
question, you start saying,
Okay,
see,
and
I
I
didn't
get
overtalk you
and I
while
let
I
you
was
speak,
talking.
and I didn't overtalk you.
Yes, you did, but I'm gonna mute up and let you finish.
Now I'm responding to what you said. Get Jeremiah chapter 18, because corporate is shocked that God would punish people for going against Him.
That's
So
not
let's
what I said.
What did you
That
say?
is not
Okay,
that.
say it. Rephrase
I
what you said.
said what the corporate Republican is saying, room. God is so merciful. Why would He not forgive us for something that happened thousands of years ago? We weren't even around. But the brother said that's why He used the white man to put his foot on your neck. That is a lie. White people disrespect God all the time.
Corbett,
They
Corbett.
kill every single commandment, all the rape, all the murder, all the lynchings, all the redlining. You mean tell me God is busy when it comes to our prayers, but their prayers is answered?
I'm saying
Bible
Corbett,
smoke, please stop your bullshit.
Corbett.
Okay,
Stop.
Hey,
okay,
What
hold on,
would
corporate,
Art. Hold on,
Corbett
Art.
say?
Mute your mic.
corporate. Now we're gonna talk. So just let the scripture come out. Let's see if what you said is what God said. Go to Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43, reader.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get above thee very high,
So God was prophesying that one nation would get high above another nation. Read.
and thou shalt come down very low.
And the other nation will be brought down low. Read.
He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him.
Because black people don't lend nothing to white people except sweat. That's all black people produce is sweat. Read.
He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
So God is saying one nation will be the head of another nation. Read.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and
What God
shall
said? What
pursue
God
thee.
said would happen?
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee,
Read.
and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed,
This is what God said, that he will put curses on us to overtake us and pursue us till we be destroyed. Read.
because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God,
Because God brought the Israelites into a covenant and they didn't listen when you read the history. Read.
to keep his commandments
They did
and
not keep the commandments. So what's the consequences? Read.
his statutes which he commanded thee, and they shall be upon thee for a sign,
So all these bad things will be on a specific group of people for a sign. When you ask, who did this happen to? The stuff that the Bible spoke of, it happened to black people in America. Read.
and for a wonder,
For wonder means to think. Read.
and upon thy seed forever.
And that's why we always say we want to change things for our children, our seed. Read.
Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for the abundance of all things. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies,
What God
which
said?
therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies,
God said that we would serve people who hate us. They're our enemies. Read.
which the Lord shall send against thee,
Who sent them against us?
which the Lord shall send against thee
And how did they come against us?
Fight
Read.
back, Corbett.
in hunger,
And
eh,
what?
in hunger,
They brought us here. They didn't feed us on those slave ships when they brought us here. Most of them starved on the Middle Passage. Millions of slaves died from hunger and were thrown over the ships. Sharks would follow the boats, the slave ships. Read.
and in thirst,
They didn't bring us no beverages. We died of thirst and hunger. Read.
and in nakedness,
They didn't tell us go pack some clothes to get on the ship. They brought us here hungry, thirsty, and naked in cargo slave ships. Read.
and in want of all things.
And when we got here, we had to ask the white man for everything. Read.
And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck
Chains. They brought us here in chains. Hungry, naked, and thirsty with chains on our neck. Read.
until he have destroyed thee.
So you can say it sounds crazy all you want. If this didn't happen to us, corporate, you tell us what people God is talking about here. I'm gonna mute my mic and you tell the audience. So since you're denying this happened to black people and white people did this to us. Now I'm gonna be quiet and you tell the audience who this happened to and what God is talking about here in the Bible. Nobody interrupt corporate. Let him tell us.
Okay, first of all, the corporate didn't say anything like that. First of all, it is documented that white people turned that Bible around to make sure they would stay in control and keep us in enemies of God so they could do what they want to do when it came to slavery. That's documented. That is documented. So, first of all, why would God be so hateful toward black people? He's the most merciful. So, you mean tell me you can go confess to God, he'll bless you, he'll mercy you, but he'll use the white man to stay on your neck for something you did 10,000 years ago? What God is that? That's bullshit. That was that Bible was turned. You
We
say
still
stay on the
doing it
mute
though,
and
corporate.
put nothing wrong, but I'm talking. Here you go. This is Bible smoke. You guys are full of shit because you keep white people in control off a Bible that was argumented for their benefit, and you don't see it. There is no God you should believe in that keeps you broke, keeps you suffering, keeps you dying, keeps you in prison, keeps you raped, keeps you lynching, keeps you medically abused because of something that happened 50,000 years ago before your grandparents were born. That's bullshit. And if you believe that, you stay on Clubhouse where you're safe. Because if I see any of these replays are on, if I see any one of you off a clubhouse with that shit, I'm gonna send you to that God so you can tell him that the dime sent you. That is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. You
So,
gotta
Corporate,
die
so
to
corporate.
get yours, but on
Okay,
on
you
earth,
doing it to
white
yourself.
people running.
ain't
You
You
nobody,
said
doing
I
it to
can
nobody
you
talk
got
doing it
time.
to
without being
yourself.
muted, but I
Corporate,
keep getting muted. This
corporate.
is why we
You're
have
not
this
being
issue.
muted.
You guys, you
You already
can't
put
shut
your
up.
stance. You
I'm a
already
mute
put your stance.
Republican. You talk. I
You
talk.
already.
Here you are off mute. Here you are.
Corporate,
I'm talking about.
corporate, you
So
doing
you
it to
heard, hey,
yourself.
hey, hey, hold on. Y'all heard him just say, if he sees us teaching this, he will send us to our God.
He just had a
So
demon come out
he'll
him.
he'll make threats to us.
That was
He'll
why his voice was like that.
he'll make threats to us to kill us, but he won't attack the white man that did this stuff to us. This is the worst type of black people walking the earth. That they will be mad that we're complaining about what was done to us. And then he says the same thing white people say. Why y'all still bring it up? That was 10,000 years ago. No, it was not 10,000 years ago. Go back 100 years ago or less. They were doing this stuff to us. He uses that. You know how white people
My
inflate the
pawpaw picked
time?
cotton.
How white people inflate the time and they'll say, oh, that was a long time ago. No, it wasn't. I was born after Martin Luther King was killed asking for civil rights. So don't listen to people like him that, oh, that was 10,000 years ago. It was no 10,000 years ago. White people were not in control of the earth 10,000 years ago. They declared their independence in 1776. That was 300 years ago. Okay? So don't listen to people when they start, that was 10,000 years ago. That's what white people say to make it seem like, why y'all worried about this? So all that bass he got in his voice for us, where he's ready to lose his voice, he loved the white man's drawers. And he will lick the white man's ass crack and hold his balls in his hand. Because he's the black hand for white supremacy. He supports what white people did to us. So that's why he's saying that. If I'm white and the white man wrote this book, I would remove these things. Because this is what we're using now to convict him for the evil that he did. Because he put on his money in God we trust. America was built on Christian nationalism. So now we can look in the same book that they trained us not to look and show them that they are the problem. So sometimes, guys, I know y'all don't like to hear these people rant, but you got to let them talk so that the listening audience can see that stupid people like him exist. If y'all cut him off, he gets a victory. I'm talking, you keep interrupting me. And I keep telling y'all, I let them talk before I let them walk. People need to see how stupid they are so that they can appreciate us. Okay, I always quote this quote that Jay-Z said in his rap song. A wise man told me, don't argue with fools, because people from a distance don't know who is who. So don't argue with him. Let him talk so that people can see how stupid he is. His name is corporate because he's for corporate America. Slavery was a business that built a banking system here in America. So that's why he talks how he talks. That's why he's trying to be dismissive about slavery. He don't care about oppression. Okay, that's the stuff. White people wrote this book. That was the stupidest thing for them to document of people being enslaved, losing their land, their history, their culture, and their identity, being brought here hungry, naked, and want of all things with yokes of iron upon their neck. That would be the stupidest thing white people ever did. To take a book that professes themselves to have a white God, a white Jesus, and white people, but there's parts in there of them enslaving another race of people and oppressing them. Does that not sound stupid to you, audience? How dumb does that sound? But if you don't let him talk, people need to see how stupid he is. Whenever people come in here like that, let them talk. Then embarrass them when they're finished. He can scream at the top of his lungs all he wants. He is the hands of white supremacy. He loved the white man like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with onions and gravy on the white man. He'll suck it, he'll lick his ass and say, "Is we okay, Mr. White Man, Mr. Master Mouse?" Okay? You put some, all he need is tap dance shoes with that voice that he was doing. He's a Sambo coon. He's the epitome of it in 2026. That was 2,000 years ago. That was 10,000 years ago. You like that? We ain't listening to all that bullshit. But you gotta let him talk before you let him walk. I'm you, my mic.
All praises. Yeah, yeah. That brother voice was ashy as hell. He need a lozenge. And then like,
That was Beelzebub.
damn, Lord of the Flies.
Yeah, that wasn't his regular voice. That was Beelzebub.
That was the demon coming out of him. Ah, I see now. But Art, you see, because you had asked earlier, how do we not go after the ways? Because the topic of the room is Kevin Hart a sellout. That brother don't have to be in the boule to be a sellout. He done sold out, and it's 3 in the morning where I'm at, and he on the phone arguing with us to protect his master. Right? That's something Christ would never do. Christ ain't gonna defend the white man.
Hey, not only that, okay, you want to defend them, fine. But you talking about you're gonna kill us? Who should listen to him after that? You're gonna kill us? What are we doing? From reading in the Bible to cope with our pain. But you got a problem with us. He won't go into a white room with white Christians and raise his voice like that and threaten to kill them. Okay? Black people are your worst enemy. It's not the white man, it's people like him. You got to let black people know that people like all dark skinned folk ain't kinfolk. Like Christ said in John chapter 8, verse 40. Watch this. Christ had the same problem. Read.
John chapter 8, verse 40. But now ye shall but now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth.
That's him. The man literally said that he will kill us if he see us. He said, "You on this clubhouse. If I see this, I'll send you to your God." What are we saying that's making him so angry? He's a demon. He's a black monster, a demon like Christ had to deal with. Read it again.
But now ye seek to kill me, a man that hath told you the truth,
So 2,000 years ago when Christ was speaking this, they wanted to kill him. He's the same thing walking now in 2026. He wants to kill us for talking the truth. Read.
which I have heard, of God.
Okay,
This did not
we're reading the writings of God the same way Christ said this is of God. Read.
this did not Abraham. Ye do the deeds of your father. Then said they to him, we be not born of fornication. We have one Father, even God. Jesus said unto them, if God were your Father, you would love me.
That's why he don't have no love for us. That's why he got hatred in his heart for us. You heard the passion in his voice to tell us he would kill us? That's a fucking monster. That's an evil black dog. You're the lowest of the low. Read.
For I proceeded forth and came from God.
We're reading out of the word of God, the Bible. This stupid nigga's talking about that the white man book, the white man wrote. Why would white people write about the evil that they did to us in here? That's the proof this is not their book. Because if I'm white and I wrote this book, I'm erasing that. I'm not leaving that for niggas to come later on and read it, who I stopped from reading for hundreds of years, made them uneducated. Now they catch up and they read and they could use this against me. You stupid black dog. You disgusting lowlife waste. You're trash. Screaming like that with so much passion to tell us he want to kill us. Read.
Neither came I of myself, but he sent me. Why do you not understand my speech?
That's the question. Why did corporate not understand our speech? Read.
Even because ye cannot hear my
They
words.
wasn't listening to Christ when he spoke. Corporate ain't listening to us. He didn't answer the question. He didn't answer what we just read. He just went on a rant to tell us, I'll kill you. If I see you, if you're not on this clubhouse, I will send you to your God. He's no different from a drug dealer, a criminal in the hood that will kill you to make money. Read.
Ye are of your father the devil,
You are a black devil. You're worse than the white devils.
Yo, can I talk? I'm
Yeah,
not
you
gonna
don't.
hold you.
Hey,
This
hey,
shit stop.
hey, hey,
I
big
just, I'm sorry.
BG,
I'm sorry. Listen,
BG,
listen, listen. I'm
BG.
sorry
You
to
don't. You
interrupt.
don't
I'm
hear me
sorry to
talking.
interrupt. Let me tell you what I think. Like, I ain't gonna hold you. This shit sound like an acting play. It sound like both of y'all are like. It sound like y'all both are on a stage, like trying to act this shit out or some shit. Like, what is
Okay, hey,
happening
Water,
right
I'm here,
now?
brother.
Look,
If
look,
Like,
I'm
look,
so
don't
wrong, why
look,
you
don't
look,
put
telling
no
me?
BG.
X on me, bro. I don't know what's happening.
Hey, don't bring nobody up till I say so. BG.
I'm sorry.
We're
My
we're
bad.
using the Bible. We're reading
Oh,
from the Bible. Do you believe the Bible?
yes, I do. I do.
Okay,
I
so
do. But
we read scripture. Did you hear the scripture we read?
yes, yes,
Did,
yes.
did you
That's
agree?
what I was wondering what was happening. I was like, what the?
He said he was going to kill us and send us to God because we read it in the Bible about the oppression that God said would happen to his chosen people, that they will be
Hmm.
put on slaves,
Hmm.
they will be stripped of their land, their heritage,
Yeah,
their culture, their
yeah,
identity.
yeah, yeah.
And he
I
said
know.
he don't care about that. Do you feel the same way that you don't care about that?
Do I feel the same way about
You said you
how we
listened to
treat our
him and
people?
you came in laughing. You came in laughing. I'm responding to his anger of us reading the Bible and explaining to our people that we're oppressed. We've been stripped of our
No, I
land, our
came in
heritage.
laughing because both of y'all, y'all both was sounding like y'all was reading for the Bible or something. I don't know. It
So you
sounded,
don't. So what were you laughing at? Be specific.
to be
What
specific,
was funny to
it
you?
sounded like a play. Like I walked in and sat down and I was looking at y'all like at a on a play. Like,
Him,
do you know
him
what a play
threatening to
mean? I
kill
mean,
us.
like on the stage, like reading scriptures or
Him
whatever,
threatening to kill
whatever.
us was funny to you.
No, that's not funny. I'm not laughing at that part. You're lost. You're lost on what I'm
Hey,
saying.
audience, who sound lost? Do I sound lost or he's? If I sound lost, put Y in the chat. If I sound lost, if BG sound lost, put yes
Yeah, just put the
BG.
X,
Put
just put a
YBG.
whole bunch of X signs
Put
and that's fine.
YBG.
I ain't tripping. Not
If I'm
mad.
lost, put Y for yes. If BG's lost, put YBG.
Ooh, and you got so many people in here too. I'm supposed to make a first impression, huh? Well, dang. Yeah, man. There you go.
Okay. Thank you very much, audience.
You welcome.
Hey, bring corporate back up. Give him a chance to respond because he was trying to come up. Let corporate back up.
Yes, sir. Let me find him real quick.
Okay, can I not be interrupted this time? Cannot be interrupted this time. All right. AY, show enough. All y'all. All you're saying out there, Bible, is that black people are enemies of God for something we did 7 million years ago, forever. And white people are used for the ability to bring reward and punishment to us because we're so unruly. That's the biggest bullshit ever. Audience, listen to this bullshit. The Ethiopian Bible is not the one they're reading. This is bullshit. Them goddamn Egyptians enslaved the Israelites. The Bible was changed but for their benefit to keep them in control. So now we're the enemies of God forever. God is merciful, will never forgive us. The redlining, the 70,000, 71,000 black little girls came up missing last year. The 13 lynchings that happened last year. All that shit is God's punishment for us. But white people have the ability to deliver punishment or reward from God. Are you serious? That don't sound like bullshit to you, audience. I know you're brainwashed, but you think that shit makes sense? So I'm gonna say, listen, God sent me, and what your great great grandfather did, oh my grandfather, we don't have no history of that payment, so we're gonna come for that money now. That's bullshit. That is bullshit. That's like saying we don't need reparations. We do because the government owe us, not what the government owe us. We we never did. They gave nothing to white people but sweat. We built the country. White people couldn't make it without us. They were in Europe starving. The Moors had to show the motherfuckers how to bathe. But you gonna let this fool tell you? See, he's just ranting and he's not answering the question. So there's no need for him to talk. All he's doing is repeating the same stupid shit when he came up here and saying things that none of us never said. Okay? So I just wanted y'all to see again how fucking stupid he is. Okay? Well, the scriptures document what white people did to us, and the scriptures document the judgment that God is going to bring on white people. Nobody never said the stupid shit he's saying. He's not even listening. It makes no sense to have a discussion with somebody that you let him up. He says, don't interrupt me. And he repeats the same stupid shit over and over. I wish I could get back the time that we let him talk. It's just frustrating that black people could be this stupid in this day and age. Nobody never said none of the stuff that he said there. That God is never going to forgive us. God is forgiving us, which is why we're telling us to repent and to keep the commandments of God. Christ said to go and find the lost sheep of the house of Israel. That is us, because God is going to have mercy on us. Let's get that for Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. Stupid nigga, you leave him, he'll just keep ranting at the top of his voice. He probably sound like this every time. Let me get a cheeseburger with extra cheese and put the onions on it and don't mess it up. And can I have a Coke or an orange soda? That's the way he talk everywhere. Even in fucking McDonald's, he talk like that. Read.
Isaiah chapter 14, verse 1. For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob,
So
and will
God is
yet
having mercy on us. It's not that stupid shit he said that God is going to punish us and bless the white man. You dumbass clown. Ain't nobody said that. Read.
choose Israel,
He's going to choose us and do what when he chooses us? Read.
and set them in their own land.
He's going to give us back our own land. He's going to destroy America. Read.
And the strangers shall be joined with them,
That's the other nations that enslaved us, changed us, and renamed us. Read.
and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob,
Because when we're in power, they will no longer be able to devour. Read.
and the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
God is going to give us power to put them back in their place. Read.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord for servants and handmaids.
That's prophecy, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. It's not that stupid shit he was saying. You mean God is going to leave you for all these years and bless the white man? Shut the hell up.
You stupid nigga. You annoying. You sound like you don't know whether you're a woman or a man. You sound like a screaming, angry woman and a dumb black man intertwined. If you mix the two of them together, this is what you get. Somebody named Corporate. One minute it sounds like we talking to a high-pitched woman, and then the next minute you speaking to a sellout coon black man. Nobody didn't say the stupid shit you said. You dumbass, you don't even know how to listen. And we're supposed to listen to you rant and repeat the same thing over and over. Okay, let's move on, bro. This guy's an idiot.
Praises, yes, sir. Yeah, corporate was trans. Sonya, how you doing this morning? Did I say your name right? Sonya. Yeah, Sonya might be asleep. Keon, how you doing?
Doing good, brother. How you doing?
Excellent, excellent. What's your thoughts on the topic? Is Kevin Hart a sellout?
For sure. And I think his whole Breakfast Club interview was embarrassing. Like to me personally, the least he could have said is that I at least understand where people are coming from. But he just totally dismissed the feelings and then tried to even deflect it by saying, well, I called Steven Jackson. Who the hell is Steven? Nobody gives a damn about but anyway, that yes sir, yes sir, I believe that Kevin Hart is definitely a sellout, definitely.
Straight up and down. So when we look at, black people in general like Kevin Hart, whether they be rich or whether they be, not as wealthy, what do we do about those folks in our community?
Well, honestly, I don't think we got to do anything because there's um it, look, to be honest with you, let me kind of backtrack a little bit because I'm not gonna say that he's a sellout per se when it comes to how we colloquially think, right? I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna just say that he does what he does for himself. He's selfish. That to me. That's the problem with Kevin Hart's response on the Breakfast Club.
So
It just seems
real
very
quick,
selfish.
Keon, real
Yeah,
quick, 'cause you kind of backtracked.
yeah, I did. I ain't
If
gonna lie to you.
watch this,
Hey,
if
hey, hold on. Let me just give you an example. Y'all remember when that Chinese man got dragged on the plane and they caught it on video? The air marshals beat that Chinese man ass, and Chinese people everywhere came in solidarity, and they made the airline apologize and fire the air marshal. So black people have a tendency to not point out when we have black traitors amongst us. There's no solidarity. It's a new generation of people that have none. Where they will let people in a position of power to speak against what's wrong with us, where they will speak from defending them, pointing out what they're saying, and then defending why they do it. And that's confusion. It's either what he did was wrong and he should have done it this way, or what he did, I understand why he did it. You can't have it both ways. I understand why he did it, but if I was in his shoes, I would have done such and such. It's either he's wrong and this is what he should have done, or I understand why he did it and this is what I would have done. Okay,
So,
he had a chance on the Breakfast Club to say that. Even Charlemagne, who I don't like him, he said, bro, you should have led with what you're saying now. And he said, I don't fucking have to. I don't have to. I can't, I don't, y'all need to talk to him. Like just passing it off on no nigga. He said it in front of you. And if you didn't say anything at the roast, as soon as the camera came in front of you, all you had to say was, bruh, I wouldn't have said no joke like that. And I apologize to George Floyd family and Black America who was offended. That's it. That's all you have to say. I wouldn't have said no joke like that. That was distasteful to say something like that, especially with Black America. The city was torn. And I apologize. I didn't know he was going to say it. I didn't control that. That was fine. But to come now and be like, yo, y'all need to talk to him. Like, this is what comedians do. No, I don't give a fuck if that's what comedians do. And only black people move that way. You could have never went up there and told no Holocaust jokes. Them Jews would have been on you with their shoes. They would have been suspending, taking contracts, everything. And y'all know that. So that's why y'all worried about his image and his money rather than how it affected millions of black people everywhere. He couldn't have went up there and made no Chinese jokes like that about Chinese people. Sony, uh, uh, Samsung, every other industry would have been like, what? You talking
But
about somebody like that? And you know it. So that's why y'all saying what y'all saying and backtracking. I mean, my mic.
no. Hey, if I could, real quick, because I think that's actually interesting. That because I've seen multiple roasts, I've never seen a Holocaust joke. So I think that's actually a very interesting point. But the only reason why I backtrack is just because of the word sellout. That's the only. I don't think Kevin Hart's a sellout because he still has to work for what he got. So I don't. I wouldn't call him a. I just. I don't. I just had a problem with sellout, and that's the only reason why I backtrack. Because I don't think that. No, I appreciate any black man that works hard to make millions
Keon,
and billions of
Keon,
dollars. So you know what
when
I
we
mean?
say sellout, we mean you had a chance to stand for your people and you sold your people out by closing your mouth. He didn't even have to speak to
Mm,
support that guy. All he had
mm,
to say was, I wouldn't have done it. I understand why black people are wrong, and I apologize to George Floyd family. Then nobody
mm.
could say you sold out. The problem is that he's covering his mouth. He's saying you need to speak to him. I don't know why he did a joke like that. And just instead of just saying, bro, that shit was wrong. I didn't find it funny. I didn't see no humor in that. I saw what it did. I saw the riots. I saw people getting arrested. I saw the anger of my people. But he had a moment to do that, and he sold the pain of our people out to please white and corporate America. That's what we mean, Keon.
Okay, I get what you're saying, but honestly, the whole context, right? To me, if you're expecting an apology from a roast, that you lost the plot, honestly, in my opinion, because that's what they're there for. Like, I mean, and the whole George Floyd joke, to me, wasn't even the worst joke. They told this man that that his family came here in a ship in a bottle. Like you know what I mean, like that it was, to I wouldn't say it was, I don't know, I thought it was a little bit funny, but they said that, but go ahead, my bad, go ahead.
So Keon, watch this. When you look at roast, right? Tom Brady got roasted. There was a roast of Tom Brady done by the same company, same producers and everything, right?
Uh-huh.
When it came to jokes about Robert Kraft, who is the owner of the New England Patriots, that was Tom Brady's boss, and he was going through some type of, sexual scandal or whatever. When it came to jokes about Robert Kraft, Tom Brady put his foot down and said, "Hey, you are not allowed to make those type of jokes. If you make those type of jokes, I'm cutting everything off." So one comedian decided to go up and test that. As soon as he made a joke about Robert Kraft, Tom Brady got up out his seat, walked up to the podium and said, "Hey, if you do that again, we done," and had him removed. Why could Kevin Hart not do the same thing? You're on.
I I don't think I don't think he cared that much. I mean, honestly, I think we just should. Kevin Hart said something that was very important. I think that in his interview, he said that why do we sit up here and say that we need to basically get angry and make movements basically off of this stuff? Why can't we just sit up there and say we don't like it and then move on? We don't have to order the destruction of Kevin Hart or that he's a sellout, just because of a roast. Again, this is a roast. So to me, yes, his answer was disingenuous. I feel like his answer on Breakfast Club was very disingenuous, and he dismissed everyone's opinion and everyone's feelings about the situation. But at the same time, our expectations as black people that another black person has to defend the whole community is ridiculous. That is just plainly ridiculous. I'm an individualist. I'm not
When
gonna lie
hold
to you.
on, hold on, real quick, Jan. When the shoe is on the other foot and it's an Israelite or an Jewish person, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, when it's one of them folk, Are they individuals, or if somebody speaks against Jewish people, everybody's up in arms?
I mean, are they? I'm not Jewish. I don't make
They
assumptions.
are. You're not allowed to speak against the state of Israel, or they call you anti-Semitic. If
And
at any point you speak against any part of the Jewish people or the state of Israel, every one of them gets up in arms. Not only do they get up in arms, their fellow white people get up in arms. Same thing like AY was bringing out. When Chinese people, if something happens to a Chinese national in any foreign country, all Chinese people get up in arms and they will boycott wherever that Chinese person faced whatever quote unquote injustice. It's only black and Hispanic people that allow everybody else to shit all over them and we don't say nothing. We then become individuals. The thought process of us being individuals was cultivated in slavery. That's where we become individuals. Because while you saw that other black man getting hung from a tree or getting ripped apart by a horse, you, because you didn't want to get the same fate, you put your head down and you took your ass back to work. That's a slave mindset. And that's why when we
mm,
say Kevin Hart's a sellout, he's a slave to them white folks. A
mm.
$1 million slave.
So you don't think that you're building a community based off the trauma of slavery? You don't think that you as a black man is trying to build a community based off of the trauma that we endured as black people, the worst trauma we ever endured as black people? You're not building a community off of that?
Yes, we are. We're building a community off the trauma. You know why? Because white people
Wow.
act like, listen to me, white people act like it don't exist and it never happened. And you're adding to it. The problems that we have
False.
today, the problems we have today is because of how they are when slavery's brought up now. It was a long time ago. Just dismiss it. Why y'all niggas still complaining? Because they have an advantage over us from what they did to us
Mm.
hundreds of years ago.
So
They
you feel
never
inferior
paid.
to the white man is what you saying.
Say that again.
So you feel inferior to the white man is what you
Yes,
saying.
we are inferior. Do you have a
Wow.
just listen to me.
I wish I would
Just
feel
listen to me.
inferior to a
Listen to me.
goddamn white
Listen to
man.
me. Listen to me. Do you have anybody in legislation that could put a law for your people?
I don't give a damn. I wish I would feel inferior
Listen to me.
to a
Listen to
damn
me.
white man.
Listen to me. Listen. What you believe in your head is different from what is real. How you feel is different from what is real. Do you have anybody on the board of justice in America that could deal with the injustices of white people? Do you have a banking system? Do you have any economical might anywhere in the United States of America where your voice, where your pen, where your thoughts could impact the economy? No.
I don't give a
You
damn if I
can't
didn't
you
have a
can't say
dollar to
shit
my
if
name.
the
I'm not
cops
feeling
if the cop
inferior.
listen, what I listen to you're talking about your pride. Nobody the police don't care about about how strong you feel when they busting your ass with a fucking nightstick. They don't care how superior you feel. They're gonna show
And
you what's real.
and
They're gonna
why do
show you
you
what's
care? Why do
real
you
when
care
they
what they
put
care about?
listen again. What you're doing is you're deflecting because I'm bringing a
How?
reality to you and you can't cope with it. If the police pull you over and beat your ass
They
and your
won't.
family's crying and your children are suffering, you can't do shit about it. Your family can't do shit about it. So you are inferior. What you believe in your head does not matter in the real world. If you go
And
to
the same to you,
if
brother.
you
The fact that you feel
if
inferior
you
to the white man is not reality to my world. Fuck
listen,
is you
this
talking about? I wish I
you're
would
just
sit up here and
it's
admit
good.
that I'm
Look,
inferior to
it's
another person
good.
because of his
It's
color of his
it's
skin. This
good.
is crazy as hell.
It's
I wish
good.
I would, as
It's
a
good.
black man,
Listen,
allow you to
brother,
speak this. Okay, go
brother,
ahead, brother. Yeah, you got it.
your pride means nothing to them. You are
Boy, boy,
inferior.
boy.
You are inferior. You don't
Mm.
have nothing. They're not afraid of you. You can't change nothing. You can't impact them. That's why when they tell us we're racist, no. For you to be racist, you have to be able to impact another race. And you can't do shit. All you can do is talk. All you can do is talk. All you can
Yeah,
do is
I'm gonna
run
keep
your
talking to
mouth.
let them know that I
When
don't
they
give a
get and it
damn
ain't
about
gonna
what
do
they talking
shit.
about.
When they get sick of you, they're gonna exterminate you the way they kill
Yeah,
roaches.
all right. They gonna have to do a lot to do that.
Okay? That's all right. Listen, I've heard those words. I live in New York City. I heard niggas say, don't go out like no sucker and when we're at their funeral. I've heard that shit that you're talking, bro. I'm not no young man. I'm almost 60 years old. I've heard this talk. And everybody that was talking that shit, when the white man flex on them, they dead or in jail. So you are inferior.
Well, I'd rather
Okay?
be dead than sit up here and
In
think
your
that I'm
mind.
inferior to
Me
a white
too.
man.
I'd rather be I'd
You
rather be dead
absolutely
too.
right.
I'd rather be dead too, but I'm dealing with the reality. The white people run the world. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. I'm gonna show you how what you're saying is bullshit. President Maduro of Venezuela, he had $1 billion defense system that he bought from China and Russia. Was he inferior to the white man when they came to his house, kicking the door, kicking in his door, waving the 4-4, snatched up him and his wife? They got him fucking locked up someplace. He haven't even been to trial. They trumped up charges on him, bombed his ship, destroyed his military, and bragged about it. They said it took them 20 minutes to put the whole state in darkness. And Maduro was probably talking the same shit like you before they pulled up on him. He
Facts.
was saying the same shit. And
Facts.
where is
As
he
you
now?
should.
In a fucking cold, dark cell. He's in a
And
cold, dark cell with the white man telling him, shut the fuck up. So you can say whatever you want, bro. You're not on no Maduro level. Okay? You're not on no, what's the other guy that they beat the shit out of him in Egypt?
Gaddafi.
Gaddafi. You're not on no, niggas who could talk shit wasn't talking like you. That man had billions. He had currency. He had oil. America said,
so you
okay,
think Gaddafi said the white man is better than him?
listen, you're not listening to me.
I'm listening to
You have
everything you
so much
saying.
pride. This shit is going over your head. You
Yeah, I
have so
definitely
much
do have
pride.
so much
This is
pride in the
going over
black
your
man.
head.
I
I'm not
definitely
talking
do.
about, listen to
Yes,
me.
I do.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're speaking from a place of being black instead of dealing with the facts.
I don't
The
give a
facts,
damn
the
because I
facts.
am black.
Look, audience, if y'all understand me, put a Y in the chat if you understand.
Them devils, them white snow roaches ain't got shit on me. Fuck is you talking about? I would never ever say as a black man that they're superior to me. Fuck. What is we? What I look, man. Look, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yes. I just want to make sure the audience understand. Okay, that's all I want to do because I've heard your talk before. I've been on the street corner. All of us got Glocks on us until the police pull up. And then everybody is a totally different. I've heard this talk before. I'm an old man. I grew up in New York City. Okay, 9 of us on the corner, another 10 on the next block with Glocks until those police cars come in the block. Okay, so I've heard this. I'm gonna shoot them. I'm gonna do this. I ain't going out like no sucker until they in a cell or they got handcuffs on them. So you may be young. I'm not even gonna argue with you at this point. This is the reality, and this is why we need a God. God put them in the position that they're in, and God is going to destroy them. So I don't give a shit if they're superior. Their time is temporary. That's what the Bible is for. The Bible prophesied the rise and fall of all nations on the earth. So they're in a position of power to temporarily devour the earth, and then God is going to destroy them. So I don't care about the fact that they're on top. God said they're going to stop. But
When he going to do it?
do you read your Bible?
When is he going to do it?
Do you believe in the Bible?
Is there a time limit?
Sir, do you believe in the Bible?
I just want to know if there's a time limit.
Yes, there is a time limit. Do you believe in the Bible? Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so if you read the Bible, Daniel prophesied the rise and fall of every empire. The Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians, the Medes, the Greeks, and Rome. Rome fell in 193 AD. They rose up in the 14th century. And from Rome, you get the United States of America. God said that he was going to bless them with the sword and they were going to devour the earth and then he was going to send them to hell.
Did he tell you a time limit?
Yes, he did. Yes, he
A
did.
ETA?
He did give us a time limit. He got 2,000 years to rule on this earth and then he's going in the dirt.
Well, it's 2026. That's been
No,
way over
no. See,
2,000
see
years.
again. You're going on the white man's time. The white man created daylight
Oh, that's the
savings
white
time.
man's. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
just
Okay.
listen. See, you keep talking. Just stop being black for a minute. Stop being black for a minute. If you push the clock forward in a season and bring it back at a different time, are you keeping accurate time?
You literally brought up time by saying 2,000 years.
Because listen to me. I'm telling you, asked me what's the time limit by God. I said 2,000 years. You said it's 2026, and I corrected you. According to the white man, it's 2026. They altered the calendar in the 15th century and under King Julian. They manipulated the calendar. In the Bible, there's no such thing as January, February, March, April, May, June. White people made that up. In
Okay,
the
but
Bible, in the
again, I
Bible,
was just going off of the 2,000 years that you put
and
into the
because
conversation.
you asked me, when did God say that they was going to go down? They have 2,000 years. When 2,000 years is up on God's clock, they finish. So just because the white man's calendar say 2020, I thought you knew this.
Oh, so
Every
it's
everybody,
not our 2,000
listen,
years, it's
everybody,
God's 2,000 years. Okay, I got
everybody,
you. I got you.
everybody knows that the white man altered the calendar. I thought that was common knowledge. I
I
thought that was
don't
common. I thought you learned
You
that in
said
school.
2,000 years. I didn't bring up nothing about a
Because
calendar, nothing.
you asked the time, and then you gave your answer based on it's
Yeah, and when I
2026.
asked you the time, you said 2,000 years. Now it's not
Exactly.
our
And I
2,000 years,
told
it's
you,
God's 2,000 years. Okay,
that's
all
right.
right.
It's not on the white man's calendar. The white man
I
got a
got you.
fake
I got you,
calendar
brother.
that you
I got
follow.
you. I got you.
Okay,
I got
even
you.
the Chinese people don't follow the time that America follows. So if you look historically, white people altered time, as it
So
says in
why didn't you
Daniel.
say God's 2,000 years? You just said 2,000 years. You didn't say
Because you're speaking from the place of a skeptic and you're finding fault with God. So I'm answering where you
I
are.
would never
If
find
you
fault with
if
God. I'm
yes
finding
yes
fault with what your knowledge
yes
is of what
yes
God is.
yes you are, because if you understood God, that's why I ask you, do you read the Bible? The last book of the Bible speaks of the world being destroyed, a time called Armageddon, a time of war, the apocalypse. The Bible describes the earth being on fire based on man. Man is
Is
going
the
to bring
earth
us.
on fire?
You see, again, this is what you did with the time frame. This is what you did with the time frame. Then you threw something out there. Then when I correct you with the Bible, you're being black.
No,
This is
I'm
what
being in
black people
reality.
do.
And what you're saying is
This is
bullshit.
what black people do, because you don't believe. I know it's bullshit to you because you don't believe the Bible.
No, I just don't believe in your
You don't
ideology of
believe
what
the
the Bible
Bible.
says.
Okay,
It has nothing to do with believing in the
so
Bible.
listen. Watch this. You believe the Bible, right?
When does it say that white people are going to be destroyed by
You
God
see
in
what
a
you're
matter
doing?
of 2,000 years?
This
I
the
just
same
want a
thing.
precept.
This is the
Can I get a
same thing.
precept?
This is the same thing that you did with the time when you asked me the time and I told you stop using the white man's calendar. You're doing the same shit again. You're
I
doing the
don't know.
exact same shit.
Can you
Where
give
does
me
it
a
say
scripture? Can you
that
give me a
white
book,
people?
chapter, verse that says that white men will be
God said,
destroyed by God in
God said,
2,000 years?
I didn't tell you that. I did not say that to you. I did not tell you
You
that the white
literally,
man.
okay, brother.
I told you that God has in the Bible documented the rise and fall of every empire. The white man's
And you said
empire.
that rise and fall will happen in 2,000 years in God's
And I
time.
explained to you that the white man has altered the calendar.
Can you give me a book, chapter, and verse?
We are not in 2026. That's number one, because the calendar is off. It was changed in the 15th century, and it was changed in 90 AD under Julian. This is historic. You can look this up. I'm not making this shit up.
So you're
Everybody
giving me
knows.
history and not book, chapter, verse, but you're supposedly a
Because
Bible
you
person?
don't know history, so you're saying stupid
I don't
shit.
care about history. I care about
Okay,
God
well, you
and what
need
God
history
said.
because
God never said what you're talking about.
The Bible gave us a historical account that he said that the empires on the earth that they will fall. That's why Jesus Christ is King of Kings and Lord of Lords. He says he's coming to set a kingdom up, and when he sets his kingdom up, whatever kingdom is ruling must go down. Okay, that's what the
Okay.
Bible says. And the
Now give
kingdom
me
that's
scripture
ruling
that
now,
says that it
the
says it's
kingdom
in
no, I'm not
2,000
giving you no
years.
scripture because you're
Because
black
you can't.
and you keep running your mouth. Listen, I do this room every single day. There's 1,000 people in here listening to you. I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to answer to you. You don't know shit. You've proven it by how you talk.
I don't care what you
Fuck
got
you
to
mean I
answer
gotta
to. I'm
come
just
now
trying to have
and
a
convince you of
conversation
something?
about this
You don't believe
2,000
in
year
God. You
stuff.
don't believe in the Bible. You're not even
Huh.
living in a fucking real world. You got a made up world in your head
Did you
where
know
your
that
words
Jesus
mean
said that we
nothing.
can eat pork?
Your words mean nothing. You would know Leviticus chapter 11, verse 7 says, the swine, though it divideth the hoof and be cloven footed, it is unclean unto
Well,
you.
you
It
would know
don't
that
say
in
pork.
Matthew, Jesus
It
said
don't
that
say
whatever
pork.
comes in
White
comes
people
out as
call it
garbage.
pork. The Bible calls it swine. The God don't say don't eat pork. You
In
looking for
Matthew, it says it's
specifics. You're
different.
looking for specifics because you're black. And that's how black people are.
You're
The
black
Bible say
too.
don't eat swine. At that time, that's what was in the translation. Swine today in American language is pork.
So
Time
did you?
today has been altered by America. They gave you daylight savings time. They changed the evening. They made the day start at midnight. The Bible says that the day starts at evening. The evening and the morning were one. Okay, so talking to you is just, I'm just edifying the audience at this point. So when
Well,
they
you're
come
not
across
talking. At
people
this
like
point, you're
you,
just going on
so that when they
soliloquy so
come
you can
across people
overtalk
like
me
you,
and then try to
they'll
make a
know how to
narrative.
they'll
So
know how to
I mean, I'm gonna
explain.
let you talk because,
My
brother, I see that you
conversation
want
with
to
you
have
is
and get something
my
off your chest. So go
conversation
ahead,
with you is
brother.
to edify the audience. That's all my conversation is. So that when people like you, if they come across them and they're like, show me where it says that the white man is gonna fall. No, I don't say that. The Bible calls the empires beasts. It speaks about four beasts that shall arise on the earth: the Babylonians, the Persians and the Medes, and the Greco-Roman Empire. America is an extension of Rome. The Bible speaks of what Rome would do in the last days. They would change times and they would change laws. And they would enslave God's people and entreat them with evil. You want specifics because you're black. You've been trained in America to be black.
Mm.
Okay? You love to complain and you can never explain because the white man took control of your brain.
Oh, you Dr. Seuss now.
Okay?
Okay, I'll
So
fuck you.
so that's right. That's right. I got it. Y'all like rap music. Y'all like hip hop, hibbity hobbity hibbity. Y'all like rhyming and rapping. So you're gonna leave this room with something, with some level of understanding of the Bible. That's what the Bible prophesies, the end
Well,
of the world,
I want an
Armageddon, the
understanding of
apocalypse.
where the 2,000 years came from, but you won't give it to me
I
because it
just,
seems like you
hey,
don't get it. You don't have it.
Get Second Peter's chapter 3. I'm gonna show you.
I'm
You
gonna get
think
it for you.
you
Actually, I got a
think you
computer right
smart.
here. I'm gonna read it
Reader,
for you too.
reader, are you there, reader?
We
Now
gotta
you
read it.
Yes, sir.
Kia,
Reader,
mute your mic.
reader,
We gotta
Second
read it.
Peter's chapter 3, verse 8. Reader, read it for the audience.
Second Peter chapter 3 and verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing,
That's you
that,
already cut right there, because you're ignorant of this. Read.
that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
So God don't measure time the way you do in your head. When God says a day, he means 1,000 years. Read it
so
again for the audience.
But beloved, be not ignorant in this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
This is the first time he's hearing this. He never heard this shit before, or else he wouldn't have been running his fucking mouth.
that's false.
Read.
The Lord is not slack concerning his promise,
What's his
as some
promise? To destroy the kingdoms of the earth. So he's talking about people. I'm sorry. Go up to 5, because this is him. This is for him. Read.
verse 5, for this they willingly are ignorant
Where it
of.
says scoffers in the last days. Read it. Where's that?
Verse 3, knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days
That's
scoffers.
him. He's scoffing. That's what's being said. He's scoffing. Where does it say that? Where does it say the white man? Where does it say 2,000 years? You're a scoffer. You don't believe in God. You don't know the Bible, so you run in your fucking mouth. Read.
Walking after their own lust,
Because he's going after his own lust instead of what God wrote that we should trust. Read.
and saying, where is the promise of his coming?
Where does it say 2,000 years, nigga? Where does it say it? The Bible got him spot on. Read.
For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the
That's what's
beginning
going
of
on
the.
in his head. The forefathers of the Bible are dead. That's what it means they fell asleep. And all things continue as
This
they
is
were.
so sad.
Read. You know why you're
For
talking
this,
shit and hey, y'all know this audience. This is how you know how a black person is. He asked me to show it to him, and he won't even shut the fuck up long enough to let the scripture come out so he could
This
tell me,
is
yo,
so
you're wrong,
sad.
and this is why. What's sad is you can't shut up. That's what's sad. You asked me to show it to you. Now I'm
Nobody
showing
shut
it to
up.
you, and
Nobody
this
got
is
me
so
fucked
sad.
up.
That's how ignorant black people are. And this is why white people love you. You're a fucking got a delusion of inclusion. You got something in your head that's not real. So you speak from how you feel. Read.
For this they are willingly ignorant of, that by the word of God the heavens were of old, and the earth standing out of the water and in the water, whereby the world that then was, being overflowed with water, perished.
That's the flood. When God pronounced destruction on the earth, people didn't believe like he didn't believe that a flood was coming. Okay, now science is showing that the sea level did reach the highest peak on earth. Okay, so the Bible said that a flood was coming and it was going to destroy the earth. So they don't believe what they're hearing now. They didn't believe that a flood happened. They're not going to believe what we're saying now. Read.
But the heavens and the earth, which are now by the same word, are kept in store, reserved unto fire against the day of judgment,
Okay,
and perdition.
audience, this is for you. Like I said, I will always let a nigga come in here and run his mouth so I can air him out before I clear him out. The Bible says, not that fucking bullshit they teach on Sunday. Everything gonna be all right now. Turn to your neighbor and say, God is good all the time. That shucking and jiving bullshit that they teach in the church on Sunday. The Bible is a book of prophecy of destruction coming to this earth. And he said the same word that prophesied the flood is the same word that has the earth reserved unto fire for ungodly men. Read.
But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years as one day.
Why? Because you're going to have niggas saying, show me where it says 2,000 years. Show me where it says it. Show it to me. That's why he said, don't be ignorant of this one thing. God don't measure time like the way we measure time. So a nigga who don't read the Bible and he don't know shit, he going to come in here talking shit. That's why Peter said, be not ignorant of this. There will be scoffers. There will be people who don't believe. There will be people that are deceived. If they,
brother.
I bet you if they take him to church to sing, "Oh Happy Day," oh, that's what he's used to.
This
That
is getting
bullshit
real
that the white
sad,
man
bro.
taught him. Read,
The Lord is not slack concerning his promise,
meaning God is gonna make sure what's written in the Bible happens. Read,
as some men count
like
slackness,
him, he don't believe what he's hearing, so that's why he's defensive, like it's gonna change anything. Read.
but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish,
So the reason why it looks long is because he's giving us a chance to get along. Okay, he said he's long suffering. It appears that it's taking long, but y'all gonna find out God's hand is strong. How strong is it? Read.
but that all should come to repentance. But the day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night,
When you least expect it, it's gonna happen. Read.
in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat.
He never heard this shit before. He never heard this. He don't know nothing about what I'm showing him. Okay? I've
Oh
heard
man.
that foolish. You sound like a fucking hyena. That's how hyenas are when they attacking.
Oh man.
You sound like a hyena. You
This
never
is
heard
so
this
sad.
before.
This is
This
so
shit is
sad.
cutting to your soul. Read.
The earth also and the works that are in therein shall be burned up, seeing then that all these things shall be dissolved. What manner of persons are ye to be in all holy conversation?
What manner of person should be in holy conversation? Should you be a stupid nigga running your mouth? Like you have power that you imagine in your fucking head when God is telling you that people are gonna wind up dead? He ain't never heard this shit before. That's why, where does it say 2,000 years? Where does it say that? Show me where it says the white man.
You so mad.
This is how I am
You are
mad. I
so
am
mad.
mad. I am mad because of
This is
dumb niggas
funny.
like you.
I
Because
love
of
it.
dumb niggas like you sound like you're the hands of white supremacy.
And this is why I believe. And this is why I believe in individualism. Because as soon
Okay?
as I disagree with a black man, he wants to call me a
Sir,
dumb
sir,
nigga and
sir,
all this
sir,
other
sir,
shit.
sir,
I
listen to
love it.
me.
I love
Listen
it.
to me. The last thing I would ever want you to do, I would not respect you if you agree for the sake of agreeing. If you don't see it, don't believe it. I'm not in this room telling people, listen to me, I'm right, you're wrong. I would have zero respect for
You're
you
definitely
if you
telling me
believe
that
just
I'm
because I
wrong.
said
You're
it.
you're
No, I
bullshit.
didn't
Like,
say
come
that
on,
to you.
brother.
I didn't say that to
Like,
you.
you're
I,
bullshitting, bro.
I'm not
Like, what
telling
are
you
we
you're
talking
wrong.
about? You've
I'm
been
not
sitting up
telling
here
you you're
talking
wrong.
about the
What I'm
whole
telling you
scripture is
is,
sitting up here saying that
what I'm telling you
I'm.
is, what I'm
All
telling
right,
you
bro.
is, you're speaking on some shit you don't know, and black people like to do that.
You're bullshitting.
You running your mouth and you don't know what you're talking about. That's what you're doing.
Sure, I don't.
Okay,
Sure, I
you
don't.
running your mouth. You never heard what I'm telling you before, and
So
you
what am
still
I
in your
saying? What am I
pride.
saying that I don't know what I'm talking
You're
about? What
still
am
in
I
your
saying?
pride.
What am I saying? What am I
Read,
saying?
reader.
What is even my point that I don't know what I'm talking about?
Audience,
Explain to us.
audience, if y'all understand me,
Exactly. You don't even fucking
audience, if
know.
you understand, put a Y in the chat for
No,
yes.
wait, no, no,
If you
no,
don't
nigga, no. We
understand,
talking about
if
you.
you
For
don't
you to sit up here
understand,
and say that
put
I'm not understanding what the
DU.
hell you talk. What is my
If you don't
point?
understand,
What
put
is my
DU.
point? What is it? What have I been saying this whole entire time for you to sit up here and say that I don't understand what the fuck the conversation is about? What have I even been saying? Explain to us. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Yes, you first came in here kissing Kevin Hart's ass and defending him, and you were confused. So we straightened you out
By
on
saying
that.
what? I said what did I
You
say?
straightened
I
we
didn't say
straightened you out
what
on
you
that.
feel.
You asked me, I told you. You asked me, I told you. Then we explained to you that the white man is in power now, and God is going to destroy him. And that was like, where does it say that? That's not going to happen. Oh my God! I'm appalled. How could you say that the white man is going to be devoured? He's going to be destroyed. Now I'm showing it to you,
Have you
and you're
showed us that?
laughing.
Have you showed those
You're
specific
laughing.
words? Have you showed us those specific words? Book, chapter, and verse?
Bruh, you really think that this is going to work in this room? Do you really think you sound
I'm
like a
just
fucking
asking. I
white
don't care
person?
what
You
work.
sound
I'm
like a
asking
white.
a question.
The Bible says that a people will go into captivity. They will lose their land, their heritage, their
So do you
culture.
know
They
that
will go on.
if you're not
The,
quoting specific words from the Bible that you're interpreting it?
the
That's what
Bible,
interpretation means.
the Bible says there's no private interpretation. All we got to do is look at
But
history. And
yet you're privately interpreting
you
it to
said you
say
don't
that
care
white
about
people will be
history.
destroyed in 2,000
You said
years.
you don't care about history. You said you don't care. So
Because
we
I
have
don't
to
care
look
about what the white
historically.
man has told you that they're going to be
We have to
destroyed.
look
This is a white man
historically.
ideology.
We have to look historically on the prophecy in the Bible because it's a book of
Ah,
prophecy and
brother.
see what has happened to. Because white people told us that they're the people of this book, and you never challenged them. But you got a lot of fucking mouth for me now. When white people put up white Jesus or white God, you
If
had
I
no
said
fucking
I wish
smoke.
I would be inferior to a
You had
white
no
man, why the
smoke.
fuck you think I wouldn't sit up
You
here and
had
say
no
that
smoke.
white
No,
people saying
I'm
that the white
listen,
people are
listen,
in the
listen, listen,
Bible would
listen.
not be wrong? You're doing this
Linda,
narrative
Linda,
bullshit.
Linda. You had no smoke for white
Oh, now
Jesus.
you turn into a freaking meme? Like, what are we talking about?
You had no smoke for white Jesus. You had no smoke for him. But now that we're professing we're the people of the book
This
and we're
is
showing you
goofy.
where to
This is
look,
goofy. Now you're
now
making
now we're
assumptions to
showing
make
you
your
where to
argument.
look. Now
You're
you're a
making
scoffer.
assumptions to make your argument. This is goofy.
I'm not making such assumptions.
You don't
Your
know me.
your
So how the hell
speech.
would you
I
sit
don't,
up here and say
Christ
that
said
I
ye
wouldn't
shall
say
know
nothing
them.
to a white
Christ
man?
said ye shall know them by their fruits.
So you're
Okay, so
making
I don't have
assumptions.
to
That's an
meet you
assumption.
personally. I don't have to meet you personally. You spoke what's in your heart, and that's
Okay,
where
so
we
that's an
start.
assumption,
Christ said,
nigga.
ye shall know them by their fruits.
An assumption because you
You
don't
shall
know
know
shit
them
about
by
my
their
fruits, and I don't want
fruits.
you to know nothing about my fruits. So you
Okay,
don't know
yes,
shit.
you already know the fruits of the Spirit. You already displayed it
Give
when you
me back
said
my
it.
fruits. I don't want you to have my fruits.
Yes,
Leave
yes.
my
Keep
fruits
reading,
alone,
reader.
brother.
Keep reading, reader.
Verse 12, looking for and hasting unto the coming of the day of the God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, looking for a new heavens and a new earth,
So that's what
where
we believe in God's promise to destroy this earth after we define our worth. The white man's superiority is temporary. He's going down. That's why the president is a clown. But first, we have to acknowledge Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, reader.
Hosea 5 and verse 15, I will go and return to my place till they acknowledge their offense.
What's our
And
offense? What's our offense? We thought we were superior to God. So he raised up a nation over us to humble us. So that's what he said, I will go and return to my face, to my place till they acknowledge their offense. We gave God the finger historically. Okay, and we turned him away from us, from him defending us, and we thought the other nations could defend us. That's why I be telling you, he's probably one of them niggas that want to vote, that he think the white man is gonna give back everything he took. Like the white man give a shit about your vote. Okay, we voting for God and his son Christ that's coming to judge the earth and destroy it. Read, reader.
and seek my face.
Okay, that's what we're doing in this room. We're seeking the face of God. We see that his way is the right way. So we following what he say. Read.
In their affliction, they will seek me early.
When things go wrong, we become strong listening to the word of God. Because God warned us in Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 43, reader.
Deuteronomy 28 and verse 43. The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high.
Because these people lived in caves. They come from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. They came out of caves and they made us slaves, as the prophecy in the Bible. What did God say?
The stranger that is within thee shall get up above thee very high,
That's superiority. That's what God said. I'm going to take people that were strange to you and put them above you very high. Read.
and thou shalt come down very low.
So there's black people who don't believe they're low. They still believe that they run shit. Read.
He shall lend to thee, and thou shalt not lend to him.
There's no lending institution anywhere on the planet where black people are lending to white people. You are fucking inferior. I don't give a shit what you got in your brain. Because God said it.
Boy,
Read.
you. Oh.
Read.
He shall be the head, and thou shalt be the tail.
You are fucking inferior. I don't care what you made up in your head. That's what the Bible say.
Boy,
Read.
you is lost.
Moreover, all these curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed.
You are inferior. You've been destroyed. God sanctioned it. Read.
Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God,
The same thing
to,
you're doing now. That's why I'm not surprised. That's why I'm entertaining you. I've met people like you before. You run your fucking mouth and you don't know what God is talking about. Read.
to keep his commandments and his statutes which he commanded thee.
Because he brought us into a covenant so we could be the top government. Read.
And they shall be upon thee for a sign
For a
and
sign,
for a
meaning when you
wonder,
look at these people, you will see why they're in the condition they're in. God said these things will be on you for a sign, reader.
and for a wonder,
Wonder means
and
to
upon
think. Why is it like this? Why are they on top? How
Boy,
did they
you is
get
so
here? Through
delusional.
bloodshed, violence, rape, and robbery. God allowed them to come out of the caves and make us slaves. Read.
and upon thy seed forever.
That's why we always say we want better for our children. We want to change for the next generation. He said that these conditions will be upon thee and upon thy seed. Read.
Because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of hearts, for the abundance of all things. Therefore thou shalt serve thine enemies,
Oh,
which
not
the Lord,
Keon, not Keon. He's superior. I'm not me, God. I ain't doing that shit. I'm superior.
So you
I'm
saying
a
that the
top
white
nigga.
man is superior to you is not you serving your enemies? That
Read it again.
is
Read it
insane.
again. Listen, I love the laughter because this is a teachable moment for my audience. I like when niggas like you come in here. This is what makes the Bible real. Read it again.
therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee
Who send
in
them?
hunger,
Who send them?
which the Lord shall send against thee
Because Keon don't believe that shit. Read.
in hunger
That's how
and
our ancestors were brought here. They didn't feed you when they brought you here. Millions of slaves died
You
on the
do know
main
that this
passage.
scripture is not
Read,
pertaining to the
read.
and in
present
thirst.
time, and
They
you
didn't
do
give
know
us
that that
no
scripture is
beverages to
actually
drink
pertaining to
when
the
they
people
brought us
of
here.
that time. You
Read.
do know that, right?
And in nakedness,
They
Yeah,
didn't
I
let us
bet.
pack
Yeah, I bet.
clothes to
Yeah,
come over
ignore
here.
that. Ignore that and
Read.
keep reading.
and
Goofy.
in want of all
Just
things.
like black people have everything
I
now,
love how
right?
you got your lap
Black people
dog
got
real
everything
trained.
now.
You got your
Y-
lap
Y'all
dog
don't
real
y'all
trained
don't
over here.
control shit. Y'all don't control shit. Okay? Y'all could talk shit, but y'all don't control shit. Read it again.
Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness, and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck, until he have destroyed thee.
The yokes of iron are off now, and y'all have a false sense of power that anytime they're ready, they can take it from you, just like they did with the voting. Black people are complaining, they letting them come up before Congress, and this is an injustice. Our ancestors fought for the right to vote, and they like, shut the fuck up, nigga. Which one is next? Y'all not changing shit. They just stripped you of your voting rights, and you still talking shit. They don't care about your nigga voice. They don't care what you believe in your head.
This is so
That shit is
sad.
fake. It don't
This
mean
is
nothing
so
to them.
sad.
Yes, it is sad. It is sad.
It's so
Read.
sad.
The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far,
The white
from the
man came from far. God said specifically, this nigga, he ain't never heard this shit before. He don't read the Bible.
False.
Okay? Read.
from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth.
What's the symbol for America? What they got on their dollar bill? The eagle. What they got on their postal truck? The eagle. What they got on their military? The eagle. What they said when they landed on the moon? The eagle has landed. God told you what they would do to us and what their symbol would be. Read.
A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand.
Why we speak English? Whoever watched Roots, what they did to Toby, they beat him and said, your name is no longer Kunta Kinte, it's Toby, boy. Kunta Kinte thought that he was superior also till they chopped his fucking foot off and made him speak English. So you gotta let stupid niggas like this talk. That's how we
Psalms
show the Bible is
Psalms
real.
Psalms 139,
Read,
13 through 16.
read.
Psalms
A
139.
nation of fierce
That's how the
countenance,
white man is. He
which
has a
shall not
fierce countenance. Read.
which shall not regard the person of the old, nor show favor to the young.
That's why they don't give a
And
shit
he shall,
about George Floyd. Read.
and he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land, until thou be destroyed.
That's why even in Africa they saying, yo, we gotta get these white people out of here. Because all they do is destroy and devour. They have temporary power. So there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that these
Psalms
people are
139.
just. We'll get your scripture afterwards. I don't mind as long as you pull in scripture. I'll listen to you. So I just want to let the audience know our stance. That's why I say to y'all, you have to acknowledge that the Bible is a book of prophecy, not religiosity. The Bible prophesies the rise and fall of empires and a people that God said that they're going to rule the world when all is said and done. So I don't give a shit if white people are superior to me now. It's temporary. That's what the kingdom of heaven is. For you people that's listening for the first time that you don't understand what's going on. Okay, white people are the lowest people God ever created. And the Bible says that, not me. I'm not saying it because I'm
And
racist.
yet you say they're superior. Yeah. And yet you say they're superior over you.
We'll wait
Ain't
till you
that a
finish.
bitch?
We'll wait till you finish with your
No, I'm done.
your,
I'm done. I'm just
okay.
I'm just
Okay,
very
okay, okay,
confused on how
yes,
you can
yes,
say that
yes,
God made
yes,
white people the lowest creatures of our species, and yet
yes,
for some reason you
yes.
would sit up here
I'm gonna
and
answer
say
you now.
over 20 minutes earlier
I'm
that for some reason
I,
they're superior to you. That's
watch this.
fucking
Watch
man.
us.
But go ahead.
Watch how stupid I'm gonna make them look, y'all. Get Romans chapter 13, verse 1.
Oh, we can't go to Psalms 139.
Yeah, we will, but you just took us someplace else. So I got to clarify myself. Read, reader.
Romans 13 and verse 1. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers.
The higher
For,
power right now is the white man.
Boy,
Okay, so
boy,
God
boy.
said, you're not, here you are again, you're being black. The Bible says, let every soul be subject to the higher power. Read.
for there is no power but of God.
The true
The,
power is God. Yes, white people are in a place of superiority, but God put them there. It's going to say it. Read.
the powers that be are ordained of God.
That's why I told you it's temporary. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't care if they're in charge right now. I know God. It's bothering you because you're going how you feel rather than what's real. And I want the audience to see how to cope with people like you. Read it again, reader.
Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers,
So I am
for there,
subject to their superiority now. Why? Read.
for there is no power but of God.
The white man wouldn't be in power if it wasn't for God. That's why I told you God decides what empire rise and what empire fall. And the Bible said that they were going to come out of the caves and make us slaves and train us how to behave. And no nigga ain't stopped that. Read.
The powers that be are ordained of God,
See, that's why I said you're talking because you've never heard this before. That's why I allow you to keep talking. Read.
whosoever therefore resisted the power, resisted the ordinance of God,
Because God set
and they
up the
that
what? Hold on, reader. Read it again. Whosoever resisted the power.
whosoever therefore resisted the power, resisted the ordinance of God, and they that resist shall receive to themselves damnation.
Okay, that's what awaits you. You could say that they're not uh, superior to you. That's fine, but you're going to be damned. Me, I have fear of God. The scriptures say the beginning of wisdom is fear of the Lord. Get that? Psalms 111, verse 10. You don't have that. You're not afraid of God.
But you can't go to Psalms 136 though. Okay, I
So
got you.
136 and what?
13 through 16.
Read it from reader. I'm not
Psalms
afraid of
one
no scripture. I've read the Bible from cover to cover, sir. Read.
Okay, that's cool. But if you could read this scripture for me, go ahead.
Psalms 136 and verse 13. To him which divided the Red Sea into parts, for his mercy endureth forever, and made Israel to pass through the midst of it, for his mercy endureth forever, but overthrew Pharaoh and his host in the Red Sea, for his mercy endureth forever. To him which led his people through the wilderness, for his mercy endureth forever.
That's not it. Yeah, for you formed my inward parts, you covered me in my mother's womb. I will praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Marvelous are your works, and that my soul knows very well. My frame was not hidden from you when I was made in secret and skillfully wrought in the lowest parts of the earth. Your eyes saw my substance being yet
You
unformed,
called the
and in
wrong
your
scripture,
book
bro.
they
Just
Hey, let
called
him
the
all
read.
wrong
were
Let him read.
scripture.
written, the
Let him
days
read.
fashioned for me, when as yet there were none of them.
Okay, explain it to us.
You are a beautifully made species. Period. Dot. Rather, if you was born as a black man, white man, Asian man, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, for you to have a inferiority complex because the white man is supposedly in power is a personal problem. And this scripture, to me, definitely shows that you should not have that inferiority complex. Because to me, that is a problem in the black community.
That was a beautiful scripture. Let me finish what I was showing the people. Because I never said I had an inferiority complex. I said they're superior, and I said it's temporary. You just proved to the audience you're not listening. You made it clear by what you just said. And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. I'm used to this. I've been doing this room for almost 3 years. So you're not the first. My point about what I said about the white man is the lowest species of man on earth. Not because I got something against them, because God says it. Daniel chapter 4, verse 17.
Daniel
Oh
chapter
boy.
4 and verse 17. This matter is by the decree of the watchers, and the demand by the word of the holy ones, to the intent that the living may know that the Most High ruleth in the kingdom of men,
So
and giveth
every kingdom that exists is because the Most High decides who rules. This is his decree. Read.
and giveth it to whomsoever he will, and setteth up over it the basis of men,
The white man is a base person. I set up the basis of men. America's the worst. They're pedophiles. They're sodomites. They hate people for the color of their skin. They attack other countries. They nuke people. They drop bombs. They spread disease. They spread sickness. And I'm not saying it from a place of hatred or racism. I'm saying it historically. Ain't nobody did what they did on this earth.
That's a fact.
Okay? Read, reader.
This dream I, King Nebuchadnezzar, have seen. Now thou, O Belshazzar, declare the interpretation thereof.
Because
For as
at that time, hold on, Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylon and he got puffed up. So God humbled him. That's what you're reading about. When he realized, let me stop running my mouth. When you read the story of Nebuchadnezzar, God humbled him and took his kingdom away from him. So now he's speaking from a place of humility. So everything I'm saying to you, I can show you in the scripture. I'm not saying things for shock value or to get people to believe me or to listen to me. I don't care at the end of the day.
Well,
This the way I
well,
talk in this
well,
room all
if
the
that's
time.
the case, then show me where it says that in 2,000 years in God's time, the white man will be destroyed.
Sir,
That's all I
sir,
want to know.
sir, no matter what I show you, you're going to say that's
Because it's
your
not going to say
interpretation.
what you're saying.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. No matter what I show you, you're not going to agree with it. You're going to say that's your interpretation.
And it's not because I'm being biased. It's because
No,
it's not
I
saying
just
what you're
showed
saying.
you. I just showed you why they're in power, and God said He's going to destroy them. And all you care about is when. That's what the Pharisees did to Christ.
Because that's what you brought
They
up. You
they
said
dem- they
2,000
denying.
years in God's
Listen to me.
time. So
Listen
I'm
to me.
just trying to
Listen to
figure
me.
it out.
I just showed you the stuff that got you unhinged. I cleaned that shit up.
You did
I
not, but
polished
okay.
that shit up by showing you the white man is the lowest species of man.
And
He's
yet they're
only he's
superior to
only
you.
he's only in a position of superiority because God put him there, and you're still unhinged. You're still
How am
unhinged.
I
You don't
unhinged
care.
by trying to
That's
prove
what you
what you
got mad
said?
at,
If
right?
anything, I'm trying to back you up, brother.
That,
I'm trying.
no,
I
no,
actually
no,
believe in what you're talking about. I just want
no,
to see where it's at. If anything,
sir.
I'm just saying.
Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Give me in the Gospels.
In the Gospels,
Uh, Luke chapter 17 and start with verse 20.
Luke 17 and verse 20.
Christ is
And,
dealing with the same thing I'm dealing with now with you. Read.
and when he was demanded of the Pharisees, when the kingdom of God should come, he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation.
Okay, and that's what you want. You want observation. You want me to tell you specifically. And no matter what I say to you, you're asking for the wrong reasons. It was the same thing with Christ. They kept telling him when he said that the kingdom was going to fall, Rome was going to lose their power. They dismissed everything he said and did the same thing you said. Show me where it says that. Tell me where. I want to know when. So this is
yeah,
my
and I
answer to
also
you.
I also know a scripture where Jesus went into the temple and he turned over a table because they was gambling in his house. Brother, I feel like you're gambling in my house right now. You're
Yes, I'm
gambling
not
in
selling.
God's
Listen,
house,
listen,
actually.
listen. I'm not selling you nothing. There's no. You click my profile. There's no cash app like these fake pastors on Sunday.
Well, I didn't
I'm
say
not
you're
asking you
selling me
for no
something.
money. I'm not selling you shit.
I
I'm
didn't say
not
you
selling you
was.
nothing, and I ain't asking you for no money. I'm not telling you lies and asking for tithes. When he said you made my father's house a den of thieves and robbers, they were supposed to be teaching and preaching, and they were buying and selling. Money changers were in there. I'm not doing that to you.
What I look, first of all, brother, when I said that analogy, I wasn't saying that you were selling me something. What I was saying is that what you're saying is BS and almost equal to what they were doing when the Pharisees was gambling in God's house. That's all. I'm not
They
saying
were
that you're
making
selling me.
profit, sir. How am I making profit? You're disrespecting me. You're calling me stupid. You're telling me I'm bullshit. How could you equate the two?
I don't think I
You
called you
haven't shown me
stupid.
any respect since you came in the room.
I
And
don't think
I
I
could
called you
easily
stupid.
just listen. If I was trying to sell you something, I would have started in the beginning of our conversation. But I let you disrespect me. I let you overtalk me. I let you call me stupid. And I waited for you to say stuff for me to go into the Bible to show you what is real instead of how I feel. So you can't say, oh,
But
he
you
was making
definitely
something
showed
up.
us in the last 30 minutes how you feel about what the Bible says. You definitely showed that.
No, listen, understand. I gave you scripture. It's up to you to pay. Listen, when Christ walked the earth, watch this. I'm going to prove to you something. John chapter 8, verse 32, reader.
John chapter 8 and verse 32. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Okay, I'm trying to show you the truth about the Bible because we've been lied to. We've been told God is white, Jesus is white, and the people of the Bible are white. And
I
there's
wish
no
I
proof
would.
of that. Read.
They answered him, we be Abraham's seed, and were never in bondage to any man.
Because they
How,
were in
sa-
this physical bondage at that time, they dismissed what Christ said. Christ said that there is a spiritual stronghold over you, and they couldn't see it. Read.
how sayest thou, ye shall be made free?
I'm telling you, yes, the white man is in a position of authority, but eventually you will be free, but you're attacking me. Same thing they did with Christ. Read.
Jesus answered them, verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin.
Because that's what white people have done. They've convinced us with their religiosity and not show us prophecy that we can live a life of sin and win. Okay, they've conditioned us, they programmed us here in America to live a life of sin, to sell drugs, to create uh uh to brag, make songs about guns, and to glorify violence and to attack another black man.
You sound
Okay,
real white right
that's
now,
what
but go
that's what
ahead.
we that's what we've been trained to do by Caucasian people. Read.
And
Hey,
this,
y'all notice something? Y'all notice something? When the white people come in the room to challenge me, they never speak like him. Okay,
And
the
are you
white people.
mad?
Listen, brother. If I was mad, I would have kicked you out the room a half hour ago.
So why are you comparing me to a white
This,
man? Like,
because you
what's the
said,
point of that?
listen. You said I sound real white right now. The white people ask me the opposite. When they come in this room. White people come in here all the time, and they say the opposite of
So
what
the
I'm
white man
showing to you.
agrees with you and you don't think you sound white?
Hey, listen to me. You don't know who you're talking to, but
I don't. I apologize.
there's countries where they ban what I'm saying. They don't want the Bible taught the way that I'm teaching it. They
Yeah, because
want you.
you say shock value words. I mean, anybody can do that. Like
Yes,
that's not
brother,
nothing.
brother. This is shocking. You're talking to a man. I didn't believe what I'm telling you. I said the Bible is bullshit. I said white people wrote this book. Okay, I never. I didn't. I'm almost 60 years old now. I'm in my 50s. When I learned this was 1996. Prior to 1996, my God was my Glock and my block. I never picked up a Bible. I never read a Bible. I didn't want to hear this stuff. But when they took me to the beginning of the Bible and they showed me the prophecy, I realized we're being controlled by religiosity. Man told us Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, Lutheran. Those things are not in the Bible, so why do we believe it? Man gave us a white guy with blonde hair and blue eyes named Jesus in the 14th century in the Renaissance period. They got Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci, famous painters, to whitewash the images, and they told us that Jesus was white and black people believe they're right. Okay, so that bothered me. That's where my journey started, where I couldn't find a white Jesus in the Bible. And his grandfather, King Solomon, which when you read about his songs that he wrote in Songs of Solomon, chapter 1, verse 5, this is where my journey began, reader.
Song of Solomon 1 verse 5. I am black, but comely, O ye daughters of Jerusalem, as the tents of Kedar, as the curtains of Solomon.
So Solomon says in his songs, I am black as the tents of Kedar. Kedar means dark skin. So I would ask white people, how is this your history here? And y'all saying y'all the people of the book, but Moses went into captivity. He was raised as an Egyptian. The Egyptians are black. Joseph was sold to the Egyptians. They're black.
Man,
Solomon says, I am black. So these questions, before I pose them to you, I pose them to them. This room was to challenge churches, not individuals like you, but a lot of the ministers, they just stay in the bottom and they listen and then they write books about us and they go and talk about us. They won't let us go on TV. They won't challenge us to an open debate. And the countries where our teachings is spreading, they banned us. They put us on a hate list.
I
Go to
wonder
the
why.
go to the Southern Poverty Law Center list. We're number 3 because and we're using the
I wonder,
Bible.
and then I
We've
wonder
never
why.
lynched. You know why you wonder? Because you are the hands of white supremacy.
Or
They
maybe
mold
you're
you.
just a hateful
They
person that people don't want around them. And maybe it's just you, brother.
hey, I've never told you I hate you. If I hated you,
I
I wouldn't
never said
speak
that
to
you
you.
hated me. It's not
I
about
never
hating me.
you said that I'm a hateful person. The fact that I took so much time to talk to you shows you that I don't hate you. It shows you that I love you. The fact that I spend so much time talking to you,
So if I
and
said
it's and
if I sat up here and let you on my panel and all I did was cuss you out, that means that I love you?
sir, do you understand that all the prophets in the Bible, they were killed, they were thrown in prison, they were beaten.
Why
They,
don't you ever give me a logical like
I
I
am
get it. I'm a
I
Christian too, but
okay.
damn, like
I,
can we just
I
talk
am gonna
like can we
answer you.
talk?
It
Like
sounds like just hear me, just hear me. I'm gonna answer you. I will always answer you with scripture. I will never give you my opinion. Okay? Uh when you read the letters in the New Testament, they said the same thing about Paul in Second Corinthians chapter 5. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 5, reader. I'm gonna answer. This is gonna answer your question.
2 Corinthians 11 and verse 5. For I suppose I was not wit behind the very chiefest apostles,
With meaning and understanding. He's because they were questioning Paul's delivery of the scriptures. So he said, you bring the smartest apostle, I'm right behind them in wit. Read.
but though I be rude in speech,
They didn't like the way Paul spoke. Read.
yet not in knowledge.
And that's what I saw. You sound like a knowledgeable brother. So I thought you would get past my passion or my delivery. He said, though I be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge. Read.
But we have been thoroughly made manifest among you in all things.
Meaning, even if you didn't agree with me, you should see by the passages that I'm pulling why I think the way I think. But you're still focused on you were rude to me. You cussed me out. You're not nice. That's why they killed Jesus. They said the same thing about him. That's why they stoned Paul. That's why they attacked Peter. When you read in the gospel, watch this Acts chapter 12, verse 1, reader.
Acts chapter 12 and verse 1. And about that time, Herod the king stretched forth his hands to vex certain of the church.
Herod was a white man, a white Roman ruler. He attacked the church. Read.
And he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword. And because he saw it pleased the Jews, he proceeded further to take Peter also.
So the reason why the church was under attack is because they wasn't talking how the churches are now. They were speaking about the fall of a government. That's why they nailed Christ to a cross and said, you saying you're king of the Jews? Prove it. Prove to me you're king of the Jews. You're saying you're going to destroy this place and rebuild it in 3 days? So when Christ spoke, think about why they killed him. Because people today say they believe on Jesus Christ. You got to ask yourself, what was he saying that people killed him? And even after he died, his followers were being persecuted.
Jesus Christ was killed for blasphemy. I mean, it's just
Okay, let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. Why, even after he died, they were still killing his followers? They wasn't saying that they was the son of God, or they wasn't saying they was Jesus. What in their message was making the people say, the government say, kill these niggas?
truth. I agree
Why?
with you.
What were you said that they killed him for blasphemy because he said he was the son of God, right?
Yeah,
Okay, so why were they persecuting his followers afterwards?
truth. I
What did
believe
they
it's
say?
truth.
What truth did they say that they were persecuting them?
Uh, well, Jesus is God. That's the one truth that they hated. What's another truth? I'm gonna just go off the Jesus is God. Let's
Yes.
just go over that.
And they were teaching that he is King of Kings and Lord. Watch this, watch this. I'm gonna show you something that they don't go over this in the church. Matthew chapter 2, verse 1, reader. Because he wasn't saying, I just want you to think. This is when he was born. This is when he was a baby. He wasn't saying Jesus is God at this time. He was a little baby. His parents were trying to hide him from the world. Read, reader.
Matthew 2 and verse 1. Now, when Jesus was born in Bethlehem of Judea in the days of Herod the king, behold, there came wise men from the east to Jerusalem, saying, where is he that is born King of the Jews?
They were looking for a little baby. So you said they killed him because he blasphemed. He couldn't talk at this time. He was a little baby. And they were looking for him before he was born. I'm going to prove it to you.
No,
Read.
I agree. I agree. I agree.
For,
Read.
for we have seen his star in the east and are come to worship him. When Herod the king had heard these things, he was troubled,
So I want you to
and,
think, why would a grown man be worried about the birth of a little baby? He was troubled. Read.
and all Jerusalem with him. And when he had gathered all the chief priests and scribes of the people together, he demanded of them where Christ should be born.
Again, why is he putting so much focus on finding a little baby? Read.
Facts.
And they said unto him, in Bethlehem of Judea, for thus it is written by the prophet.
So it's obvious that he was paying attention to the writings of the Bible. This was the Roman Empire. They were afraid of what was written in the Bible because they said it's written in the prophets. There was no New Testament at that time. So there was something they read in the Old Testament that scared this white Roman ruler, which is this. Isaiah chapter 9, verse 6, reader.
Isaiah 9 and verse 6. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder.
Meaning the government that stand at Herod's time was going to be destroyed. The government will be upon this child's shoulders because God prophesied in the Old Testament the fall of these great people and the rise. And they would rise to destroy the fourth beast.
Oh man, I'm really not trying to disrespect God's word, but boy, y'all making this hard, man. Y'all, go ahead, man. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Read, reader.
And his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the
That's why in the New
Everlasting Father.
Testament, they were mad that he said that he's God because the government will rest on his shoulders when he comes to set his kingdom up. So this is what Herod was afraid of from the prophets. Go back to Matthew chapter 2, read.
Matthew 2 and verse 6. And thou, Bethlehem, in the land of Judah, art not the least among the princes of Judah, for out of thee shall come a governor that shall rule my people Israel.
Because Herod was ruling the Israelites, but the prophecy was God would send a governor to rule the Israelites. So that's why Herod was terrified. Read.
Then Herod, when he had privately called the wise men, inquired of them diligently what time the star appeared. And he sent them to Bethlehem and said, go and search diligently for the young child. And when ye have found him, bring him word again, that I may come and worship him. When they had heard the king, they departed. And lo, the star which they saw in the east went before them till it came and stood over where the young child was. When they saw the star, they rejoiced with exceeding great joy. And when they were come into the house, they saw the young child with Mary his mother, and fell down and worshiped him. And when they had opened their treasures, they presented unto him gifts, gold and frankincense and myrrh.
Watch this.
And being warned of God in a dream that they should not return to Herod, they departed into their own country another way.
So God told them Herod's true intent. Don't tell him where this baby is. Watch this. Read.
And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream,
Now God is
saying,
talking to Joseph, the father of Christ, saying,
Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring word. For Herod will seek the young child to destroy him.
so that's why I asked. The reason they gave that they killed him 30 years ago, no, they were looking for him before he was born because they believed what was written in the scriptures. They watched the rise and fall of every empire, so they had no reason to believe that the Bible wasn't real. The passion to find this baby and kill it was based on the history that they wrote before. What was written before in the prophecy that had this white man scared? That he said, find this baby, I want to kill it. That God had to intervene and tell the parents, go hide the child. Watch what happened when they couldn't find the baby. Read.
When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night and departed into Egypt, and was there unto the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, Out of Egypt have I called my son. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under.
This is how desperate the government was to exterminate Jesus Christ. So, yes, people say when he got nailed on the cross it was because of blasphemy. No, these white people already had it in for him. The government was already trying to destroy him. They were searching for him before he was born because they know who he is and who you are. You don't know. You come from greatness, you come from royalty. You're here to
And yet you're
establish a
inferior
kingdom.
to the white man. Okay. All right. I
Keon,
got you, brother.
Keon, it was a pleasure speaking to you. I'm glad you stuck around. I'm gonna mute up now. There's other moderators on the stage because if you're still holding on to that, it proves you didn't listen to nothing that I said.
I
Nothing.
definitely listened to you when you said you
All
were
right.
inferior to a white man. I
I,
definitely
I just
listened to that. But I apologize,
I
brother, that I made you want to leave
no,
because
no,
I
no,
definitely
no,
didn't
no,
want that.
no. It's not that I want to. I do this room all day. I'm at work now, and when I get off here off work at 7 o'clock, I'm gonna wrap things up. This room goes till 12 noon, so we do this room every single day for hours, and that's why I said to you, I don't mind your opposition. We don't want yes men. I want people to question what we're saying because it's gonna force us to go into the Bible, and that's how I create my audience. Okay, so I'm glad that you were patient because most people leave the room crying like a little sissy and emotional, and you didn't do that. So I'll give you credit for that. You stuck around, you asked me questions, you listened to the scripture, and whether you agree with it or not, it's not up to me. Okay, because when Christ walked the earth, people didn't believe him. So we're not mad if people come in the room and they go against us. Let me finish that one that I was showing you. Go back to John chapter 8, verse 34. We didn't finish that.
Yes, sir. John chapter 8 and verse 34. Jesus answered them, Verily, verily, I say unto you, whosoever committeth sin is the servant of sin, and the servant abideth not in the house forever, but the Son abideth forever. If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed.
Believing on Jesus Christ is how we get our freedom. Okay? In the Bible, the last beast, the reason why they called him a beast, he's really the devil. Okay? He's really the devil. That's what the Bible calls them. They rule with the power of Satan when you read in Revelation chapter 13. And Satan has control over this world. The same way when Christ came and he said, you're only able to do this to me because my obedience to my father. He said, don't think I can't call 12 legions of angels now and stop this. When they were telling him, answer me, art thou Jesus the Christ? And he wouldn't answer. He said, if thou sayest. So Christ went to his death as a lamb. He went to the slaughter as a lamb. So when I speak about their superiority and my inferiority, it doesn't mean that they're better than me. They have more power than me, which is real. You took that and internalized it to something else, and I just can't get that out of your head. Even with me giving you book, chapter, and verse, okay? I said they're superior and it's temporary, and God is going to destroy them. That's the reality here, because there's nobody on the earth now that can take them down. The Bible describes their demise. And that's what Christ was trying to explain to these people when he said, he that committed sin is a servant of sin. Because America has convinced us that we can live a life of sin and win. So we don't point fingers at them. Read.
If the Son therefore shall make you free, ye shall be free indeed.
When Christ decides it's time to establish his kingdom, they have no power. It's the same thing with Christ. People wanted him to. Remember when John the Baptist was thrown in prison? He said, "Yo, is this the guy? Why am I in prison?" He didn't believe that this. He started to doubt, is this him? Because they were expecting Christ to come and take down Rome at that time. But Christ is explaining it's going to happen in the future. That's why he said this. Matthew chapter 24, verse 1, reader.
Yes, sir. Matthew chapter 24 and verse 1. Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and his disciples came to him for to show him the buildings of the temple.
Because Herod just rebuilt the temple. So everybody was excited except Christ. So he said this.
And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there shall not be left here one stone upon another, that shall not be thrown down.
And it happened in 70 AD. Titus and Vespasian, a father and son team of Romans, they surrounded Jerusalem and they attacked the black people. Because people say, if you're the real people, why you're not there? Just check history. Rome attacked Jerusalem and chased the black people out in 70 AD, the siege of Jerusalem. Read.
And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came unto him privately, saying, tell us, when shall these things be?
When is
And
the
what shall
church going to be destroyed? Read.
and what shall be the sign of thy coming?
Because he told them he was going to come back in the future. And when he comes back in the future, what's going to be taking place?
And the end of the world.
The churches are not talking about this, Keon. When Christ returns, is to judge and destroy the world. Read.
And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive
The
you.
first thing he warned them was, write down that people are going to try and deceive you. How are they going to try and deceive us? Read.
For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and shall deceive many.
That wasn't when he walked the earth, because he told Peter, you're going to deny me before the cock crows, because they were persecuting his followers. That's why I showed you it. Long after he died, they said, we don't want to hear nothing about no Jesus Christ. We don't want to hear the same fear that Rome had, that they said, find this little baby and kill it, was the same thing the church had. So the only way to stop the truth about Jesus Christ was to indoctrinate the people with religious lies. That's why you have so many people calling themselves Christians, but they say I'm Methodist, Baptist, Catholic, Jehovah's Witness, Seventh-day Adventist, Protestant, Lutheran, Pentecostal, Mormon, Calvinist. Now you got apologists. None of those things are in the Bible, but they lead you away from prophecy and control you with religiosity. When Christ walked
Mm.
the earth, he was threatening the government, bro. He wanted this place destroyed. And that's why they was like, we cannot let these niggas teach this. Read, reader.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
Because wars were going to be fight to control the Bible. Look at America now. They're backing white people in Israel that call themselves Jewish. We know historically when those white people converted to Judaism in 7th century AD under a white man named Cajun Bullen. They come from the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia, and they converted to Judaism. Why is America, because white people are complaining right now, why are we giving our taxpayer dollars to build up a foreign country? Because those Jewish people took their Jewish money and bought Donald Trump, bought Vesey,
Yeah,
bought
that's a
all.
fact.
They bought all the politicians. That's why people keep talking about AIPAC and all these other Jewish organizations that if you say anything against them, they say that you're anti-Semitic. So they didn't ban us in countries because we're preaching hate to them. We're showing them things in the Bible that the black church never brought out. We're showing them that they fit prophecy and they don't want what we're saying to spread. So I understand. That's why I said I'm not mad at you. I appreciate you staying in the room. I appreciate you hearing me out because I can't have this conversation with black people because they get defensive real quick and they get angry real quick. So I'm not mad at you. I don't want you to
Nah,
leave
you
the
still
room
my
thinking,
brother. Nah, you
yes.
still my brother.
And that's the way I feel about you. I apologize if I upset you or if I came sideways at you. Like
Ah,
you
hell
said,
no.
to an extent, it was just for shock value, but it kept you here. And at least if you hear this again where you are, whatever state you're in, you'll be like, I heard this nigga saying this on Clubhouse. You understand?
Thanks.
That's all it was. But watch this. I just want to show you one more thing. What did Christ say? Read verse 4 again.
Verse 4. And Jesus answered and said unto them, take heed that no man deceive you. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ,
That's
and
why
shall
so many people call themselves Christians, because white people made up these religious denominations to make us feel good. Read.
deceive many.
Because it takes you away from prophecy and it keeps you in religiosity. Read.
And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars.
We already had World War One and World War Two, where America established their dominance. World War Three is coming. Read.
See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass.
There's no way to stop it. There's no way. What you seeing going on at the Strait of Hormuz with Iran, that's Bible prophecy. The Bible speaks about the Arab nation. The son Hagar that you read about, Abraham's son. Just look up history. They say that's where the Arabic race came from. His name was Ishmael. Okay, and the Lord said he will be a wild man. Hey, get that real quick. Genesis, what is this, 13:16 or 16:13?
16:13.
Where he says, this child will be a wild man.
Genesis chapter 16 and verse 11. And the angel of the Lord said unto her, behold, thou art with child, and shalt bear a son, and shalt call his name Ishmael, because the Lord hath heard thy affliction, and he will be a wild man. His hand will be against every man, and every man's hand against him. And
So when you look up the history of the Ishmaelites, eventually they were in Arabia. Okay, they're the only people that would strap a bomb to themselves and scream Allah Akbar and blow you up. They wage jihad. They don't care. So that's why America thought that they could bully Iran. Iran said we've been preparing for this war for 30 years. Do what y'all want to do. We're not opening the Strait of Hormuz. So what they didn't expect was Ishmael, the wild man, to challenge them. That's why Donald Trump is looking stupid. And what they also didn't expect was China telling them, look, we got vested interests in Iran. If y'all touch them, y'all touching us. Now they're complaining at Russia. They're like, where did they get these missiles from? Where did they get these long range missiles? Who gave Russia been supplying them? So that's why Christ says, what? Read on.
Matthew chapter 24 and verse 6. And ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass.
There's no way to stop it. The world of America is going to be destroyed, and God's kingdom is going to be established after a nuclear war comes. Read.
But the end is not yet. For nation shall rise against nation,
Israel attacked the Gaza Strip, annihilated those Arabs there. Now their target is the other Arabs in Iran. Okay, you had one nation rise against another nation. Read.
and kingdom against kingdom.
America's a kingdom. A kingdom is supporting this nation. Now, Japan is getting involved. China is getting involved. He said nations will fight first, then kingdoms will fight next. Read.
And there shall be famines.
That's why you're seeing the food prices going up slowly. Everybody's complaining about the gas. China already went to a 4-day work week. In the Philippines, they're walking to work. We're not feeling it in America yet because America got money and they got oil. But Christ is prophesying the things that Christ is saying, they're going to affect the world. A kingdom is going to fall. This is why Rome was looking for Christ to kill him, because he was speaking about establishing God's kingdom. Because the men that rule the earth, they're evil. You can't trust them. God warned us in Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 5, reader.
Yes, sir. Jeremiah chapter 17 and verse 5. Thus saith the Lord, cursed be the man that trusteth in man,
So this is what I tell my audience. Don't trust in no man. See if this is according to God's plan. Read.
and maketh flesh his arm,
Because we trust in the fleshly arms of men that can hurt you. But the spiritual arm of God will not desert you. Read.
and whose heart departed from the Lord,
Men's heart have departed from the Lord. That's why they tamper with the Bible. That's why when they took us as slaves, they said, don't let these niggas learn how to read and write. That's what made Nat Turner rebel. He started reading the Bible. Okay? Most of the people that rebel, that's why they said, look, we got to get rid of this history. We got to give them something to keep them calm, to keep them passive. Because if they start teaching about the fall of an empire like the way Christ was, like it was written in the Old Testament, it's going to be a problem. We can't control them no more. So that's all I was trying to show you, Keon. It was a pleasure speaking to you again. Moderator, I'll mute my mic. Do what you like. Hey, King, Energy,
Yes, sir.
who's the moderator?
It was Has. He must have just not. You know, they don't say nothing. They gotta stop that, man.
Yeah, I got to take care of something here at work. I'll be back, but I got to wrap some stuff up here.
All right.
Where's the reader? Reader, where you at?
right here, sir.
Okay, see if you could get some people into the room. I'm gonna mod you up until another moderator comes. I mute my mic.
Yes, sir. King, I help you out. We got pink ticket, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, you new to the stage. What's your thoughts on the topic? Is Kevin Hart a sellout?
Man, I can barely hear you, bro. Like somebody, yeah, too much noise. Somebody riding in the truck or something.
You get me better now? That's you get me better now?
A little bit, yeah,
All right. I see you got a pink ticket, you new to the stage. What's your thoughts on the topic? Is Kevin Hart a sellout?
yeah.
What's your thoughts on it?
I mean, I don't really have no thought. Honestly, I don't have no thought. I mean, I guess bro feel like he doing what he's supposed to do for him and his his people. At the detriment of everybody else, that is kind of messed up. But I try not to pay attention to dudes like that, man. He really ain't funny to me, honestly. He not funny to me. My opinion, right? He ain't funny to me. Like he kind of lame. I wouldn't hang with him if he wasn't famous. I wouldn't hang with him if I was famous. You get what I'm saying? Like he just not somebody who I would like. He a bozo, pretty much. But yeah, he'll sell out. I just hate he doing it at the detriment of
Of
because
our
it's a
people.
lot of upcoming comedians. It's a lot of people that look up to this guy.
Yeah.
But not only him, but a lot of entertainers. Not only a lot of entertainers, just a lot. Man, it's a lot of people out here, man. They get so much attention. Like so many people put eyes on them, and some of these folks don't deserve the spotlight on them. And I scratch my head. I'm like, damn, how they get the spotlight? Like, how you get the spotlight? You was nobody in high school, or you was. So I don't know. I don't want to veer too far. To answer your question, Kevin Hart is a sellout for sure.
I got some good thoughts on the topic. All praises, man. Appreciate your opinions, man. And Stefan. You new to the top new to the stage, man. What's your thoughts on the topic, man? Stephane. Stephane Pena. Pena. Stephane Pena. You unmute your mic, bottom left corner. All right. KTC. Did you speak on the topic already?
Hello?
KTC, you coming in a little too low, Jew.
Can you hear?
Nah, I still can't hear you, KTC.
Uh,
Sir,
can you hear me?
King's mic is open. That's probably why you can barely hear him.
Hey, King, so you can mute your mic?
Uh, what about now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
What's your
All
thoughts
praise.
on the topic,
Shalom,
Jew?
Most High, Christ bless.
Shalom, shalom.
Yeah, I got a couple of couple of points to make on the subject on the topic. And then I got a quick question because I think there's something that we can all relate to in this. Like we've been in these kind of scenarios. Um, yeah, I just wanted to say, of course he's a sellout. Um, it's not up for discussion. Like the fact that we have to have this discussion shows how much confusion there is, among our people. Like we don't know the truth, but we don't know, the difference between good and evil. We have no moral compass, no way to judge matters. So you look in the comments, I'm sure, you know, there's all sorts of different thought processes going on. I'm talking about like if you look on social media, there'll be people defending Kevin Hart. There'll be people saying, like we're saying, he's a sellout. But the fact that there's still people who don't think that is worrying. You know, it just shows a lack of unity. So that's the first point I wanted to make. The other thing is, um, black celebrities. I feel like they all know the truth. They know who we are. Um, I feel like they've just agreed, within themselves to never say anything. Um, they let out little bits and pieces here and there, little coded messages. I say this as someone who, before the truth, like I was really looking up to celebrities a lot. I was waiting for, I don't know, some rapper or some comedian to say something and that'd somehow help us or something. And, they're just what I've learned since I've come into the truth and seen how the prophets operate fearlessly, teaching the word in foreign countries, in my country, all on the streets, on the airwaves, um, to the mighty men of the earth, leaders, political figures, um, boldly preaching the word of God. Um, I just I look back at those days when I looked up to these celebrities, and I just think they're all a bunch of pussies, and I just lost so much respect for them. Like I can't really. I used to be the sort of
Hey
type I
King, are you
would get.
there? Hey brother, real quick, hold on 1 second.
Sorry.
Hey King, are you there?
Yeah,
Okay, all praises.
I just got back in the. What's going on?
Yeah, now the brother was just speaking about celebrities and whatnot. No, we didn't have any moderators on stage, so
Oh,
just wanted to make sure.
I just got back.
Yes, sir.
Who's talking?
KTC, sir. Lieutenant spoke on the topic. He a pink ticket. And I moved on to KTC.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead, you. KTC,
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Oh, thanks. And so that was the other point I wanted to make. That I don't know if others have felt that way after you came into the truth, seeing how prophets operate, and you look back at those days. You look because I'm sure I'm not the only one. You know, who had a favorite comedian, a favorite celebrity. You would log into their socials and try and find out what they said about the latest um, you know crime that was committed against people, and then they keep silent, or they might say some coded message. Or I've seen a lot of stuff, in 2020, during the BLM stuff. Certain celebrities spoke up, certain kept their mouths absolutely shut. But what I've realized is that they're all on one accord to just not say anything. Their God is money. They're not about to throw all that money or privilege away to come down here with us, um, just niggers, um, and yeah, it's just cowardly. I don't have any respect for them, and I feel like that the celebrities that had a spine, that were trying to do something for their people, even though they might not have said anything, they were at least trying to build some unity amongst our people. They all got killed off. Um, uh, and so the last point I wanted to make, just before, and it sort of leads into my question, is that, Kevin Hart put himself in that situation. He put himself in that scenario. You know, I don't mind if I'm getting roasted by my own people. Like, black people, we shoot hella jokes. That's normal. But I'm not about to sit there and let my oppressor just tee off on me like that, bro. That's just totally fucked up. Like, um, he's goofy just for doing that. Like, just for sitting there, showing his teeth. Like, even before the George Floyd thing, like the whole thing was off. And and this is why we don't get any respect. Is another reason. Like, we always, and this goes to me as well. Like, you know, I, it cuts both ways. Like, I'm not just judging the brother. I see this in myself sometimes. We'd be just laughing and trying to get along, and just I've learned from men wiser than me. Once again, thanks to the prophets. Thanks to congregating, seeing how they operate. I don't need to be smiling and laughing all the time. I don't need to, like, they don't always have to feel like I'm just like this big cuddly bear. Um, it's actually good if you don't show yourself friendly to the other nations. Let them, because the way Esau is, like, if you're too friendly, like you're always showing your teeth, you're always smiling and cracking jokes and being approachable. They don't treat that as they don't reward that. They just um, they take you for granted. They treat you worse. Just like when Esau came here to Australia, uh, the Indigenous Australians, they did welcome to country ceremonies. They invited them into their um, amongst their families. These European explorers that arrived on ships, these pale people they'd never seen before. And what happened after that? Those colonizers gathered intel on them, and they came back with Marines, or British Army, and just massacred all of them, and stole their land and enslaved them. So that's the last point I wanted to make. On the whole situation is off. But I I have a question, and I'm sorry to
Now you all
to
good. It's
be
just a couple points.
yeah.
It's a couple points I wanted to hit on. You had made mention of what usually the celebrities, they don't say nothing about the atrocity that's going on in our communities. Because you got to remember, like, the scriptures say that they made a covenant with death and hell. You know, go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Lingo. Go ahead.
Now
No,
let
I
me
was
ask
going
this
to see.
question.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay,
Go
can
ahead.
yeah.
What's your question,
Yes.
KT? What you got?
My question is, so if I'm at like I don't really hang around other nations anymore. I got my people that we congregate. I'm quite happy with that. And apart from that, I check in with my family and stuff. But occasionally, like at work, you go out for lunch, um, and you get into scenarios where certain things are said, and this is where I can relate to the dude, Kevin. Like they make really inappropriate remarks, and on the one hand, if I react, I'm giving them what they want. They love to see that reaction. I know now that these things don't mean anything to me. I know Christ is black. I know who these people are. It doesn't matter to me. But on the other hand, if I don't say anything, I appear as a chump. So and that's why I try to limit those interactions as much as possible. But sometimes it's unavoidable. So that's my question. Thank you.
Repeat the question again. Seemed like you made a
Like what?
statement. But go ahead. Repeat the
Yeah,
question.
I apologize. Like what do you do when they make those kind of inappropriate remarks? Like as a man of God, do you just have to like just sit there and take it? Like I'm talking like
As far as dealing with
if
other nations at the job on the
yeah,
job site.
yes, exactly. Like th- I'm not saying like if I went out of my way to be amongst them, then I deserve it. That's what Kevin Hart did, I guess. But like I'm talking like it was unavoidable. He's always trying. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just
And you got something for Jew question.
Hey, King, did you want to address that?
I was doing something. I didn't hear what he said.
So,
He was
oh,
saying when the other nations make certain inappropriate remarks on the job, how do
Mhm.
you deal with that?
Mm.
Like in a joking manner, similar to how Kevin Hart deal with it with the other nations, kind of try to bring you in to what they got going on, and they try to make things comfortable at the job site. They might make certain inappropriate jokes with you. So how do you deal with that
Yeah,
specifically?
they have.
Romans 12:17.
Romans chapter 12 and verse 17. Recompense to no man evil for evil.
Don't go back and forth with them just because they're evil. Read.
Provide things honest in the sight of all men.
Because
If it
people are
be
watching you as a man of God. Read.
if it be possible, as much as lieth in you, live peaceably with all men.
If I'm at work, I'm here to do my 8 and then skate. I'm not going back and forth in no debate, bro. You at work to get your money, not make people look at you funny. You understand?
yes, sir.
So don't go back and forth with
Yeah,
them people at work. I
yeah, I
don't
hear
care
you
what
loud
they
and clear.
call me here. All I want to do is just get my paper and see you later. So they talk about all type of stuff here. I don't listen to them. It's a waste of time. I'm not going to create a hostile work environment. Choose your battles wisely. You understand?
Yes, sir. I apologize for speaking out of turn before, but yes, yeah, I understand.
Hey, just real quick. um, my experience. Just the other side of it. Uh, when I first came in this truth, uh, I used to be a hothead. And not that these people try not that these people talk to me crazy, but it wouldn't. It's more them than you anyway. So you ain't winning that battle. Um, just to speed up, I end up having to take the job. I'm getting called a nigga on my job. Right, I'm getting called a nigga. I went off. They stopped me from putting my hands on one of them Edomites. And now this is when I'm young. I'm just coming in the truth. I'm young. I really don't know no better. I don't know no better. What happened? They told me, well, to keep your job, you got to go with anger management. I said, well, he called me a nigga. I gotta go to anger management. So I get to anger management. The doctor told me, yeah, man, this is Oklahoma, you know. So when he said that, I look at my wife because my wife was in the, the room with me. I said, God damn, like that mean that ain't no change, ain't no changing, you know. That ain't gonna change. So you got people, they might say that's in this room. They might say, don't let them do that. Don't let them. Man, don't listen to those people. They don't know. They're not spiritual. They don't understand. Just like that other guy who was in here talking to A1, he don't understand. Did he say A1 was saying that the white man was? I couldn't make out because I was kind of busy.
Yeah, exactly what he was saying.
So he was saying that A1 was thinking that the white man was better than us, like that.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God! First of all, even though we at the bottom right now, because God said that, um, they ain't better than us. They just over us because God said that. But if you think you gonna beat this man, you know, you crazy right now. You crazy. Job 9:24. You're not gonna beat him. That's why Christ said, be wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Because you in their kingdom. You in their kingdom. So you can be bad all you want. You can do what you want and uh, you know, fight these people. You're gonna lose. You gonna lose. Okay? Read that.
Job chapter 9 and verse 24. The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. He covereth the faces of the judges thereof. If not, where and who is he?
The earth is given into the hand of the wicked. The wicked who's controlling the earth is the white man. He said he covers the faces of the judges thereof. Right? Who covered the faces of the judges? It wasn't the Chinese. The judges is Christ, the angels, God, and his people. He the judges. Okay? We the judges, we the judges. But he covered the faces of us. People don't believe Jesus Christ is Chinese, East Indian. They believe he's a white man. I go out and teach in the street every day. I know. Right now we doing 6 days of camp right now. It's the same thing every day. It's the same thing. People don't know what color is Christ. People don't know who he is. They don't know why he came. Uh, Give me Matthew 26 and 50. Let me show you something. If you better than Jesus, well, go ahead and do your thing. Read that.
Matthew chapter 26 and verse 50. And Jesus said unto him, Friend, wherefore art thou come?
Mm-hmm.
Then came they and laid hands on Jesus and took him.
Mm-hmm.
And behold, one of them which were with Jesus stretched out his hand and drew his sword and struck a servant of the high priest and smote off his ear.
Mm-hmm.
Then said Jesus unto him, Put up again thy sword into his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword.
This ain't your kingdom. This ain't your kingdom. This ain't that type of fight. This ain't the type of the fight you need to get back at them is repentance. That's how you get back at them. That's how you fight. Read. Read.
Thinkest, thinkest thou that I cannot now
No,
pray
read
to
it.
my
You broke up. I didn't hear nothing you said. Read it again.
verse 53? Thinkest thou that I cannot pray to my
No,
Father?
no, no, no. 52.
Verse 52. Then Jesus said unto him, Put up again thy sword into his place. For all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels?
Look, Christ know what he can do. He know, like, I can pray to the Father and I get 12 legions of angels. Read on.
But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be?
So the Lord said, look, we had to go into a time of captivity. It ain't up yet. You can't force it, okay? Just like they can't force, you can't force it and they can't stop Christ from coming. Us from repenting, they can't stop it. But we can't force it either, okay? Read on.
In that same hour said Jesus to the multitudes, Are ye come out as against a thief with swords and staves for to take me? I sat daily to teach you. Excuse me. I sat daily with you teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold on me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled.
Right. All right. I thought it was saying something, but that's it. That's all I gotta say. Looking for something else. I thought it was there. But all right. I'm in my mic.
All praises. We got another pink ticket on the stage, Lady Diana. What's your thoughts on the topic, sis? Your mic already unmuted.
Oh, sorry. My thoughts are, yes, he's
On
a
the topic.
sellout because, um, yes, he's a sellout because of his garments. He basically makes himself into something that doesn't really. It offends other people. It offends, culture and everything else. The sanctity of what man should be, right? So, yeah, he's a sellout.
King, did you want to address that?
Yeah. Like they were saying last night, and I agree with E. Man, he ain't no Kevin Hart is a jester. I mean, you can't expect. This topic right here, to see the comments of the black people, to see how they reacted to it. I don't know what happened to black folks. I guess black folks is like they're the weakest people they on the earth. We we can shut stuff down if we just come together, you know. But they're not even a part of it. They don't even have nothing to do with it. Like they're not gonna get fired. They're not nothing. But they don't see the disrespect. They don't see the the racism. You know, Kevin Hart, his job. He just trying to save his job. He like, look, black people. They, first of all, he don't give a damn about black folks. I'll tell you right now. Cares less. He said, I got the white man's money, I got white friends, I got power in high places. Y'all can't do nothing for me. That's how he look at black folks. So, hold on one second. I know this noise probably bothering y'all. Just give me a second.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Um, does femininity or the idea of feminine, um, like the feminine aspect of life, why those attributes are not attributed to the woman that is the divine feminine, right? So like the black woman would not be attributed those qualities, but not for lack of them, but because I'm guessing people are more just, I don't know, jealous of them. So I feel like when a black woman has to prove her femininity, you know, in rooms or in against men's masculinity, I think we lose a lot, right? So the proof,
Give us an example. What does it mean they prove their femininity?
um to be subservient to the man's needs when the man hasn't actually decided that that is his woman.
So you're saying that when they want to be humble, that it's a challenge? Is that what you're saying?
um I think they want to be chosen more than they want to be humble. So I think it's man's choice, right? So in that society, in our society, it's man's choice to say, "No, you are my woman," right?
Right.
And so I think that there's a missing link to that because we don't get the respect of the feminine or the qualities of what femininity should be, or we're not offered feminine things, but everything that's qualifying femininity is used in society or represents our aspects, like our hair, our shape, our body, our our lips.
So I got you. This is why this is written in the scriptures. First Peter chapter 3, verse 7.
You might be the Mataniah.
Sorry, I I got a call. Well, scripture you call, sis?
First Peter 3, verse 7.
Yes, sir. First Peter chapter 3 and verse 7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel.
That's the only person that will appreciate your femininity. A man of God with the knowledge of God. So if you're dealing with idiots and dumb black people, well, you're going to have to defend your femininity. But if you're dealing with a man of God, you will never have to defend it because it's written to a man of God to give you honor in your femininity. I mean, my mic.
All praises. Lady of the end. That was the only question you had, sis?
So then what are those when you say honor, then what does that look like?
Whatever God says a man of God should do to his wife, that's the honor. Not according to the world, okay? According to what God says. Love your wives and be not bitter against them. That's why it's there. You'll be in honor, okay? Love your wife the way Christ loved the church. That's what it looks like. What Christ did for the church, a man's supposed to do for his woman.
Why you ask that question?
I feel like there's some certain certain aspects that are not even, maybe that they don't look like they should be there, but they should be there. Like um just flowers or like an offer of some kind of gift. Not that she needs a gift, but like just, you know, maybe not looking at every other woman if that's the one you want, or, asking her, is that what she wants, or what does she want? I think those things are not really taught anywhere.
What, what you saying? I'm trying to follow you, but
I'm trying to say the things that I need from a man to say that gives me honor is really
This,
not listed. Is like
this,
not like
this is the thing. This is the thing. Everybody's not the same. You know what I'm saying? Like you say honor. Well, another sister might be like, I'm getting honored, you know. And what you look at when you look at her and she tell you what she perceives as honor, and you might be like, no, I don't like that. Well, that works for her relationship. That works for her and her husband marriage. It might be different for you. It ain't the same. Look, honor is based on God's laws and commandments. You understand? So I can't say, I can, just like everyone said, like, it's based on the scriptures. It's not like with the world. Now, a man can give you flowers, you understand? He can give you flowers, he can buy you a house, but he can, at the same time, beat your ass and cheat on you. But he gave you flowers. I hope y'all understand me now because I know when I was just talking, nobody understood me. I hope you understand me now.
no. I like what I'm. That's what I'm saying, right? So that you would put all those into one sentence and then say, that's the value of that is like, all right, is there any other option? I think maybe I'm being very pushy right now, but I'm doing it just to make you understand that um the things that you guys are doing are honorable things and they're needed in places that I exist, but I'm not saying I'm calling upon you to do X, Y, and Z. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying your energy, the things that you do, the organization structure, all those things are needed, but yeah, the I think it's lost in translation. It's like, how do I even start to like be on that journey, right? It's like weird. Like I don't understand. So then if I'm trying to find a husband and or trying to tell the husband what I need is like lost in translation as well. Like I feel like our femininity, the um
Let me show you something.
it's like we're cut off from the values that are basic principles that we used to have, right? Are cut off from each other on purpose. And so for me to try to reattach or reconnect with the values that are necessary, not only for me to provide what the generations of men need from me as a feminine woman, right? As a matriarchal feminine woman, but then you know, as a teacher or as a provider, you know, I can provide resources or things to the community, but then are they valuable things to the community, or would they be like looked upon as like she's trying to be something that she's not or whatever, so it's like, yeah, the history of men and women's communication is very different, but there was a time where we didn't have to talk and we just understood what God said.
Can you say you wanted to show us something, sir? Your mic is muted.
Yeah, my bad. My bad. I was putting on my headset.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You all right?
Yeah. Get 1 Corinthians 7,
Yes, sir.
um, 32.
Yes, sir. First Corinthians chapter 7 and verse 32. But what have you without carefulness, that he that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord, how he may please the Lord. But he that
So,
is
so read that again.
Yes, sir. But what have you without carefulness, he that is unmarried careth for the things that belong to the Lord,
His focus and his dedication is for the Lord, the work of the Lord. All right, read on.
how he may please the Lord.
Uh huh.
But
You don't have to
he
worry about nothing else but pleasing the Lord. You don't have to worry about nothing but pleasing the Lord. Read.
but he that is married careth for the things that are of the world.
Right. He that is married care for things that's of the world. So like he got to balance things. He got he got the Lord, he got a wife. But he cannot neglect the Lord and he cannot neglect his wife. You understand? So that's why it says he cared for the things of the world because he has to take time out to build her up, deal with her, you know, um, uh, you know, do the things that you have. Do benevolence. You have um, time that you sporting and time that you take her out and have a good time with her. And show her, that you love her in different ways. You know what I'm saying? That's what that's going into. You know, sometimes you have to please your wife. So like, but what that look like for it looks different for different people. It ain't the same for everybody. I just want everybody to understand that. And the reason why I'm bringing this up because you know what the sister saying, I'm listening to her, but a lot of women speak like her, and they'll take this thing like honor, and they'll take. And I'm not saying she's wrong for saying what she's saying. I'm just putting it out there because a lot of people listening. And this is what sisters mess up at with they marriages. With the people who they with, because they'll look at other couples, and you look at social media, you look at movies or whatever you're looking at, and expect instead of y'all building what y'all supposed to build over there together, you expect that man to do what another man is doing. And I think that's highly disrespectful. I think, and I'm not saying you saying that, sis. I'm just making a point because we here and we talking about it. And um, I've seen this a lot, and even in his troop, you have a brother that's he's witty in the scriptures, and he you'll have people be like, why you can't be more like A1? Well, that brother ain't A1. He's who he is, and he probably he has not come into his full potential yet, especially new brothers, you know. And sometimes sisters will hold, your foot to the fire based on another person, another man, and that's crazy to me, you know. So that's why I'm bringing this up, because I just want to say it, because I people be dealing with that, especially sisters, you know.
Can I tell you why I say this? And I think that maybe God is on
Nah,
my heart for this. I just want to
go
just
ahead,
say this real quick. It's real quick.
go ahead.
I deal with a lot of things, but my visions are clear, and I have the clairvoyance. I can like jump through parallel universes, which is not something that I would say to anybody, right? I'm just saying that um, should you do it, shouldn't you do it? It's not what I want to do. Is that God tells me where to go, and then I'm somewhere, listening to God or listening to what the needs are for that place. And so what it is though is that um I can't hear, because for example, I tried to connect with you guys, and I wasn't able to, but
What you
then
mean?
I
Slow
wasn't
down.
able. I sent
What you
out the
mean?
message, the email. I sent out, like, this is like weeks ago, and then I sent out messages like years ago too, and was like promised like, oh, okay, I will send you the address, but I didn't get it. So I'm not saying I'm not saying maybe there's some weird interference, right? So
Where you located?
Manhattan,
Oh, you in New York.
yeah. But I talked to the guy that is in charge of the Westchester thing, and he said he'll send me the address, but he never did. So I'm not saying
Hey,
that
hey,
I'm
hey, listen.
no, I'm
I,
trying to like explain something, right? So
yes.
I'm
I
just
heard
trying.
you. I heard you.
Okay,
Just
but
listen. Just listen. Just listen. Just listen. You said that you're clairvoyant
and you could go to parallel universes, right? That's what you said.
When I say that, it's not some. When I say parallel universes, the universe is not just this plane, right? So the universe exists past this plane. Do you understand that?
No, explain it to me. I'm stupid.
Um, if you look in old Bibles, you see the map of what the world looks like. It's a flat plane with a dome on top of it.
So the Earth is flat.
No, the Earth is mountainous.
It's not round.
It's also round, but it's not what the it's not what the Google map says. No.
Gotcha, gotcha. I think Google lies. I agree with you there, but just explain to me. A parallel universe is what? What is that?
Basically, it's a time. It's like a shift in time, or like like being visited by angels, or like things like that happen to me sometimes.
Well, the only person that can shift time is God. You know that, right? God is outside of time. That's how he's able to know what's going to happen before it happens. He's not restricted to time like us. So if you're saying that you're able to deal with shifting times, you're telling us that you have the power of God. Is that what you're saying?
God is letting me into something. I'm not.
Why?
I'm not. I
Why?
don't have. I don't have the power that
Why
God
did he
has
choose you? Why did he choose you to do it?
because I listen.
You listen to him because you're obedient to him.
Yeah.
So you understand this room is a Bible-based room, right?
Yeah.
And you understand we teach people about the Bible.
Yeah.
So God gave you spiritual power to move through universes, but you're here for us to teach you.
Yeah.
That makes sense to you?
I mean, is it acceptable that I can learn from anywhere?
If
Is
you're
that
dealing
okay?
on, if you're, just follow me. If you're already dealing on a superior level, because what you're doing with God, I'm nowhere near that. I
Mm.
wish God would do that for me, but he chose you. You're special. You're exceptional. You can move through universes. You have superior power than I. You are closer to God than us. He handpicked you to move through universes. So that's
Okay.
why it sounds unlikely. You understand?
It's okay that you don't want to agree. It sounds unlikely.
I didn't say I disagree with you. I didn't
Uh-huh.
say that.
Mhm.
I'm just trying to give you the reality of what you're saying because in here we listen and we don't judge. But you
Okay.
may come around someone who will judge you. So I'm just preparing you for that.
Okay. Judgment Day is kind of closer than you expect it to be.
When is it? When is it?
The timeline is kind of off because we have a 1,000-year gap, but yeah, Judgment Day is closer than you think it is.
Is it in the next 100 years, 75 years, 50 years? Like,
It's happening right now in Israel. They already changed the China changed the map from Israel and took it off and made it back to Palestine, and they made it public, so it's public knowledge. There's no longer
so how
Israel.
much, so around how much time do we have based on your communication with God?
Not a lot, actually. I mean,
Another 30
you should
years,
I
20
mean,
years, like what?
you guys should be fighting right now, right? So the fight has already begun.
Okay, so could you give us like, are we gonna make it to next Christmas? You know,
Well, can you? The thing is, do you know who you're fighting?
yes,
Who?
the devil.
The devil himself, or
Yes,
the?
it tells you we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Get that for her, please. This is the Bible tells us specifically who we're fighting with, the prince of the power. Read it, read it.
Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood,
This is not a flesh and blood fight. Read.
but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world.
That's the devil. Christ said, this is not my world, or my servants would
Okay,
fight.
hold on again. Go back, because I think that you're missing something and you're not hearing the
Yes,
what it is.
help me.
Principalities. What's that? You missed that, What does
I
that
just
word
told you.
mean?
Read it again for
For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against
okay.
spiritual.
The
Who
dark,
are who are the rulers? He didn't say Satan. He didn't say
the
okay, so the
leaders of
leaders
this
of the
world.
darkness of this world. You should
Yes,
yes. And
they,
so
they
there
rule
is
by Satan.
yes, they rule by Satan. It's true. And so Satan is on the top of the power chain, and then is Baal and some other like deity that they worship, right?
Those
And they
are
choose
just
between
different names.
they hold on a second. They choose between the more subservient God at the time. I mean, honestly, they like blackness. They just don't want you guys to have it. Honestly, because from what I see them giving themselves to, they give themselves to the darkness.
So they keep attacking me because I'm black.
Yes.
Oh, damn, sis, you deep. Damn, I gotta mute my mic and meditate on that. I mute my
But
mic.
then, okay, hold on. But then, you guys, when you go into the understanding of it, the science behind it, the white, the white and the black is reversed. I want you to understand that. When I say
What?
white is reversed, when I say that is the law of the land.
Let me ask you this.
Just
Let
hold
me
on a
ask you this.
second.
No,
The
I'm
law that they
listening.
wrote. You're not listening because you interrupted. So go ahead. You got it.
Hold on, hold on. First of all, this shows that I'm listening. If I don't understand you, I'm just supposed to just let you keep on going. If I
You said I'm
so
listening. You said I'm listening, but you're
Someone who'll let
interrupting.
you keep going does not care. They're not listening if they just let you keep going.
this woman said I'm not listening. So okay, keep going. Now I'm not listening. Keep going.
To listen means to hear and obey, not just to hear, right? So,
Okay,
okay,
go ahead.
so the white basically has become um the meaning behind whiteness or the checkbox of white. It doesn't mean the most valuable. It means the one that holds the land to the deed, okay? The white is the owner of the deed, okay? That's on the law and books. And then the black means the black in the law, BLACK, the meaning in the law book, right? That they worship. So their baseline is a checkerboard, right? The white is black and the reversal is the white. The this understand that they're the synagogue of Satan, right? So they make their own rules. And so when they're making their rules, when the Jewish people are making I gotta be careful. When the Jews are making their rules, or the Jewish people are making their rules against God's chosen people, right? What they do is they use the reversal against you. So when you acknowledge yourself to exist as a black human being, or anything that you acknowledge, you checked on the box that said black. The reality of black is dead, period, right? So they made the law and they exist within that law and they observe that law, but the reversal is, since you're dead, they can take it from you, or since you didn't want it, they can take it from you. So the things that I've seen happen because you didn't want it, or they're taking the things that are black and making them honorable as their things, their toys. They're things that they can play with.
What you talking about, lady?
I'm saying that they're taking your toys, they're taking your gifts from God and making it theirs.
Okay.
Okay, does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so that
I totally understand you. All right. Thank you. Uh, let's see who else we have. Rita, where he at?
We got Sappy that just came up.
Hey, Safi.
Hey,
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hmm. Good afternoon. Or good morning. Or wherever you at.
Yeah,
Where you at?
Nigeria.
Oh, okay. Well, it's morning where I'm at. So,
Okay, yeah, good morning.
and good afternoon to you. How you doing? What you got?
Yeah, I'm
Kevin
good.
Hart.
Thank you very much.
Kevin Hart. He's a sellout, right? Or no?
I'll say yes.
Why you say yes?
Ask if she know what he did.
Do you know what Kevin Hart did? You know what he did? Damn, what happened? She was going in the Matrix. It sounded like her. She'll probably be back. She's going in and out for a second.
How is he a sellout?
Huh?
Ask him if you know what Kevin Hart did.
No, that was me. That was Tess. I said, how is he a sellout?
If you don't know, then you can't come into the dialogue. Do you know what he did? Yes or no?
But y'all, I want just want y'all to. I want y'all to explain it. Y'all were
No,
about to
No,
explain to her. Y'all were about to explain to her.
no.
no, we
The same
wasn't not.
question we put to her, we're putting to you. Do you know what he did? Do you know what he's being circulated in the media for?
We talking about the roast?
Yes, the George Floyd comment. Black people are upset
If
because he sat there and the comedian was, which is a racist, brought up called George Floyd in comedy, and Black America got a problem with it.
which is hypocritical, but it's jokes. No one said nothing when it was anybody else making jokes about other things. It's a roast.
You first of all, that's not true. That's
But
not true. Hold on. You said something wrong. Hold on, that's not true. Because when Tom Brady was getting the same thing happened with Tom Brady, he stopped the bullshit. So and nobody said nothing. So you're wrong.
And
You're wrong.
he said that talking about that white man, his friend was off limits. He said, I will shut it down if you bring up this white man
So shut
that
up.
was under sexual allegation charges. So the white man defended the white man.
did he stop him mid
Yeah,
roast, or did
no.
he wait for him to get done with his
He
set?
told him right there, right in the middle of it. Y'all better
He
not
don't even
interrupt
know.
him
He
like
told him
that.
He don't
after.
even know.
No, he didn't. He told after when he was shaking his hand and got
No,
close to
he
him. He said,
stopped.
"Don't ever say that shit again." When he got close to him,
They
he
stopped.
got
He
he did
stopped
it
it.
after.
They stopped it. He stopped it, bro. He said something. Don't try to run now. He said something. You said nobody never did it. He
I
did it.
said that I said, did he
He
stop
stopped
it?
it.
I said, did he
I don't.
stop
Now
his
he's
set?
saying he
Or
stopped it. Now he said he stopped it. That at a different time. No, he said something. That's the point. He said something.
he said something after he got done with
He
his set.
it. He said something though. He said something though. That's the point. So now you're trying to change it. He said we talking about saying something, stepping up and saying something. You say nobody said nothing.
That's
Audience,
not
did
what
he
I
not?
did.
Hold on. Audience, did he not say
Oh my god.
no? No, nobody ever did that. Nobody.
No, that's
Then
not what I
that's
said.
what you said. That's what you
That's not what
said.
I said. I was
That's what
talking
you
about
said.
I
That's what
care
you
when they made
said.
a. No one.
Now you got called
What I'm
on your
saying to you.
bullshit. Now you
Here we
switching up.
go.
Now you got called
No.
on your bullshit, and now you
What
switching up. Now another person. If you say anything about
you want
Jewish
to
people,
overpower the
they will
conversation?
stop you.
When Pete
If you
Davis made
say
the Charlie Kirk
anything,
when
if you
Pete
say
Davis made
anything
the
over
Charlie Kirk
George,
joke, no
I'm
one
gonna
said
mute you. I'm
nothing.
gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you. You can't talk over me. I have the power. You can't talk over me. I'm standing up like Kevin Hart should have stand up. Shut your ass up right now. I'm talking. Now I'll let you speak when I'm finished. I am talking. You can't say
Be a
nothing
hope. Don't
about
go back and
Jewish
forth.
people. You can't say nothing about
At
Jewish
what?
people. You understand? And also, gays. That's why the comedian what's his name David what's his
Dave
name
Chappelle,
Dave
They
Chappelle.
look. They made gay jokes. A whole Tony
Hold
Hanks.
on 1 second. Hold on. This the reason why he made the that's why he said what he said about the gays and the ABC people. That's why he made the jokes about going over there to Iraq and stuff and Iran and all that, talking about how safe it is for comedy over there. That's why he said that. Because you can't talk about gays and Jews over here. You cannot. So shut that cool stuff you talking about.
Did they make gay jokes with Tony Hinchcliffe, who made the George Floyd look? They made him gay the whole roast. They
That's
made
because
gay.
he's gay.
He's not gay, and on top of that,
He's gay.
so why didn't they
He's
say
gay.
that? So why aren't people mad about the
Gay.
Charlie Kirk joke?
Gay.
The Charlie
Gay.
Kirk. So
Hey,
you don't
Tots,
you don't
Tots,
acknowledge
Tots,
that.
Tots. Just let me ask you a question. If your family member was killed live by a white police officer, the whole world sees the video, and then white people make jokes about it, you'll be fine with it?
It was a good joke, yes.
This is black
Wow,
people. This is
this
black
is
people. This
crazy.
is black. This is why I can't. Hey, A1. This is why 2/3. This is when I first read that, I'm like, why though? I don't understand. Why
So could
gotta?
you
Hey,
could you
I'm
speak to the
talking.
Char- could you
I'm
speak to the
talking.
Charlie Kirk
I'm
joke?
talking. I'm talking. I'm talking. I was wondering why. I don't understand, God. Why 2/3? That's just mean. Why you can't you can't change nobody like this. That's why God said I got to burn their asses. Because you cannot it's no use talking to a person like this.
Could you say something about the Charlie Kirk joke? Why aren't people mad about that?
Curtis, first of all, that's easy. You ain't saying nothing deep. First, number one, his own people killed him. White folks killed him. That's number one. Number two, he's a freaking racist. He's a racist.
So what was George Floyd?
So George Floyd went around talking about white people.
George
George
Floyd,
Floyd, wait,
bro, had the conversation.
hold
Calm
on.
down.
No, nope, 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 nope. Because you just running past shit.
Hey,
How you
hold on, King Tots. Tell us about George Floyd. Tell us.
George Floyd broke into a woman's house, held her at gunpoint while she was pregnant. Over 5 women in the household. He dressed up as a UPS worker to break into their house. George Floyd had multiple incidents with assaulting women, beating women. Like what? Y'all make it seem like this guy was an upstanding citizen. No. And on top of that, the cops were only called because George Floyd was still out the store. If he wasn't breaking the law, the cops would have never been called. Y'all make it seem like this nigga had a great reputation and he wasn't doing nothing to women. If a man broke into your mom's house, your sister's house, or your daughter's house, held her at gunpoint, can you not make a joke about him because he's dead now?
So, Tots,
Hold on,
you're
I'll
saying that
screenshot it. I'll screenshot it, put him at
no,
PTR.
no, no, no. I'm just going by what you're saying. You don't have to screenshot. I've never heard these things about him. I just know he was on drugs. But you're saying that because he did these things, the police officer had the right to kneel on his neck till he killed him.
No. No, what King said was because what he felt like George what he felt like Charlie Kirk was saying was racist. He don't care whether he's dead. So if he used that
No,
metric, if he can use that
no,
metric of why it's okay to make a joke about him, why can't I use the same metric of it's
Tots.
he
That's not
that's
Tots.
what he just
You
said.
said, just listen for a minute. I'm gonna give you the floor back. You said that what was wrong with why not be upset about the Charlie Kirk jokes? Everybody knows the reason why people responded to the way he died is because of the way that he spoke disparaging about black people openly. Okay, white people even were upset with the way he spoke. Until George Floyd got killed, nobody knew of his background. You search for that afterwards to justify a white man kneeling on a black man's neck so you can
You don't
sleep good in your house.
no,
That's
you don't
why
have
you
to
bringing
search
that
it.
up.
You don't have to search
Yes,
it
you
up.
went. No, the problem was not what he did before. You're saying that he deserved to die that way.
I didn't say that.
Yes, that's why you brought it up.
No, King brought up the fact that Charlie Kirk made comments, and he said that's why he said it was justified that he died. By his own metric, I'm going to use his argument against him and say, well, if you feel like Charlie Kirk is okay to make Charlie Kirk jokes because he said X, Y, and Z, why can't I turn around and say you think it's not okay for people to make um Floyd jokes based off of X, Y, Z? So I'm using his metric against him. If he'd have never said, oh well, if he'd have said, you know what, that ain't right on both sides, and no matter what they
that's a
said.
lie.
Tats, understand. Before Charlie Kirk was killed, people disliked him.
Yes,
No
people
one
who are
knew. No,
emotional.
no one knew anything. So you agree with Charlie Kirk's
this portrayal of black people.
What did he say that you didn't agree with?
He said that if he goes into a restaurant, he don't want to be served by a black moronic woman.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he did. He
No,
said if
no.
I'm getting on a plane, he said if I'm getting on a plane, I'm nervous because he's a black pilot.
Why did he say that?
Listen, now that I'm telling you what he said, now you're
I know.
questioning
I
why he
know. I
said
would
it.
listen.
Come
Why
on.
did? Why did
Come
he
on. You
say it?
asked me what he said. I just told you two things. I
I
don't
got a
care why
question.
he said it.
No, 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 no. So if I say, look, if I say this right, if you watch the news and you found out they hired 100,000 doctors overnight because they wanted to influx, they wanted to increase the black doctors. Not all of them were qualified to be doctors, but they hired 100,000 black people as doctors, and then you got to go get surgery probably like next week. You're sitting in the office and you're sitting there, and your doctor comes in and he's black. What's the first thing you think?
Ted, I agree with you. I want the best service and the best doctor that's qualified.
And what? So
But
what's wrong with? So with that being said, when
follow
Charlie
me.
Kirk, when Charlie Kirk was talking about the thing, they wanted to hire over 50% of black pilots, and not all of them were necessarily going to be qualified because they were rushing
So
the process. They were rushing the process to hire these black just so they can meet a quota, so they could get government incentivization from the government. So if they hire black men or homosexual people, they
let's
get
go by
quote. They
what you
get
said.
no. Let
Let's
me
go.
hold on. Can I
I
finish real quick,
heard
bro?
you. I heard this argument. Just listen to me. Let's go by what you said. Is there any entity that caused harm to human life because they were trying to meet a quota?
Yes, that's why they're
What?
being sued now.
What? What? Which entity?
So that you know that what was it? It was the what the fuck was it? That the Baltimore, I think it happened over in Baltimore. I think it was where the plane crashed into a helicopter.
It was.
Or
I think it was D.C. Yes.
okay, DC, yeah, the Baltimore, the DMV. Those were they were black what the fuck are they called? Airway traffickers. So when things get caught into discretion, and unfortunately, this is what happens when you have a DEI process, because then it makes you question whether that person was qualified. Like if they hire a different race, or if they hired a person who was qualified, not just based off of the race, would that have happened? Because it doesn't happen that often. For a plane to crash into a helicopter is not something that happens often. It's like a 1 in a million chance of that happening. So if they say, yo, we're hiring 50% of these black 50% of these people to do a job, that doesn't mean they're all qualified. So when something happens, it makes you question their qualifications.
Tads, did you check the statistics of how many air collisions happen at the hand of a black man versus how much happened at the hand of white
But
people?
that's not the argument. The argument is that
Yes, it
it
is.
calls
You're
into
trying to say
question.
no, Tats. Come on, bro. Come
It
on, be
called into
fair.
question. That's all he said. And if Charlie Kirk was racist, would he have started a black summit where black little boys from the inner city to go meet black leaders and learn from them? Over 100 black people. He did that shit with Officer Tate through TPSU. Why would a white person do that if he's racist? The
I'm
Tony
gonna
Hinch,
tell.
the
This
Tony,
dude say
the Tony.
Officer Tate.
Listen,
Oh my
listen.
God.
Officer Tate is a coon
Have you
slut,
ever watched?
moonshine
Did he
boy.
help black kids?
No, nobody
No, he
likes
don't.
Officer Tate in the black
So
community.
so with the Black
He's a
Leadership
sellout
Summit,
coon. So Officer Tate kiss white people's ass. He always speaks against black people. So that's a horrible representation of what you're trying to show us here in the room. His
did they help?
statements were
That's not the point.
racist, Tat.
Fuck who the face is. Did they help black little kids get out of the
I,
hood,
I
get
don't,
out of the
I don't,
hood?
I don't know of them helping anybody. I know of him being racist.
So so because he makes a observation. Because I had a conversation with somebody who played football. And I said, bro, if you tore your ACL and you found out that the same situation I gave you, they hired 100,000 certain kind of people, and then you go to that job thing. What's the first thing he said? I would wonder if that nigga knew what he was doing. I said that's exactly what Charlie Kirk was saying. It's not racist to make observations. He never
Tat,
said nothing hateful.
if a company hired to fill a quota and the people were unqualified, it would destroy the business. That's not
And
logical.
that's why they're being
One.
sued now.
Now,
You,
number two, just hear me,
United
just hear me.
Airlines, one second, United Airlines is being sued for that very reason. Because
I've
they
heard of
hire
the
people who
lawsuit. I've heard of the lawsuit. I'm going to give the floor back to you. I'm going to give the floor back to you. That's just because we're We're going too far left from what the topic is, which is the joke. Okay? And what we're saying with Kevin Hart was he was in a position to denounce the joke, say, look, it's not me, it's a roast, is what they do as a roast. Me, I think the joke was not in good taste, and I didn't know he was going to do it, and I'm not in support of the joke. He could have done that. We're not telling him
He
he
did
could have
that.
stopped it.
He did
No,
that on
that's not
Breakfast Club.
That's not it. No, on the
He,
Breakfast Club,
He didn't do
Charlemagne
it.
tried
He
to
didn't do
tell
he
that.
him,
said, I wouldn't have told the joke. Was it distasteful? To some people, yes. But would I tell
no,
jokes like that? No, I wouldn't. But
sir.
that's Tony Hinchcliffe. That's his humor. He said that. He said, I would never tell a joke like that. But what happens is this. If you start putting policing on jokes, then you might feel like
You're
it's
not gonna
okay to make fun
overtalk
of.
us. You're not gonna overtalk us. You're not
What is
gonna
it to
overtalk us.
overtalk? We're having a conversation.
Nope, nope. You're not gonna overtalk us. You're not gonna overtalk us. You're not gonna do it. Everyone was talking.
And
You're not gonna do it.
I think you should let him talk so the audience could hear how his thoughts are. That's why I stopped to let him talk. The audience needs to know that there's people in our community that think the way he thinks, because people think just because you're black, others black should have your back, and that's not the case.
I got a question. Where did the policing stop?
This is what we're saying here. There was no need, if he's a good comedian, to take such a touchy subject and make humor out of it. The man has family. He has a daughter that when he was killed, she was sick. She's 12 years old now. And that's where it stops. When it comes to compassion and care for another human being, where you could destroy them, that's where it stops. If you're making jokes on me, keep the jokes on me. There was no need for him to go and bring up such a touchy subject that divided people by race. That's where it stops. You got the floor, Tats.
So why don't you feel the same way about Pete Davis's father, who made 9/11 jokes about him dying? Like once you start saying what it's okay to make jokes about, you take away somebody else's. Like if you feel it's okay to make jokes about, let's say, starving kids, and I'm like, oh, that's funny, but then I turn around and say it's not okay to make jokes about abuse, but once you start policing what people say, then we can't say anything because everybody's going to always be offended. And Pete Davidson had a father. They made fun of Kevin Hart's mom, who just passed away, his crackhead dad, who died. They made jokes about everything. But for some reason, y'all want to get hung up on a joke about a man. And if y'all probably don't even remember the joke verbatim, but y'all just felt away because he mentioned a dead man's name. But when that nigga Pete Davidson sits up on stage
Tats,
and they make 9/11 jokes about his
Tats.
dad,
We've been talking about this all night. We played the audio here, so everybody's aware. We heard it. We played it before we went into the conversation. So pretty much all the audience here is aware. And again, one more thing I left out with the Charlie Kirk. I believe he should have the right to be racist, and no one should take that away from him. I disagree with him being killed because of his views, because I believe in freedom of speech. He doesn't have to like black people. No one should be forced to like someone that they don't like. So I agree. And I am 100% against, I didn't celebrate his death. I want him to have the right to exist and to speak his truth the same way I want to be able to speak my truth. So I'm not happy with them killing him for his beliefs or how he feels. I just
bro,
want
you're
to
going
put
back.
that out there.
You're going back to you're going back to a point that like you wanted to get away from the Charlie Kirk conversation because you said it was getting too far. When I just got back to the topic of the roast, and everybody made jokes about everybody else's problems, but it's a problem of it. Like you don't feel that way about P. Davis's dad down in 9/11. You don't feel bad that Kevin Hart's mom died and they made jokes about her. The woman's husband jumped off the bridge and died. They made jokes about everybody's problem, but and death, but you're hung up on this George Floyd
Yes,
thing.
and this
Why?
is why. Because none of those people you listed caused a racial divide in the community. And none of those people you listed, there was riots and people being arrested and looting. So what you're saying holds no weight compared to why people are in an uproar based on what happened
So
to
so
George Floyd.
so the jokes is only okay if no one riots. So, see that's what I'm saying. When you start saying stuff like when you're starting to put stipulations on why jokes are funny or why they can't be, that's asinine as hell. Because if that's
No,
the case, that means
well, you
we
asked
can never
me.
joke about Martin Luther King cheating on Coretta Scott King.
You
We
asked
can
me.
never make jokes about um
You asked me.
Malcolm X having red hair. We can't
You
make jokes about nobody in the past because they're dead or
you
because
asked
people
me.
rioted.
You
What'd you say,
asked
bro?
me, and I told you, and you're not listening. Again, like I said, the death of George Floyd, it wasn't him, the individual. It's the way white America views us. That's the problem. George Floyd could have been a piece of shit. I don't know. I don't know him. I'm only going by. I didn't know him until I watched him get killed on TV. I don't care about his character. I care about what took place against our race in our face. That's it. I mute my mic.
So what happened? And it's this is my problem because I don't know about y'all, but I love black people. Y'all take one white
No,
cop.
you
Let's
don't.
just say
No, you don't.
let's just say one
No, you
second.
don't.
Let's
No, you
okay,
don't.
cool, King. Let's just say there's one situation happened, right? But then y'all turn around and ignore 10 niggas killing 10 niggas on the same day. Like y'all
Do
be
you know
so
who we are?
y'all
Do
be
you
like
know who
Black
you?
Lives.
Do you
One
know who we
second.
are?
Y'all be like
Do you
Black
know
Lives
who we
Matter.
are?
One
No,
second.
no. I'm not gonna
Hey, hey,
listen.
hey, hey. We talk about wicked niggas in this room every day, and they deserve death. Any nigga who'll take another black man's life with no conscience, they deserve death. So let's get that out of the way. We don't support niggas, okay, that don't care about human life, that sell drugs, act like thugs, and show no loves. We don't
You mean
care
like
about
George
that shit.
Floyd? George
No, I
Floyd. You
don't.
don't care
Like,
about George Floyd.
like I
That
said
your
to you,
definition of men. You
like
don't
I
care about
said to
George
you,
Floyd.
because you're not listening. I knew nothing about George Floyd until I saw him killed, and that still doesn't justify a white man kneeling on his neck with power, smiling into the camera, taking the life out of him. I mute my mic.
This is crazy. Like, they'll stand on, oh, it's so bad that this is happening. Where we kill each other out of. You're
Yo,
on
you're
my
not
life. I
listening.
say this
Nah,
all the
nah,
time.
nah, nah, nah.
We
You're not
we are
listening.
the
You're
we
not
are the
listening.
most
You're not
we
listening.
hate each other more than anybody else hates us. Like there might be like 10 a year. There might be like 10 white on black crimes. It's like damn, that's fucked up. But what's the amount of men who black men who kill black men who do?
Yo, this dude not listening at all. He just addressed that. He just addressed that we stand against all evil. One of our top leaders just did a popular podcast, and he said the exact same thing about how most black and Hispanic people look past all the murders amongst their own people. So you're not listening to nothing that they're saying. Because what you're saying don't make no sense. Like everyone is trying to tell you, the situation with George Floyd is that we've been getting killed by the white man since slavery times in that type of fashion. That's why it's so offensive and everybody in such an uproar over it. Everything you compared it to has nothing compared to a situation that happened with George Floyd. So you're not listening to what the people are saying right on the stage.
I
Pay,
am
pay
listening.
attention.
This
So
is
get
the
off that point of
effect.
that black on black stuff, because we totally stand against black on black crime.
This is the effect of not teaching black people their own history, to where they're not able to connect the dots of the past to the present, and nothing that is done today matters anymore. It's all neutral. It's all new. That's the effect of this. This is what's happened in the schools, where they took it out of the schools and they won't allow it in the schools. So you get black people to respond to their own black people this way. Can what you're doing right now, brother Tats 412, can that shit be applied to Jewish people? Can we joke about the Holocaust?
What's
Thank you. I rest my case.
No, we can we can.
Got him.
People make jokes about Jewish people all the
Perfect
time.
example,
Hey,
ZB.
Tats,
Got
Tats,
him.
Hold on,
Tats.
wait. That
Listen,
stop.
Tats. How old
Hey,
are you,
hey,
Tats?
Tats.
How do you ask me a question and then mute my
No,
mic
look, Tats, you're
Tats.
right. People joke about Jewish people. Do they
and they
joke
get
about the
canceled?
Holocaust? There's nothing wrong with making jokes about people. Do they joke about the most atrocious thing to ever happen to them in their history?
Well,
as a
seeing as
race.
Jewish people have more power in America to
No, it don't
cancel
fucking
people.
that don't
What,
matter,
okay,
dude.
Well,
You
one
make
listen to
jokes
this.
second.
about it.
Listen to
1 second. So it's hard to make because if someone says anything, and I've seen it happen with fucking what's the basketball player's name? I can't think of his name right now. He didn't even say nothing anti-Semitic. If you mention Jewish people in the airways, they'll cancel you. The same way they did it to Nick
Well, you
Cannon.
can't
So
say
you
that
need to
because
be
you
mad
just said
about
they
that. You
make
need to be
jokes
No,
mad
about
what
about
I'm
that.
saying,
Jewish
so it's
people.
not the fact that you can't make jokes about it, but people lose their careers. Actually, you can make jokes about everything else
You
because
hear this dude?
it's not. I'm not. Listen to what
So
I'm
do
saying
you
because
hear
you're
the
not even listening.
contradiction then?
What I'm saying
Big
is
contradiction.
they have more power because Jewish people
So
don't go
so
under
do you
white
hear the
guidelines.
contradiction? That
No, it's not.
it's okay to shit on black people and it's no problem because we ain't got no power. We ain't
But
nothing.
no,
We ain't
because I'm saying
nobody.
what
No,
I'm
Ted, that's
saying.
what you
Listen
saying.
to what I'm.
Cause black
No,
people
I'm
don't
not.
have no power. We ain't shit. We ain't
That's
nothing. You
not what
could
I'm
joke on
saying.
us and you should take it. But
You're
Jewish
not
people,
listening.
because they got power, you
Jewish
can't
people
say
aren't
nothing.
white people. Jewish people aren't white people. So Jewish people
Jewish
have the
people
power.
ain't what?
Jewish people don't classify as white people. Like you can make jokes
I don't
about
give a
all
shit what
the.
they classified. Them's white folks.
Let me, bro. So you can make jokes about everything that white people do. They don't associate themselves with Jewish. Jewish people are a community. They have more power. They're at the tops
It
of all
don't
these seats.
matter.
What I'm
We're
saying
not
is you
talking
can
about
make.
power.
Oh my fuck.
That's not the case of
White people
power.
in the. You're
We're
not
talking
listening,
about the
cuz.
Holocaust.
I'm not, and that's what I'm trying to make you. When Jewish people have the power in America that they shouldn't have, the same way when Kanye West said he said some shit. That's some good shit. But the fact that they have all the power
So it's
because
okay when you got power,
they're
but
not white is what I'm saying
if
to
you a
you.
poor black ass nigga in
No,
America, you should take the brunt of those jokes because you can't do shit about it. Just take it, nigga.
you're emotional. You're not
That's what you
listening.
telling us.
No, I'm not because I'm saying that we can make jokes about white people also, but white people don't associate. Well, Jewish people don't associate just white people with Jewish people. So you can make jokes about every race of people or every culture of people except for Jewish because they have more power. So people are
Man,
scared
I
to
don't
make.
even think
So,
he's not even
so
hearing
people in
himself, y'all.
America are scared to make jokes
He
about
don't
Jewish
even hear
people because
himself.
they can get canceled.
You just said they make jokes about Jewish people because they do in movies all the time.
Oh my.
They do. They do it on roast. They make jokes about them. They never mention anything about the Holocaust on them because it's the most atrocious thing to ever happen to them in their history, and they know you shouldn't go there. But niggas, let's joke about them being slaves. Let's joke about them
That's
being
not even what we're
hung.
talking
Let's joke
about.
about George Floyd being kneeled on his neck for 8 minutes and
Yep.
49 seconds until the
Hmm.
life was gone from his body because black life don't matter.
It's not
And
that
there
Let's
you
they
not
go. And
don't
joke
that's what
matter.
about
I
It's
these
hate
just
because when you
niggas.
black
say
people
Let's
black
don't
lives,
joke
have
on it.
who are you
And the
telling that
worst
to?
part about it is Kevin
black people
Hart
don't
went
have the
on, he
power.
went on
That's
Breakfast
why
Club and defended it. There ain't nothing wrong with joking about a dead
they don't
nigga
use the levers of
whose
power.
neck is loose like a noodle when he got picked up off the ground.
This
Ain't
nigga,
nothing
man.
wrong with it. And then you come on here
Y'all can
defending
say
it too.
black
Ain't
lives. Yeah.
nothing wrong joking about a dead nigga that got his neck kneeled on by police who is meant to protect and serve. No matter what the person is. It does not
And he's
matter
in
about the
jail.
background.
And
The
Who
he's
cares
in
if
job
he's meant
of
to
the
jail.
protect and
police
serve? He
is to
committed a
And he's
protect
in
crime.
and serve.
jail.
And you
Who
don't
cares?
kill a
He
person.
committed
All
a
right, wait a
crime.
minute,
Okay, and
relational.
then nobody never said it wasn't a
Get
crime.
off,
Clearly, it's
nigga.
a crime.
And you shut up too while I'm talking. Ain't get time for you niggas to be talking while somebody that got some sense is talking. You stupid niggas just listen. Cause that's what you are. So it's okay to joke about a black man that had his neck kneeled on by a police officer that is sworn to protect and serve the community. When he got up dead, his neck was loose like a goddamn noodle. He was dead before he even went into the ambulance. It's okay to joke about him for giving a corner store a fake $20 bill that he didn't even know was fake. It's okay to joke about that because black life don't, niggas, you don't mean nothing. You are the scum of the earth. But you better not talk about them Jewish people because they got power around here. You better not say nothing about them. Oh boy, lower your voice around about them Jewish. You ain't nothing but a slave, nigga. You sound like one. Horrible. Justifying. You're justifying the death of your people. God damn, this white man has done an excellent job on making niggas stupid in the 21st century. Golly. And then he brought up an example of If you do that, you can't make jokes about Martin Luther King cheating on Coretta Scott. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to do that about one of the most famous black leaders that we have ever had when you ain't got that many? These young niggas is stupid. No wonder they call y'all YNs. No wonder they gave y'all that label. You're ignorant. And the white man did a hell of a job about cutting you off from your history to where you speak like that and you defend what they do. You would never hear a Jewish person come out and say, I don't see nothing wrong with joking about the Holocaust. Why y'all all up in arms? It happened in the past. Why y'all so mad? Why? You don't hear that stuff. But black people will come out and tell other black people, why you mad they joked on George Floyd, whose neck was like a noodle? He was dead in front of the whole world by a police officer that's meant to protect and serve, that is trained not to use excessive force, but he did on that black man. Y'all got to be out your mind, man. I just woke up too. Silly Negroes. Hey, shalom, y'all. Y'all got it, man. I'm done.
Listen, listen to me. Listen to me. Like I said, that dude don't know who we are. That dude he hate black people. He hate black people. I'm telling you, that dude hate black people. And he sit up here and I guarantee you, he sit around there and kiss white people ass all day. That's what he does. That dude Taz or whatever his name is, Tate, whatever his name was, who he left. He got mad, couldn't handle the heat and left. Uh, he don't know who
No,
we
no,
are.
no, no. He didn't leave. I
Oh,
threw his ass out the window like
oh,
Jazzy Jeff.
oh,
You
okay.
can't, you can't, you can't talk sense while ignorant people are around you because they won't understand it. They can't grasp the hold of it. It is above their spiritual capacity to understand the words that are coming out of your mouth. They're not there. You just got to remove them out of your way. They just got to stand off to the side while grown folks having a grown conversation are talking because this is above them. They can't fake on that level. Go ahead.
Uh, about what he said about us. He don't even know who we are. He don't even know. First of all, we in them streets. You on the app, sir. You don't care about black folks. You don't go in the street. We go in the street. We go in the most dangerous parts around the world. Around the world. And we got video proof to show us dealing with our people face to face, trying to stop the crime. Stop the, we stop people. We were just in the the streets the other day, a few weeks ago, where they had a fight. We was right there in the middle of it. Okay, you can't show me that, sir. You can't show me that. So don't tell me we don't care about black people killing black people. You can't show me you in the street getting in the face of black people telling them put your pants up, speak like a man. You can't show me a video like that, sir. I can show you one.
Hey, King.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that's why ZB made the great point. These young niggas don't understand no history. You're right. He don't know who we are, but people don't know that we are a part of history now. When you look up the movements that Martin Luther King and Malcolm X did, our movement is longer than that. We are
It,
part of history. When it goes down in the books, we stand up for certain things that all these people don't stand up for. So that's these young niggas don't know history. We in hit right now today. Our organization is a part of history, in the history books.
well, I'm gonna tell you right now. The dude Taz, I can't remember his name. I can't pull you back up because I'm driving. I can't pull you back up, but I'm gonna just tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this. Uh, we ain't we. I don't really care about white folks. I don't care. And I wanted to say this earlier while you was up here. I want white people to speak what they want to speak. I don't. I want. I'm glad the white man said what he said. I'm glad he was being. I can't. I can't pull you up. Somebody else with a moderator going to pull you up. I can't pull you up. I'm glad white people say what they say when they be when they being racist or whatever. If the joke, whatever you want to call. I'm glad he said it because I want black people to see who these people are. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at all. I just want to make that clear. I want everybody to understand. The men with the green beams, we know white folks. You don't gotta. I'm not. Oh my God! Why did he say that? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. But I'm gonna tell you this: any other person that have power, any other group that has power, and you talk about them in a sensitive way, and they feel they will stop it. Black folks won't do that. Black folks ain't gonna
Hey,
stand up
hey,
on
King,
nothing.
King, when they
Yes,
was
sir.
doing that roast on Tom Brady, they disrespected the New England Patriots owner, Tom Kraft, who Tom Brady respects, and he stopped it and checked the dude that was disrespecting the owner of the NFL team. Niggas, your old people was kneeled on their neck for 8 minutes until they died. And black folks like, ain't nothing wrong with it. I don't see it. Then, hey, fuck that nigga. Whatever. Nigga was a drug. Nigga was on drugs. Fuck him. And a white man who, that dude, he said, hey, you not gonna disrespect my team owner. Black folk, your own people. He wasn't even killed. Your man was killed. Your people was killed. Modern day lynching. Ain't nothing wrong with it, man. Everybody get joked on.
What's the
Eh.
difference? What's the difference between white people running the country, silencing black people, and us being on this app? Y'all don't like what I say, so y'all mute and kick me out the room. What's the difference? Like when black people,
You
when
up here
y'all do
talking
the
now?
same thing, y'all do the same thing when y'all get positions of power that y'all claim the white man does. Y'all don't like
Oh
what a
my
black man is
goodness. This
saying,
dude,
so
now
y'all
he's
turn around.
comparing Clubhouse
How
to,
not?
to systemic racism. What
So
are we at? What are we doing here, y'all?
let's just act like this
What
room
is
is America.
happening?
There we go. So let's just
Hey,
act like
hey,
this room is
Tats,
America.
how old are you, brother? How old are you?
Age doesn't define anything.
No, how? Yes, it does. How old are you?
34 and
Okay.
very
Yeah.
successful.
That don't mean nothing.
It
Everybody can make
does.
money, man. Come on, man. You
You said
you
what
you
now?
you disconnected from your own history,
You
man.
said everybody can make money.
Yeah, everybody can make money.
So what
What
are
does
we
that mean?
arguing?
That don't
So what are we, so what
money.
system?
Money does not equate to intelligence.
So what system? So what system do we have that's
Money.
oppressing
So you're
us?
telling us money equates to
So what
intelligence?
system do we have to oppress us in America?
Money equates to intelligence. Is that what you're telling us?
So what
Because you
system do
added
we?
that caveat in
No,
there.
I didn't. I said what
You did. You
system?
said 34 and successful. Like
Yes.
money equates intelligence.
So so age equates intelligence.
It does. You mean to tell
So
me
you
that
think that every
hold on,
so
wait
you
a
think
minute.
that every old person is smarter than
So
every
you're
young
saying
person?
so you're telling me that a 60-year-old man doesn't know more about life than a 34-year-old?
He might not, depending on
Oh
what his life looks like. No,
my
if
God.
he's put up in somebody's house and never has to
Okay,
struggle,
hey, Tats, we're not talking about the Neos of the Matrix. We're talking about in general, man. Does a 60-year-old man know more than a 34-year-old?
he knows more about the past than he does right
He
now.
knows more about life.
That says who?
Says all of a
Oh
human
my God! I can't
history.
believe
How do
this.
you think he lived to be 60 years old?
So you're saying that every 60-year-old is smarter than every 30-year-old?
He
Do
didn't
you
say
hear
every.
what I'm? You ain't listening. I can tell you, young. You don't hear nothing I'm
That
saying.
here we go.
You
This
only
is the.
hear what you say. You only hear what you want to hear.
Could you tell me what system is oppressing black people?
Oh my goodness. America's the system.
Doctor, I couldn't hear what you said, gang.
America's the system.
Mm.
Hey, ZB, you broke up.
Yeah, I said it.
No,
He
it
heard
was
me.
DR.
America's the system.
So you can't be successful in America.
Yeah, you can be successful in America if you assimilate. Name
So
one
what?
pro-black. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Name one pro-black person in America that has what successful being themselves.
I'm talking about the ones that speak truth to power, like you did with your Malcolm X's and your MLKs and your Marcus Garveys that know the system that oppresses their people and mentions it, comes out and talks about their true nationality as a people, and they were never touched by society. That they just went freely through the system. You can't name it. Because anytime that you come out of the parameters of what they have for black folk and step outside of that, they will squash you. Look at Kanye. Kanye came to the knowledge that he was, hey man, he's like, no, hey, black folk, we the Jews, man. What are you talking about? We the Jews. And he had the best music on the planet. He had a clothing line industry. He's world known. But when he came out and said, "Hey, these people right here run the media, run this. They oppress us. They the ones that won't allow positive music to reach the top on iTunes. But you can go on there and you can hear murder, fuck, kills, kill a nigga, bitch. And that's number one, number two, number three, number four, and number five on iTunes. But the music I make for the regular person, it won't never reach that. Oh." Oh, he think, oh, take all
Oh,
his money. Press the
so what are you
button.
saying about so what are you saying about Kanye right now? Are you saying that he was like what are you saying about Kanye? Are you in favor of Kanye?
Are you listening?
I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to get. I'm grasping. I'm grasping.
This ain't for him, y'all. This is
So
for
hold on,
people
wait,
that got some
because you
sense.
mentioned Kanye as if like you sat with Kanye. So I was just trying to get an understanding. Like, yes,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
speaks
you
against
ain't
the
got, yeah.
Jews actually a lot.
Yeah, I can tell. You just came into the knowledge that you was alive a few years ago. I can tell that
So
right
so
now.
the fact that he went down a hill with Kanye, but then Kanye turned around and say that George Floyd died because of an overdose and not because of police. That's the
Yeah,
point I was making. So for you to
yeah,
mention Kanye
yeah.
on one aspect and him saying
I'm
black
mentioning
people, whatever.
I'm mentioning him on the aspect of where you asked the question. What system keeps you oppressed in America? And I gave you an example of it. Don't move the goalpost.
No,
You
you
gave
brought up
you gave the
Kanye.
question. I asked it, and you know damn right that my example is perfectly right for your question.
It's
That you
not.
can't be yourself in American society as a
Or
black man
maybe
and
because
move
Kanye does
through
a
it.
lot of
You
antics
have
outside
to
of music.
you have to conform to the way that they want you to move in their industries that
or
they
because
run.
Kanye or because Kanye does a lot of things outside of music and outside of political beliefs is why it's easy to cancel Kanye. Kanye says and does crazy shit,
So you
and
saying he
it
can't be himself. He can't speak truth to power because he ain't done nothing to black folk. He just speak truth to power. Hey, them dudes right there, they run the music industry. Them dudes right there is the reason why all of his death music is out there. Oh, cancel that nigga. Damn, what's wrong with what he said? It's
yeah,
the
but you're acting
truth.
like it's not black people who support the music.
It's not the
We su-
truth.
we do support the
Is it
music
not
though.
the truth?
That we support the music.
Do
Why you keep
Jewish people
switching up?
not run the music industry and
I
are the
said
ones that are
yes,
pushing out the murder,
yes,
death, kill music?
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so why was Kanye canceled for telling the world that?
Well, you got canceled for several reasons outside of that. Honestly,
Why was he canceled for that?
that's not like an answer. What the fuck did Kanye do with the Balenciaga shit when he got kicked off of Balenciaga? He did something. I can't remember what the fuck he did. It wasn't that part, but he does speak very high, well, lowly about the.
All right, man. I can't talk to young people, man. He don't know enough about history. He don't know enough about the world, man. I can't talk to him. I can't talk. And I want y'all to realize this that what I'm talking about is beyond his scope of understanding. That's why he's trying to focus on the present of what he knows about Kanye. He ain't trying to talk about nothing that led up to that. He ain't talking about the history of black folk in America of being oppressed when they are trying to speak up for their people in those days. He ain't trying to mention none of that because it's beyond his scope. He's only trying to deal with what he knows of. Oh, hey, Kanye said some anti-Semitic stuff. Why? Because that's recent. He's recent. He don't know nothing past. He just came into life. I'm telling you right now, in your 20s, for 99% of us black folk, y'all know we didn't know nothing about what was going on in the world. We was chasing hoes, we was in the club, we was at the cookouts, we was doing everything under the sun. We was hooping 5, 6, 7 games in the gym. We didn't know what was going on outside of sports and rap music. So we can't talk to him about nothing that's historical because he think he know too much because he got money, and that's the problem with money in today's time. You think it equates to intelligence because you know how to work in one system, so you think you smart in all other areas, and that pride keeps you from learning anything outside of yourself because that's what money brings, pride. And you think that that intelligence in that one system that you was able to get money in transfers to other things, which it does not. Oprah's the richest woman in the world. Jay-Z's one of the richest black men in the world. They don't know the Bible at all. They don't know what God calls them at all. They don't know what's required of them by God at all. Money does not equate to intelligence and sure doesn't equate to righteousness. But in America, they have replaced money with knowledge and values. So as long as you got money, the people think you are smart. Not here, you ain't. It don't work here. All right, go ahead, King man. I'll mute my mic.
Bro, this it's and in his speech, you could tell in his speech, um, that he's assimilated in the white man culture. That's why he talks the way he talks. He sounds just like a white dude. He sounds just like a white man, yo. I'm like, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And he thinks because they gave him some money, he a part of this world. Like he a part. Man, you a. I want to tell you one day, he could be a dumb 60-year-old man, but he's smarter than you. I tell you one thing, a 60-year-old man know, he know the white man is enemy. You know, the white man ain't got to be trusted because he been through some things. He lived life.
Yeah, man, and that's the atrocity, and that's what has been put into effect for the last 20, 30 years, and it's been amped up the last 10 years to disconnect, to cut off black people from their past. And we just heard what it sounds like in real time. Because the man, he said he's only 34. He wasn't worried about nothing going on in the world in his 20s. He was just chasing money and women and anything else that we have in our 20s that us that are older folks know about. They act like we didn't go through that stage. That we didn't think about life until we start hitting 26, 27. We was like, oh shit, I'm about to be 30. Now we wanted to get serious with life. But when we was 25, 24, 23, 22, man, we didn't know nothing going on in this world. But once became of age and we actually sat down, and a lot of people notice we've learned more outside of the school system of America than we did when we was in it. And some of us got college degrees, we got masters, we got doctorates, we got PhDs, and we learned more about ourselves once we got out of the school system than we did when we was in it, because the school system is not built on teaching black people about their history, about the oppression that they went through. It's not about raising up another Malcolm. They don't want that. They want they want people to conform to the society that they are creating and that they are molding. And you hear it when you hear your own people say, "Why y'all mad about that? What's wrong with that? Hey, Kevin Hart didn't say the joke. What's wrong with a white man joking about the death of black people?" You're hearing the effects of it. And that's why get that in Isaiah 34 and 16.
Isaiah chapter 34, verse 16. Seek ye out of the book of the Lord and read.
And read. God tells us to seek out the book of the Lord and read. Because when you seek out the book of this Lord, it's gonna give you a wisdom that this world cannot attain to. You will think on God level and not the world's level. Because the world's wisdom is nothing compared to God's wisdom. And when you operate in the world's wisdom, you don't see nothing wrong with the things that are going on. You justify it. You're okay with it. Seek ye out the book of the Lord and read. That's what God wants. So you can have a certain level of wisdom that this world cannot attain to. Outside of that, you will sound like one of the most ignorant people on the planet. Imagine, and look, he'll take a conversation to white people, and they will be like, man, this is bad. This is bad. But they won't tell him that. They won't tell him, man, this is bad. Listen to this dude right here. You can never talk about our white forefathers in American history like that. You can never talk about that. Sheesh. You wouldn't. You could never disrespect our leaders like that. You could never disrespect our people like that. We ain't standing for that. Man, white people stand up for Confederate generals. They stand up for Confederate generals that was fighting for slavery. They fight for them. Black folk, you won't even defend your own people. Oh, he wasn't nothing. He wasn't nobody. Does that matter? He's your people, man. He your people. And even no matter how bad it was, did he deserve death? Christ didn't go around putting to death the worst of the Negroes that was in Israel. Hey man, repent. Get right before that time. Go and sin no more, lest a worse thing happen unto you. Black folk, kill that nigga. Yeah, white man, kill that nigga. Boy, evil. Evil people we are, man. Evil. Go ahead, man. You got people on stage. I'll beat my mic.
Oh man, I want to say something so bad. Who haven't spoke yet? I can't even get the.
Sister Abigail on stage.
Okay,
You got Star.
okay, okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. Cause I know they had people who before you came on already spoke that was on stage. So
To
I think
speak.
you didn't speak. Go ahead, speak. Go ahead.
Shalom. Most High Christ bless. I thank the Lord for the leadership, the moderators. I just want to say about the Kevin Hart situation. He completely ignored the situation. All he would think about is himself and his celebrity status and how much money he can make. He could care less about George Floyd or what the comment was made about him. He could care less. He don't care about that. That's not important to him. Important to him is advertising what he's doing, his movies coming out. That's all he concerned about.
Sis, what's
That's it.
important to him is not offending the white people that he's in proximity
True,
with.
true, true. True, all of them is like that in the entertainment realm. All of them will not offend the white people. No matter what they say, they could care less. They put money in their pocket. They're not gonna come against Esau in no shape, fashion, or form. They're not gonna do it, no matter what. You know, they're not gonna do it because that's where they get their meal ticket from the white man. So they put they invest all their truth in the white man. They don't care about no other truth. They live in the entertainment world is a whole different society from the world that we living in. They could care less.
Right. And the
And
worst part about it is, Gringo, we need you to read if you can. The worst part about it is, if y'all watch the interview, y'all, go back, Kevin Hart on Breakfast Club about George Floyd. You ain't gotta watch the rest of that BS. Just watch that segment. The woman host said she talked to George Floyd's brother about the situation and a joke. Did you watch the interview? He said, no, no, I didn't. No, no, no. He said, no.
right,
And then
exactly.
he got proud about it. Said, I'm not going to go back and watch it now. No, I'm not going. Even though you mentioned it to me that you talked to him about, I'm not going to watch. I'm not going to ever watch it. He shunned the family that is hurt behind it, that is still mourning the death of one of their family members. He shunned the whole family. I'm not going to ever watch it. I'm not going to,
He
even
could
though you
care
mentioned it too. I'm
less.
not going to ever go back and watch it. Like, I don't give a damn about how they feel about it. Go
They
back and
don't.
watch it, y'all.
They don't because, like I said, when you're in that entertainment realm, all you care is about money that you're making, and then on top of that, they worship Satan. They worship the Baphomet. They could care less. They're under Satan rulership completely. Because they know if they step out of that realm and say something out of the way, their money is gone. Their career is gone. All they worrying about is surviving under that realm. They could care less about what happened to their people that is not in the realm that they in. They could care less about that. Look at Kanye West. He took his money. He said he knew he was an Israelite, this and that. He had to bow down. That remind me of Nebuchadnezzar when Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when they said everybody had to bow down at a certain time to that music, they didn't bow down because they loved God. They feared God. So they didn't bow down. But these entertained people, they're gonna bow down to Satan. That's how they live. And if you don't know the truth, you believe all man's philosophy. You don't know the truth, you don't know identity, you're gonna believe every philosophy they put out here in this world. That's why they celebrate Christmas, Easter, Valentine's Day, Father's Day, birthday, etc. That's why they do it. That's why they do it. I mute my mic with that.
Hey, I found it here. I'm gonna let y'all listen to it. Listen to this, y'all. Make sure it's turned up here. To do. I know your style of
I
comedy.
couldn't
Did you
find
see
it.
the interview that I did with Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother?
No,
So he said
no
in it.
shot to you.
No, no,
Okay,
that's look.
I'm never watching it.
That's fine.
I just want to be clear. I'm never watching that. Like,
I only brought
like
it
even
up.
now that you told me, I'm not gonna go back and
But
go look at that interview.
no, because
Okay,
he's
I just
offended.
want to make it clear so you
No.
understand what I do with my time. Like I'm never doing that. Okay, good.
I just asked because he's
There you go. He literally, basically, what he said, man, f him and his family. Care about nothing that they went through. I don't care. Who are they? That's what money does to black people. When you are in proximity to white folk, you will disown your own people.
Can you
Y'all
play it
just
one
heard
more
it word for
time?
word.
Can you play it one more time?
I'm gonna play it one more
Let me.
time. Like I'm not looking at Pete crazy. I'm not looking at Tony crazy. Like that's what I know what you're going to do. I know your style of comedy.
Did you see the interview that I did with Terrence Floyd, George Floyd's brother?
No,
So he said
no
in it.
shot to you.
No, no,
Okay,
that's look.
I'm never watching it. But
That's fine.
I just want to be clear. I'm never watching that. Like,
I only brought
like
it up.
even now that you told me, I'm not going to go back and go look at that interview.
No, because
Okay,
he's
I
offended.
just want to make it clear so you understand what I do with my time. Like I'm never doing that. Okay, good.
I just asked because
He's a fit. I don't care. I'm never watching that. He's literally saying, I don't give a damn about how his family feel at all about the death of somebody in their family. That's what money does to you. It makes you
That's
shit on
crude.
the people below you. You don't even care about your own people because they can't make you no money. They
That's
can't get
crude.
Kevin Hart into the places that he want to be. So everybody beneath them that he makes money off of, he don't give a damn about none of you all the atrocities that you went through, even if it is a part of his own roast. He can't even defend. Say, "Hey, yeah, I ain't man. It was bad. It was messed up." White folk out here talking about our people like that, man. Especially something that happened like that, because they won't. You won't say it about no Holocaust. You won't joke about no damn World War II deaths. You won't joke about no World War One great grandfathers dying on D-Day. You won't do that. You won't joke about people jumping out of a 80-story building on 9/11. You won't do that. But black death, it's okay because black life is worthless. Even to black people. When you get that kind of money, you go up there, you start faking like white people. That the black people that you make the money off of, their life is worth nothing. Damn. Go ahead, y'all. We got other people
Yeah.
on
And
stage.
you know what's crazy is he said no disrespect to you. So all the disrespect is to the George Floyd family then. Because there's no
Right.
disrespect to you that I don't want to watch it. It's just I don't want to watch them.
Hey,
I mean,
somebody made a good point. They said he apologized about being homophobic, and that was before he was even famous. He was apologizing to the LGBT, but black folk, you don't deserve nothing.
exactly.
Damn.
And then I seen another thing this morning, which he was stating that, during a roast, you're not supposed to say nothing if they joking. And he made mention of Tom Brady roast. But then they brought up the point that during Tom Brady roast, he had a whole bunch of people that you couldn't even talk about. Like one of them was his either his coach or the owner of the team had got caught in some scandal. And he put that they can't make jokes about that. Somebody tried it, and Tom Brady corrected him right there in front of everybody. But Kevin Hart didn't have the gall, the enough balls to just say to stand up and say anything. He just say he not only that, he said that man had the best set. The man who had the most racist set, the most disrespectful set to black people. He said his was the best set. I'm like, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. For the love of the money, that's why the scriptures say what it say in Timothy. Did somebody read that? 6.
Nah, we ain't ready. Go ahead.
Reader, you there?
Yes, sir. First Timothy chapter 6 and verse, let me start at verse 9.
Yes, sir.
Verse 9. But they that will be rich, but they that will be rich fall into temptation and a snare, and into many foolish and hurtful lusts,
That's the entertainment industry. They fall into many foolish and hurtful lusts. That's why you always hear, or not even just hear, you see what's going on with these Epstein files and they searching for the P. Diddy tapes. They always fall into these hurtful lusts because they chasing after the bag. Read.
which drown men in destruction and perdition.
Come on.
For the love of money is the root of all evil,
So the love of money will make you throw out all your sensibilities for your own people. The love of money will make you allow you to sit there and play the court jester for the whole world to say all the evil shit that they think about black people. They will use you as the guinea pig to get off all their most racist jokes. And you will defend these people when your own people give you pushback for not saying nothing. It don't make no sense, damn sense. That's the love of money for you, man. I'll mute my mic. Now I see we got some did we get the red tickets that was on stage?
Yeah, yeah. Um,
We talked to Charity.
Charity,
You got
Scoop.
Abigail. You got Abigail, Star, and Charity. Good.
Shalom, sir. I just wanted to say about Kevin Hart. He has and always was a sellout because I remember when he first came out, nobody even knew about this man. And then all of a sudden, you started hearing his name everywhere. And it was because this man sold his soul, quote unquote, to the devil, to the white man, so he could become famous. That is why when they did that roast, that man did not say one word and will not say one word because he is a straight up coon. I never have liked him and never will like him. He's not funny and he's fake. When it comes to being a true black man, he is fake. I don't like him. And I, man, honestly, me and my Lord was just
Hey,
sitting up here, huh?
hey, listen. I'm gonna just say this, and I want everybody to understand this. We need to start treating entertainers like what they are, entertainers. We put too much into these entertainers, like, and black folks. That's what make me and these entertainers feel it. We look at them as, and I'm not saying you, sis. I'm just bringing it up because you make me think of something. the way we put the weight, like they carry the black folk, like they don't have a voice for us. They, we should be like, nah, you a, go make them laugh. You a funny guy. You the funny nigga. Like we should treat them just like that. Like they don't have no. Look at I look at them for what they are: clowns, justers. You understand? You ain't no MLK. You ain't no you know Bishop Nathaniel. You're not. You ain't no. Like I always I expect them to do what they do: lick the white man's behind. I
Exactly.
expected them to do that. So, what my problem is how black folks like that dude who was on stage just a second ago. That's my problem.
Sir, I literally, and no disrespect, sir, I'm just being honest. I've been on here listening to everything, every single last one of them, and they all gave me a headache. I've been on here since 1 o'clock this morning, over here where I'm at. Okay, sir. And I've been begging and pleading and fighting with my soul not to say nothing and not to cuss one of them out and let that old me come out, because I know what you would do and I know what some of the other moderators would do. But I'm trying to tell you, sir, these are some of the stupidest people I have ever seen in and ever heard in my life. They all just need, like I said, that one scripture that they all give to women. It shouldn't just be for women anymore. It should be for women, and it should be for all of them stupid people that don't know nothing about the Bible and don't want to call themselves believing in the Bible. They need to take their mouth shut up, and just listen. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I heard you. I heard you. I just wait till you finish.
No, that came from
Yeah.
the deepness of her soul when she said that.
Man,
She,
because I'm serious. I'm serious, sir. Detroit, listen. I'm sorry. I don't know if it's just me that feel like that, but I know that's just the way I feel. And some entertainers, like the elder bishop says, some of them, they are cool, they know who they are and everything like that, and that's fine. But the rest of these ones, they done sold they soul, and they don't care. All they do is they worship the white man because they want the money, like y'all been saying all night. And they ain't no good to nobody, not even their own children.
Now listen to this. Listen to what he says
Can
right
y'all
here,
hear me?
y'all.
Can y'all?
Yeah, I'm gonna play some more of it. I want y'all to listen to what he says, y'all. Listen to this. It's his justification for it. This how you know black people ain't got a spine without this Bible, without the spirit of God in them. Just court gestures slaves, the 21st century. And all the world knows this.
Whatever the headlines or whatever the dialogue is.
Let me back up
So
some.
this is very simple, okay? Whatever the headlines or whatever the dialogue is, my rebuttal is simplicity. Remove me from it. I didn't say it. If if you are upset that the night went on, that's a different
Be
conversation. It's
right
nothing I
back,
can do.
so.
If you are upset, whatever the headlines or whatever the dialogue is, my rebuttal is simplicity. Remove me from it. I didn't say it. If you are upset that the night went on, that's a different conversation. It's nothing I can do. It's a production. It's a live production. I'm not compromising the live production for a reaction of what? What do you want me to do? I'm drag him off?
Black folk. Black folk. Watch it. Listen to
You
it.
want me to fight afterwards? You want me to turn it into like what? That's not what I agreed to do. That's not the job at hand. The job at hand was to produce a successful roast, which I did. I also got the rebuttal. I also got to say shit at the end. What are we dealing with here?
Golly, this is bad. This is hard to listen to. But hey, but I guess watch this though, y'all. Everybody that has money that puts them in a different tax bracket and stratosphere than the majority of the population, they are all saying, I agree with Kevin. I agree with him. I ain't gonna say all. I'm saying majority of. Oh yeah, I understand what he's saying. I understand. I'm gonna read some of the comments. One of the comments said, Cat Williams, he doesn't say no. His mentality is the main reason why the powers that be elevated him in the first place. He's the type that makes them feel comfortable. Wow. Cat was spot on when he talked about Kevin to his face, and that man was not joking one bit. Kevin got his check. He doesn't give a damn about anything else. Black people, if you really pissed at him, stop supporting. Somebody said, nah, somebody else said, this conversation is ridiculous. It's a white person says that.
Yep.
Somebody else says, if a black comedian came on that roast that made a white Jew Holocaust joke, Kevin would have been apologizing the next morning. Damn.
No, that same night.
That same night.
That same night. And they would have stopped it. And he would have stopped it. So that's a lie. That's a lie. Okay. Um, yeah. Yeah. That's a lie.
Yeah, somebody came on there
So
and said, call millions of people that died in the Holocaust. He would have been on there writing an apology. He would have sent his attorneys out to make a statement for him.